Chapter 1. Traversing the Dragon Ball Universe. Initiating the system's attribute allocation. A heavy sense of drowsiness enveloped Wen Tianqi as he languidly turned over in a haze. It felt exceedingly cold and remarkably firm, as though he lay upon a stretch of earth. Wen Tianqi instinctively opened his eyes, astonishment flooding his gaze. Where am I? To his bewilderment, he found himself sprawled upon the soil of a vast plain, surrounded by utterly unfamiliar scenery. In the next moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him as he spotted a colossal wyvern soaring through the sky. Have I been transported back to the age of dinosaurs? Wen Tianqi exclaimed, turning his head only to be met with an even more astonishing sight. An airplane. A massive aircraft carved a slender contrail against the higher reaches of the sky. Wen Tianqi? What on earth is happening? Dinosaurs and airplanes coexisting in the same era. Is this Jurassic Park? As he turned to gaze further, he was confronted by towering trees and formidable rocks. Wait, no, it's that I have shrunk. What the heck? How did I become so diminutive? Wen Tianqi lifted his arm, now slender and small, resembling that of a primary school student. What on earth is going on? Can someone enlighten me? Wen Tianqi's mind was a whirlwind of questions. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, prompting him to instinctively clutch his skull and groan softly. Beep. Attribute allocation system bound. Beep. This system is an allocation system that enhances the host's physical strength abilities gained from attribute points will fully reflect upon the host's physique. As Wen Tianqi grappled with his shock, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Moments later, he grasped the entire situation. It turned out that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. I can't believe I have arrived in Dragon Ball. Wen Tianqi was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a grand and magnificent world, a realm where martial arts reigned supreme. No wonder dinosaurs and airplanes existed in the same era in Dragon Ball. That was entirely normal. Countless monsters, anomalies, aliens, spaceships, even time travel. Ha. Thankfully, I possessed the allocation system, allowing me to infinitely develop my physical potential, which means I could possess talents surpassing even those of the Saiyans. In the world of Dragon Ball, martial arts were the true embodiment of strength, everything else magic. Technology was but fleeting illusions. The most formidable of all was undoubtedly the Saiyans' innate ability, culminating in their transformation into Super Saiyans. However, Wen Tianqi's allocation system could enable him to infinitely enhance his physical potential, even surpassing the ultimate Super Saiyan, with no limits. Son Goku? Vegeta? Frieza? Cell? Majin Buu? Who is truly the strongest? Wen Tianqi murmured, his eyes igniting with a fierce glow. I have arrived, and this world shall tremble because of me. With the allocation system at his disposal, effortlessly defeating Son Goku and overwhelming Vegeta would pose no challenge. Moreover, when he became the champion of the first martial arts tournament, a being that astonished the universe, the prospect was too glorious for him to fathom. I am here. Tremble. To the weaklings with a battle power of 5. Ha. Wen Tianqi laughed maniacally, only to suddenly freeze as a gigantic wild boar, towering 2 stories high, burst forth from the woods, charging towards him. The boar, entirely black, had eyes as large as fists, and its bristly fur gleamed like steel needles under the sunlight. Glurp! Wen Tianqi swallowed hard and turned to flee. What a joke! At present, he was merely a 10-year-old child. How could he possibly stand against a wild boar? Roar! The wild boar bellowed, galloping in discontent, its snout flaring as if mocking Wen Tianqi's audacity. What the hell? Wen Tianqi gasped, turning to run. How could he contend with a wild boar of such immense size? What to do? Monkey King, save me. In the next moment, Wen Tianqi recalled the allocation system. System, quickly grant me points. Speak quickly. Wen Tianqi frantically shouted in his mind. No response? Could it be that I am doing something wrong? Oh, the system lacks intelligence. It can only allocate points. Wen Tianqi silently recited within. System. Beep. Physique. Zihol. As he ran, Wen Tianqi absorbed the information transmitted by the system. It turned out that based on his age, he would automatically receive 1 attribute point per year, but only in the physique category. After allocation, he could slightly enhance his strength, but it would significantly boost his potential for physical cultivation. I see. I cannot entirely rely on free points. It ultimately hinges on my own training. No problem. Wen Tianqi quickly understood, sensing the wild boar closing in behind him, and hurriedly focused his mind. Allocate points. Beep. Physique. A surge of powerful energy coursed through Wen Tianqi's body, his physical form steadily strengthening though it was but a small increment. It imparted him with an invigorating sensation. Truly, this is the power of the allocation system. This feeling is simply rejuvenating, utterly delightful. Such a slight enhancement in strength brings about this captivating sensation. It's simply marvelous. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim. Roar! The wild boar's eyes gleamed as it charged towards Wen Tianqi. This is it. If it hits me, he'll either be dead or severely injured. Wen Tianqi's face paled in horror. Although he had gained 1 point in physique, he remained uncertain if he could withstand the boar's might. There was no retreat left. Resolutely, Wen Tianqi gritted his teeth, leaping onto a large rock, and used the momentum to launch a punch. Heya! Take my punch! Bang! It felt as though he had struck something, producing a resounding noise. Wen Tianqi winced as the recoil sent him flying backward, tumbling several times before coming to a halt. When he looked up, he was astonished to see the wild boar rolling on the ground, struggling to rise. Phew! It was merely a false alarm. Ha ha ha! I actually knocked this enormous wild boar down with a single punch. Wen Tianqi exhaled in relief, his face brimming with exhilaration. To have defeated a 2-story-high wild boar with merely 1 point in physique, and without even having had the chance to train, was astonishing. It still wants to get up. Wen Tianqi stood, momentarily frozen, realizing the down boar was attempting to rise once more. Hiv, a false no mercy. Seize this opportunity. Wen Tianqi bellowed, stomping his feet and charging forward. Within him surged an inexhaustible power. Wen Tianqi raised his fist and smashed it down upon the wild boar's head. Chapter 2, Cultivation. The comprehension of Qi. 4 years later. The wild boar seemed to anticipate Wen Tianqi's move, slightly shifting its body to narrowly evade the blow. However, Wen Tianqi was relentless. He kicked off the ground, leaping into the air, raining down punch after punch upon the boar. Bang! Take that, you filthy beast. Keep dodging, and I shall strike until you cannot move. Wen Tianqi raged like a man possessed, continuously battering the wild boar, delivering punch after punch. After what felt like an eternity, the wild boar finally lay still. Phew, I have finally slain this massive wild boar. Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, gazing at the colossal carcass, only to suddenly feel a pang of hunger. While wild boar is probably similar to regular pork after all, it's all edible. Wen Tianqi pondered for a moment before dragging the boar's body away. Wow, it's surprisingly heavy. Wen Tianqi weighed the boar's carcass, a broad smile illuminating his face. Let's see if there are any entrails worth salvaging. Dragging the wild boar's body to a nearby spot, he found a stick and prodded several holes into the boar before slicing it open. Tonight's dinner is secured. Wen Tianqi watched the steaming entrails with drool pooling at the corners of his mouth. However, I wonder if wild boar meat is tasty. Perhaps I should cut it open for a look. A true foodie pays little heed to the quality of their food, and Wen Tianqi was no exception as long as it's edible. Inspecting it further wouldn't hurt. Thus, with a cheerful disposition, Wen Tianqi continued to poke at the wild boar's belly with the stick. Yet what he found within the boar's belly left him somewhat speechless. What is this? It's black and appears to be booger? Forget it, I can't eat this part. Wen Tianqi built a fire, the roasting rack towering even higher than he was. However, the wild boar's carcass was far too large to roast whole, so he could only tear off a hind leg to cook first. Thank goodness for the allocation system, my strength has increased significantly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to even lift this boar's leg. As he mused, Wen Tianqi placed the severed hind leg on the rack and began to turn over. What a peculiar aroma. While grilling, Wen Tianqi could not help but twitch his nose. What is that aroma? Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow. This meat has a flavor that seems quite different from pork. It possesses a certain uniqueness. Ah woo. Wen Tianqi appeared ravenous, and in a brief moment, he had devoured the massive hind leg of the wild boar, leaving only a sizable bone behind. TSK. Although the flavor is not exceptional, it suffices to fill my belly. One cannot demand too much. Wen Tianqi proceeded to place another hind leg over the fire and began to roast it. Why do I feel like my appetite has grown so immense? In this 10-year-old body, I can consume a wild boar the size of a small building. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wen Tianqi sat beside the fire, humming a little tune. An enticing aroma wafted through the jungle. As he inhaled the fragrant scent, Wen Tianqi swallowed hard, stood up, and once more set about savoring the wild boar's meat. Burp. Having eaten his fill, Wen Tianqi felt somewhat glutted, reclining against a giant tree while rubbing his stomach. It's best to resume my training quickly. If I linger too long, I might end up as a rotting corpse. Casting a glance at the sky, he yawned and then rose to head toward the outskirts of the jungle. The periphery of the jungle was safer. It should be devoid of those perilous creatures, allowing Yuan Tianqi to rest in peace. Given his current strength, ordinary beasts posed no significant threat to his life. If he could not defeat them, he could always flee. Now that he had gained a point in physique, it was time to earnestly train. Yuan Tianqi brimmed with anticipation for the future. He believed that with the system's assistance, he would surely grow stronger. He was determined to become the mightiest man in the Dragon Ball world. With this conviction, Yuan Tianqi embarked on his path of cultivation. Perhaps a brief nap. First, I am rather stuffed. In the morning, a gentle ray of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating Yuan Tianqi's face. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched his aching body, and began a new day. Today, I must give it my all. Yuan Tianqi clenched his fists, motivating himself. I must quickly enhance my strength. Only then can I survive in this world. Bang, 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 bang. Yuan Tianqi struck the towering tree with his fists, commencing his day's training. He was clad in a tattered short shirt, his trousers riddled with holes, and his straw sandals appeared as if they had been lost in the wilderness for ages, in a deplorable state. His bare feet slapped against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound. This was the method of cultivation in this world. Through relentless training, one could fortify their body, thereby achieving physical enhancement. However, in the Dragon Ball world, cultivation involved harnessing energy to strengthen the corporeal form. The practice of energy, as the name suggests, entails the continuous excavation of one's potential, training the body to grow stronger until it reaches a state of fusion with energy. Typically, one could only merge with energy after reaching a certain level of cultivation, thus becoming a true martial artist. Having attained a point in physique, Yuan Tianqi, after a period of training, finally sensed the presence of energy. Yeah. Yuan Tianqi clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and bent his back slightly. A peculiar energy erupted from within him. Energy? Yuan Tianqi shouted as he swung a punch at a nearby boulder, which exploded with a thunderous crack, sending countless fragments soaring into the air before they gently descended. Ha. I can feel the energy's presence. I'm truly a genius. Yuan Tianqi laughed heartily, realizing that with just a single point in physique, he possessed formidable talent for cultivation. If he were to accumulate more points, dozens, even hundreds, would he not become truly invincible? Keep going. Do not stop. Yuan Tianqi shouted in exhilaration, continuing his training. He was still quite weak and needed to progress step by step to grow stronger. Ultimately, he aimed to surpass everyone and become the strongest in the Dragon Ball world. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The tall and handsome Yuan Tianqi, adorned with leaves and petals, emanated a refreshing fragrance, radiating an astonishing aura. It is time to leave the mountain. Yuan Tianqi gazed at the sky and softly declared, his body vanishing in an instant, reappearing in an open space. At this moment, he appeared refined, strikingly handsome, and utterly charming. Chapter 3. A first encounter with Bulma. The hero saves the beauty. Yuan Tianqi hummed a cheerful tune while riding a scooter, cruising leisurely down the path. At this point, he had donned a strikingly stylish black casual outfit since he was on his way to find Son Wukong and Bulma. He could no longer wear his previous tattered garments. As for Son Wukong, the simple-minded fellow was to be expected, perpetually wearing a foolish expression. Especially Bulma, who was now a high school girl in West City. Yuan Tianqi needed to maintain a good image to win her heart. Although, in his opinion, with his handsome visage, it would be impossible for Bulma not to be utterly captivated upon their first meeting. With this thought, Yuan Tianqi burst into laughter. Not long ago, he had determined the current date. August 20th, 749. Only 2 days remained until Bulma discovered the Dragon Ball in the North Valley, and Yuan Tianqi was hastily making his way there. Dragon Balls. Although Yuan Tianqi possessed a system with boundless potential, who wouldn't desire such a wondrous item that could grant wishes? His various aspirations eagerly awaited the fulfillment that only the Dragon Balls could provide. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Tianqi quietly invoked. System. Ding. Physique. Sank. Although I am uncertain of my battle power, it seems that even those colossal dinosaurs and boulders the size of hills would crumble under a single punch from me. Thus, I should be significantly stronger than the current Son Wukong. Yuan Tianqi mused as he rode his scooter. Accumulating initial resources is quite a challenge. With a physique of merely 5, Yuan Tianqi felt that his rate of strength enhancement was somewhat sluggish. Almost there. Soon, I will gain another attribute point, and my strength will experience a tremendous surge. Yuan Tianqi excitedly conversed with himself. The North Valley should be in this direction. Yuan Tianqi pulled out a smartphone to check the map. The world of Dragon Balls is quite peculiar. Some places resemble ancient eras from many years ago, while others exhibit rapid advancements in technology, comparable to the interstellar age. Thus, after working in a nearby city for a time, Wen Tianqi easily acquired a smartphone that closely resembled those from his previous life. As I ponder the current moment, it occurs to me that Bulma is enjoying her summer vacation. Therefore, it is certain that the 2-star Dragon Ball from her family's warehouse has been acquired. Meanwhile, I am en route to the 5-star Dragon Ball located in the Northern Valley, as well as to the 4-star Dragon Ball belonging to Grandpa Goku and the 3-star Dragon Ball of Master Roshi, not to mention the 7-star Dragon Ball of the Ox King. Wen Tianqi pondered for a moment and concluded that Bulma was of greater significance. Never mind the rest. His priority was to find Bulma. Upon locating her, he would acquire 2 Dragon Balls and a beautiful girl. How delightful. With a grin of exhilaration, Wen Tianqi twisted the throttle, abruptly accelerating. The motorcycle roared like an enraged bull, charging forward. The Northern Valley, situated in the north, was a basin adorned with a lush forest. Nearby, an elderly man tended to his vegetable garden, wielding a hoe as he roamed about. Wen Tianqi's motorcycle roared past the vegetable garden, the thick smoke it emitted causing the elderly man to cough incessantly. "My apologies," Wen Tianqi shouted, turning his head. There was no other choice. The wages from his labor only afforded him an ordinary motorcycle, far inferior to Bulma's luxurious ride. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. The old man, unfazed by the motorcycle's fumes, gazed at Wen Tianqi as he passed by the entrance of his vegetable garden, unable to suppress a sigh. This is the Northern Valley, but where exactly is it? Wen Tianqi rode slowly, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a young girl caught his attention. Could it be Bulma? Wen Tianqi paused in surprise, hastily pressing the brake to bring the motorcycle to a stop. Help? What is this? He turned towards the source of the voice, his eyes lighting up as a petite figure came into view. With blue hair styled in braids, she appeared to be a high school student, yet retained an innocent charm of youth. Dressed in a fashionable manner, her beauty was undeniably captivating. "Oh, no," the girl cried out. "What is happening?" Wen Tianqi was filled with joy, as it seemed he had found Bulma. He promptly rode his motorcycle over. In the next moment, he beheld a monstrous creature resembling a lizard, exceedingly fierce and menacing, with drool dripping from its maw. Atop its head rested a Dragon Ball, curiously nestled within the stamen of a flower. It was the 5-star ball. With a joyful expression, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, "Zoom." However, this was not the moment to focus on the 5-star ball. He accelerated once more, pressing down on the throttle without hesitation, the engine emitting a resonant roar as billowing black smoke enveloped the surroundings. "Come on, great crawler." In a sudden surge of determination, Wen Tianqi twisted the throttle of his motorcycle, unleashing a plume of thick black smoke as he soared into the air, akin to an arrow released from its bow, hurtling directly towards the lizard. What? The lizard was taken aback, unable to fathom the audacity of Wen Tianqi, who dared to collide with it using a motorcycle. Was this not a reckless quest for demise? It was the sovereign of the Northern Valley, now ridiculed by a mere feeble human. "Perish, you wretched creature." The lizard roared in fury, yet the motorcycle's speed was insurmountable. It could not evade in time and was struck squarely on the head. Boom. Flames erupted as the point of impact detonated, leaving a considerable crater in the earth. Coughing and spluttering, the lizard, bloodied and bruised, struggled momentarily before dislodging itself from the motorcycle and crashing to the ground. "You despicable human, taking advantage of my weakness to seek my demise. Now is the moment for a hero to rescue his fair maiden." Wen Tianqi suddenly sprang up, exuding an air of superiority, then pivoted gracefully, lifting his elongated right leg. The lethal, shadowless kick. Whoosh. With a resounding explosion, the massive body of the lizard traced a beautiful arc through the air before shattering into pieces, flesh and blood scattering. Oh! The wails of agony echoed relentlessly as the lizard's body and scales instantaneously separated, the crimson blood blooming like flowers. The chunks of lizard meat measured 3 to 4 meters in length, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Humph! To dare bully a delicate and beautiful maiden, you wretched lizard creature. You truly deserve your fate. Wen Tianqi casually clapped his hands and, with a hint of disdain, turned to the young girl, his heart racing with excitement. Yet his face wore an expression of genuine concern. "Are you all right?" The girl softly acknowledged him, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling like little stars. "I'm fine, thank you. My name is Bulma." What is your name, handsome? Chapter 4. I am Wen Tianqi, partnering with Bulma in search of the Dragon Balls. I am Wen Tianqi. He bent down to assist Bulma to her feet, only to find himself unexpectedly embraced by her. Thank you for saving me, Tianqi, Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her lovely face radiant with excitement. Oh, handsome. A super handsome guy, and a powerful one at that. My springtime has arrived. Ahem, Bulma, please let go. I can hardly breathe. Although Wen Tianqi relished the sensation, Bulma's arms were tightly wrapped around his neck, causing his face to redden from the lack of air. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bulma said, sheepishly sticking out her tongue as she quickly released him. It's all right, but what brings you to this place? The North Valley is quite perilous. Wen Tianqi feigned ignorance, his concern evident. Before Bulma could respond, he approached the lifeless body of the lizard and picked up the 5-star Dragon Ball. Wow, a 5-star ball! Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Are you also collecting Dragon Balls? Wen Tianqi pretended to be astonished. Yes, I had no idea you were collecting too. Bulma responded, her expression one of delight. Could it be that her fortune was turning? The super handsome guy before her was also on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Just moments ago, she had been pondering how to find a reason to stay close to Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi felt a surge of pride within, though he feigned surprise as he remarked, Oh, you are aware of the Dragon Balls? I first learned about them quite by accident from an elderly gentleman, which sparked my determination to scour the world in search of these mystical orbs. However, the number of those who can actually collect them is exceedingly rare. This is indeed the first Dragon Ball I have encountered. Yes, I too am in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, yet no one has ever laid eyes on them. Leaving me to wander aimlessly in hopes of a fortuitous discovery, Bulma confessed with a hint of despondency. Nevertheless, I have already acquired one, Bulma exclaimed, her face alight with innocent joy as she confidently produced the 2-star ball. I discovered this in my family's storage room and inspired by it. I devised the Dragon Ball radar. She presented an object resembling a flashlight, waving it before Wen Tianqi with enthusiasm. This is the Dragon Ball radar, capable of detecting the location of the Dragon Balls. Wen Tianqi wore a perplexed expression. Bulma was indeed quite naive, so readily revealing such a precious item. Fortunately, it was he who stumbled upon it. However, Wen Tianqi chose not to expose Bulma's innocence. May I take a look? He inquired. Of course, Tianqi, here you go. Observing Bulma's innocent exuberance, Wen Tianqi resolved to protect this kind-hearted girl diligently. As for Vegeta, he could continue to be a lifelong companion to son Wukong. Wait, there are 2 stars inside. This is the 2-star ball. Wen Tianqi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I obtained the 2-star ball, and just moments ago, you acquired the 5-star ball. Now we possess 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyously, bouncing with excitement. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, we shall be able to make a wish. Wen Tianqi responded, equally delighted. A wish? Bulma paused slightly. Her previous desire had been to acquire a super handsome man. Yet, gazing at the dashing Wen Tianqi before her, she suddenly felt that perhaps she no longer needed the Dragon Balls. Tianqi, I shall gift you this 2-star ball as well. Now we only need 5 more Dragon Balls, and you will be able to summon the dragon and make your wish. Bulma said, her cheeks faintly flushed as she addressed Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gazed at Bulma before him. Astonished that this 2nd star was gifted to him by her, he found himself in a state of amused disbelief. Bulma, thank you, he exclaimed. This is for you. But you must promise not to abandon me. I wish to accompany you in the quest for the Dragon Balls. After all, I am a genius girl. It was I who invented the Dragon Radar. Bulma's cheeks flushed as she quickly responded, all right. Wen Tianqi gazed at the innocent and vibrant Bulma before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion that left him momentarily speechless. By the way, Tianqi, I am 16 years old this year. How old are you? Bulma suddenly inquired with curiosity. Let me think, Wen Tianqi pondered. His current physique was that of a 14-year-old, yet in his previous life, he was 30. It simply wouldn't do to be younger than Bulma. I am 17, he replied nonchalantly, his heart steady. Wow, 17. You're a year older than me. Bulma exclaimed with excitement, never having imagined she would meet someone older by a year. 17 felt magnificent. Let us embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma declared enthusiastically. Her curiosity piqued about what the dragon would truly be like. Indeed, let us. Wen Tianqi nodded. Excellent, let us depart at once. Bulma said joyfully, for with Wen Tianqi by her side, she no longer had to wander about aimlessly. When shall we set off? Wen Tianqi inquired. For he needed to make some preparations for the impending journey. Let's set off now. With that, Bulma dashed out, leaving Wen Tianqi alone. This girl, indeed, is remarkably naive. Wen Tianqi, momentarily at a loss for words, mused that this behavior was indeed in line with her character. In the next instant, he was taken aback. Before his eyes, Bulma retrieved an object resembling a capsule from her bag. Could it possibly be a universal capsule? Wen Tianqi was filled with excitement as he marveled at this extraordinary creation, utterly unfathomable and remarkably advanced. Space technology. Bulma produced a universal capsule, and with a simple squeeze of his hand, a vehicle materialized before them. To his astonishment, it was a compact off-road vehicle. With a smile, Bulma approached, only to find Wen Tianqi already seated in the driver's seat. Can you drive? Bulma inquired, puzzled. I am, after all, an experienced driver. Wen Tianqi entrusted the 5-star ball to Bulma, saying, Bulma, from now on, the Dragon Balls will be in your care. Really? That's wonderful. Bulma exclaimed with immense joy, feeling honored by Wen Tianqi's trust in her. Let us set off. Upon a synchronized clap between Wen Tianqi and Bulma, they ignited the engine of the off-road vehicle. Let us first indulge in some delectable cuisine before embarking on our quest for the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed to Wen Tianqi. Indeed, I too find myself quite famished. He replied. Splendid. Wen Tianqi nodded. Dragon Ball radar, initiate search. The Dragon Ball radar emitted a series of beeps. No Dragon Balls detected. Continue the search. Once again, there were no Dragon Balls found. The search persisted. Still, no Dragon Balls were detected. The search continued. Again, no Dragon Balls were found. The exploration went on. Yet again, no Dragon Balls were located. The search persisted. How slow is this Dragon Ball radar? Exclaimed Sun Wukong in frustration. It will speed up soon. Bulma replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Wen Tianqi gazed at the radar in silence, perplexed. It had already been 5 days, and they had yet to discover a Dragon Ball, which seemed rather odd. Could it be that the current version of the Dragon Ball radar has a limited range? Tianqi, it appears our Dragon Ball radar may be malfunctioning. Bulma remarked, retrieving a universal capsule from the back seat, her expression one of mild exasperation. Wen Tianqi produced a universal capsule, furrowing his brow in contemplation. It is unreasonable, he remarked, for this is a creation of your genius, and it should not encounter any issues. Let us wait a while longer. Wen Tianqi gazed at the map in his hand, seemingly close to Baozi Mountain, a smile inexplicably gracing his lips. All right, I shall give it another try, Bulma said, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Just days prior, she had been filled with joy, but the relentless search for the next Dragon Ball had begun to erode her confidence. I cannot disappoint Tianqi, she thought to herself, as she activated the Dragon Ball radar once more. Beep, beep, beep. The radar responded. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bulma presented the device to Wen Tianqi. Splendid. Bulma, you are truly remarkable, he exclaimed, driving with admiration for her efforts. Bulma's cheeks flushed, and she replied, please. No more flattery, Tianqi. It's beyond my control. This initial version of the Dragon Ball radar can only detect within a radius of 100 kilometers. We should explore other areas. 100 kilometers, surely, that is not too far? Wen Tianqi pondered for a moment before deactivating and then reactivating the Dragon Ball radar. It's right ahead. Let us hasten our steps. That place is known as Steamed Bun Mountain. Wen Tianqi pressed the accelerator to the floor, and amidst Bulma's startled cries, the off-road vehicle surged forward with remarkable speed. There lay Baozi Mountain, our destination. As Wen Tianqi accelerated, he exclaimed, we have arrived at Baozi Mountain. But why is it called Baozi Mountain? Wen Tianqi pondered whether there existed a type of steamed bun which could possibly account for its name. However, no such buns were found in the mountains. After wandering for half a day, he and Bulma had yet to encounter any. The engine of their off-road vehicle hummed through the woods. This is the spot, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, glancing at the coordinates displayed on the radar. The Dragon Ball is right here. Let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, Bulma replied with a cheerful smile. Yet, just as they were about to continue their journey, a youthful voice interrupted their thoughts. Who are you? Wen Tianqi and Bulma were taken aback, as they unexpectedly encountered a figure ahead and promptly came to a halt. Bulma, astonished, wondered if there were indeed others present in this desolate place. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi subtly shifted, discerning the identity of the newcomer. Who are you? Bulma, emboldened by Wen Tianqi's presence, inquired with a hint of courage. A silhouette emerged from the shadows. The individual was diminutive in stature, standing barely over a meter tall. Clad in tattered robes, with hair standing on end, and carrying what appeared to be a wooden stick, the figure resembled a young schoolboy. Wen Tianqi turned in surprise towards son Wukong, realizing that he was unexpectedly present in this place. Pulling up a radish? It was a root vegetable far larger than Bulma's compact car. A monster. Little Wukong gazed in awe at the unfamiliar off-road vehicle, exclaiming, "Are you here to steal my food?" Son Wukong protectively shielded the enormous radish behind him, casting a wary glance at Wen Tianqi and Bulma. Bulma responded, "Who would want to steal your radish?" Wen Tianqi regarded son Wukong with a bemused expression. At present, he appeared to be an unsophisticated, Na'vi villager, entirely unacquainted with the world beyond his mountains, oblivious to the existence of automobiles. However, from this day forth, he would be introduced to the broader world. "Ah, a monster! You shall not seize my radish," son Wukong exclaimed, leaping into action, his hands clasped around the tire of Bulma's car, intent on wreaking havoc upon it. "Cease this at once." With a thunderous roar, Wen Tianqi lifted son Wukong effortlessly. "What do you intend to do?" "This is my car," son Wukong protested, his dissatisfaction palpable as he exclaimed, "Put me down at once, or I shall retaliate." "Hey, little one, this vehicle belongs to us," Bulma remarked, rendered speechless by the child's naivety. Unbeknownst to Wukong, this automobile was designed for the exploration of new realms, which had led to its unfortunate damage. Wukong glared defiantly and declared, "You are all monsters. I shall strike you." With a swift motion, he swung his fists at Wen Tianqi. Yet he proved to be no match for his formidable opponent. Ouch! Son Wukong was swiftly overturned by Wen Tianqi and landed some distance away, letting out a cry of pain. "Listen, young one, you are oblivious to the circumstances at hand. Thus, you cannot defeat me. Ha ha, son Wukong, from this moment forth, you shall never be my equal." Wen Tianqi, filled with a sense of triumph, reflected on his journey since his arrival in this world. Ever since acquiring the ability enhancement system, he had never relaxed his efforts, all for this moment, to effortlessly vanquish son Wukong. "Haha, Wukong, this is merely the first step. Next, I shall defeat the strongest in the world and emerge as the mightiest. Wukong, just watch closely. I am the strongest, and no one in this world can rival me." Suddenly, Bulma's voice interrupted. "Hey, what do you intend to do?" She was taken aback as she witnessed Wukong drawing forth a staff, prompting her to rush over in a desperate attempt to halt him. However, Wukong's speed was astonishing, leaving Bulma with no time to intervene. Golden staff. Wen Tianqi observed the crimson rod in son Wukong's grasp and felt a surge of intrigue. It was indeed a treasure, capable of expanding and contracting, though he lamented that in later stages it would merely serve as a clothes hanger. Bulma, terrified, paled as she hastily retrieved a handgun from her bag. With a sharp crack, she fired a shot that struck Wukong's arm. She had no intention of taking his life, yet to her astonishment, Wukong merely winced in pain, seemingly unharmed. "A monster. Tianqi, he is just like you, unafraid of firearms." Bulma was still somewhat astonished in her perspective. There could be no one more formidable than Wen Tianqi. Yet, here stood this young boy, equally unperturbed by the gun. He is a monster. And does that mean I too have become one? Wen Tianqi, feeling a sense of helplessness, silently grumbled to himself when suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. Here it comes. Just as Wukong was about to bring down the golden staff, Wen Tianqi arrived before him even more swiftly, seizing the golden staff in a firm grasp. Bang! After a crisp sound reverberated through the air, Wen Tianqi swiftly turned his hands, wresting the staff away and striking it forcefully against Wukong. Crack! Wukong winced in pain, causing the golden staff to drop from his hands. In the blink of an eye, a flash of white light surged forth as Wen Tianqi delivered another mighty blow. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Turtle Sage. Bang! Son Wukong found himself seated on the ground, overwhelmed by the pain. "What manner of sorcery is this?" he exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Wen Tianqi, whose formidable strength left him in disbelief. "Look closely. We are not monsters, but rather human beings," Wen Tianqi replied, a warm smile gracing his features as he casually toyed with the golden staff before returning it to son Wukong without a hint of reluctance. Throughout, son Wukong had remained a kind-hearted individual, never straying from his true nature, a quality that deeply impressed Wen Tianqi. Upon receiving the golden staff, Wukong examined it closely and, in astonishment, inquired, "You are all humans? Who are you?" "I am son Wukong." "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Countless questions tumbled forth from Wukong's lips. Just then, Wen Tianqi raised his hand and playfully swatted son Wukong, then handed him a prepared chunk of meat. I am Wen Tianqi. This is my companion, Bulma, he said, gesturing towards Bulma who had just alighted from the vehicle, and proceeded with the introductions. With a smile, Wen Tianqi remarked, his handsome visage rendering son Wukong momentarily silent. Wukong, what are you gazing at? He inquired, noticing Wukong's unwavering stare at Bulma. Do you not look different from us? Are you a girl? Wukong finally snapped back to reality, his curiosity prompting the question. Of course I am. You country bumpkin. Have you never encountered a girl before? Bulma retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Wukong. How peculiar. Your appearance does not resemble that of a boy. Wukong scratched his head. Bewildered. Peculiar? I find you far more strange. Bulma countered, eyeing the large tail protruding from son Wukong's behind, instinctively inching closer to Wen Tianqi, where she felt a sense of security. Ah, I see. My grandfather told me to be gentle and considerate when encountering girls. Why don't you both come home with me for a meal? Wukong suggested, rubbing the back of his head with a cheerful grin. Bulma was taken aback momentarily, then turned to Wen Tianqi. Since their meeting, she had gradually begun to rely on him, a change she had not even noticed herself. Sure, a visit sounds delightful. Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands together and said, All right, Bulma, let us go and take a look. He then pulled Bulma aside and whispered, The Dragon Ball radar indicates that the 4-star ball is nearby. I suspect it might be at son Wukong's home. Bulma gasped in excitement, quickly covering her mouth before nodding vigorously. Wait for me a moment. I need to pull out this big radish first. Wukong struggled to uproot the vegetable, feeling it loosen slightly, but clearly requiring more effort. All right, let me handle it. Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively. Wukong paused, his movements slowing in response. Wen Tianqi grasped the colossal radish firmly and with a powerful tug, extracted it from the earth. Wukong gazed at the uprooted giant radish, his expression one of astonishment. How about that? You still have much more to cultivate. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and then handed the large radish to Wukong. Wukong took it, glanced at it briefly, and then slung the radish over his shoulder, preparing to head home. You are quite impressive. We can discuss it further once we return. 10 minutes later, Wen Tianqi arrived at son Wukong's residence in his vehicle. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the 4-star ball was located here. Tianqi, you truly guessed correctly. How remarkable. Bulma exclaimed, joyfully wrapping her arms around Wen Tianqi's, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hee, it was merely a guess, Wen Tianqi replied with a modest demeanor as they entered the house. Upon stepping inside, Bulma was instantly captivated by the 4-star ball resting on the table. A Dragon Ball. The yellow sphere adorned with 4 stars emanated a comforting aura. Wow. Bulma gasped in astonishment as she realized she was about to acquire another Dragon Ball. What are you two looking at? Son Wukong inquired, noticing the intense focus with which Wen Tianqi and Bulma were gazing at the 4-star ball. This is a Dragon Ball. How did you come by it? Bulma asked. Her curiosity piqued. It belonged to my grandfather, Wukong replied, cradling the 4-star ball. Could you possibly give us the Dragon Ball? Bulma asked eagerly. No. This is a keepsake from my grandfather. Wukong resolutely shook his head. Bulma, unwilling to concede, tried every argument she could muster, yet Wukong remained steadfast. Wen Tianqi had anticipated this outcome all along. Ultimately, Bulma cast a pleading look toward Wen Tianqi. Wukong, would you consider joining us in the quest for the Dragon Balls? Once we have used it, I will return the 4-star ball to you. Moreover, do you not wish to enhance your strength? You are not my match. Wen Tianqi smiled as he addressed son Wukong, then revealed his ace. Strength. The Saiyans were innately combative. Although son Wukong had just been bested by Wen Tianqi, he felt neither despair nor resentment. Yet the desire to grow stronger lingered within him, a force embedded in their very genes. Grow stronger? Son Wukong paused, recalling the tragic fate of his grandfather. He looked at the 4-star ball in his hands and resolutely declared, All right, I will accompany you, but you must promise to return the 4-star ball to me. Of course. I give you my word. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, Very well, let us depart. Son Wukong placed the 4-star Dragon Ball into his pocket and followed Wen Tianqi as they left his home. Seated in the off-road vehicle, son Wukong gazed at the Dragon Ball radar in his hands, filled with curiosity. Tianqi, what is the range of this Dragon Ball radar? Son Wukong inquired. It can detect several hundred kilometers. There's no need for you to worry about that. I will handle the operations, replied Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, Sun Wukong responded with a sound of acknowledgement before tossing the radar to Wen Tianqi. All right, Yuan, let us embark. Bulma chimed in joyfully, let us set off. 3 days later, Wen Tianqi encountered a large sea turtle and learned of its desire to venture into the ocean from its mouth. Master Roshi, we have returned. Wen Tianqi gazed at the giant sea turtle before him, a smile gracing his face as he mused. The sea turtle's eyes flickered, and it began to shake its head, slowly emerging from its shell. Will you assist me in finding the ocean? The sea turtle's gaze was fixed intently on Wen Tianqi. Certainly. Before Wen Tianqi could respond, Sun Wukong had already leaped up, joyfully agreeing. With a resigned glance at Sun Wukong, Wen Tianqi exchanged looks with Bulma and chose not to decline. Thus, 3 days later, shortly after departing, the sea turtle returned, accompanied by a bald, old man. Master Roshi, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, observing the elderly figure hastening toward them from the sea. Allow me to witness your prowess. Chapter 7. Battle with Master Roshi. Wow, this old gentleman is bald. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. He is merely bald. Bulma retorted, exasperated by Sun Wukong's reaction. It was only after the sea turtle's introduction that they realized this bald figure was none other than the illustrious god of martial arts. So it is the renowned Master Roshi. Wen Tianqi remarked, stifling a laugh at Master Roshi's eccentric attire. You are the god of martial arts, Master Roshi? Bulma inquired. Astonished. Indeed, Master Roshi replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong scrutinized Master Roshi with keen interest, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. Is Master Roshi truly the god of martial arts? Is he formidable? Suddenly, Wukong asked, puzzled. Most certainly formidable. Wen Tianqi chuckled and remarked, the god of martial arts, capable of defeating hundreds of martial experts single-handedly. How impressive! Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Ahem, more or less. The turtle sage's face beamed with pride as he smiled smugly. However, this god of martial arts has not made an appearance in quite some time. I must thank you for rescuing my sea turtle. I have heard from my family that the god of martial arts retreated long ago and seldom engages in competitions, Bulma interjected. Indeed. It has been quite some years since I last took action. The turtle sage nodded in affirmation. Wukong, your name is rather intriguing, much like your origins. The turtle sage praised. This name was bestowed upon me by my grandfather, who hoped I would comprehend the supreme martial way of the world. My grandfather's name is Sun Wufan. Wukong replied. Sun Wufan. The turtle sage inquired with a cough. Indeed. Sun Wukong nodded in confirmation. Next came the moment of familial recognition. Clearly, Sun Wukong intended to depart with the turtle sage. However, the esteemed disciple of Wu Taidu, the turtle sage, I wish to spar with you. Wen Tianqi suddenly addressed the turtle sage. Oh, young man, you dare to challenge me, the god of martial arts? Very well, quite commendable, the turtle sage replied nonchalantly. Yet he held a deep respect for Wen Tianqi's prowess. From the moment he arrived, the turtle sage sensed Wen Tianqi's distinctiveness. Within him resided immense power. And power is the foundation of martial arts. The mightier the warrior, the greater the strength. Thus, the turtle sage believed that Wen Tianqi's strength must also be formidable. Then I shall not hold back. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and said, Master Roshi, please. Very well, young one. I am eager to see the extent of your strength. Master Roshi replied with a subtle smile, then assumed a combat stance. You may make your move. Wen Tianqi also assumed a combat stance. With a resounding thud, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The turtle sage's turtle school fluid technique collided with Wen Tianqi's formidable physique, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the surrounding seawater hurling hundreds of meters away. Remarkable, yet your strength is indeed formidable. On that tumultuous day, the clash between the turtle sage and Wen Tianqi was akin to the upheaval of the heavens and the transformation of the winds. The entire surface of the sea trembled in response. Wow, I never anticipated that Brother Tianqi would be so powerful. Sun Wukong watched the two in astonishment. My Tianqi is incomparable to a wild child like you. Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration, although she was aware of Wen Tianqi's prowess. Witnessing him hold his own against the legendary martial arts deity, the turtle sage, left her utterly astounded. My discerning eye is truly remarkable. Meanwhile, under the radiant sunlight, the turtle sage and Wen Tianqi stood facing each other on an expansive stretch of land, their gazes resolute and their breath steady. The surrounding air seemed to congeal, saturated with a palpable tension, as if this confrontation were destined to unfold. The turtle sage's form appeared somewhat clumsy, yet each movement exuded a grace honed by the passage of time. His skin gleamed with a healthy luster, reminiscent of bronze polished by the years. Those tranquil eyes seemed capable of perceiving the essence of the heart, seeing through all facades. Behind him, a faint, ethereal glow enveloped his shoulders like a cloak. It was his signature secret technique, the turtle shell protection. Every time Wen Tianqi beheld the turtle sage's shell, he was enveloped in a profound sense of awkwardness. How burdensome it must be to carry such a massive shell upon one's back. As the two adversaries drew near, the battle commenced in earnest. Initially, it was a clash of physical might. An impact akin to that of mighty mountains erupted from their bodies, causing the ground to tremble as if unable to withstand such formidable force. The turtle sage's movements appeared languid, yet each strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Imbued with a profound gravitas, with every punch he unleashed, a potent wave of vital energy surged forth, as if he were tearing the very fabric of the air itself. Wen Tianqi, akin to a tempest, moved with such swiftness that it left spectators in a daze. His figure, illuminated by the sun, transformed into countless ephemeral shadows, each landing imbued with an astonishing vigor, as if he sought to sweep away all in his path. As the skirmish intensified, the two figures intertwined in the air, their speed rivaling that of lightning. The collision of their corporeal forms unleashed powerful waves of energy, as though they threatened to consume the very sand surrounding them. Such might, such prowess. Sun Wukong was utterly exhilarated. The formidable strength of Wen Tianqi and Master Roshi had left him in awe, rendering him a mere spectator in their presence. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at the clash with starry eyes, a mere mortal unaccustomed to such ferocity. Her heart brimmed with admiration for Wen Tianqi. Time seemed to lose all meaning as the battle raged on until, at last, it came to a close. It is finally over. When the dust settled, Wen Tianqi exhaled a long sigh of relief. The preceding conflict had left him utterly drained. "You are truly formidable," Master Roshi exclaimed, his countenance devoid of any signs of fatigue, instead radiating vitality, as if he too felt a sense of relief. "And you as well." Wen Tianqi gazed at the turtle sage with admiration and spoke, "Truly, you are the god of martial arts. You are the strongest among all I have encountered." He silently added to himself, "So far, at least, for those I have yet to meet do not count. Your potential is immense, and your future is boundless." The turtle sage, embodying an air of superiority, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yet, in a place unseen by the crowd, his fingers trembled ever so slightly. Wen Tianqi and Master Roshi did not declare a victor or a vanquished, and Bulma tactfully refrained from inquiring further. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong persisted in his pursuit of martial arts training, yet no one seemed available to attend to his aspirations. After a brief exchange among the group, Master Roshi, without much hesitation, directly entrusted his 3-star Dragon Ball to Wen Tianqi. Chapter 8. Bull Demon King City. Chi-Chi, thank you, Master Roshi. Wen Tianqi exclaimed with excitement. With this, he had gathered 4 Dragon Balls, the 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star orbs. "If you are earnest, you may accompany me in practicing martial arts. I shall share my knowledge of the martial way with you." Master Roshi chuckled, clearly holding Sun Wukong in high regard, possibly due to Gohan's influence. "All right, I will diligently study martial arts." Sun Wukong responded cheerfully after exchanging a glance with Wen Tianqi, who nodded in affirmation. "Wukong, you must not disappoint me." In the depths of his heart, Wen Tianqi silently pondered, "Master, I have a question that intrigues me. May I inquire?" At that moment, Wukong suddenly interjected. "Why do you carry such a large turtle shell?" The turtle sage, without uttering a word, merely greeted Wen Tianqi and Bulma, clearly disinterested in addressing Sun Wukong's query. "Wait for me, Master," Wukong exclaimed, chasing after Wen Tianqi, eager to clarify his curiosity. However, the turtle sage strode with a firm and resolute demeanor, moving swiftly, compelling Sun Wukong to ultimately relent. Thus, only Wen Tianqi and Bulma remained, continuing their journey in search of the Dragon Balls. Through this brief exchange with the turtle sage, Wen Tianqi gained a deeper understanding of the sage's formidable strength. Indeed, the turtle sage was extraordinarily powerful, especially at this stage, prior to the emergence of the Demon King Piccolo. "Let us continue our journey," Bulma cheerfully urged Wen Tianqi. "All right, let us activate the Dragon Ball radar and hop in." With a flick of his fingers, Wen Tianqi summoned a capsule that transformed into an off-road vehicle with a pop. No matter how often he witnessed this miraculous technology, it never failed to evoke immense envy within him. He had once aspired to study and master it, but after just 10 minutes of listening to Bulma, he resolutely abandoned the idea, realizing the insurmountable chasm between the academically inclined and the less fortunate. 3 days later, Wen Tianqi and Bulma located Granny Paozi, and through a cordial dialogue, they acquired the 6-star ball. Furthermore, Wen Tianqi welcomed a new ally, Oolong. Little Oolong, from this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. If I falter in any way, do not hesitate to speak up, and let this elder brother ensure your satisfaction. Oolong, kneeling with excitement, replied, "Thank you, boss." The following day, they encountered Yamcha. As Wen Tianqi beheld the man before him, vivid memories of Yamcha's iconic moments flooded his mind. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yamcha, upon catching sight of Bulma, was overtaken by his phobia of women. Yamcha cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Oh dear, Master Yamcha. His pet cat, Poor, panicked and had no choice but to implore Wen Tianqi, "Please, save Master Yamcha. I beg you. In exchange, you must become my pet cat." Wen Tianqi chuckled mischievously. "Very well. As long as you save Master Yamcha, I shall grant you anything you desire." Poor replied, tears streaming down its face. "How dull. I was merely trying to scare you," Wen Tianqi scoffed. Then swiftly took the calming agent from Bulma and administered it to Yamcha. With a yelp, Yamcha leaped 3 feet into the air, yet the phobia dissipated instantly. Thank you, Wen Tianqi," he exclaimed gratefully. Yamcha gazed at Wen Tianqi with gratitude, suddenly realizing that this young man before him was entirely different from the Yamcha he had previously envisioned. "No worries, we are friends after all. By the way, I still do not know your name," Wen Tianqi inquired. "I am Yamcha," he replied, displaying a dazzling smile with his pearly white teeth. "You have saved my life, Tianqi. Henceforth, I shall accompany you." "No, you should seek." Wen Tianqi recounted the tale of the turtle hermit, urging the naive lad to train alongside son Wukong. Observing Yamcha's departing figure, Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, thinking, "Very well, I shall hasten your progress." "Tianqi, where shall we venture next?" The Dragon Ball radar showed no signs of activity. Bulma gazed quizzically at the device in her hand. "Never mind, let us forge ahead. We shall inevitably locate the Dragon Balls," Wen Tianqi confidently proclaimed. "Very well." Bulma replied with a hint of resignation. "Then let us continue our journey. If we have yet to discover the Dragon Balls, we shall pay a visit to Master Roshi." "No problem," came the response. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, "Let us embark on our journey. Our next destination is Frying Pan Mountain. Chi-Chi, I am coming." A few days later, Bulma gazed in astonishment at the distant mountains ablaze with flames, her mouth agape. "The mountains are actually on fire here," she exclaimed. "This is Frying Pan Mountain, and that is the city of the Bull Demon King," Wen Tianqi informed Bulma. "What? This is the city of the Bull Demon King? How do you know that?" Bulma inquired, her surprise evident. "I have visited this place before and resided here for a time, which is how I came to know it," he replied. Wen Tianqi gazed at the astonished Bulma and smiled. "All right. Our destination, the Bull Demon King's castle. Let us embark." The houses lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, a thick layer of ash blanketing them. Bulma surveyed the desolate landscape, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could such a fierce fire have ravaged this place? In the blink of an eye, it has transformed into this." "Let me take a look," Wen Tianqi said, lifting his eyelids to survey the scene. Suddenly, from the debris emerged the Bull Demon King, who regarded Wen Tianqi with suspicion and inquired, "Who are you?" "Who am I? Hee. I am the one who just assisted in extinguishing the flames." Wen Tianqi smiled. "Well, I am aware of this." The expression on the Bull Demon King's face shifted abruptly, becoming somewhat awkward, as a charming young girl emerged from behind. "Chi-Chi." Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with delight, exclaiming, "So adorable." Upon catching sight of Wen Tianqi's handsome visage, Chi-Chi felt a twinge of shyness, lowering her head. An adversary. A hint of enmity surfaced on Bulma's face, as her intuition as a woman warned her that the charming girl in the helmet before her would inevitably become her rival. What lies within the ruins? Suddenly, Bulma inquired with curiosity. The Ox King and Chi-Chi, taken aback, turned their heads in surprise. The 7-star ball, Wen Tianqi, filled with joy, was about to approach when several peculiar creatures emerged. It was none other than the gang of Pilaf. "Ha ha, King Pilaf, We have seized the Dragon Balls. The Pilaf gang danced with exuberance, brimming with excitement. Dare to take my Dragon Balls? Let me show you how I shall deal with you. Wen Tianqi slowly advanced, a wicked smile curling upon his lips, disdainfully uttering his words. Chapter 9. The Emergence of the Divine Dragon. A wish unfulfilled. The Pilaf gang was instantly incensed, charging towards Wen Tianqi. Humph, truly courting death. Wen Tianqi let out a cold laugh and kicked forward. With a resounding thud, Pilaf and his gang were sent flying. What? You dare to harm us? Pilaf shouted furiously. Brothers, charge. I will tear his flesh apart and drink his blood. The lackeys behind Pilaf surged forward. Humph, utterly deluded. Holding all the Dragon Balls, Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, having sent that troop of clowns, led by Pilaf, into oblivion. Wow, Tianqi, we have finally gathered all the Dragon Balls. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, her youthful exuberance radiating in her every leap. Hee hee, Bulma, what wish do you intend to make? Wen Tianqi responded with equal delight, turning to her. After all, the Dragon Balls would reappear in a year's time, and gathering them again would pose little challenge. For in this era, no one could surpass Wen Tianqi's might. I have no wishes left, Bulma mused, recalling her earlier desire for a handsome bow, but upon gazing at Wen Tianqi, she smiled blissfully. With him by her side, she no longer felt the need for the Dragon Balls. Nearby, the Ox King and Chi-Chi looked on in bewilderment, silently observing Wen Tianqi's display. Ah, there are still others present. Let us take our leave, Wen Tianqi declared, pulling Bulma into the vehicle and waving farewell to the Ox King and Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, I shall return to find you. He laughed heartily, departing under Bulma's jealous gaze. You little rascal, do not think your triumph over the flames grants you any pride. The Ox King fumed, yet upon recalling Wen Tianqi's formidable strength, he begrudgingly halted. Chi-Chi, pay no mind to that little brat. You are. The Ox King trailed off, noticing Chi-Chi gazing dreamily in the direction Wen Tianqi had vanished, her dazed expression adorably charming. On a desolate expanse of grass, Wen Tianqi retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls from Bulma's bag, arranging them meticulously upon the ground. 1-star ball, 2-star ball, 3-star ball, 4-star ball, 5-star ball, 6-star ball, 7-star ball. There we are. Arise, Shenron. Wen Tianqi took a deep breath, then spread his arms wide, his expression brimming with excitement. Suddenly, a radiant light flashed, and a blinding shadow surged forth from the Dragon Ball, hovering before Wen Tianqi. The divine dragon gradually ascended from the Dragon Ball, its colossal form adorned with shimmering golden scales, exuding an aura of inviolable majesty. Wen Tianqi burst into laughter and exclaimed, "The divine dragon!" Ha ha! The divine dragon slowly lowered its head, fixing its gaze upon Wen Tianqi, and then began to speak softly. State your wish, and I shall grant it. Any wish. The divine dragon emphasized this once more. Wow, is this truly the divine dragon? It is magnificent. Bulma gazed in astonishment at the colossal being in the sky. Any wish. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he contemplated for a moment, and then suddenly addressed the divine dragon. I wish to return to my homeland. Upon hearing this, the divine dragon's enormous eyes glimmered with a crimson hue, and it buzzed. Your wish shall be fulfilled. Suddenly, the divine dragon fell silent. Wen Tianqi gazed anxiously at the divine dragon, yearning to ascertain whether he could return to his original world. I am sorry, but this wish is beyond my power, the divine dragon replied, maintaining an aloof demeanor, though the words it uttered carried an air of helplessness. Not able to return to my original world? Does that mean I can never go back to my previous existence? Wen Tianqi inquired anxiously. As long as your strength reaches a certain realm, you will be able to manifest your desires and return to your original world. The divine dragon gently turned its head, speaking coolly. When will I be able to return? Wen Tianqi inquired with great urgency. I do not know, the dragon responded with a persistent hum. What a disappointment. I had thought it could grant any wish. Yet it seems that is not the case. Bulma expressed her dissatisfaction. Wen Tianqi had once recounted tales of his homeland to her, and she had never imagined that the wish-granting dragon would be so limited. Well, perhaps one must attain formidable strength and rise to the pinnacle of power in this world to achieve such wishes. The dragon turned its gaze towards Bulma, expressing a hint of difficulty in its voice. Pinnacle of power? Then when shall I become such a formidable being? Wen Tianqi, somewhat distressed, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself. Is it this Earth, the Milky Way, or the entire universe? Or perhaps beyond the universe? reaching the realm of the Supreme King or the Divine Official. When, then, will such a moment arrive? Speak your wish. The dragon urged once more. Very well. I shall choose another. I desire the ability to teleport. Wen Tianqi said with a slight grimace. The dragon, previously exuding an air of majesty, momentarily faltered, awkwardly replying. That wish is beyond my capabilities as well. Oh dear, you are truly a lackluster dragon. Bulma exclaimed, sticking out her tongue and making a face at the dragon, questioning its prowess as a wish-granting entity. Meanwhile, Bulma wondered to herself how Tianqi had come up with such peculiar desires. Is teleportation truly impossible? Wen Tianqi displayed no visible dissatisfaction. After all, this was merely his attempt at a feat that transcended the capabilities of mere mortals, instantaneous movement. Such a notion seemed reasonable enough. Now, grant me and Bulma the bloodline of the Saiyans. This should be a simple task, don't you think? Wen Tianqi pondered for a moment before addressing the dragon. Son Goku is on Earth. Acquiring Saiyan blood should be no problem, right? Despite having the system to enhance his abilities, ever since he began watching Dragon Ball, Wen Tianqi had held a profound admiration for the Super Saiyans. Given the opportunity, how could he not seize it? The Saiyan bloodline is feasible, but it can only be bestowed upon one individual, the dragon replied. Its two enormous eyes flashing with crimson light as it spoke to Wen Tianqi. Tianqi, you may make your wish first. I do not desire the Saiyan bloodline. I have no need to wish. Bulma, overwhelmed with emotion, said to Wen Tianqi, tears of excitement glistening in her eyes. Ahem, very well. Next time, I shall wish for you to possess the Saiyan bloodline as well. Do not refuse, Bulma. The future holds countless dangers, and I cannot always be by your side. I wish for you to possess formidable strength to protect yourself and your family. Wen Tianqi said solemnly to Bulma, gently lifting his hand to smooth her silky hair. Reflecting on the terrifying entities that might arise in the future, Wen Tianqi resolved to grant Bulma a new physical bloodline, enabling her to cultivate her strength. Chapter 10. Continuing to wish, Saiyan bloodline Tianqi. Bulma exclaimed, tears flowing freely, as she embraced Wen Tianqi. Ah, your tears. Wen Tianqi exclaimed, exasperated. Bulma, please wipe your face. In the sky, the dragon observed the affectionate exchange between the two with a sense of bemusement. Your wish has been granted, it stated flatly, and its entire being radiated a brilliant light. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi felt an unusual change within his body. Soon, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within, filling him entirely, as if it might burst forth from him entirely. What is this? Wen Tianqi was somewhat astonished. Such power was beyond his current grasp. However, he quickly suppressed these thoughts, reminding himself that without reaching his limits, recklessness would only lead to perilous consequences. I truly possess the bloodline of a Saiyan. Wen Tianqi clenched his fist, filled with exhilaration. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, as if something had shattered. Before Wen Tianqi could react, it transformed into 7 luminous orbs, ready to scatter in all directions. Alas, Wen Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that upon the dragon's wish, it would subsequently divide into 7 Dragon Balls. Moreover, he had previously promised son Wukong that he would return his grandfather's 4-star ball, as well as Bulma's 2-star ball. With this thought in mind, Wen Tianqi sprang into action, his gaze firmly fixed on the luminous orbs. At that moment, his attention was sharply drawn to a particular orb, adorned with intricate patterns on its surface, coming into his line of sight. It is you. Without a hint of hesitation, Wen Tianqi reached out directly towards the glowing sphere. With a joyful smile, Wen Tianqi felt a surge of exhilaration. In an instant, a luminous orb found its way into his grasp. And just as it was on the verge of transforming into stone, for faintly shimmering stars flickered twice. The 4-star ball. A chuckle escaped Wen Tianqi's lips. Without hesitation, he reached out once more, and another orb, adorned with intricate patterns, materialized in his hand. Upon this orb rested 2 stars, the illustrious 2-star ball belonging to Bulma. Eager for more, he lunged towards the star again. However, this time, his grasp met with emptiness. The remaining Dragon Balls vanished into thin air, leaving him holding a stone sphere similarly embellished with complex engravings. It was indeed the 2-star ball. With a thud, Wen Tianqi landed beside Bulma. Tianqi, what is this? Bulma gazed in astonishment at the stone sphere in his hands. Here, Bulma, this is the 2-star ball, and it rightfully belongs to you. Wen Tianqi tilted his head and smiled, offering a stone ball to Bulma. Thank you, Tianqi. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Wen Tianqi's embrace. Cradling the now petrified two-star ball, feeling a wave of sweetness wash over her. "Oh, Tianqi, how come you have another one?" Bulma inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice as she noticed the other stone ball in his hand. "This is the 4-star ball. I promised Goku I would return this Dragon Ball, which belonged to his grandfather. Unfortunately, I had hoped to collect a few more Dragon Balls, but that endeavor was unsuccessful." Wen Tianqi sighed, a trace of regret evident in his tone, as if he deemed himself somewhat greedy. "It's all right. We have the Dragon Radar. In a year, we can set out to gather them again," Bulma reassured him. "Indeed, you're right. My strength will greatly increase. Come, let us deliver the Dragon Ball to Goku." Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement. "Yes, but after delivering the Dragon Ball to Goku, you must return home with me, as you previously promised." Bulma pouted playfully at Wen Tianqi. "Very well, I promise you. After visiting Goku, I shall return home with you." Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement. "Wonderful." Upon hearing his words, Bulma joyfully exclaimed, leaping down from Wen Tianqi's embrace, and then followed him towards the nearby off-road vehicle. "By the way, Bulma, when you summon the dragon, what wish do you intend to make?" As Wen Tianqi drove, he inquired of Bulma. "Well, I should be able to transform into one just like yours. At that time, I too shall become a Super Saiyan, and together we can journey to Namek." Bulma replied with delight. Previously, she had listened to numerous tales from Wen Tianqi about the universe, including the planet Vegeta, the Super Saiyans, and the mystical Dragon Balls of Namek. "Indeed, I have faith in you. You will surely be able to achieve it." Wen Tianqi nodded, then pressed the accelerator to the floor. The off-road vehicle surged forward into the distance. 2 months later, Wen Tianqi and Bulma drove through the grand streets of West City. "Wow, is this truly West City? It is absolutely stunning." Wen Tianqi, like a naive country bumpkin, gazed in awe at his surroundings. Indeed, West City is the largest city in the Western region and the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Company. The buildings you see here are all constructed in the architectural style of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma explained as she navigated the vehicle. "And these cars? Such an abundance of transportation. It is truly magnificent." Wen Tianqi gazed in astonishment at the swiftly passing vehicles beside Bulma. "What exactly does this capsule corporation do?" he inquired. Bulma elucidated, "Of course, we are currently riding in a hover car, a vehicle permitted to enter the city." Wen Tianqi continued to inquire. "The Universal Capsule Company is a firm dedicated to the creation of universal capsules. It also functions as a commercial organization, akin to a large conglomerate in our world. Well, it could be regarded as the largest company globally." Bulma pondered for a moment before responding to Wen Tianqi. "Bulma, it seems that the Universal Capsule Company is a family enterprise, is it not?" Wen Tianqi suddenly asked with curiosity. He indeed. The chairman of the Universal Capsule Company, Dr. Brief, is my father." Bulma proudly lifted her charming face. "Impressive. How fortunate I am, Bulma. I shall rely on you from now on. After all, your father is the wealthiest man in the world." Wen Tianqi exclaimed in feigned astonishment, though he was already aware of these facts. He felt it necessary to display an expression of surprise, as one must indulge a young lady. As the car progressed, Wen Tianqi and Bulma finally arrived at the entrance of a splendid large residence. Bulma's home was vast, spacious enough to accommodate a zoo, characterized by a grand, dome-like structure. In the entire West capital, houses of this design were fairly commonplace. "Wow, Dad!" Bulma suddenly exclaimed with delight, standing up in the car. Chapter 11, West Capital. Bulma's mansion. The individual before them was. Wen Tianqi gradually halted the vehicle, gazing at a peculiar-looking person not far away. Indeed, they appeared somewhat eccentric, disheveled hair, oversized black-rimmed glasses, and a standard white lab coat. Dr. Brief. He is arguably the most brilliant individual in this world. He invented the universal capsule, significantly advancing the progress of human civilization. The many convenient devices and various electronic machines used during Bulma's adventures were all crafted by him. A true genius. "Bulma, you have finally returned, my precious daughter." Before Dr. Brief could speak, Mrs. Brief excitedly rushed out and embraced Bulma. "Mom," Bulma joyfully responded. Having not seen her family for a long time, though she missed them dearly, she understood that she had grown up and must be sensible. Naturally, she began to act affectionately, wrapping her arms around her mother's neck and gently shaking her little head as the family happily returned home. Observing their harmonious family dynamic, Wen Tianqi felt a warm sensation. This was what family meant. This was life. Ahem. Dr. Brief cleared his throat and said, "This is..." "Oh, hello? I am Wen Tianqi." Wen Tianqi took the initiative to extend his hand and said with delight. Brief gazed at Wen Tianqi for an extended moment. And the more he looked, the more he felt that this young man possessed an extraordinary charm, reminiscent of someone he could not quite recall. "Hello, I am Brief." "Doctor." Brief also politely extended his hand. Wen Tianqi hastily grasped the hand, nodding in respectful greeting, for this was none other than his future father-in-law. "Ha! Come in quickly. Everyone is eagerly awaiting you," Madame Brief exclaimed with a smile. As a woman, she possessed a deeper insight than Dr. Brief, as it was evident that her daughter had already bestowed her heart upon this handsome young man. Furthermore, she held a very favorable opinion of Wen Tianqi. "Very well, very well." Wen Tianqi responded and followed Mrs. Brief into their home, which was truly a haven of warmth. Previously, he had believed that adults need not engage and play with children. He had grown accustomed to solitude. Suddenly, finding himself in such a welcoming abode, he felt somewhat out of place. Indeed, they were a family filled with affection. Upon entering, a small black cat appeared, exuding an aura of charm that captivated Wen Tianqi, who gazed at it intently. With a sudden leap, the little black cat bounded onto Dr. Brief's shoulder. Mrs. Brief chuckled and reassured him, saying, "This is Dr. Brief's little pet. You need not worry, it does not scratch." As she affectionately stroked the cat's head, Lily purred contentedly, meowing joyfully in response. Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips, but then he froze. Meow, meow, meow. The little black cat clawed at Mrs. Brief's hand, leaving 2 conspicuous red marks. "Oh, Mrs. Brief, please take your wretched black cat away." Mrs. Brief was quite furious. Wen Tianqi felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Indeed, Mrs. Brief was a woman, utterly lacking in reason. Ironically, Mr. Brief wore an expression of indulgence, which was truly beyond words. The cat was merely playing, not intending to harm anyone. Yet this astute woman failed to comprehend that women are, without a doubt, peculiar beings. However, it is of little consequence. She is simply in a foul mood, which is quite normal. Wen Tianqi spoke gently, his smile somewhat inscrutable. "Please, have a seat. I shall fetch you a drink," Bulma said with a smile, before gracefully turning and making her way to the dining area. Wen Tianqi sat upon the plush sofa, his mind reeling from the breathtaking sights he had just witnessed. The opulence of this mansion was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The golden exterior, the marble steps, and the towering arched portico all exuded an air of grandeur. The fragrance of fresh flowers wafting from the entrance evoked the essence of springtime. In his previous life, such a place was beyond the realm of imagination. The spacious living room, with its lofty ceilings, resplendent chandeliers, and inviting sofas, emanated an atmosphere of exquisite comfort and nobility. He beheld Bulma and her family relishing their joyful moments together, their laughter and conversation infusing the room with warmth and happiness. "In this lifetime, let me be your guardian," Wen Tianqi silently vowed, acknowledging that this splendid mansion was indeed a privilege he intended to enjoy as well. Contemplating this, he noticed Bulma entering the kitchen and decided to follow her. Upon stepping into the kitchen, he was greeted by an enormous oven, a state-of-the-art refrigerator, and an array of expensive culinary equipment. Such devices were entirely foreign to him, and he found himself at a loss regarding their operation. He observed Bulma adeptly preparing a meal, her movements swift and skillful, leaving him in awe. "This is a new technology oven," Bulma exclaimed with a smile, introducing it to Wen Tianqi. "Remarkable," he thought, giving a thumbs up. Although he had never encountered such an oven before, its purpose was crystal clear to him. With a few button presses from Bulma, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat filled the air. It seems this oven possesses quite impressive capabilities. Wen Tianqi pondered thoughtfully. Subsequently, Bulma seemed to demonstrate something, then turned to Wen Tianqi and said, "All right, I leave these meats in your capable hands for you to sample. Now, let us proceed to dinner. My mother must have prepared other dishes." Bulma took Wen Tianqi by the hand and led him to the dining room. "Oh, where have my parents gone? To the laboratory?" Bulma suddenly appeared taken aback and said to Wen Tianqi, "Let us eat first. There is no need to mind them." They exchanged smiles, and Bulma warmly guided him to the dining table, which was laden with an array of delectable dishes, exuding enticing aromas that tantalized the senses. Grilled steaks, seafood platters, exquisite desserts, and a bottle of aged red wine all seemed to showcase Bulma's wealth and refined taste before Wen Tianqi, the world's richest. A super wealthy lady. Observing Bulma's stunning beauty and the opulence of the mansion, Wen Tianqi fell into a moment of silence. What's wrong? Tianqi, do enjoy your meal. Everything here is prepared for you. All right. Thank you, Bulma. They savored the sumptuous food amidst cheerful conversations, as Bulma recounted amusing tales from her childhood, while Wen Tianqi shared his travel experiences. The fireplace in the dining room cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces and reflecting the blissful smiles they wore. Chapter 12. Training in the Gravity Room School. After dinner, they moved to the living room, settling onto the spacious sofa. Bulma crafted a cocktail for them, the subtle fruitiness intertwining with the aroma of the spirits, creating a romantic ambience. They engaged in discussions about life, aspirations, and the future, their eyes shimmering with love and anticipation for what lay ahead. In the future, our family will live happily here, and you will strive alongside me. One to you? After taking a sip of her drink, she inquired, gazing at Wen Tianqi. Of course, I will certainly put forth my utmost effort. Wen Tianqi smiled in response, secretly contemplating that he would become the most powerful man in the world. This man is truly remarkable. He is my idol, thought Bulma. To ensure that our family enjoys a better life, we must strive even harder. With this thought in mind, she gazed at Wen Tianqi and resolutely declared, "Let us work together." With a smile, Wen Tianqi responded. Over the next few days, Bulma accompanied him on a delightful exploration of the West capital, admiring its splendid scenery and savoring exquisite wines. They meandered through the bustling streets and alleyways, indulging in a plethora of goods and relishing their time together. As they strolled through the charming locales, the sun gradually descended, ushering in the night, where the city came alive with vibrant lights. Bulma enlisted her father's assistance to construct a gravity chamber, where Wen Tianqi experienced an unprecedented gravitational force. The chamber, shrouded in shadows, revealed a return to reality when he peered inside. So this is gravity, he mused. This gravity chamber was remarkably unique. Crafted from a special metal that produced a potent gravitational field, capable of simulating various gravitational environments to aid Wen Tianqi in adapting to different conditions. With the chamber's assistance, he commenced rigorous training. He began with weight training, progressively adding resistance to enhance his muscle strength. Concurrently, he engaged in an array of exercises including running, jumping, and throwing. After a period of diligent practice, Wen Tianqi's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His muscles became more defined and his strength and endurance significantly improved. His reaction speed and agility also saw considerable enhancement. Truly, he is my man, the strongest indeed, Bulma thought, beaming with pride as she observed his growing prowess. Contentedly, she placed a pillow behind him, leaning against his side while admiring the stunning view. My man, you must become even stronger, she silently vowed. Subsequently, Bulma returned to her laboratory, intent on refining the Dragon Ball radar to facilitate Wen Tianqi's future quests for the Dragon Balls. On her lab table lay a dim, fist-sized stone orb, the two-star ball that Wen Tianqi had previously acquired. I must also strive harder, she remarked with a smile at the worn two-star ball, immersing herself in her work. In the gravity chamber, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the low hum of the gravity device and Wen Tianqi's steady breaths. Standing on the circular platform clad in a black bodysuit, his muscular form was clearly defined. His gaze was resolute, as if he could penetrate the heavy metal walls and gaze into the world beyond. Wen Tianqi took a deep breath. His hands clenched tightly as he prepared to commence his cultivation. His body began to emanate an overwhelming aura, as if it could bring the very passage of time within the room to a standstill. Suddenly, his physique jolted violently, every muscle tautening instantaneously, as though he were striving to extract every ounce of power from within. With a sudden stamp of his feet upon the platform, a surge of formidable energy erupted, reverberating through the surrounding air with a resonant hum. The roar of the gravitational apparatus intensified, and beams of crimson light gushed forth from the device, casting a vivid scarlet hue throughout the entire chamber. Wen Tianqi's body began to descend gradually, each descent accompanied by a fierce roar. His form incessantly endured the oppressive force of gravity, muscles stretching and compressing relentlessly as powerful energies coursed through him, inflicting unprecedented agony upon his being. Yet, Wen Tianqi showed no sign of retreat. His eyes radiated unwavering determination and tenacity. I shall become stronger, possessing the lineage of the Saiyans and the system. I will surpass everyone. Cell and Majin Buu are nothing compared to me. I aim to transcend the god of destruction and defeat the Omni King and the Grand Priest. The thunderous roar of the gravity device grew ever louder, as if providing a symphonic backdrop to Wen Tianqi's arduous training. The crimson beams intensified, enveloping the entire chamber in an aura of mystique. The aura of Wen Tianqi grows increasingly formidable, as his body seemingly undergoes a profound metamorphosis through the crucible of suffering, becoming ever more resilient and powerful. It is a striking tableau, a valiant warrior who endures agony in relentless pursuit of greater strength. In the crimson beams of light, Wen Tianqi's figure appeared even taller and more formidable. Although he was uncertain of his exact combat prowess, he speculated that he would soon surpass the turtle hermit entirely, perhaps in 6 months, perhaps a year. It would not be long. However, an unforeseen event shattered Wen Tianqi's plans. What? School has commenced. He gazed at Bulma before him, clad in the uniform of West City High School, holding another set in her hands. The uniform featured a suit-like design predominantly in deep blue, exuding an air of composure and formality. The jacket was a fitted double-breasted coat, adorned with a small bow at the collar, adding a touch of sweetness. Beneath it lay a crisp white shirt, the contrast at the neckline rendering it exceptionally neat. The lower garment consisted of a black pleated skirt, resting just above the knee, accentuating the elegance of her legs. In terms of accessories, girls typically opted for a black or deep blue necktie, complemented by a matching belt. Additionally, they would wear a pair of black or white Mary Jane shoes, which lent an exquisite finish to the ensemble. Altogether, the uniform radiated a sense of tidiness, grace, and elegance, embodying the youth and vitality of high school girls. Gulp. Wen Tianqi instinctively swallowed hard. Bulma, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit, he praised, admiring the exquisite design of her school uniform. Hee, Tianqi, stop flattering me, really. Here, this is your school uniform. Bulma replied with a shy smile, her dimples appearing ever so slightly. My uniform? Chapter 13. Wen Tianqi is going to school too. I'm going to school as well, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, astonished as he questioned Bulma, finally understanding why she was holding a boy-esque school uniform. Of course. Just look at your current situation. If you don't attend school, what will you do? Are you planning to remain like this forever? Bulma lamented about Wen Tianqi's present circumstances. Wen Tianqi was at a loss for words, realizing that he indeed had no idea what to do next. All right, Tianqi. Bulma tossed the school uniform into his hands, urging him, hurry up and change. We're going to West City High together. Reluctantly, Wen Tianqi began to remove his clothes, gradually donning the boy-esque uniform that Bulma had given him. Now, this looks much more like a boy. Upon seeing his reflection in the mirror, Wen Tianqi remarked, and Bulma joyfully chimed in. Indeed, our Tianqi truly shines. Her infatuation was unmistakable, radiating from her every expression. All right, let us go. As Wen Tianqi spoke, he gently urged Bulma outside. Today, they were destined for school. Lost in thought, Bulma, being guided by Wen Tianqi, had already drifted to the vibrant life that awaited her at West City High. Surely, her classmates would be filled with envy. As Bulma and Wen Tianqi sped along the highway, the silhouette of West City High grew increasingly vivid before them. Wen Tianqi gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed intently ahead, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. In his former life, he had never experienced such novelty. A 30-year-old man's soul was about to embark on the journey of attending high school. Shiji City High School stands as the pinnacle of educational institutions in Shiji City, boasting comprehensive facilities and exceptional teaching standards, with numerous students gaining admission to prestigious universities each year. Nestled in the heart of Shiji City, this vibrant and historically rich school is encircled by sturdy, solemn walls that seem to narrate the countless years and youthful exuberance it has witnessed. Each day, during the bustling hours of arrival and dismissal, students passing through the towering iron gates seem to pulse with the very life of the school. The campus is expansive, featuring modern teaching buildings, well-equipped sports facilities, and cozy student dormitories. In such an environment, students learn and grow, reaping boundless wisdom and joy. When the school bell tolls, students orderly enter their classrooms, clad in immaculate uniforms, embodying a rigorous academic demeanor. The teachers, endowed with experience and fervor, deliver clear explanations that facilitate the student's grasp of knowledge. A particularly notable feature of this school is its laboratory, filled with an array of advanced experimental apparatus. Here, students engage in a multitude of experiments, delving into the mysteries of science. Upon completing their experiments, they meticulously record their findings in notebooks for future reference. In summary, Shiji City High School is an exceptional institution. As Wen Tianqi and Bulma arrived at the gates of Shiji City High School, a considerable number of students had already emerged from the entrance. The two stepped out of the vehicle and stood quietly to the side, awaiting the arrival of more students. "So, Tianqi, which class are you in?" Bulma inquired, glancing at the buildings opposite the school. I am uncertain about the location of our classroom." Wen Tianqi glanced at the building opposite the school. Though it stood at a considerable distance, it was evident that it was the teaching building for the first-year students. "Indeed, our class is the fourth class of the first year," Wen Tianqi remarked. "Class 1, grade 4? It seems to be on the second floor." Bulma gazed at the distant teaching building and replied, "Indeed, let us go take a look." With that, Wen Tianqi took the lead towards the adjacent building. "Wait for me, Tianqi," Bulma exclaimed, hastening to match his pace. Before long, they arrived at the doorway of Class 1, Grade 4. "Ah, this must be the place," Wen Tianqi declared, observing the classroom before him. Above the door hung a large sign reading Class 1, Grade 4. "Yes, this is indeed the spot," Bulma confirmed, her eyes fixed on the sign at the entrance. Wen Tianqi gazed upon the classroom before him, where a sign above the door read Class 4, Year 1. A considerable number of students had already gathered within. "All right, let us venture inside." With that, Wen Tianqi stepped into the classroom ahead of the others. Yes, Tianqi. I shall join you," exclaimed Bulma, following closely behind him. Inside the classroom, many students were already seated, and a lively chatter filled the air. "Wow, that boy is quite handsome. Who is that girl? She's so beautiful." The sound of excited conversations echoed from the students. Suddenly, the rhythmic sound of footsteps indicated the arrival of the teacher. Moments later, a voice rang out. "All right, everyone, please quiet down." A middle-aged woman with a sprinkling of gray in her hair and numerous wrinkles on her face stood at the podium, dressed in a professional attire. She appeared well-maintained and full of vigor. As she surveyed the class with her keen eyes, the students quickly fell silent. "I am aware that you are all curious. Today, we welcome a new student, Wen Tianqi, who will be joining you in your studies. I expect you to treat him kindly and assist one another," the middle-aged teacher declared. "First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Weiniang, and I am your homeroom teacher," she stated with a serious demeanor as she looked over the students. "Now, let us commence our lesson." The class swiftly progressed, and as Wen Tianqi engaged in conversation with Bulma, the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson. "All right, that concludes today's class. You may all leave," Lin Weiniang announced. "Finally, class is over." Bulma stood up and exclaimed, "Yes, let us head back." Wen Tianqi said, "See you tomorrow." Bulma smiled and greeted her classmates. With that, Bulma left the classroom alongside Wen Tianqi. On their way home, Wen Tianqi and Bulma encountered numerous students. Upon seeing Bulma walking alongside Wen Tianqi, the students could not help but steal a few more glances. After all, Bulma was renowned as the school beauty, and many students had fantasized about engaging her in conversation. Some even yearned for her phone number. But how could that be permissible? Wen Tianqi was immediately filled with rage. Chapter 14. Bulma acquires Saiyan bloodline. Power increases. It is indeed a vexing predicament to possess such beauty. However, all those individuals were repelled by Wen Tianqi. Even those few who dared to challenge him found themselves easily defeated by the mere flick of his finger. How can this Wen Tianqi be so formidable? "I am merely a minor expert from the northeastern region of the West City, yet I cannot withstand even a single finger from him. This fellow is utterly arrogant." Those who were left battered and bruised contemplated seeking an opportunity to teach Wen Tianqi a lesson. Of course, they only dared to harbor such thoughts in secret. Should Wen Tianqi truly unleash his wrath upon them, their school would likely be razed to the ground. At Bulma's residence, Wen Tianqi entered the gravity chamber to train, while Bulma continued her work on developing the Dragon Ball radar. Gravity chamber, activate. With Wen Tianqi's command, the gravitational force within the room surged dramatically. Under such immense pressure, the human body's capabilities would be severely strained, leading to various physical challenges. "What kind of gravity is this? I can scarcely endure it," although the maximum enhancement of this gravity is only threefold. This method of training can elevate one's physical strength by at least 3 times. Truly, this is the world of Dragon Ball. The effectiveness of such training is nothing short of terrifying. As Wen Tianqi continued his relentless training, the effects of the system within him escalated further. Coupled with the dual enhancement from the Saiyan bloodline, his combat power was rising at an alarming rate. At this pace, it won't be long before my combat power reaches a terrifying level. By then, who would dare to provoke me? Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, feeling invigorated by his surging power. Although Bulma had yet to develop a combat power detector, Wen Tianqi surmised that his current strength must have surpassed that of Master Roshi. In just a year, he estimated he would likely exceed Tian Xinhan, who was still among the elite in strength at that time. The gap between him and the formidable Piccolo daimyo was also narrowing. Thus, 6 months passed. On May 7th, 750, the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. However, Wen Tianqi had no intention of participating. In this event, Master Roshi, under the alias Chenlong, would seize the championship. A group of fighters with a measly power level of 5 failed to pique his interest. Piccolo daimyo was his primary target, and he would crush him with the might of a thunderstorm. Wen Tianqi's eyes shone brightly, for his ambition was to become the future Majin Buu. This is precisely why he had no intention of participating in the competition. With a clear objective in mind, Wen Tianqi embarked on a new training regimen, and with Bulma's unwavering support, his strength ascended to an entirely new level. Indeed, this extraordinary approach to training proved to be remarkably effective. Wen Tianqi brimmed with confidence. With such formidable strength, why should he involve himself in these matters? Humph. With a low exclamation, Wen Tianqi commenced his training. As 2.5 years elapsed, within the gravity chamber, Wen Tianqi and Bulma engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with relentless intensity. Bulma, augmented by nearly 3 times the gravity, experienced a remarkable enhancement in both her strength and speed, rendering her combat prowess truly formidable. Last year, Wen Tianqi once again gathered the Dragon Balls and wished for Bulma to inherit Saiyan blood. Consequently, Bulma was able to train alongside Wen Tianqi, continuously elevating her power within the gravity chamber. With the acquisition of Saiyan blood and the full assistance of the system in enhancing his abilities, Wen Tianqi has significantly elevated his strength to an unprecedented level. He now perceives himself as invincible in this world, in the present timeline on Earth. Though your power is formidable, I shall not concede defeat. Bulma, feeling the pressure from Wen Tianqi, is ignited with a spirit of rivalry. Yet, she remains no match for him. The disparity in strength is far too great. He chuckles. Ah, Bulma, your power has indeed surged rapidly. Grasping Bulma's delicate hand, the outcome is already decided. Humph, I cannot overcome you. Alas, Bulma sighs, feigning disappointment. Fear not, with your Saiyan heritage, your strength will continue to grow. Wen Tianqi reassures her, while contemplating bringing Chi-Chi and Launch along next time, wishing to protect these remarkable women. Tianqi, do you plan to venture out this time? Bulma inquires, handing him a glass of juice. Indeed, I am off to seek out son Wukong and the others. Wen Tianqi responded softly, intending to seek out son Wukong. Yet he had no intention of doing so at present. Son Wukong was merely a guise. His true destination lay within the legendary Korin Tower. Or rather, the celestial sanctuary atop Korin Tower. Ah, well, here is the dragon radar for you, along with the universal capsule. Due to the obligations of my laboratory task, my parents have forbidden me from going out until I complete these experiments, which is quite bothersome. Bulma expressed her frustration to Wen Tianqi, lamenting that those bizarre experiments seemed never-ending. It's all right, I shouldn't be gone for too long, Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The journey to Korin Tower and the celestial sanctuary should be swift. He believed his current abilities had surpassed those of the deity. Well then, I wish you a safe journey. Bulma smiled, her expression radiating the purest and most healing warmth. Wen Tianqi cherished her smile, for it emanated from the depths of her heart. Thank you. Wen Tianqi smiled lightly and addressed Bulma. Shall I take my leave then? Goodbye, Bulma replied, waving her hand at Wen Tianqi. As she watched his departing figure, a smile graced her lips once more. Wen Tianqi embarked on his journey, first heading towards the dojo of Master Roshi for a visit. His purpose, of course, was to acquire the mastery of the Kamehameha technique. While driving, Wen glanced at his system panel. Constitution, 7 ding. Constitution, 8. He chuckled, delighted with his enhanced prowess. At this moment, with 750 years ahead of him, he envisioned the grand surprise he would deliver when the Saiyans arrived on Earth. Gripping the steering wheel, he fantasized about his future dominance over all foes. However, he decided it prudent to seek out Master Roshi first, as mastering the Kamehameha was imperative. This skill was, after all, a miraculous means of traversing the skies. In the future, there would be no formidable warriors incapable of flight. Chapter 15. Overpowering Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu, the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha is Master Roshi's signature technique, enabling him to surf freely through the air. Presently, only Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiatsu, along with two from the Supreme Kai's realm, could wield this power. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi was resolute in confronting Master Roshi, intending to assert his status as a peerless master. After all, this world belonged to him. No one could remain above him indefinitely. Wen Tianqi's lips curled into a smile, exuding an unprecedented confidence. 10 days later, Wen Tianqi arrived at the hermitage of the Crane Immortal, situated on a small island in the East Sea, surrounded by numerous humble dwellings, rendering it a relatively secluded locale. Yet, this was indeed the sanctuary of the Crane Immortal. The Immortal, for the most part, resided within the confines of his sanctuary, making it the safest of havens. Truly, it was fitting for the two brothers to prefer their retreat on such an isolated isle, Wen Tianqi remarked disdainfully. Naturally, it was impossible to arrive by car. Lacking the technique of flight, he sprinted across the water's surface, stirring up waves in his wake, appearing somewhat disheveled. Crane Immortal, come forth and engage in battle, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he yearned to master the art of aerial movement and soon set foot in the legendary Hall of the Celestials. Who is this young lad? The ears of the Crane Immortal perked up, having caught wind of the commotion, his gaze shifting towards the source. What is this? Upon spotting Wen Tianqi, a look of astonishment graced the Crane Immortal's visage. Who might this be? Behind him, a three-eyed creature and a diminutive child emerged, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Who are you to show such disrespect towards my master? Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi retorted, visibly irate. Me? You are not even worthy to inquire about my identity. With a smirk gracing his lips, Wen Tianqi beckoned towards Tianjin Fan, a blatant provocation. This audacious gesture ignited Tianjin Fan's fury. You're courting death, brat, he roared in wrath. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters and weighing over 300 pounds, he could effortlessly lift boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms. Now, Wen Tianqi had the audacity to challenge him, which was tantamount to insulting the entire East Sea and even the 4 great continents, daring the very realm of ninjas. Prepare to meet your end, Tianjin Fan bellowed as he charged towards Wen Tianqi. You wish to engage in battle? Wen Tianqi's lips curled into a smile, filled with anticipation for the surprises that this so-called Crane Immortal's disciple might bestow upon him. Come forth. The air was filled with the sound of countless punches colliding, fists slicing through the atmosphere with a crackling noise. On the ground lay a myriad of footprints. This was combat, a visceral clash of flesh and strength. Your power is commendable, yet alas, your opponent is me. Wen Tianqi's lips curled into a smirk as he grasped Tianjin Fan's fist with one hand. Then with a forceful throw, the sound of a resounding impact echoed. Tianjin Fan's body was sent flying, crashing into a modest dwelling, and he became entangled in the debris, unable to extricate himself for the moment. Jiaozi exclaimed in shock, calling out, Tianjin Fan. The Crane Hermit also wore an expression of astonishment, his countenance growing grave. The combat prowess displayed by Wen Tianqi had far surpassed his expectations. How is this possible? To defeat Tianjin Fan so effortlessly is simply outrageous. Cold sweat trickled down the Crane Hermit's back. The strength of Tianjin Fan was nearly on par with his own, which implied that he too could easily be vanquished in a matter of moments. You are exceedingly arrogant, employing such tactics. Jiaozi, filled with indignation, shouted at Wen Tianqi. You have harmed Tianjin Fan. I shall defeat you. With that, Jiaozi closed his eyes and unleashed his extraordinary abilities towards Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi curled his lips in disdain and remarked, Superpowers, is it? Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. In the next moment, a binding force emanated from the dumpling, swiftly enveloping Wen Tianqi's entire being. What is this? Wen Tianqi sensed an inexplicable force that seemed to govern his movements. With a determined grit, Tianjin Fan rose from the ruins, his tattered garments barely clinging to his form, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, exhibiting a palpable struggle. Channeling every ounce of his strength, Tianjin Fan raised his hand and pointed resolutely at Wen Tianqi. Then, with a swift whoosh, a beam of ultra-high-intensity laser erupted forth, embodying the entirety of Tianjin Fan's power, a force that even the Crane Hermit dared not underestimate. Wen Tianqi's eyes widened slightly. realizing that this was the Do-Do wave just as it was about to arrive. Wen Tianqi suddenly clenched his fists, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, enveloping the surroundings for hundreds of meters. The sound was akin to shattering glass as Dumpling let out a cry, his superpowers forcefully disrupted by Wen Tianqi. Subsequently, Wen Tianqi flicked his hand, striking towards the incoming laser beam of the DNGD wave. With a loud bang, the laser collided with Wen Tianqi's palm, and, unexpectedly, he effortlessly deflected the DNGD wave's laser, sending it soaring into the sky. Boom! The DNGD wave exploded in the heavens. Yet Wen Tianqi remained unscathed, calmly blowing on his palm before turning to Tianjin Fan and Dumpling. If you possess any other tricks, now is the time to reveal them. At this moment, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling stood frozen in shock, utterly terrified by Wen Tianqi. Even the distant observer, Master Roshi, had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, equally shaken by Wen Tianqi's formidable presence. That single slap had sent the DNGD wave's laser flying. How could this be possible? Such an event had never occurred before. Among those present, only Master Roshi truly comprehended Wen Tianqi's might, leading to his astonishment. Who exactly are you? Dumpling asked, blood dribbling from his lips, gazing at Wen Tianqi with a pallid face. He had just sensed a fraction of Wen Tianqi's power through his super abilities, akin to an unfathomable abyss, far surpassing both Master Roshi and Tianjin Fan. Impossible to defeat, completely insurmountable. Remember my name, Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi declared, a sly smile gracing his lips. Wen Tianqi. Dumpling murmured. Suddenly his eyes brightened. You are truly formidable. We have never encountered anyone as powerful as you. What is your purpose? Tianjin Fan, having lost all courage to fight, could only ask despondently, hoping that Wen Tianqi's intentions were not to annihilate the three of them. Master Roshi was equally anxious, discreetly swallowing hard. Chapter 16. Learning the Sky Dance Technique. Target, Galinta. I wish to learn the Sky Dance Technique. Wen Tianqi retracted his overwhelming aura, transforming back into an innocuous ordinary youth, smiling at the three. The Sky Dance Technique. Is that really the reason? Tianjin Fan and Dumpling's eyes widened in disbelief. This unparalleled powerhouse, who had nearly killed them, was merely seeking to learn the Sky Dance Technique? Master Roshi, feeling a surge of relief, quickly replied, very well, we shall teach you the Sky Dance Technique immediately. He only wished for the god of death to depart swiftly from this place. As he spoke, Master Crane casually struck a pose, the very one he intended to teach Wen Tianqi, known as the Dance of the Void. Yet, merely 10 minutes had passed, and beads of cold sweat streamed down Master Crane's forehead. This was not due to any external factors, but rather because Wen Tianqi was overwhelmingly powerful. Though he merely stood there, it felt as if 1,000 troops were surging around him, instilling in Master Crane a profound sense of helplessness. What seemed like a simple, casual stance exuded the aura of a martial arts master, capable of dispatching him with a single blow. Not only Master Crane, but also Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were drenched in perspiration, although they had not exerted their full strength nor moved a finger. Wen Tianqi's presence was as if he had trained in martial arts for over a decade. Every movement and breath he took dazzled them. Indeed, Wen Tianqi's might stemmed not only from his formidable prowess, but also from his demeanor and innate talent. Despite possessing the capability to easily vanquish the three of them, he refrained from violence, instead politely requesting them to teach him the Dance of the Void. Astonishingly, within less than 10 minutes, Wen Tianqi mastered the technique, including the time taken for Master Crane's explanations. Thank you all. I've learned it. Until we meet again. Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, his laughter resonating like thunder, stirring the heart. Suddenly, he raised both hands, as if welcoming something. An invisible force erupted from his being, lifting him effortlessly, akin to a divine miracle. He moved gracefully in the air, like a free bird soaring across the sky. His form traced an elegant arc against the backdrop of the heavens, sunlight cascading behind him in a golden glow, as if his wings propelled him toward distant horizons. Soon, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing at the edge of the sky. Master Crane, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi gazed upward, helplessly watching Wen Tianqi's departure. What an incredible anomaly, Tianjin Fan murmured, recalling Wen Tianqi's terrifying strength and talent, ultimately reduced to this one word. Indeed, we are fortunate he bore no ill will toward us, Jiaozi remarked, a hint of fear in his voice. Ah, This world truly conceals dragons and crouching tigers. My original target was merely that old lecher, Master Roshi. Now, it seems utterly insignificant. What is Master Roshi, the god of martial arts, in the presence of Wen Tianqi? He amounts to nothing. Master Crane sighed deeply. His gaze filled with despondency. He had once believed himself to be at the pinnacle of this world, but now it seemed he was still too young. In this world, truly, there exists a being like Wen Tianqi. Are there even stronger individuals beyond him? If so, what distinguishes them from ordinary people? Could one's very own finger possess the power to extinguish one's existence? The immortal Crane dared not to ponder further, nor did he wish to delve deeper into such thoughts. In this moment, he could only helplessly gaze upwards towards the heavens. With a swift whoosh, Wen Tianqi soared into the sky. He extended his hand, savoring the delicate distance between himself and the clouds, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he softly uttered, "This is the essence of flight. It is simply marvelous." Suddenly, a spark of excitement flickered across his features as if a thought had just crossed his mind. Was he truly going to ascend directly to the divine temple? No, he felt compelled to play with that little kitten first. A mischievous grin spread across Wen Tianqi's visage. Moreover, the Calinta was a renowned landmark within the Dragon Ball universe. It would be a shame not to visit it. With this in mind, Wen Tianqi suddenly concentrated his energy. "Hey!" he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the air. Like a bolt of lightning, he accelerated with incredible speed, his body transforming into a streak of brilliance as he soared through the sky, heading straight for the sacred land of Calinta. In his wake, a powerful gust of wind swirled like a tempest, uprooting trees and stones, creating a magnificent tail of energy behind him. Ha ha ha! The sensation of flying is simply exhilarating. Wen Tianqi resembled a soaring eagle, ascending into the sky with exuberant cries, gliding gracefully amidst the azure expanse and white clouds. His form darted swiftly through the air, stirring a tempest that caused the leaves around him to rustle softly. Each individual harbors a dream of flight, and today, Wen Tianqi has realized this. The earth receded rapidly beneath him, as the mountains, forests, and rivers before his eyes transformed into mere fleeting visions. Wen Tianqi traversed cities, mountains, lakes, and valleys, his destination being the distant sanctuary of Galan in the west. It was a land both enigmatic and serene, a temple revered in the hearts of all practitioners. And at its core stood the Galan Tower. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Wen Tianqi squinted slightly, his eyes widening in astonishment. There, on the horizon, a slender black line emerged, gradually expanding, akin to a colossal dragon winding through the sky. The Galan Tower. Closer and closer it came, revealing itself as a towering pillar that pierced the clouds, seemingly propping up half the heavens. This was the legendary Galan Tower, its height awe-inspiring. In the distant firmament, a thin black line flickered in and out of view, resembling a mysterious specter standing beneath the boundless expanse of the sky. It was the pillar of Galan Tower, soaring into the clouds, enigmatic and majestic. This colossal column appeared to reach into the very fabric of the universe, with no end in sight. Wen Tianqi gazed intently at the dark line, absorbing the ancient and enigmatic aura emanating from Calinta. He understood that his destination lay just beyond, compelling him to hasten his pace and reach it swiftly. His heart brimmed with excitement and anticipation, and thus his steps became light and swift. Buzz! In an instant, Wen Tianqi decelerated, floating effortlessly beside the towering pillar of Calinta, suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. Wen Tianqi stood silently beside the pillars of Calinta, his footsteps seemingly suspended in midair, as if he had become one with this enigmatic space. His gaze was deeply fixed upon the ancient pillar, as if striving to unravel the secrets it had harbored for millennia. In the sacred land of Galan, Chapter 17, the cat sage of Calinta with the magic beans. The Indian chief, Bra, was preoccupied with something when suddenly his son, Upala, tugged at his hand. "What is it, Upala?" Chief Bra inquired, casting a puzzled glance at his son, only to see Upala pointing upwards with wide-eyed astonishment. "Father, look." Upon hearing this, Chief Bra instinctively raised his head, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Oh, divine being! What is this?" In the sky, an unfamiliar figure stood aloft, seemingly treading upon the air. Lost in contemplation, Bra, clad in a coarse gray tunic, with a leather belt around his waist and grass sandals upon his feet, gazed upwards in a daze. "Oh, divine being!" Bra cried out, his face etched with incredulity. Upala echoed his astonishment, pointing at the figure above and stammering, "Who is this person, father? How can this be? What am I seeing? Could it be a celestial being?" Around them, the villagers of the primitive tribe clambered onto rooftops, their voices filled with awe. "How can this be? We are witnessing a divine being. Oh, divine one, is it truly the presence of a god? How miraculous! I have never seen a celestial being before. Could he be from the heavens? Surely not. Can divine beings truly exist in this world? This is utterly unbelievable." The villagers, overwhelmed by Wen Tianqi's extraordinary display, expressed their astonishment. What divine being? Father, what is happening?" Upala, observing the reactions of the surrounding villagers, turned to his father Bra with wide-eyed terror. "This person, he is a divine being." Bra was at a loss as to how to explain to his son. Celestial beings, shrouded in mystery, have existed only in legends throughout history. No one had ever laid eyes upon one. Perhaps, in the era of their tribe, celestial beings had indeed come into existence. Yet, for reasons unknown, they had fallen, and no one knew where they had met their end. Divine being. Upala could hardly fathom this revelation. Only a celestial being could soar so freely in the sky. Look, the divine being departs. Countless villagers knelt in reverence, and Bra and Upala joined them, shouting in unison, "Divine being! Divine being!" High above, Wen Tianqi had already spotted the indigenous people below. With a mere glance, he lost interest, and in a swift motion, he ascended along the ancient, sturdy gallon pillar, soaring into the heavens with a speed as swift as the wind. In but a brief moment, he vanished into the clouds. On the ground, the villagers continued to kneel in reverence. Surrounding tribal members gasped in astonishment and engaged in fervent discussions. How extraordinary! Indeed, it is a divine being. Oh, divine one, we beseech you, bestow your blessings upon us. The deity has graced our tribe. We have truly witnessed a celestial being. Amidst these astonished exclamations, Wen Tianqi rode the winds, swiftly disappearing into the sky. On the ground, Upa and Bala remained kneeling in worship. The primitive tribal villagers were utterly astounded, murmuring amongst themselves, "How miraculous! We have truly seen a celestial being. Indeed, the deity has come to our tribe." Upa gazed at the vanishing figure in the sky, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. Wen Tianqi had harnessed the wind, soaring into the sky, soon catching sight of the shadow of Galinta. Then, as if sensing something, he smiled in astonishment, realizing that he too was present. What a remarkable coincidence. Indeed, within the Galinta, Sun Wukong had finally seized the super sacred water from the cat immortal, eagerly gulping it down. The liquid was sweet and refreshing. Upon finishing, his muscles relaxed, and the fatigue that had enveloped his body dissipated. It was truly miraculous. He mused that it felt no different from ordinary water. Just as Sun Wukong was reveling in his delight, a sudden awareness struck him. He abruptly lifted his head, only to witness the cat immortals for standing on end. His eyes filled with terror as they turned towards the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong too spotted the figure, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, brother Wen Tianqi, I never expected to find you here." Wen Tianqi offered a gentle smile, and, amidst the astonished gaze of the Galinta immortal, gracefully floated into the tower. "Who is he?" The Galinta immortal gazed at the approaching figure, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him, an intangible pressure emanating from Wen that made him feel as though he might kneel. The intensity of this sensation was overwhelming. He could not help but exclaim, "Who is he? Galinta immortal, what troubles you?" Sun Wukong inquired, his expression one of innocent amusement. "He is my companion, Wen Tianqi." Wen Tianqi revealed a benign smile. His imposing aura entirely retracted and cheerfully exclaimed, "Greetings, little kitty." Master Karen swallowed hard. The aura emanating from Wen Tianqi was something he had only sensed from deities before, a power so profound that it defied description. Moreover, this presence was unlike anything he had encountered with the gods. It was as if he were in the presence of a divine being. Master Karen's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Wen Tianqi, akin to witnessing a specter. What? Is he a deity? Sun Wukong gaped, glancing back and forth at Wen Tianqi. Master Karen, is he truly Brother Tianqi, a god? Ignoring the antics of the lively Sun Wukong, Master Karen fixed his serious gaze upon Wen Tianqi. "Your Excellency, what brings you here? The ultra-holy water is utterly ineffective for you. I am well aware." Wen Tianqi replied enigmatically, a smile gracing his lips as he remained silent under Master Karen's watchful scrutiny. The so-called ultra-holy water was nothing more than ordinary water, devoid of any extraordinary properties. The true reason behind its perceived efficacy lay in Master Karen's training over the past few days. I require the sacred beans, Wen Tianqi stated with a smile, for the beans held little significance for him. His physique had reached a stage where his healing abilities were nearly instantaneous. However, for Bulma and the others, the sacred beans remained of utmost importance. Ah, very well. Please wait a moment. Master Karen exhaled in relief, gesturing with his hand as he retrieved a bag of sacred beans from behind him. Wen Tianqi accepted the situation with a satisfied nod, expressing his gratitude. He greeted son Wukong, saying, "Wukong, I shall take my leave now." Wukong, filled with joy, waved at Wen Tianqi, replying, "All right, brother Tianqi." Chapter 18. The Celestial Palace. With that, Wen Tianqi's figure flickered and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the Galinta, soaring upward once more. What is he planning to do? The immortal Galan was utterly astonished at that moment, holding his forehead in disbelief, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, within the Celestial Palace, the deity looked up at the moon in the sky, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he murmured to himself, "Who is it?" "Mr. Bobo," replied a dark-faced man in a white robe, bowing his head. "Who is it?" the deity inquired with a solemn tone, sensing a formidable presence that rivaled his own. "I do not know who it is, but it feels like a very powerful opponent," Mr. Bobo remarked, his brow furrowed. "A very powerful opponent?" the deity mused to himself, his furrowed brow deepening as he contemplated this matter. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared in the plaza of the Celestial Palace, under the illumination of light. The individual was clearly dressed in a black casual outfit, unarmed, with short hair obscuring his features. It was none other than Wen Tianqi. "Who is this person, Mr.?" Bobo gasped in astonishment, sensing an overwhelming aura. The Celestial Palace, a residence for deities, truly resembled a spinning top, Wen Tianqi remarked in exasperation. "Why do the various structures in Dragon Ball possess such bizarre designs? May I inquire who you are and what brings you here?" The deity fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, questioning him. Who would have thought that the celestial being of Earth is actually a Namekian? Wen Tianqi observed the deity's appearance and suddenly remarked, his expression playful. The deity's eyes narrowed in shock as he asked, "You know my origins?" "Of course. If I weren't familiar with you, I wouldn't be able to uncover your secrets." Wen Tianqi gazed at the deity, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "You." The god remained silent, acutely aware that this individual was privy to many of his secrets, particularly regarding the planet Namek. Although the god had come to realize over the past few years that he did not quite resemble an earthling, the true nature of his origins remained shrouded in mystery. Whoosh! Suddenly, Wen Tianqi soared before the divine presence, startling both the deity and Mr. Bobo, who immediately assumed a defensive stance. "Mr. Bobo, fret not. If this esteemed individual truly intends to harm us, your efforts would be futile," the deity intoned softly, as though privy to numerous secrets. Wen Tianqi smiled, and, in a hushed tone, confided in the deity, sharing his thoughts amidst the latter's astonishment. 10 days later, a brilliant streak of light erupted from the heavenly god palace, hurtling towards the direction of Bull Demon King's mountain. Within the palace, a glimmer of excitement danced across the deity's face. At Bull Demon King's mountain, the Bull Demon King gazed at Chi-Chi in silent disbelief, sighing, "Chi-Chi, do you truly believe Wen Tianqi will return?" "Daddy, have faith. Brother Wen Tianqi has assured me he will heal your wounds." "He certainly will," Chi-Chi replied with a smile. "However, I have been waiting here for several days. Do you have any idea how long that has been?" The Bull Demon King responded, exasperated. Due to an unfortunate incident, he had sustained injuries a few days prior, leading Chi-Chi to seek assistance from Wen Tianqi for medicinal supplies. Chi-Chi had grown significantly taller and more graceful, a vision of beauty in her own right, comparable to Bulma. "By the way, Father, Brother Wen Tianqi mentioned that once he procures the medicine, he will treat us together, so you need not wait any longer," Chi-Chi recalled with a smile. "Very well," the Bull Demon King conceded with a reluctant nod. "Yay, Daddy, look how lovely this is." Chi-Chi twirled around, her dress's tassels swaying gently with her movements. "Beautiful, enchanting." "Indeed, quite lovely," the Bull Demon King affirmed with a smile, though internally he seethed with jealousy. For that scoundrel Wen Tianqi had stolen the heart of his cherished daughter. Had he the strength, he would have certainly given that rascal a thorough lesson. A thunderous sonic boom erupted from outside, rendering both the Bull Demon King and Chi-Chi momentarily speechless before they swiftly reacted. Brother Tianqi has arrived. Chi-Chi exclaimed joyfully, dashing to the window, with the Bull Demon King begrudgingly trailing behind. With a whoosh, the excitement filled the air. Wen Tianqi burst through the window and stood beside Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, I'm here," he exclaimed, gently ruffling her hair with a playful grin. Then, much to her surprise, he produced a remarkable potion and handed it directly to the Bull Demon King. Humph. The Bull Demon King scoffed, feigning annoyance, yet he accepted it nonetheless. With a swift tilt of his head, he gulped it down. "Ah, I'm healed," he marveled, feeling the revitalization coursing through his body. "This lad's potion is quite effective." "Of course. It was developed by Bulma," Wen replied with a hint of pride. In his heart, Wen Tianqi secretly mused about the convenience of having a brilliant scientist as a boyfriend. Naturally, he had no intention of letting the current opportunity slip by. "Chi-Chi, let me take you on a trip to the western capital, a grand metropolis." Wen Tianqi grinned as he spoke to Chi-Chi. "Moreover, there is a gravity chamber there that is perfect for training, and the cuisine is delectable. I am certain you will adore it." Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Yes, I am absolutely famished. All right, let us set off at once." Ignoring the bewildered expression of the Bull Demon King, Wen Tianqi wrapped his arms around Chi-Chi's waist, lifted her effortlessly, and then waved goodbye to the Bull Demon King as they soared into the sky. "That little rascal." The Bull Demon King sighed, watching Wen Tianqi's departing figure, reminiscing about his own daughter, shaking his head in resignation. At the Turtle Hermit's humble abode, Wen Tianqi swiftly rendered the frenzied Lan Shi unconscious with a single strike, then, cradling both Lan Shi and Chi-Chi in his arms, ascended into the sky. "Master Roshi, no need for thanks. I shall take care of Lan Shi," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Master Roshi gazed at Wen Tianqi with envy, murmuring to himself, "Ah, to be young is truly a blessing." Krillin, redirecting his gaze, inquired, "Master Roshi, was that Wen Tianqi just now? Who is stronger between you and him? He can even fly." "Ahem, of course I am the stronger one. I am the god of martial arts," Master Roshi declared proudly, hands on his hips. Beside them, the old turtle yawned, showing little regard for Master Roshi's boast. "Old turtle, will you not cooperate with me?" Master Roshi chastised the ancient sea turtle with a firm slap. Chapter 19. All members of Saiyan bloodline, training. 3 years later. May 1st, 753. Within the luxurious residence funded by Bulma, Wen Tianqi reclines comfortably on the sofa, savoring a refreshing glass of juice. System. Ding. Constitution, 11. A constitution score of 11. Wen Tianqi remained oblivious to the extent of his own strength, for on this earth, no one stood as his equal. Over the past 3 years, he had amassed the Dragon Balls on 2 occasions, granting both Chi-Chi and Lan Shi the bloodline of the Saiyans. They all entered the gravity chamber crafted by Bulma to commence their training. Under Wen Tianqi's meticulous guidance, both Chi-Chi and Lan Shi experienced substantial enhancements in their abilities. Notably, Chi-Chi, who had first attained the Saiyan bloodline, advanced rapidly under his full support, nearing the prowess of the deities in the heavenly temple. Lan Shi, having previously lacked training, progressed at a somewhat slower pace. However, Bulma's newly developed medicine alleviated most of Lan Shi's symptoms, allowing her to control her dual personality and switch freely between them. Wen Tianqi relished the experience of this contrasting duality. Within the gravity chamber, a fierce melee unfolded among Bulma, Lan Shi, and Chi-Chi, each blow resonating with a thunderous impact that caused the entire room to tremble. After a grueling half-hour, the trio finally ceased their combat. Over the past 3 years, Bulma had also been honed by Wen Tianqi, achieving a level of strength beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, placing her second only to Wen Tianqi on Earth. With a creak, the door to the room swung open. "Lan Shi, are you done training?" Lan Shi emerged, clad in a light outfit, a pair of shorts and a pink tank top, standing before Wen Tianqi. Her delicate arm rested lightly upon his shoulder as she inquired, "Is it not permissible to seek you out when there is nothing else to do?" Wen Tianqi chuckled, "Of course." Lan Shi responded with a playful grin. "My strength has been advancing swiftly, all thanks to you." "Enough of your flirtation. It's rather nauseating," Bulma remarked with a sigh, shaking her head as she stepped out with Chi-Chi. "Come on, I'll take you for a tour of the building." "Sounds great," Lan Shi exclaimed joyfully. "It's the perfect opportunity to gather some supplies. We must set off soon. You both must perform splendidly at this upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament." Wen Tianqi chuckled as well. "Tianqi, are you not participating?" Chi-Chi inquired with a puzzled expression, as if she had discerned something. Me? Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, asserting that his prowess was well known, as he had long been recognized as the mightiest on earth, rendering him indifferent to participating in such trivial competitions. Is that so? Chi-Chi expressed her disappointment. Of course, with my current strength. Even if all of you were to join forces, I would effortlessly sweep the entire arena with ease. It would be best to refrain from engaging in such mundane contests. Wen Tianqi chuckled. Is that so? Then our bureau shall put it to the test. Bulma, Lan Xi, and Chi-Chi exchanged glances and suddenly lunged forward, ready for battle. 3 days later, in the back garden of the mansion, Bulma produced a versatile capsule. Tianqi, even if you are not participating this time, you must watch our competition closely. Of course, I shall accompany you all, he replied. Wen Tianqi nodded in agreement. Suddenly, with a chime, the versatile capsule was activated, and before long, a large pit over a meter in diameter materialized on the floor of the hall, at the center of which emerged a futuristic flying craft. Come on, Tianqi, let us ascend together, Bulma exclaimed as she leaped aboard and settled into the pilot's seat. Lan Xi, Chi-Chi, hurry along, join us swiftly. Wen Tianqi exchanged a brief word with Lan Xi before boarding the aircraft. Lan Xi and Chi-Chi shared a glance and hurriedly followed suit. Nearby, Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief beamed with pride as they admired Bulma's flying machine. Our daughter is truly remarkable, exclaimed Mrs. Brief. Indeed, she designed this aircraft all by herself. With this invention, we can venture out without a hint of worry about accidents, Dr. Brief remarked, his eyes glistening with pride as he glanced back at their opulent mansion. Yes, our daughter is indeed extraordinary, Mrs. Brief echoed, her face radiating pride. Inside the cockpit, Wen Tianqi and the others settled into their seats. Shall we depart? Tianqi, Lan Xi, Chi-Chi, are you all ready? Bulma inquired, turning her head towards the trio. Ready, let's go, came the enthusiastic reply. With a whoosh, Bulma piloted the sparkling new aircraft, a brilliant silver streak slicing through the sky, racing towards the location of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Within the cabin, Chi-Chi and Lan Xi were each immersed in their own preparations, wholly focused on the impending competition. As for Wen Tianqi, he reclined lazily on a small bed, comfortably resting, for he had no need to prepare and had no intention of participating in the contest. The aircraft traced a graceful arc through the air, skirting mountains and weaving through clouds. The scenery outside the window transformed continuously. Below, bustling towns and serene villages gradually came into view. Wisps of smoke rising from rooftops as if greeting the valiant souls soaring above. Bulma adeptly maneuvered the aircraft, her beautiful visage illuminated with joy. We'll arrive at our destination in an hour, she announced, glancing at the map ahead before turning to the rest. Her voice echoed through the cabin, and Chi-Chi and Lan Xi nodded eagerly, their expressions reminiscent of a leisurely excursion. Indeed, aside from their formidable abilities, their journey felt akin to a vacation under Wen Tianqi's protective presence. The aircraft pierced the sky at an astonishing speed, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Fortunately, the group was composed of powerful cultivators, and such noise posed no disruption to them. The ground receded into the distance, rapidly shrinking into a blurred shadow, rendering the world below indistinguishable. Expanses of clouds floated past, creating the sensation of strolling upon the sky, evoking gasps of wonder from Chi-Chi and Lan Xi. Though they had both practiced the art of aerial movement, their proficiency paled in comparison to the convenience of the aircraft. Leaning against the window, Chi-Chi and Lan Xi gazed intently at the unfolding scenery, their hearts brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Hand in hand, they shared conversations and laughter that occasionally filled the air. Wow, Chi-Chi, look how beautiful that is, exclaimed Lan Xi. Indeed, Lan Xi, and look at that enormous rock. Although the two individuals often venture outdoors, they have never encountered such a peculiar spectacle. Hearing this, Wen Tianqi approached, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Bulma, we have crossed the ocean. Chapter 20. The greatest martial arts tournament. Time passed gradually, and at last, a scene of extraordinary liveliness unfolded before them. The legendary greatest martial arts tournament. The venue was situated upon a colossal island, surrounded by the vast ocean. At the island's edge, shimmering rainbow-like arches connected to the distant shores, creating a dreamlike spectacle. We have arrived. Bulma joyfully pointed below, prompting Chi-Chi and Lan Xi to hurriedly glance over. Wow, what a beautiful island. Hee hee, let us descend and give them a little surprise. A mysterious smile graced Wen Tianqi's lips. The combat prowess of the three young women was formidable enough to leave Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tian Shinhan wide-eyed in astonishment. Bulma piloted the aircraft in a graceful arc above the island before gently landing it in a corner. The group disembarked with lively steps, heading towards the venue. Along the way, a bustling crowd surged forth, a vibrant tapestry of various skin tones and attires, all gathered to share in the joy of this martial arts celebration. At the entrance of the venue, a massive stone wall bore the bold inscription of the greatest martial arts tournament, the characters exuding strength and vigor. Upon entering, they beheld a kaleidoscope of colorful tents, each sheltering groups of fervent warriors engaging in spirited discussions. In the center stood a towering arena, reaching toward the heavens, seemingly proclaiming its status as the focal point of the event. Bulma stowed the aircraft, transforming it into a small universal capsule, and followed Wen Tianqi, Chi-Chi, and launched to a blue tent where several warriors from various regions had already gathered, sharing insights amidst an electrifying atmosphere. Just as the four were settling in, a middle-aged man clad in a red robe approached and deeply bowed to them. He raised his hand, gesturing toward the lofty arena, a mysterious smile adorning his face. "Beautiful ladies, do you intend to go there?" Bulma regarded him with curiosity, and seeing that Wen Tianqi was unfazed, she nodded gently and responded with a smile. "Yes, we plan to participate in the greatest martial arts tournament." The man scrutinized them, seemingly assessing their strength. A fleeting thought of pretty boy crossed his mind as he glanced at Wen Tianqi. Moments later, the red-robed man smiled and invited, "Ladies, why not accompany me? I assure you, I am far more powerful than this pretty boy, and I shall claim victory in this tournament." His expression radiated arrogance. What a foolish braggart. Get lost. Wen Tianqi initially intended to ignore him, but upon hearing the insult, he became infuriated and, with a swift kick, sent the red-robed man soaring into the sky. "Ah, I was wrong." The figure clad in crimson transformed into a diminutive black, soaring into the distance, ultimately tracing a graceful parabolic arc before plunging into the vast ocean. With a resounding splash, it stirred a splendid spray of water. "Ha ha ha, splendid," applauded Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi. "What a fool." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi chuckled quietly to themselves, secretly noting how adorably envious Wen Tianqi seemed. Lost in thought, Chi-Chi felt a sudden warmth rise to her cheeks, lowering her gaze. Too shy to meet Wen Tianqi's eyes, Wen Tianqi felt a sense of bewilderment as he touched his face, uncertain of the cause of his confusion. At that moment, an unexpected figure made an appearance, calling out loudly, "Tianqi, big brother." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. There stood a young man in the distance, carrying a stick, not particularly tall, but radiating a joyful smile. It was Sun Wukong. Wukong had arrived. Bulma, Lan Chi, and Chi-Chi were familiar with Sun Wukong, having accompanied Wen Tianqi on several occasions to the Turtle Hermit's abode in search of him over the years. "Wukong, you've come as well," Wen Tianqi chuckled as he approached Sun Wukong with Bulma and the others. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, bounced over. "Big brother Tianqi, are you going to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament?" he inquired eagerly. "Of course." Wen Tianqi replied with a relaxed tone. "What?" Krillin exclaimed, his face paling in shock. This meant he had no chance whatsoever. "Who knows? I'm not participating." Wen Tianqi suddenly halted, nearly startling Krillin to the ground. "Wait. Big brother Tianqi, you're not participating? That is wonderful." Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. "Not participating? Why not?" Wukong asked, his expression one of confusion. "It's nothing much, just, well, I feel that my strength is still too weak. It would be embarrassing to go, so there's no need to participate." Wen Tianqi explained. "Ah, embarrassing?" Chi-Chi and Bulma gasped in unison, while Lan Chi rolled her eyes in disbelief. Even Krillin, standing nearby, looked utterly astonished. "Your strength is already impressive. If you're weak, who could possibly be stronger than you?" Wukong could hardly believe his ears. "Oh, is that so?" Wen Tianqi's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised an eyebrow. "Perhaps, but the future harbors many terrifying entities." Wen Tianqi recalled the Saiyan invasion, along with Frieza, Cell, and the androids, feeling a surge of anticipation. His strength, however, remained insufficient. He needed to grow more formidable. "Brother Tianqi, please, do not say any more." Goku closed his eyes, overwhelmed by despair. Over the past 2 years, Wen Tianqi had effortlessly bested Goku in their sparring sessions. rendering their levels of power utterly unequal. Now, to claim he would refrain from participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament due to his own weakness was utterly outrageous. Hey, Goku, what are you doing? I was praising you. Wen Tianqi chuckled heartily. Haha, your strength is considerable too. Sighing deeply, Goku suddenly opened his eyes wide. Huh, who are those people? The others turned their gazes in the same direction. A tall man with 3 eyes, a diminutive pale-faced boy floating in the air, and an elderly man clad in martial arts attire approached. Oh, that is Master Roshi and his 2 disciples. You are aware of Master Roshi, right? He and Master Shin are brothers in the same school, Wen Tianqi explained, stroking his chin. Studying under the same master as Master Roshi? Goku and Krillin exchanged incredulous glances, contemplating the implications of that old lecture. Just then, Master Roshi approached, standing side by side with Master Shun, both displaying disgruntled expressions, murmuring incomprehensible words. Master Shin wore a similarly disdainful look. Hey, what brings you here? Master Roshi sneered. Why shouldn't I be here? Master Shin retorted. What business do you have? I'm here to find you. Your little disciple seems to have gone missing, and I came to play with him, Master Roshi replied nonchalantly, evidently dismissive of Master Shin's presence. Oh? Master Shin paused, his anger flaring. With you? Higi, you will surely be astonished. Master Roshi suddenly froze, taken aback by Wen Tianqi's smile, causing him to shudder. Without a word, he led the equally pale Tianjin Han and Jiaozi away in haste. What was that about? Goku and Krillin exchanged bemused glances at the fleeing figures. Only Master Roshi seemed to sense something, lingering for a moment on Wen Tianqi's presence. May 7th. 7:53. The World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Esteemed guests, I hereby declare the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. A resonant male voice echoed across the vast open arena, where a man clad in a suit, adorned with sunglasses and holding a microphone, beamed at the dense throng below. At the very heart of the stage hung a grand banner, elegantly inscribed with the words "the greatest under heaven." Beneath the banner, an elongated seating area was occupied by the contestants of the martial arts tournament, alongside several distinguished guests. At this moment, the host on stage was enthusiastically introducing the attendees and elucidating the significance of the martial arts event. Let us commence forthwith. Enough with the idle chatter. Many spectators, unable to endure the host's lengthy monologue, began to shout, interrupting him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the host promptly declared, "Given your fervor, let the competition begin." A cacophony erupted. The crowd surged as 2 figures emerged from the masses and ascended the stage. These 2 contestants were the dark horses of this martial arts tournament and strong contenders for the championship. Who do you think will prevail? The host, brimming with enthusiasm, surveyed the audience, eagerly awaiting their reactions. Oh, spare us the suspense. Just reveal it. The crowd below began to murmur restlessly, growing impatient. Very well. I shall unveil the answer. This young man clad in a yellow martial arts uniform is highly likely to win this contest, for his master is none other than the legendary martial arts deity, Master Roshi. His name is Krillin. What do you think? The host, bursting with energy, looked to the audience, anticipating their responses. At that moment, a wave of cheers erupted. It's Krillin, the disciple of the martial arts god. Krillin is destined to win. Incredible, he is sure to triumph. On stage, Krillin wore a perplexed expression. Had it not been for the presence of Wen Tianqi, he might have reveled in the attention. But under Wen Tianqi's frequent guidance, he found himself devoid of any fighting spirit. Begin. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, several bouts concluded, and to everyone's astonishment, Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Lanchi exhibited formidable combat prowess, all advancing to the finals. Even Bulma managed to leave son Wukong in disbelief, causing his jaw to drop. Bulma, how could you be so powerful? Son Wukong exclaimed incredulously, having fallen to Bulma's skill. Higi, this is all thanks to Tianqi. My strength is remarkable, I assent it. Bulma replied with a triumphant smile, casting a gaze filled with stars towards Wen Tianqi. As for Tenshinhan, he too was bested by Chi-Chi, while Dama was swiftly eliminated by Lanchi, failing to withstand her onslaught. Ultimately, the champion is, the host announced loudly, Bulma. With the host's proclamation, Bulma leapt for joy. She had won. She had claimed the championship of the martial arts tournament, and at last, she had triumphed. Congratulations, Bulma. Wen Tianqi approached Bulma, extending his hand to embrace her. No, I must thank you, Tianqi. Bulma exclaimed as she nestled tightly into Wen Tianqi's arms. Lanchi, we must also strive diligently in our training. Chi-Chi declared, clenching her small fists and pouting. Indeed, we cannot allow Bulma to bask in glory alone, Lan Shi echoed. Thus concluded the World Martial Arts Tournament. Wen Tianqi suddenly called out to the departing Krillin, concerned that the lad might meet an untimely fate alone. He had no desire to squander the precious opportunities afforded by the Dragon Balls. Krillin, come, join us for a meal, Wen Tianqi proclaimed, displaying a smile he deemed charming. Hesitant for a moment, Krillin ultimately acquiesced. Wen Tianqi and his companions all wore smiles, fully aware that Klin would not decline their invitation. As anticipated, Klin readily agreed. The group made their way to a ramen shop, where they ordered a bowl of noodles. After finishing their meal, they stepped outside, only to be startled by a sudden scream. What is that? Bulma exclaimed, glancing towards the commotion in the distance. All right, it's my turn to take the stage. You all head back for now. Wen Tianqi waved his hand and swiftly soared into the air. With a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Klin and the others were left utterly astonished. A monster. It was obliterated with a single punch. How incredibly powerful. Their hearts raced with disbelief. TCH, truly pathetic, they thought. With a look of disdain, Wen Tianqi chuckled nonchalantly. Then, he soared into the sky, propelled by the lingering aura of the demon, and swiftly darted towards the location of King Piccolo. Before long, a thunderous crash resounded as Wen Tianqi landed, creating a massive crater beside King Piccolo. Humph, your time has come, Piccolo, Wen Tianqi declared with contempt. The divine being from the celestial temple had entrusted him with the task of eliminating Piccolo, without disclosing the consequence that the deity would also meet his demise. Wen Tianqi acquiesced at that moment, yet he was aware that a second generation of Bic would soon emerge. Upon witnessing this scene, the formidable King Piccolo gritted his teeth in fury. He had not anticipated the arrival of such an immensely powerful human just as he was preparing to seek the Dragon Balls. Are you in search of the Dragon Balls? Do not harbor such delusions. They are destined to be mine alone. With a faint smile, Wen Tianqi charged forward. A single punch. Bang. The sound of a tremendous impact echoed as King Piccolo was sent flying. He could hardly believe that a mere human possessed such strength. After all, he was the Demon King. Bang. A colossal foot landed on King Piccolo's chest, flattening him completely. No, please don't kill me. Whatever you desire, I will give you. King Piccolo, stripped of all will to fight, recognized the overwhelming power of his opponent. Humph, spare you? Your very existence is a nuisance. I shall ensure your removal. Wen Tianqi spoke softly. The expression on Piccolo's face turned exceedingly grim. He had not anticipated his downfall here. Chapter 22. All Saiyans assemble. The birth of offspring. Piccolo attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet ultimately fell silent, for he had no opportunity to express them. A shadow of a fist loomed above Piccolo, and it was none other than Wen Tianqi, who forcefully pierced through Piccolo's chest with a single blow. Ah! Piccolo cried out in agony, only to be sent flying through the air by a swift kick from Wen Tianqi. Child, avenge me. Piccolo expelled an egg, launching it with great haste. In the next moment, Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as Wen Tianqi soared into the air, approaching him with a net, capturing the egg with ease. No, please no. Despair engulfed Piccolo, and he exploded into fragments. Gazing at the egg of Piccolo in his possession, Wen Tianqi revealed a sinister smile. Oh, you desire the Dragon Balls. Perhaps in your next life. He then secured Piccolo's egg, considering this second-generation Demon King as his own little minion. Wen Tianqi pondered mischievously. Meanwhile, in the Divine Temple, Bobo inquired anxiously, My lord, how do you fare? The deity replied, Esteemed Bobo, I fear I am on the verge of vanishing. It seems Wen Tianqi has fulfilled his promise. I always knew his strength was far more formidable than it appeared. A serene smile graced the deity's face, showing no concern for his impending demise. Let my life come to an end, he declared, closing his eyes as his form gradually became translucent, awaiting the embrace of death. My lord, Bobo lamented, lowering his head in sorrow. However, after a minute had passed, Bobo lifted his gaze, perplexed, and asked, My lord, why have you not yet vanished? The deity responded, Did Wen Tianqi hold back? Bulma and the others stared in astonishment at the egg in Wen Tianqi's hand, their expressions contorted with disgust. What is this? Chi-Chi inquired cautiously. Could this be what Tianqi has brought forth? Ahem, do not let your imagination run wild. This is the egg of the Demon King Piccolo. Wen Tianqi coughed lightly, hastily clarifying. Demon King Piccolo? Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend who the Demon King Piccolo was. Only Master Roshi appeared utterly astonished, incredulously pointing and exclaiming, "You have slain the Demon King Piccolo?" One could say that. For within this egg lies not the original Demon King Piccolo. You may understand it as Piccolo II. Wen Tianqi grinned, revealing his pearly whites. "What do you intend to do? Why did you not eliminate him? With your strength, it should have been an effortless task." Master Roshi pondered for a moment before directing his inquiry at Wen Tianqi. "Hee, I merely have other plans. Fret not, old turtle. Piccolo could never be my adversary." Wen Tianqi waved his hand dismissively, securing the egg before departing with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. "Farewell, everyone," Wen Tianqi remarked without glancing back as he exited. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. "I must return to my training. Next time, I shall defeat Brother Tianqi," Sun Wukong declared with fervor. Master Roshi. "Wukong, it seems you may never achieve that in this lifetime." Time swiftly passed, and 3 years went by. During these years, after collecting the Dragon Balls, Wen Tianqi made another wish, acquiring the superpower of telekinesis. Telekinesis, a name Wen Tianqi deemed quite flamboyant, for it allowed him to forcibly halt the movement of objects or living beings. However, this ability was not without its limitations. He could not control anything excessively heavy or being stronger than himself. Nevertheless, this power was exceedingly formidable, as it directly influenced matter. It was far more practical than the abilities of Dumpling. At the very least, drinking and eating became extraordinarily convenient, requiring no movement at all. Food would come to his mouth, and clothes would come at his beck and call. The prowess of Wen Tianqi has experienced an explosive enhancement. Under his guidance, the combat abilities of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi have surpassed even those of the deities of the Heavenly Temple. This time, Wen Tianqi found himself intrigued by the martial arts tournament for the world's #1, effortlessly claiming the championship solely through his extraordinary abilities, while nurturing Piccolo Jr. into his loyal subordinate. "Boss, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed the entirely green Piccolo Jr., gazing at Wen Tianqi with unwavering admiration, nearly ready to cling to him in adoration. "Ah, undoubtedly. Just look at who I am." Wen Tianqi raised his proud head high. Beside him, Bulma and her companions exchanged exasperated glances at his smug demeanor, muttering under their breath, "Let us not lead the children astray." Meanwhile, in an undisclosed location, a Saiyan clad in combat attire was preparing for battle, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty and ruthless intensity. "Hee, Kakarot, my dear brother, I shall be with you shortly. How could a feeble planet possibly confine a powerful Saiyan? I will make you aware of the might of our kind." And thus, 3 years passed. The speed at which Wen Tianqi's strength has escalated surpasses even his own imagination. With the aid of a system, his current prowess is simply unfathomable. He has an inkling that within a few years, he may very well transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, during these years, by utilizing the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls, Wen Tianqi has bestowed upon Krillin, Tan, Kaiatsu, and even Yamcha and Master Roshi the Saiyan bloodline, effectively rallying them to his cause and forming an alliance. Once Kaiatsu's Saiyan bloodline was activated, he underwent a remarkable transformation, no longer the same little brat. He became a towering figure over 2 meters tall, with arms thicker than the thighs of an ordinary person, his muscles bulging. Wen Tianqi assumed the role of the alliance's leader, commanding a legion of Dragon Ball warriors. Furthermore, through a particular potion developed by Bulma, he managed to unlock a portion of Piccolo's latent potential, causing the little disciple to become utterly enraptured, revering Wen Tianqi as a deity. And of course, there is a significant matter at hand, nay, 3 monumental matters. Wen Tianqi has entered into matrimony. With Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, the details of how he persuaded these 3 maidens, along with their parents, remain a mystery. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi successfully orchestrated a wedding, embracing all 3 beautiful ladies at once. This achievement has left many others envious to the point of anguish, lamenting their own circumstances. However, Lanchi has expressed her reluctance to bear children. Consequently, over the past 3 years, Wen Tianqi and Bulma have welcomed a son, Wen Qingfeng, while he and Chi-Chi have been blessed with a daughter, Wen Lingyin. Chapter 23. An Overwhelming Dominance. The combat power is merely 1,500, deemed insignificant. Strangely enough, the offspring possess the bloodline of the Saiyans, igniting within Wen Tianqi a bold aspiration. Yet, realizing this ambition poses challenges, especially considering he already has 3 wives. The prospect of expanding his family further seems daunting. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but shudder. He must continue to strengthen his physical form. The supremacy of a robust body is paramount. A man must embody strength. Cultivation. Let me fervently cultivate. In the gravity chamber, a direct enhancement of several hundred times. Dad, my brother stole my snacks. Yuan Lingyin rushed over to Wen Tianqi to complain. With a flick of his finger, Wen Tianqi employed telekinesis to strike Yuan Qingfeng's backside, compelling the little rascal to obediently hand over the snacks. Truly, each one of them is a source of worry, sigh. Bulma and Chi-Chi emerged from the laboratory, shaking their heads with a sigh. Ever since having children, her disposition had transformed, no longer the clumsy girl she once was. It's all right, Bulma. With Tianqi watching, they won't cause much trouble. Chi-Chi smiled gently. The 2 women increasingly exuded a mature charm. Raising children is rather mundane. It is the pursuits of cultivation and battle that truly captivate. Lan Shi carelessly stepped out of the gravity chamber. Despite her words, she affectionately patted Yuan Qingfeng and Yuan Lingyin's heads. Tianqi, when are the Saiyans arriving? Goku's brother. It feels so incredible. At that moment, a bald man approached the door and spoke in. Surprisingly, it was Krillin, radiating a formidable aura. Let us see. It seems they should be arriving soon, Wen Tianqi mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone turned their gaze. Bulma excitedly dashed to the door and tapped a few times, saying to Tianqi, Tianqi, a spacecraft detector from outer space has sent information. A small ship is heading towards Earth and will land in our village in about 10 minutes. Goku's brother is coming. Upon hearing this news, even Wen Tianqi, known for his composure, could not help but be astonished. Wasn't it supposed to be a few days away? He turned to Bulma and inquired, Are you sure there is no mistake? Absolutely. Bulma nodded vigorously. All right, everyone prepare to give our guest a little shock. Wen Tianqi revealed a peculiar smile. In a little over 10 minutes, a loud bang echoed, followed by a series of muffled sounds, causing the entire eastern part of West City to tremble momentarily. Is this Earth? A man clad in the distinctive armor of planet Vegeta, with a scouter measuring battle power over his left eye and flowing black hair, emerged from the open hatch. Raditz, Goku's brother. Raditz remained silent, curiously surveying his surroundings. A farmer, trembling with a gun in hand, gazed up at him in fear. Beep, beep, beep. A mere scum with a battle power of only 5. With an evil smile, Raditz raised his hand, poised to extinguish his opponent's life. Hey, are you the brother of Sun Wukong? Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Who? Raditz exclaimed, taken aback. At such a close distance, he felt no hint of their presence. In an instant, he turned to see a group of figures standing on a nearby hillside. Who are you? Raditz furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing a familiar aura. Incredulous at the thought. Impossible. You are all Saiyans. How could this be? In the entire universe, aside from himself, there should only be Vegeta, Nappa, and Kakarot. Why had so many Saiyans appeared so suddenly? Raditz felt a wave of despair wash over him, quickly followed by exhilaration. My kin, with your presence. Our Saiyan lineage shall soon dominate this universe. Raditz laughed heartily, but in the next moment, he froze, his eyes widening. Beep, beep, beep. Power level 1319. Kaiatsu. Power level 1570. Yamcha. Power level 1777. Tien Shinhan. Power level 1893. Son Goku. Power level. Raditz numbly repeated. Power level 3999. Launch. Power level 4060. Chi-Chi. Power level 5000. Bulma. Gulping, Raditz could not suppress a tremor that coursed through him. What was happening? The once confident Raditz, with a power level of merely 1500, was now drenched in sweat. Damn it. Hey, you haven't even seen my power level yet. A deep voice resonated from behind him. Raditz's eyes widened in shock as he slowly turned around, a terrifying aura bearing down on him. You. Raditz gently lifted his hand and pressed the button on his scouter. Beep, beep, beep. The device began to register fluctuating numbers, escalating with alarming speed. Power level 8,000, 10,000, 15,000, 19,000, 20,000. With a burst of sparks, Raditz hastily discarded the scouter, trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. Impossible. He gazed at the man before him, unable to fathom that the other's power level could soar so high, and it was still climbing. No. In utter despair, Raditz propelled himself into the air. desperate to flee from this dire situation. Humph. Wen Tianqi scoffed disdainfully, a mere waste with a power level of 1,500. With that, he flicked his fingers towards Raditz, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that shattered Raditz into fragments. Brother Tianqi, is this man truly my brother? Yet, why does his aura feel so malevolent? Sun Wukong gazed upon the lifeless form of Raditz, devoid of any sorrow. Soon, you shall comprehend that the universe harbors numerous malevolent organizations, their power unparalleled. You must persist in your training. In a year, we shall embark on our journey to planet Namek. With a smirk gracing his lips, Wen Tianqi resolved to lead his Saiyan squadron in a direct assault beyond Earth. Their initial destination, to conquer Namek, and to subdue the so-called cosmic overlord, Frieza, beneath their feet. The prowess of Wen Tianqi is not merely a few tens of thousands. His combat capabilities are unfathomable. Very well, I shall continue my cultivation. So shall I. I too. Let us intensify our training. We must break free from the confines of Earth. Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu all express their determination to pursue further training. Their aspiration is to reach the boundless cosmos. Their tale has only just begun. Following Wen Tianqi, they shall embark on a journey to explore the entirety of the universe. Chapter 24, Racing Towards the Cosmos. Are we all prepared? In a clandestine base, Wen Tianqi stood before his alliance team, which comprised Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tien Shinhan, Dumpling, and Yamcha. Beside them were Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, as well as Wen Tianqi's two beloved children, Yuan Chi-Feng and Yuan Ling. His younger brother, Piccolo, stood quietly beside Wen Tianqi, his hands at his sides, exuding an obedient demeanor. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Out of the 7 of us, it is just the 8 of us remaining now. But thankfully, you are unharmed. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, having not anticipated that his elder brother would grow so formidable in just a few days. The overwhelming aura that emanated from him sent chills down his spine. It was immensely powerful. Indeed, Wen Tianqi nodded, filled with pride. His cosmic team was finally embarking on their journey. Bulma, please enlighten everyone about the analysis of the God spaceship, he said with a smile. Bulma responded. The God spaceship is remarkably advanced, crafted on planet Namek. The crowd gazed at her in astonishment, their minds brimming with boundless imagination. Planet Namek, that legendary advanced world, had its technology transcended all our comprehension? Goku, astonished, leaped up and asked, Bulma, could you elaborate on this spaceship? Humph, explaining it to you is futile, but I shall give a brief overview. Bulma rolled her eyes. Her demeanor shifted, and a spark of excitement illuminated her eyes as she began to describe the spaceship. Its form was exceedingly peculiar, resembling a colossal wormhole, yet imbued with greater mystery. It was constructed from a unique metal found on Namek, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and repelling formidable cosmic radiation. The interior of the vessel was teeming with high-tech apparatus, each with distinct functionalities, some capable of analyzing unknown planets, others designed to produce food and water, and even a few that facilitated prolonged hibernation. Her voice was soft yet enigmatic, allowing listeners to almost feel the power she spoke of. Each word she uttered breathed life into the God spaceship, making it feel as though it were right before them. In truth, the God spaceship was resting in the warehouse behind them. Imagine, Bulma's words wove a spell, guiding their thoughts toward the enigmatic cosmos. It was a vast, high-tech spacecraft, akin to a wandering star. Its speed surpassed that of any aircraft on Earth. Once activated, it could swiftly break free from the solar system. The interior was astonishing, complete with living quarters, laboratories, and weapon systems, everything one could desire. Her vivid depictions left everyone in profound awe. They looked at Bulma, envisioning an unknown future filled with unprecedented possibilities for humanity. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Bulma's eyes as she mentioned, according to the gods, they are the guardians of our universe and our allies. They possess technological prowess beyond our imagination, but their existence has drawn the attention of certain powerful factions. Tianqi added, it seems planet Namek has caught the eye of a nefarious organization known as the Frieza Force. Bulma paused briefly before continuing. However, there's no need for excessive worry. This Frieza Force was established by a figure known as King Cold, originally called the Cold Force. King Cold assembled the elite Jinyu Force and even conscripted the Saiyans as mercenaries, including Raditz and the remnants of the Saiyan race. Eventually, this faction was handed over to Frieza, who renamed it the Frieza Force, now rampaging across the universe, proclaiming himself the Cosmic Emperor. As Wen Tianqi presented his meticulously crafted PowerPoint, he elucidated to the gathering, "Behold, the Galactic Legion, the sovereign of the cosmos, possesses such formidable strength. Even mercenaries have yielded to the Saiyans." A chorus of voices emerged, some tinged with apprehension. "There is no need for excessive worry. Tianqi is remarkably skilled. He will confront the mightiest Frieza, while the rest shall fall to us. Earth is our homeland. Our roots are firmly planted here, yet Namek serves as our ally. We must all strive to grow stronger, ensuring that the people of Earth are safeguarded from oppression." Bulma waved her hand dismissively, proclaiming, "Indeed, we shall surely vanquish Frieza together. Let's all rally our efforts." Chi-Chi encouraged the group. At that moment, Lanchi emerged from the research chamber, bearing a multitude of documents. "This is the translation of the Namekian language. Bulma and I have dedicated over half a month to its successful translation. Take a look." As she spoke, Lanchi placed a stack of materials before the assembly. "What is this?" "It appears to be an exceedingly complex language. Indeed, it is quite challenging to comprehend. This is the Namekian language. Do not underestimate it. Our everyday conversations and the language of our spacecraft rely on its translation." Lanchi smiled. "Now please take a look. I believe you will all grasp it swiftly." With that, Lanchi commenced translating the materials into the Namekian language. "Allow me to examine a section first." Wen Tianqi observed while speaking. "This seems to suggest removing that large package without concern. This appears to imply opening that black iron box. Oh. And this one is even more impressive. It straightforwardly declares 'I love you all.' Ha ha ha. This is simple. I understood it with just a glance." The crowd wore expressions of disbelief, pondering whether Namekian beings could possess such romantic notions. At this moment, Krillin and Tien, along with a few others, began to decipher the Namekian language and commenced translating as well. "This indicates, quickly hide it, do not let others discover it," Krillin translated first. "This seems to convey, hurry and flee, the enemy will soon be upon us." Tien glanced at the information and suddenly remarked, this, oh, this one is even more remarkable. It directly states, "Do not mind us, go ahead on your own." All right, let us set off. While everyone was engaged in conversation, Bulma had already placed a spacecraft on the ground and activated it, startling the group. "What is this?" It turned out that the Namekians were so advanced, having invented such high-tech devices. "Wow, this is incredible. Indeed, I want one too." "All right, everyone can take a look. We will depart in 3 days." Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Bulma spoke up. Chapter 25, Destination, Namek. Great. Sun Wukong exclaimed joyously, marveling at the sci-fi spacecraft he had never seen before. Wen Tianqi chuckled, shaking his head. In truth, he was equally astonished the first time he encountered such a scene. "Father, we wish to join," exclaimed the two young ones, Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingyin, as they approached. "You too?" Wen Tianqi momentarily paused, about to voice his thoughts. "Absolutely not." Both Bulma and Chi-Chi interjected simultaneously. Since becoming mothers, their protective instincts had intensified, and they were naturally reluctant to let Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingyin embark on any perilous adventures. Wah! Wen Qingfeng clung to Wen Tianqi's arm while Wen Lingyin wrapped her arms around his leg, swaying adorably. All right, let the children go. I shall ensure their safety." Wen Tianqi conceded, unable to deny their earnestness. Moreover, he held great confidence in his abilities. After all, Frieza was no match for him. And with the Dragon Balls in his possession, he had nothing to fear. "Very well." Bulma nodded in agreement. Chi-Chi sighed, realizing there was no alternative but to acquiesce. 3 days later, Wen Tianqi and his companions finally boarded the technologically advanced spaceship from Namek, their hearts brimming with excitement. Within this vessel, they were about to embark on an unknown journey to explore a mysterious planet. The interior of the spaceship was extraordinarily sophisticated, leaving them in awe. The soft lights above illuminated the vast expanse of the ship, casting a captivating ambience throughout the enormous space. The design was minimalist yet exuded a palpable sense of advanced technology, unmistakably a testament to Namekian craftsmanship. This craftsmanship was certainly peculiar. As they traversed the wide corridors, the sound of their footsteps echoed in the air, imparting a chilling atmosphere. Each step felt like a venture into uncharted territory, brimming with novelty and tension. Their hearts raced, for this was their first time witnessing the might of Namekian technology with their own eyes. They entered a grand cockpit, where the control panels, screens, and buttons shimmered with enigmatic lights. Every instrument appeared ready for action, as if a mere command could launch them into the depths of the cosmos. Truly astonishing, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his voice reverberating in the cockpit. Indeed, this technology surpasses that of Earth by countless years, Yamcha lamented, expressing a sense of despair at the overwhelming advancement. Do not lose heart. We possess formidable strength. Our combat capabilities rival those of the Namekians. Wen Tianqi encouraged his companions. Yes, our combat prowess is formidable. Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with excitement, causing Krillin beside him to roll his eyes and step back in exasperation. Laughter erupted among the group. Soon, they arrived at the control room, ready to activate the spaceship. Inside, they beheld a mysterious instrument pulsating with strange lights. This was a vast console, displaying various data and information regarding the ship. Bulma and Chi-Chi were diligently operating the spacecraft, their expressions serious, focused, and composed. How is it? All good. Wen Tianqi inquired, watching the two busy individuals with a fond smile. Rest assured, Tianqi, all systems are functioning normally, Bulma and Chi-Chi replied with warm smiles. While Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingyin gleefully dashed about, their excitement palpable. Their combat abilities had significantly improved, rivaling those of the once mighty Raditz. Then let us initiate the launch and set forth to Namek. Wen Tianqi snapped his fingers, wearing a confident smile. Let us embark, Wukong exclaimed, and without hesitation, he and Krillin entered the cockpit. Wukong's figure flickered across the large screen, and soon, the colossal spacecraft vanished into the night sky, leaving behind only a gradually fading black. Before long, the ship ignited its engines, soaring into the heavens and venturing into the cosmos, embarking on a new journey. The universe is vast and enigmatic, evoking both an elusive grasp and a yearning spirit. At this moment, the spacecraft has entered the atmosphere, accelerating swiftly as it ventures beyond the solar system. Goku gazes at this wondrous cosmos, his heart surging with exhilaration, and he cannot help but exclaim, "Is this the universe? How magnificent!" His exclamation resonates among all, eliciting expressions of astonishment from everyone. Indeed, is this the marvel of future technology? How remarkable! The crowd is profoundly moved. This is their inaugural journey beyond Earth, into the cosmos, and even Wen Tianqi shares in their awe. This universe may not align with their preconceived notions. Look, a shooting star. Suddenly, Bulma cries out. At her words, Goku looks up and sees a meteor streaking across the sky, trailing a long tail above them. A shooting star. Goku exclaims in surprise, his voice seeming diminutive amidst the vastness of space. Yet, the meteor's speed is too great. Scarcely has he spoken before it vanishes from sight. Wow! So beautiful! A shooting star! Bulma and Chi-Chi almost simultaneously exclaim, their faces radiant with excitement, thrilled to finally witness a meteor. However, the meteor's swiftness renders it fleeting, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Absolutely wonderful. Chi-Chi laughs joyfully, her laughter echoing beautifully across the expansive universe. On the countenance of Wen Tianqi, a joyful smile emerged. A shooting star. He had never witnessed such a celestial phenomenon before, and to his astonishment, he was finally able to behold one. However, the fleeting nature of the shooting star was merely the commencement of something grander. Subsequently, in the enigmatic cosmos, a myriad of radiant lights flickered. A cascade of meteors soared above their heads, leaving the Earthlings, who had yet to experience the breathtaking beauty of this mysterious universe, utterly awestruck by the magnificent spectacle. Yet, this beauty did not endure for long. Soon, the meteors began to plummet, some hurtling towards the spacecraft. Fortunately, Wen Tianqi acted swiftly, averting a potential catastrophe. Phew! Thank goodness for you, Tianqi! Bulma exclaimed, patting her ample chest, still shaken from the earlier fright. Rest assured, I've got everything under control. Wen Tianqi replied with a confident smile. Thereafter, the spacecraft continued its journey undisturbed, and the passengers, filled with joy and excitement, realized they had finally reached their destination. Next, it was time to prepare for hibernation. Klin surveyed the multitude of hibernation pods scattered about and remarked accordingly. Chapter 26, Arrival at Namek. Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, he tilted his head in contemplation and said, "Let us make the necessary preparations. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford any delays and must enter hibernation immediately." Very well. No one voiced any objections. Several months later, Namek, a planet distinctly unlike Earth, emerged within the gaze of the group. At this moment, Goku and the others had awakened, engaged in the restoration of their powers in anticipation of the impending battle. Is this truly Namek? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her eyes captivated by the planet's enchanting beauty. It was simply breathtaking. Indeed, this is Namek, our destination for this journey. Wen Tianqi gazed into the distance at the shimmering Namek, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Dragon Balls, more potent than those on Earth. Here I come. Minutes later, the spaceship continued its journey, swiftly approaching Namek. At last, the moment has arrived. Wen Tianqi gazed out at the planet Namek, his heartbeat resonating in the stillness. His fingers glided gently across the spaceship's control panel, akin to playing a symphony of the cosmos. Under Wen Tianqi's deft guidance, the vessel descended like a spectral wraith in the night sky, silently alighting upon this uncharted world. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that Wen Tianqi had awaited this moment for an eternity. Apart from the three of them, no one comprehended the depths of Wen Tianqi's formidable power. Indeed, even they only grasped a fragment of his true potential. The combat prowess of Wen Tianqi will astonish everyone. Tianqi, is this your domain? Chi-Chi inquired as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, this is my arena, planet Namek. Wen Tianqi gazed upon the magnificent planet and declared, "Let us commence our training right here." Splendid, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. I can hardly wait a moment longer. Wukong, Krillin, and Bulma also wore expressions of eager anticipation. In a short while, you will head to a village on Namek and await my return while I seek out the members of the Frieza force to scout the path ahead. Wen Tianqi spoke to Bulma and the others, his face radiating confidence. Well, we shall heed your words, Tianqi. They replied in unison, their voices brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, we will follow your lead, brother Tianqi. All of them echoed, for none had ventured beyond the confines of Earth. Yet Wen Tianqi's demeanor instilled within them a profound sense of assurance. Hearing their words, Wen Tianqi nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. These were his companions, his alliance team, who unconditionally believed in him and supported him. With this thought, Wen Tianqi turned his gaze toward the distant planet. Outside the window, the planet Namek was both beautiful and enigmatic, its atmospheric hues resembling an unfinished masterpiece. Deep shades of blue, fiery reds, and refreshing greens intertwined, transforming like a dream. The stars twinkled beyond the glass, as if whispering untold stories. When the spaceship landed, a slight tremor rippled through the air, the vibrations palpable. Wen Tianqi felt the tangible essence of this planet, his heart brimming with anticipation and wonder. A low rumble echoed as the entire spacecraft began to shake. Yet no one felt fear. With a resounding thud, a deep sound reverberated. As Wen Tianqi opened the hatch, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness and mystery of this unfamiliar planet. Namek presented a unique landscape, a world abundant in verdant hues, where vast expanses of trees and meadows blanketed the surface. Stepping out of the spacecraft, Wen Tianqi set foot upon this strange terrain, his gaze captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. The ground beneath his feet seemed to beckon, exuding the singular essence of this planet. Is this what an alien world looks like? Namek, you say? Bulma exclaimed. Indeed, this is Namek. And we shall now seek out the members of Frieza's army. Wen Tianqi gazed intently at the distant planet Namek, his eyes sharp with anticipation. How splendid, Tianqi! Let us journey to Namek at once, exclaimed Chi-Chi, her voice ringing with excitement. Goku and Krillin shared in their delight, eager to discover what the legendary Saiyans truly resembled. Wen Tianqi wore an expression of exasperation and stated, Did I not just mention that you should wait here? I shall go take a look. As long as you stand united, none of them, save for Frieza, will pose a challenge to you. The group, feeling rather helpless, responded, Very well, Tianqi. We shall heed your advice. Indeed, you should rest for now while I assess the situation with Frieza's men. I shall remain concealed unless there is a confrontation. Wen Tianqi remarked, All right. Wukong and the others responded in unison and subsequently departed from the vicinity. Tianqi, do exercise caution, remember to unite, and refrain from recklessness. Bulma advised. Rest assured, do you not know me well enough? As Wen Tianqi spoke, he suddenly leaped into the air, transforming into a brilliant white streak of light that ascended into the sky. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he vanished from my sight. After soaring for a full 2 hours, Wen Tianqi encountered numerous Namekians, who bore a striking resemblance to celestial beings. their bodies glistening in shades of green. At that moment, a ship from Frieza's army was slowly descending through the sky, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear in those who beheld it. Wen Tianqi's objective lay with these vessels. He intended to confront the members of Frieza's army and engage them in battle. As he approached the ships, a sudden crimson energy beam erupted from one of the vessels. Aimed directly at Wen Tianqi, he swiftly evaded the attack with a deft maneuver. However, this was merely the beginning. Countless laser energy beams rained down upon him. Yet Wen Tianqi skillfully deflected them all. How pathetic! He exclaimed in fury, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of energy that surged skyward, resembling a colossal silver dragon. Imbued with terrifying pressure, as it hurtled toward the ships below. With a thunderous roar, the energy cascade struck the vessels like a deluge, obliterating them into a shower of debris. One ship was destroyed, yet the onslaught did not cease. The second, the third, all were annihilated. Damn it! A furious shout echoed from within as two Saiyans clad in battle attire descended. Upon seeing their figures, Wen Tianqi paused in surprise, a smile creeping onto his face. These two Saiyans were none other than Vegeta and Nappa, their attire somewhat reminiscent of Raditz, though their hair was significantly sparser. Reflecting on Raditz, Wen Tianqi felt a twinge of regret for not sparing his life, pondering what it would be like to witness his transformation into a Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 27, Tormenting Vegeta. Especially Nappa, completely bald, led Wen Tianqi to speculate about what would become of his hair should Nappa attain the form of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta? Wen Tianqi instantly recognized the two individuals before him, murmuring softly to himself. With his keen perception, he effortlessly discerned their identities at first glance. Who are you? Vegeta inquired, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Wen Tianqi chuckled softly and said, Who am I, you ask? Let me put it this way. It was I who dispatched Raditz. Surely, that clarifies things for you. You actually killed Raditz. How did you come to be here? Vegeta inquired, his voice raspy as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Beside him, Nappa appeared noticeably agitated. Upon hearing the words of Wen Tianqi, a more pronounced smile graced his face as he declared, I have come here with the sole purpose of defeating you. Not a chance, Vegeta retorted, shaking his head in disdain. You cannot comprehend the strength of a Saiyan. Then let us see, Wen Tianqi replied, a playful grin illuminating his visage. I am indeed formidable. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that soared into the sky and transformed into a colossal silver dragon, hurtling toward Vegeta. Humph! Vegeta scoffed, raising his hand as well to send forth his own wave of energy. The clash between the two Saiyans was imminent. With a resounding boom, the energy waves collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion that painted the sky crimson. The ground trembled beneath them, waves of energy rippling outward from the epicenter of the blast. Below, the sea churned as if boiling, its waters swirling and dispersing into the atmosphere. Both Vegeta and Nappa felt the immense pressure bearing down on their bodies, a relentless force compressing them. Impressive. You possess some strength, Vegeta remarked, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Nappa, allow me to face him. Nappa clenched his fists and stepped forward to confront Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any tension, as he remarked, allow me to experience your strength. With a resounding boom, another explosion erupted. The energy ribbon collided fiercely with Nappa's fist, resulting in a violent clash, as waves of energy radiated outward from the epicenter of the explosion. The earth trembled, mountains were uprooted, and the sea surged with towering waves, some even crashing toward Nappa and Vegeta. Nappa staggered backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at Vegeta, he said with a chuckle, You are indeed formidable. However, my true strength has yet to be unleashed. Now, I shall allow you to witness my genuine power. Nappa scoffed, no longer holding back as energy continued to coalesce around him. A sphere of energy spun voraciously before him, emanating an overwhelming force. Wen Tianqi chuckled nonchalantly. As he had scarcely exerted his true strength, he was merely indulging in a playful exchange with Nappa. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The two figures parted ways, and Nappa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sneering as he remarked, Heh, your power is indeed formidable. But do you truly believe that I possess no hidden cards? As he spoke, the energy surrounding Nappa began to coalesce, and his aura erupted instantaneously, akin to a colossal beast unleashed, charging fiercely towards Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi maintained a serene demeanor, exhibiting not the slightest hint of tension, as he calmly remarked, "Let us see how this unfolds." With that, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. The clash between the energy torrent and Naba's fist erupted once more, sending waves of energy radiating outward from the epicenter of the explosion. The ground trembled violently, mountains were uprooted, and the sea surged with towering waves reaching several meters high, perpetually churning. Below, the ocean roiled tumultuously, with energy ripples emanating from the tumultuous waters, while Naba himself was utterly shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Wen Tianqi gazed calmly at Vegeta, a playful smile gracing his lips. How could this be? A power level of 30,000. Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wen Tianqi not far away, his face a mask of incredulity. Impossible. How could you possess such formidable strength? Who exactly are you? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, as the battle power detector emitted a persistent beeping sound. Wen Tianqi extended his right hand, the ring on his index finger emanating a faint silver glow, a beam of laser shooting forth directly. Vegeta sensed the approach of death, an overwhelming aura erupting from his body, his battle power surpassing 20,000, reaching a staggering 24,000. However, in the face of Wen Tianqi's shockwave, he was still caught off guard and was struck. The shockwave unleashed by Wen Tianqi's concentrated strike roared forth like a ferocious tempest, instantly enveloping Vegeta. Caught utterly off guard, he was mercilessly thrust into the ground, creating a massive crater. Rock splintered and thundered as if the heavens themselves were crashing down, while clouds of dust billowed, obscuring the sun and evoking the harbinger of apocalypse. Surrounding spacecraft came to an abrupt halt, all eyes fixated upon the gaping abyss, unable to fathom that the usually indomitable Vegeta had been rendered utterly defenseless. The earth trembled and debris swirled as Vegeta's battle attire was instantly torn asunder, his body resembling a marionette with severed strings, tracing a parabolic arc through the dust before crashing heavily in the distance. As the haze gradually lifted, his silhouette emerged, struggling to rise, his visage caked in dirt, yet still exuding an air of arrogance and coldness, albeit in a state of utter disarray, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and one arm broken. However, upon witnessing Wen Tianqi preparing to unleash energy once more, an unprecedented wave of terror washed over him. In the radiant glow of the energy, Vegeta appeared diminutive and powerless. Fear filled his eyes, akin to the specter of his own demise. He yearned to flee, yet his legs succumbed to the paralyzing grip of dread. Vegeta. Wen Tianqi suddenly halted, leaving Vegeta bewildered. Go, train, and return to seek your vengeance. You are far too weak at present. Wen Tianqi spoke calmly, as if discussing a matter of little significance, which utterly failed to pique my interest. How dare you look down upon me? Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, a regal presence that surged forth, enveloping him in a radiant silver light. I am the proud Saiyan Prince, Vegeta. I shall not be defeated. Vegeta roared towards the heavens, his voice resounding with tremendous force. Chapter 28. After tormenting Vegeta, seek out Zabo. Before Vegeta could finish his words, Wen Tianqi waved his finger, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta's body tumbled through the air, accompanied by explosions and billowing flames, before he landed heavily upon the earth. The surrounding enemies were left in shock. This display of power surpassed their wildest imaginations, igniting a wave of panic among them. They began to launch an assault on Wen Tianqi, as spacecraft descended from all directions, raining down relentless fire upon the ground. In response, Wen Tianqi waved his finger once more, and a torrent of potent energy erupted from it, striking one of the ships with devastating precision. The vessel exploded in midair, scattering debris, while others were caught in the shockwave, sustaining varying degrees of damage. Vegeta struggled to rise again. The honor of a Saiyan compelled him to stand tall, yearning to unleash his energy wave, yet his body wavered perilously. I am the Saiyan Prince. Vegeta bellowed fiercely. Wen Tianqi observed Vegeta's assault with a lingering smirk upon his visage. With a mere flick of his finger, an overwhelming surge of energy effortlessly dispersed Vegeta's attack. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished, reappearing behind Vegeta. He delivered a powerful strike to Vegeta's back, sending him hurtling through the air, tracing an elegant arc before crashing to the ground. He lay there, face up, utterly incapacitated. Sobbing in despair, Vegeta found himself overwhelmed by an insurmountable force, reminiscent of the sensation he once experienced at the hands of Frieza, utterly invincible. How lamentable. Wen Tianqi let out a sigh, and to his surprise, a hint of regret appeared on his face. However, the more you act this way, the more delighted I become. I can hardly contain my eagerness to witness your limits. Are you prepared? Wen Tianqi's demeanor suddenly turned frigid, and to everyone's astonishment, a glint of icy light flickered in his eyes. In an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing by the side of Vegeta, who lay in a pool of blood. Ignoring Vegeta entirely, he vanished once more, materializing beside other warriors, from whom an overwhelming surge of energy emanated. As he passed, those warriors felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed at Wen Tianqi in terror, instinctively retreating. Charge forth. With a thunderous roar, Wen Tianqi unleashed an explosive surge of energy, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, the air crackled with energy, colliding violently as countless spacecraft were caught in the tumult, reduced to mere fragments. No, please spare me, great warrior. I implore you. The cries of despair echoed incessantly. As many were engulfed by the energy, their bodies obliterated into mere shards, blood and flesh scattering in the chaos. When the energy waves finally subsided, there remained no trace of Wen Tianqi, only a heap of debris to mark the devastation. Wen Tianqi sensed an aura of malevolence. According to the recent intelligence from Frieza's army, this individual must indeed be Sabo. He is a formidable subordinate of Frieza, holding a position as a deputy, capable of augmenting his power through transformation. The speed of Wen Tianqi was astonishing, surpassing all expectations. In no time at all, he beheld the image of a strikingly handsome man with emerald hair and fair skin, his physique perfectly proportioned. This visage was so captivating that it nearly rivaled his own, igniting a fierce desire for retribution within him. Upon seeing Sabo's appearance, Wen Tianqi was immediately consumed by a surge of anger. No one could possibly be more handsome than he. Sabo, wholly engrossed in attending to the injured Namekian, remained oblivious to the impending danger. By the time he sensed the threat, it was already too late. Whoosh! A violet beam shot forth from Wen Tianqi's hand, striking Sabo directly. Boom! Sabo's body was sent careening through the air, crashing into a nearby hill, which collapsed upon impact. The sound was deafening, akin to a thunderclap echoing through the air. The hill trembled violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Rocks began to loosen, cracks spreading like a spider's web, soil was torn asunder, and trees were uprooted. The rumbling reverberated throughout the valley, creating an endless cacophony of echoes that sounded like a chaotic symphony. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene before them. No, this is impossible. Who are you? How could you possess such immense power? Who exactly are you? Sabo bellowed, struggling to rise to his feet. His visage bore the mark of the violet beam's impact. His green robe had disintegrated into tatters that clung to him like rags. The once dapper hairstyle had transformed into a chaotic mess, stripping him of his previous gentlemanly appearance and leaving him in a state of disarray. "You're a Saiyan?" Sabo exclaimed in astonishment, questioning whether this individual truly was a Saiyan. Yet, had Vegeta not claimed that only a few of their kind remained? A Saiyan? Wen Tianqi let out a chilling laugh and glared with contempt. Go ahead, continue your futile guesses. However, I am here today with the singular purpose of obliterating you lowly creatures. Sabo's expression turned grim. He was taken aback that Wen Tianqi did not recognize him, which incited his ire. What, you do not know me? Allow me to make you acquainted. With a furious roar, Sabo transformed instantaneously, donning a vibrant green combat suit that clung to his form. In an instant, his physique swelled, and the once dashing figure was replaced by that of a grotesquely corpulent man, his face marred by excess flesh. With a resounding thud, Sabo morphed into a colossal green behemoth, his stature doubling in size, muscles rippling beneath the surface, and green fur standing on end as if stirred by an unseen wind. Presenting an exceedingly fearsome visage, he had indeed undergone a transformation. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The opponent's combat power was typically around 23,000, but after transforming, it was likely closer to 32,000. It was nearly on par with one of his own fingers. Meanwhile, a grotesque alien creature soared through the air. Chioi, come help me. This guy is formidable. Sabo suddenly shouted upon spotting Chioi. What? Chioi gasped in shock, realizing that even Sabo regarded this opponent as a significant threat. The figure in the sky possessed such overwhelming strength. It appeared that this adversary was indeed a being stronger than Sabo himself. Such a formidable opponent should certainly be left for Sabo to confront. However, Chioi hesitated, uncertain whether to engage. Damn it, what are you hesitating for? This guy's a Saiyan. Only by joining forces can we defeat him. Chapter 29, Chioi and Sabo's Double Kill. The 32,000 Combat Power Scum. Sabo discerned Chioi's reluctance and could not contain his fury. Yet, at that moment, Wen Tianqi suddenly vanished from Chioi's sight. Behind him lay only the night and silence. Suddenly, Chioi sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the opponent's attack was too swift and fierce. Chioi's waist was struck. A wave of intense pain surged through him as his body tumbled through the air, ultimately crashing to the ground. His injury was excruciating. Ah! Chioi screamed in agony. Then, lifting his head, he saw Wen Tianqi standing before him, a cruel smile etched upon his face. The murderous intent in his eyes filled Chioi with dread. Fear enveloped him, his heartbeat echoing like a frantic drum in his chest. His eyes widened, breaths coming in rapid gasps, every pore brimming with terror. The world around him blurred, as if shrouded in a veil of shadows. Just as he was on the brink of being engulfed by this fear, Wen Tianqi suddenly moved. His speed was akin to lightning, evading capture. His body unleashed a terrifying shockwave, akin to a mountain torrent, unstoppable in its force. The shockwave expanded instantly, the air seeming to be cleaved by an immense, invisible blade, emitting a sharp howl. Surrounding trees were uprooted in an instant, the rocky walls trembled, and even the earth seemed to quake. Chioi was thrown back by this surge of power, his body tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He felt a choking sensation in his chest, a sweetness rising in his throat, soon followed by a metallic tang. His mouth brimmed with the taste of blood. He looked up at Wen Tianqi, who stood unwavering, radiating an imposing aura. His eyes blazed like two roaring flames, exuding a commanding light. His garments fluttered in the wind, resembling an eagle poised to take flight. A chill coursed through Chioi. He understood the vast chasm that separated him from Wen Tianqi. He yearned to rise, yet his body remained immobile. His gaze was suffused with despair, for he realized that the opportunity for victory had slipped away. At that moment, Wen Tianqi approached Chioi with a steady and powerful gait. Chioi trembled uncontrollably, his heart heavy with desolation. He comprehended that escape from this impending doom was beyond his reach. "No, spare me," Chioi cried out, kneeling in anguish. The aura emanating from Wen was more formidable than that of the elite Genuda commando, leaving Chioi devoid of any will to resist, trembling as he awaited his fate. Wen Tianqi scoffed disdainfully, his laughter reminiscent of the biting northern wind in winter, imbued with an air of arrogance and contempt. Suddenly, he uttered a low growl, a sound akin to the collapse of mountains, reverberating through the hearts of those present. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he summoned an invisible force within his grasp, an energy brimming with overwhelming might, akin to a tempest, exuding an astonishing power. Opposite him stood Chioi, his countenance darkened. He regarded Wen Tianqi, his eyes flickering with resentment and unease. He understood that there was no escaping this impending showdown. Clenching his fists tightly, a dark purple aura of malevolence radiated from him, a sinister force that sent shivers down the spine. Wen Tianqi gazed coldly at Chioi, his eyes sharp as the edge of an icy blade, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of Chioi's soul. With a subtle flick of his wrist, an invisible force surged forth like a tempest, crashing towards Chioi. In a roar of defiance, Chioi's demonic aura intensified. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "No!" A dark purple shockwave surged forth from his form, swirling ominously like a grotesque specter. With a sudden thrust of his hands, the shockwave erupted like a ferocious dragon breaching the sea, colliding violently with Wen Tianqi's laser beam. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of the very heavens and earth fracturing. The shockwave scattered, obliterating everything in its path instantaneously. Dust enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sun. In that fleeting moment, it felt as if the entire world had succumbed to an apocalypse. As the dust settled, the battlefield lay in utter ruin. Surrounding structures lay in ruins, and the ground was marred by deep fissures resembling the claw marks of a colossal beast. People stood frozen, their eyes brimming with terror and unease. Chioi's form had vanished amidst the swirling dust, leaving only the lingering echoes in the air. What remained was a vast crater spanning hundreds of meters. Sabo stood at the edge of this abyss, his expression one of bewilderment. He lifted his gaze towards a distant figure, Wen Tianqi. A wave of dread washed over Sabo. He was uncertain whether he could prevail against Wen Tianqi, yet he understood that he must summon every ounce of courage to try. Drawing a deep breath, he tensed his body, bracing himself for the imminent clash. Wen Tianqi cast a frigid gaze upon Saber, his eyes emanating an air of cruelty and mercilessness. He advanced slowly towards Saber, each step laden with an ominous threat and palpable danger. Saber's heartbeat quickened, and he felt his body tremble. Yet, he understood that retreat was not an option. He clenched his fists tightly, bracing himself for an offensive. The distance between them continued to diminish, their breaths intertwining in the air. Suddenly, Saber launched his assault, his form striking towards Wen Tianqi with the swiftness of lightning. Wen Tianqi let out a cold laugh, slightly inclining his body to effortlessly evade Saber's attack. He swiftly countered, delivering a powerful punch that struck Saber squarely in the chest. Saber's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise, yet his body could no longer bear the weight. Wen Tianqi approached Sabo, lowering his gaze upon him. A cruel smile graced his features as he taunted, "You were truly pathetic. With a meager combat power of merely 32,000, you lack even the strength of 100,000. How utterly feeble." Indeed, Wen Tianqi reveled in this sensation. The words of Raditz echoed delightfully in his mind. Sabo lifted his head to meet Wen Tianqi's gaze, his eyes brimming with despair and hatred. "You shall never escape a grim fate. The terror of Lord Frieza is beyond your imagination. He is the sovereign of the entire universe. The sheer might of Lord Frieza will leave you trembling. And I shall await you in the afterlife." Bang! With a flick of his finger, Wen Tianqi unleashed a beam of light no larger than a fingertip, which struck Sabo with a deafening explosion, obliterating him along with the entire hill into mere fragments. Debris soared into the sky, reducing the remaining survivors, the members of the Frieza force, to mere sieve-like remnants. "Humph, mere detritus, I was merely toying with you, and yet you took it seriously." Wen Tianqi stood in the void, suspended in the sky with a sinister smile gracing his features. "You remain utterly oblivious to my formidable power." Chapter 30. Who is it that seeks their demise? The Ginyu Force has arrived. Namek. In the profound expanse of outer space, a peculiar spacecraft materialized suddenly. Its design was eccentric, with gracefully flowing curves that seemed to blend futuristic technology with an aura of ancient mystery. The vessel accelerated towards Namek, akin to a shooting star piercing the tranquil interstellar void. It traversed the atmosphere with a thunderous roar, swiftly exceeding the limits of speed. Ahead of this craft, the surface of Namek and its structures grew increasingly prominent, becoming distinctly visible to the naked eye. The spacecraft, imbued with an air of strangeness, landed abruptly on the ground, kicking up vast clouds of dust. Coincidentally, the landing site was not far from where Wen Tianqi had just come to a halt. Who is it that seeks their demise again? Wen Tianqi pondered in astonishment, gazing at the spacecraft. With a slight shift in his form, he floated leisurely towards it. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the Ginyu Force's ship, illuminating the surroundings. Following this, figures emerged from the vessel, their bodies spinning rapidly in the air before swiftly forming an unusual team. This ensemble appeared rather comical, comprised of multiple bodies, some members tumbling through the air while others stood firmly on the ground. Among them were towering figures, diminutive ones, and others of extraordinary girth. Their skin tones and features varied widely. Some were blue, others red, and still others green. Each donned combat attire. Raikum, Bada, Guldo, Jeez, Jinyu. All members assembled. The Ginyu Force. Guldo, with a green complexion and a notably short stature, possessed 4 eyes. Raikum sported a pineapple-like head. Bada, the tallest among them, was clad in blue. Jeez, with red skin and flowing white hair, stood out, while Jinyu, the captain of the Ginyu Force, was of a pale purple hue with 2 black horns adorning his head. Wen Tianqi. 6 individuals, staring at one another in bewilderment. A sudden clap. Wen Tianqi burst into applause. Ha! Wen Tianqi suddenly applauded and then rushed towards the 6 of them, arriving before them. "Which circus do you belong to? Your juggling performance was splendid." Wen Tianqi paused, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased his pearly white teeth and bestowed a grand commendation upon the Ginyu Force. "We are the Ginyu Force," he exclaimed. "Are you seeking your own demise?" The 6 members spoke in unison, affirming their identity as the Jinyu Force. Wen Tianqi wore a playful expression as he stroked his chin. Haha, I see you are afraid now, he remarked. The 6 members of the Jinyu Force responded in unison. Kid, you are quite arrogant. Let me witness your combat prowess. The captain hastily pressed the button on the power detector. Beep, beep, beep. 25,000. Jinyu exclaimed in mild astonishment, realizing why the boy was so audacious. Captain, allow me to engage him. Bart stepped forward, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Very well, but do not kill him. Jinyu waved his hand dismissively. Tat tat tat. Kid, how dare you provoke the Jinyu Force? I, Bart, shall show you what true speed is. I am the fastest in the universe. And soon you will comprehend my terrifying abilities. Bart sneered, slowly advancing, seemingly intent on instilling a sense of pressure in Wen Tianqi. Ha ha ha, the fastest in the universe? Wen Tianqi erupted into laughter, exclaiming, you are truly a frog at the bottom of a well. In a flash, his figure vanished, only to reappear beside Bart. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, he felt a chilling sensation at his neck, and then he was plunged into darkness. The other 4 stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. No, Bart still had a breath left, his eyes wide with incredulity. This was impossible. His body continued to convulse, as if enduring some torment, yet his head rolled away, tumbling to the ground. With a thud, his head struck the earth, blood splattering in all directions. Bart's final breath faded away, leaving behind the haunting visage of fear and struggle etched upon the faces of all present. In a mere instant, the so-called fastest in the universe had been vanquished. The 4 members of the Jinyu Force immediately adopted a serious demeanor, their expressions grave once more. This cannot be. Bart must have let his guard down. Raikum, in disbelief, hastily pressed the power level detector. Beep, beep, beep. The reading remained at 25,000. He concealed his true strength. Jinyu and the others also sensed something amiss. However, the values displayed on the detector could not deceive them. It was indeed peculiar. Jinyu furrowed his brow. The power level detector was remarkably accurate, yet the opponent had dispatched Bart in an instant. Such speed was nearly unfathomable, even for him. Humph. It seems we were indeed too complacent. Let us avenge Bart. Besides Jinyu, the other 3, GIs, Raikum, and Goldo, nodded in agreement, exchanging glances without hesitation and almost simultaneously. They charged forward. They were gravely underestimating their foe. Wen Tianqi let out a light snort, and in an instant, his figure vanished, reappearing behind JIS. With a swift motion, he delivered a lethal strike. In a flash, JIS had no time to react, and his head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. Following suit, both Lycum and Gerudo met the same fate, their heads separated from their bodies. No. Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed this scene unfold. Suddenly, the combat power detector surged alarmingly. 50,000, 80,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 530,000. How could this be possible? Jinyu stood frozen, trembling, his face etched with incredulity. How could his opponent possess a combat power of 530,000? This exceeded his own capabilities by an entire tier. Impossible. You cannot possess such formidable strength. It must be a fabrication. The combat power detector is malfunctioning. Jinyu nearly roared in fury, unable to fathom that a mere human could rival the might of King Frieza. With a resounding crash, Jinyu hurled the combat power detector to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Breathing heavily, Jinyu stared in disbelief at Wen Tianqi. He recognized the other's true strength, but refused to accept that it surpassed his own capacity for victory. Chapter 31. Jinyu's Terror, Combat Power of 530,000. It was even more inconceivable to think he could attain the powers of King Frieza, the strongest being in the universe. You could never reach his level of combat power. Jinyu clenched his fists and shouted, "The strongest in the universe?" Wen Tianqi chuckled disdainfully. Do you understand what an android is? Have you heard of Cell? Or Majin Buu? Frieza couldn't even contend with a mere finger of theirs. Ah, but I see you know nothing of this. Wen Tianqi sighed, observing Jinyu's bewildered expression, and continued. Surely you must know Frieza's brother and father. Their combat powers far exceed Frieza's. Jinyu, how do you know so many powerful beings? Why have I never heard of them? Look at you, utterly uninformed. Wen Tianqi stroked his chin, remembering something, and with a mysterious smile remarked, "Do you know Frieza can transform?" Jinyu. I do not know. All right, enough chatter. Wen Tianqi unleashed an overwhelming aura, smiling as he said, "If this level of combat power frightens you, what would you do if you learned Frieza's true strength? It would surely terrify you to death. Who are you, really?" Jinyo's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain. Me? Hee. Wen Tianqi chuckled. I am destined to be the strongest being in the universe. As he spoke, Wen Tianqi erupted with a thunderous force, his body instantaneously unleashing a colossal wave of energy that seemed poised to rend the very heavens asunder. The surrounding edifices and trees were engulfed by this formidable power, reduced to mere ruins. In the face of this annihilating energy wave, all resistance proved futile. In an instant, Jinyu was propelled by Wen Tianqi's shockwave, sent soaring countless meters away, crashing through several small mountains before landing with a resounding thud into a petite lake, sending colossal waves surging skyward, reaching heights of hundreds of meters. Gurgling, Jinyu expelled several mouthfuls of lake water, surfacing from the depths. At that moment, Wen Tianqi's voice echoed in Jinyu's ears. How do you feel? Is it not profoundly despairing? These words struck like a bolt from the blue, causing Jinyu's body to tremble violently. Enduring the excruciating pain, he lifted his gaze, only to behold Wen Tianqi standing upon the lake's surface, seemingly suspended in midair. A playful and disdainful expression etched upon his face as he regarded Jinyu. The latter's lips quivered slightly, rendered speechless by sheer trepidation. Wen Tianqi gazed at Jinyu with a smile, his voice calm, yet chilling, instilling an unprecedented terror within Jinyu. In a moment of despair, Jinyu let out a desperate roar. His eyes brimming with fear and hopelessness, he did not wish to perish, nor did he desire to relinquish his life at this juncture. An explosion of power surged through Jinyu's body as he sought to make a final stand, yearning to escape this dreadful fate. Like a cornered beast, he struggled with wild desperation, hoping to seize a sliver of chance. Yet, Wen Tianqi afforded him no such opportunity. He effortlessly evaded Jinyu's assault and swiftly retaliated. His fist collided with Jinyu's abdomen, inducing a wave of excruciating pain, followed by a kick to his chest that sent him crashing to the ground. Jinyu felt his vitality swiftly ebbing away. He refused to succumb so easily. Struggling to rise, he summoned every ounce of strength to launch an attack on Wen Tianqi. However, his efforts were effortlessly thwarted by Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi gazed at Jinyu with a chilling smile, his grin more sinister than before. With a single, forceful punch, he struck Jinyu's face, sending his head crashing toward the ground. Jinyu's body fell helplessly to the earth, and in that dreadful moment, the ground became drenched in his blood. Frieza will avenge me. Jinyu uttered in broken breaths, his body drenched in crimson, before ultimately collapsing with a soft thud, devoid of life. Wen Tianqi gazed upon the lifeless body of Jinyu, a disdainful smirk curling upon his lips. This individual was utterly feeble. Should he confront the true might of Frieza, he would likely be crushed with the mere flick of a finger. The weak possess no authority in this world. Wen Tianqi sighed deeply and then turned to leave. However, he did not venture far, for the commotion in this place was quite significant, and it was likely that someone would arrive shortly. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of Frieza, because Wen Tianqi retrieved several magnificent Dragon Balls from the pouch at his waist. The eternal dragon of Namek seems to possess far greater power than its earthly counterpart, he mused with a hint of anticipation. Subsequently, Wen Tianqi concealed the Dragon Balls once more, for he had yet to gather them all and would need to wait for Bulma and the others. What an overwhelming and malevolent aura. Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze towards the cosmos. His eyes were sharp and profound, as if they could transcend the boundless realms of time and space. This aura in an instant, Wen Tianqi made a judgment. Could it be Frieza? Upon pondering this, his gaze flickered with surprise. He did not anticipate this individual's swift arrival. It seems imperative that I confront him. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance, Frieza observed the screen before him, which displayed the fierce battle between Wen Tianqi and Jinyu. This audacious fellow dares to challenge me. Frieza clenched his fist, a chilling smile creeping across his face. His return was much sooner than expected. Clearly, it is time for me to demonstrate my power. Commence operations as per my plan. Frieza stated coldly. Yes. A trembling elite soldier nodded fervently. All preparations were complete, and King Frieza, we shall commence. Frieza acknowledged with a nod. prompting the others to spring into action. Shortly thereafter, Frieza piloted his battle spacecraft towards the planet Namek. Wen Tianqi smiled slightly. Frieza truly represented his first genuine opponent, while the others were merely inconsequential. Simultaneously, in another part of the vast multiverse, in an Namekian village, Vegeta surveyed his surroundings. Desperately searching for the Dragon Balls, beads of sweat dotting his brow. "This is impossible," Vegeta murmured, grappling with the shocking revelation he had just received. He could scarcely fathom that Wen Tianqi had annihilated the Ginyu Force. Those formidable warriors now lay defeated at his feet. Wen Tianqi, he is undeniably formidable, Vegeta lamented, yet he also understood that he was no match for him. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, Vegeta, who had always considered himself one of the mightiest warriors in the universe, was compelled to acknowledge the vast chasm separating him from Wen Tianqi. Chapter 32, The Grand Elder of Namek. Frieza approaches the only course of action left was to locate the Dragon Balls and wish for greater strength. In the next moment, Vegeta's fighting spirit ignited like a raging fire. He could not afford to be defeated, nor allow his pride to be trampled. He scoured every nook and cranny in search of the Dragon Balls, leaving no stone unturned. His heartbeat was akin to a swallow suspended from a precipice, each thrum sending a shiver of exhilaration through him. Meanwhile, in a distant village, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi were joyfully playing, completely devoid of any tension. Beside them, Beak was engaged in conversation with a group of Namekians, displaying a range of emotions, excitement, confusion, and an inexplicable sense of relief. "Are you saying that my other self, the deity of the heavenly temple, the primordial Bik, escaped from Namek?" Bik gazed in astonishment at a towering Namekian elder who recounted the long-ago events. Indeed, that was a time long past. Countless years ago, Namek experienced an unparalleled and catastrophic climatic disaster, a terrifying calamity that rendered the entire planet desolate, nearly extinguishing all life. It was a heart-stopping moment. Bik and I fortuitously found ourselves far from the planet's core when the disaster struck, allowing us to survive. The elder sighed, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow and nostalgia. "Namek is our shared homeland, a vessel of our history and culture. In that catastrophe, everything vanished, leaving only Bik, myself, and these ancient relics. Indeed, one of those individuals is me," the elder reminisced, as if haunted by the memories of that dreadful disaster. The wise and benevolent elder of Namek vividly portrayed the scene of devastation. "The other is your original self, Bik," he added with a smile directed at Bik, who nodded silently, clearly moved by the elder's words. They understood that without one another, their endurance would have been implausible. The group seemed to visualize a scene from that tumultuous time, when the planet was besieged by severe climatic disturbances, temperatures plummeting, fierce winds howling, and torrential rains pouring down. The ground fractured with immense chasms, as if the claws of a demon sought to rend the planet asunder. The sky turned a foreboding gray, resembling the harbinger of the apocalypse. In this calamity, many Namekians fell victim to misfortune, their bodies swept away by the merciless storm, transforming into shooting stars in the celestial expanse. Their homeland lay in ruins, the once thriving oasis now a barren wasteland, uninhabitable and desolate. The Grand Elder recounted the harrowing experience of witnessing his kin being consumed by catastrophe, leaving him powerless and kneeling in supplication to the heavens for mercy. When Bulma and her companions inquired about how Piccolo had escaped the calamity, the Grand Elder's gaze deepened with sorrow. He revealed that Piccolo was engaged in a significant experiment at the planet's core when the unforeseen disaster struck, catching him off guard. Nevertheless, Piccolo, a remarkably intelligent and quick-witted Namekian, adeptly employed his technological expertise to evade the disaster and ultimately survived. He then activated his spaceship and fled to Earth. This recollection was a painful one for the Grand Elder, his eyes brimming with sadness and regret. The lives lost would forever remain a wound in his heart. His expression gradually solidified with resolve. "Although our homeland is no more, we must continue to strive for survival. We cannot allow the civilization of Namek to vanish. We must begin anew." "Your confidence stems from that man named Wen Tianqi, does it not?" the Grand Elder inquired. "Indeed. It is Tianqi who has instilled in us this faith," Bulma replied with unwavering conviction, firmly believing in Wen Tianqi's strength, with her companions echoing her sentiments. "Young ones, I admire your courage. However, you must understand that our adversaries are a terrifying breed of demons," the Grand Elder solemnly stated. "They are remnants of the once mighty Frieza force. Known for their brutality and greed, reveling in slaughter. Among them, the leader Frieza stands as the most formidable demon, proclaimed the strongest in the universe. His true combat power is unfathomable, and no one on Namek can match him. The Grand Elder's voice grew somber as he remarked, "Your ally, Wen Tianqi, faces an exceedingly slim hope of confronting Frieza. It's all right. We believe in Tianqi. He will surely defeat Frieza," Kiki asserted. "I share that belief," Bulma added. "I too have faith in our leader's prowess." Piccolo chimed in, with the remaining companions nodding in agreement, their trust in Wen Tianqi unwavering. "Then I hope to receive good news from you. I wish you all the best," the Grand Elder concluded before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Frieza's spaceship had just landed. He emerged slowly, his silhouette exuding an aura of solitude and arrogance. His crimson eyes glinted with a cruel light, a malicious smirk gracing his face, causing the very air around him to tremble. He cast a cold glance at Wen Tianqi, who stood beneath him, and disdainfully remarked, "So, it is you who dares to challenge me?" Wen Tianqi stood there, his gaze remarkably serene. He offered Frieza a slight smile, one devoid of fear, yet brimming with defiance. "Indeed, Frieza, I am precisely the individual you seek," he replied with an ease that belied the gravity of the confrontation. A flicker of surprise passed through Frieza's eyes, swiftly followed by raucous laughter that reverberated through the cosmos, as if mocking Wen Tianqi's audacity. He looked down upon Wen Tianqi, his voice laced with derision. "You? With such meager combat power?" His tone was cold and sharp, like a dagger aimed directly at Wen Tianqi's heart. Frieza examined the reading on the power scouter, 100,000. "Not bad, I suppose." "Huh. If you believe this is all I am capable of, you are sorely mistaken." Wen Tianqi inexplicably smiled. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Wen Tianqi's being, his combat power soaring to unprecedented heights. His physique emanated a dazzling radiance, reminiscent of an invincible warrior descended from the cosmos. "Take a closer look," he urged. Chapter 33. Frieza transforms. Frieza gazed at the spectacle before him, momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that this insignificant being could attain a combat power of 530,000. "You can control Ki to such an extent?" Frieza mused, stroking his chin, astonished yet entirely unperturbed by his opponent's strength. "One could say," Wen Tianqi tilted his head, "it is somewhat akin to your various transformation stages." "You are aware of my transformations, are you?" Frieza chuckled, lightly covering his lips, his laughter a melodic yet sinister sound. "Very well, let me show you my second transformation." Frieza's crimson eyes suddenly brightened, then became unfocused as light coalesced. Moments later, his form was enveloped in a layer of deep red armor. The second transformation. A scarlet light erupted from within him, an overwhelming aura surging forth like a tidal wave, radiating outward from his core. An irresistible force emanated from his being, the deep red armor moving with a life of its own. His eyes transformed into two crimson voids, exuding an aura of dread that spilled forth incessantly. He grew taller and more imposing, his figure resembling that of a colossal titan. "My current combat power exceeds 1,000,000, Frieza proclaimed. Wen Tianqi nodded, preparing for the second transformation. "Indeed, my opponent, in my eyes, resembles an ant." "An ant? How laughable. He should consider his own worth." Suddenly, a crimson glow flared intensely, and a colossal figure floated around Frieza. In his second form, Frieza charged directly at Wen Tianqi, marking the commencement of their fierce battle. Frieza, an exceedingly formidable adversary, showcased astonishing strength and speed even in this form. Yet, Wen Tianqi was not an opponent to be trifled with. He faced Frieza with calm determination. As the battle commenced, it erupted into a brutal melee. Each strike resonated with a palpable impact, sending tremors through the air. Frieza's assaults were as swift and thunderous as lightning. Yet Wen Tianqi stood firm, employing his skill and resilient physique to withstand the onslaught. Their figures darted across the battlefield, exchanging blows with strategic precision. Each attack brimmed with ferocity, while every defense exhibited masterful technique. Frieza's eyes gleamed with fervor and malice, his laughter echoing through the chaos. He reveled in witnessing Wen Tianqi's pain, yet he understood that this opponent was not easily vanquished. As the battle reached its zenith, their strikes intensified. Their bodies collided midair, producing a dull thud, while their footfalls etched deep impressions into the ground, reminiscent of an earthquake. Surrounding structures crumbled and shattered under the weight of their conflict, debris flying and dust billowing. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi maintained an impeccable stance, deftly neutralizing all of Frieza's attacks. "Remarkable. You still possess considerable strength, Frieza noted, realizing something was amiss. His opponent's agile evasion was executed with ease, and he himself had sustained significant injuries, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Allow me to reveal my third form. A torrent of crimson energy burst forth from Frieza's body, radiating outward in a powerful wave. His physique elongated, each part growing more robust. In mere seconds, he transformed into a monstrous visage, his muscles swelling further, resulting in a form that was the most grotesque of all. Wen Tianqi silently remarked, "Your current form is truly rather unattractive." With a sigh, Wen Tianqi continued, "And what of it? What you perceive now is merely a fraction of my power, yet to be fully revealed. The strength of my third form exceeds your wildest imagination," Frieza declared with unwavering confidence. "Allow me to demonstrate just how formidable I am in my third form. My current battle power has surpassed 2 million. Hey, are you truly intent on battling me to the death?" As Wen Tianqi beheld Frieza charging towards him, a smirk involuntarily crept across his lips. Frieza's mouth curled upward slightly, as if to convey determination. Transforming into his third form, Frieza loomed majestically in the sky, exuding an overwhelming presence. His eyes glimmered with a cruel light, saliva trickling from the corners of his mouth, akin to a frenzied beast. He extended his massive arm, hurtling towards Wen Tianqi with the intent to shatter him into fragments. Wen Tianqi stood resolutely, his demeanor composed. Suddenly, Frieza, akin to a silver meteor streaking across the night sky, charged fiercely towards Wen Tianqi. Their confrontation resembled two supreme sovereigns of the cosmos vying for the throne, fierce and awe-inspiring. Yet, Wen Tianqi floated gracefully like a leaf caught in the wind, deftly evading Frieza's onslaught. His fist carved a golden arc through the air, illuminating a fresh expanse of starlit sky. The cataclysmic shockwaves radiated around them, trembling the very ground beneath their feet. Still, they remained as two invincible legends, exuberantly unveiling their might in the clash. Frieza's strength intensified, each of his strikes echoing the wrath of the universe, yearning to consume all. However, Wen Tianqi exhibited an uncanny elusiveness, deftly neutralizing each assault and retaliating with striking precision. The sound of slaps echoed, as Frieza bellowed in fury, "Could you refrain from striking my face?" "No," came the unwavering reply. As Wen Tianqi evaded, he chuckled with a hint of arrogance, proclaiming his invincibility. Frieza, with a bruised visage, roared in defiance, insisting, "I am undefeated. I am undefeated. Must you merely chant of your invincibility?" Wen Tianqi was at a loss for words. "We are fighting with all our might, and you cannot even defeat my third form. How could you possibly achieve victory? Do not underestimate me." Frieza has completely lost his mind, transforming into his final form. His entire body has diminished in size. "Come on. You cannot kill me." Frieza, now diminutive, roared, his voice resonating through the heavens and earth. The ground around him began to fracture, countless rocks rising from the depths, and towering mountains crumbling, as if the apocalypse had descended upon this place. After a long wait, my combat power has now reached 50% of its peak, boasting a staggering battle strength of 60 million. Frieza was filled with exhilaration, a cruel smile etched upon his face. "What do you think? Are you frightened?" "Ha ha ha." Wen Tianqi sighed. "Frieza, have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan?" Chapter 34, Wen Tianqi transforms into a Super Saiyan. What? Frieza was taken aback. "I mean, have you heard of the Super Saiyan?" Wen Tianqi spoke once more, exhibiting no trace of impatience. It was as if he were engaged in a discussion about a particular topic. "The Super Saiyan? That legend?" Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, Frieza was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting with intrigue. "It seems you have heard of it as well." With a smile, Wen Tianqi responded, "Then it shall be easy. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the Super Saiyan." "Ha ha ha ha." With a thunderous roar, Wen Tianqi's aura surged dramatically. He waved his hands and bellowed, "Transform." Super Saiyan. A faint golden radiance enveloped his body, as if an invisible force were bolstering him. This was the essence of a Saiyan's power. Frieza felt an overwhelming pressure and widened his eyes in astonishment. Suddenly, his hair began to shimmer with a dazzling brilliance, and a formidable energy erupted from within him, as his entire form ignited in a golden blaze akin to a raging inferno. His eyes, once deep and dark, now glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if capable of penetrating through all illusions. The muscles of his face twitched slightly, revealing an unusual resolve. His fingers began to tremble ever so slightly. This is impossible." Frieza's face was a mask of disbelief, realizing that his opponent's power had surpassed his own. Just moments ago, I possessed a battle power of 3,000,000. Now, in this Super Saiyan transformation, my power has escalated to an astonishing 150,000,000. With a sinister smile, Wen Tianqi remarked, 150 million. Frieza gasped, incredulously repeating the figure. No, I refuse to believe it. He roared, his rage erupting like a tempest. You'll find out soon enough, Wen Tianqi retorted coldly, enveloped in a golden aura. Then he moved. His actions were so swift that they defied description, leaving behind only a fleeting golden silhouette. He appeared in a series of different positions, as if traversing through various realms of time and space. His golden flames danced with his every motion, flowing around him like liquid gold. The surroundings began to transform, shrouded in an aura of mystery. The once ordinary room was now aglow with a resplendent golden light, resembling a mystical domain of golden radiance. Within this realm, Wen Tianqi embodied the essence of a golden sovereign, each of his movements imbued with a potent force that seemed capable of altering the very fabric of reality. His body radiated an even more intense luminescence, the golden flames ascending like a fierce blaze. His eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if they could penetrate the veil of existence. His muscles were as solid as steel, and his speed surpassed that of lightning. Receive my punch, Wen Tianqi declared, suddenly appearing beside Frieza, delivering a devastating blow. Frieza's body contorted like that of a colossal shrimp, his elongated tail curling as his head sank deep into his chest. The impact of Wen Tianqi's fist struck his abdomen, instantly distorting it. As the golden flames erupted, the air around them seemed to tear apart. Frieza's body tumbled through the air, accompanied by his anguished cries, as a mist of blood enveloped the space around him. Wen Tianqi did not relent. He relentlessly pursued, delivering blow after blow to Frieza's body. Each impact provoked a violent tremor that caused the surrounding planets and spacecraft to shudder. Frieza's form spiraled through the air, his cries growing fainter with each moment. Enveloped in a golden aura, he appeared as though scorched by an intense flame. Frieza had no time to evade, directly struck by an energy wave. His body spun through the air several times before crashing violently into a mountain laden with stones. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully embedded within. At that moment, the entire peak quaked, rocks cascading down in disarray. Frieza lay buried beneath the rubble, with only a few fingers and one eye exposed. His gaze was filled with terror and disbelief. It was impossible. The legend of the Super Saiyan was indeed true. Wen Tianqi strode before Frieza, his gaze icy and resolute. He was acutely aware that this battle had reached its conclusion. No, I still have one final trump card. Frieza roared, unleashing his full power, a staggering battle strength of 120 million. Futile, even at 120 million, you remain no match for me, Wen Tianqi replied with an air of casual indifference. Frieza seethed with rage, charging once more from the sky. In the distant horizon, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Son Goku watched in awe. Is that truly the legendary Super Saiyan? Remarkable, Son Goku exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. I too shall transform into a Super Saiyan. You will, Wen had assured him, Goku. You will soon achieve that transformation. Bulma crossed her arms, gazing at Wen Tianqi's silhouette, speaking without turning. Yes, I will become as strong as he is, Son Goku declared, his fists clenched in determination. So will I? Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with resolve. I will surely surpass Bulma. I believe in you, Launch replied with a smile. Every individual present was profoundly shaken by Wen Tianqi's prowess in battle. Was he truly a Super Saiyan? His strength was beyond comprehension, far surpassing what any of them could rival. For now, let us focus on our training and not dwell on such thoughts, Bulma remarked with a hint of calmness. Indeed. Meanwhile, Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Lingyan approached Bulma. Mother, can we also transform into Super Saiyans? Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Lingyan gazed at Bulma with eyes brimming with hope, as Chi-Chi inquired, You can do it. Bulma exchanged a glance with Chi-Chi and, with a joyful smile, replied. In another direction, hidden behind a pile of stones, Vegeta stared incredulously at Wen Tianqi. Why? How can he transform into a Super Saiyan? Who exactly is this Wen Tianqi? Why does he possess this knowledge while I do not? Vegeta clenched his fists, roaring in frustration. If Wen Tianqi is indeed the legendary Super Saiyan, then he would inevitably surpass me as the strongest in the future. How could Vegeta possibly accept such an outcome? No, I cannot concede. I am the strongest. I am the mightiest. He bellowed, fists tightly clenched. Why? Why can't I become a Super Saiyan? Why? One day I will surpass this guy. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. Chapter 35. Ruthlessly defeating Frieza. Leaving no remnants behind, Vegeta, with eyes ablaze with fury, fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, filled with seething rage. The Super Saiyan must belong to me. It can only be mine. Ah! Frieza roared with fury. Let me show you my true power. His eyes glinted with a chilling light, his body trembling as he evidently gathered strength. His battle power surged to an astonishing 12 million, more formidable than ever before. His muscles were taut, resembling an arrow poised to be released. Wen Tianqi stood there, utterly undaunted. His eyes brimmed with determination and confidence, for he knew that this was the moment he had long awaited. He unleashed the entirety of his power, attaining an astonishing battle strength of 150 million in his Super Saiyan form. A mysterious force seemed to encircle his body, and golden flames surged forth with a thunderous roar. As the battle commenced, Frieza launched a ferocious assault. His hands moved with the swiftness of lightning, striking towards Wen Tianqi. Yet, Wen Tianqi remained composed, his body gliding through the air like a graceful dragon, skillfully evading Frieza's onslaught. Frieza's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his form darting around like a tempest, as energy spheres relentlessly bombarded Wen Tianqi, all of which were deftly evaded by him. Wen Tianqi did not retaliate. He patiently awaited the opportune moment. At last, Frieza's attack revealed a slight vulnerability. Seizing the chance in an instant, Wen Tianqi's hands struck with the swiftness of lightning, launching an assault on Frieza. The battle between the two escalated to a fervent intensity, their figures darting through the air like bolts of lightning. The sounds of their clashes reverberated across the entire planet, as if the very heavens and earth trembled in response. Ultimately, Wen Tianqi capitalized on Frieza's opening, delivering a powerful blow that sent Frieza crashing to the ground. His body arched through the air before hitting the earth with a resounding thud. Silence enveloped the planet, broken only by the sound of Frieza's body hitting the ground. This confrontation left all witnesses in awe. Wen Tianqi's prowess had reached unprecedented heights. No, I cannot lose, Frieza bellowed, his eyes gleaming with malice. He lifted his foot and launched a fierce kick at Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi firmly blocked the strike and swiftly countered, landing a heavy punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza roared, utterly unprepared for Wen Tianqi's formidable strength. He retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Wen Tianqi's lower body. Wen Tianqi nimbly leapt into the air, performing a somersault to evade Frieza's assault. Frieza, now enraged, unleashed an even more ferocious barrage of attacks. His fists flew like lightning, but Wen Tianqi skillfully dodged or parried each blow. Wen Tianqi's counterattacks grew increasingly forceful, each strike eliciting pained groans from Frieza. His complexion turned pale, and his body began to tremble. Frieza moaned in agony, overwhelmed by disbelief. He realized he was no longer the mightiest being in the universe. His dreams lay shattered, and his ambitions had turned to dust. He looked up at Wen Tianqi, his eyes filled with malice and hatred. No, I cannot lose, Frieza muttered in a daze, suddenly struck by a thought. Just you wait, I will return. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. He intended to flee, to escape Wen Tianqi's relentless pursuit. Yet, Wen Tianqi's gaze hardened. A brilliant light erupted from his hands as he pursued Frieza without hesitation. In the sky, the dazzling light streaked across the horizon, reminiscent of a shooting star that vanished in an instant. Frieza's energy form slithered through the air like a serpent, while Wen Tianqi closely followed, unleashing powerful energy waves in an attempt to thwart Frieza's escape. Realizing he could not evade capture, Frieza abruptly altered his course, diving toward a mountain peak. Wen Tianqi, undeterred, followed suit, plunging downward. The two individuals moved with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, and swiftly ascended to the summit of the mountain. At that moment, the rocks atop the peak began to fracture under Frieza's immense power, causing colossal boulders to cascade downwards. Wen Tianqi had no choice but to momentarily halt his pursuit to withstand the onslaught of the tumbling stones. However, Frieza seized this opportunity to make his escape once more. Wen Tianqi was consumed by an overwhelming fury, and once more, his hand radiated a brilliant light, this time more intense than before. With a swift motion, a formidable wave of energy surged toward Frieza. Upon glancing back, Frieza was struck with terror as he realized the velocity of this energy wave was astonishingly swift, already closing in on him. He attempted to evade, but it was too late. Helplessly, he could only witness as the energy wave collided with him, engulfing him in an instant. The entire peak trembled, and the rock shattered once more. After a moment, tranquility returned, leaving only the debris upon the mountain and an eerie silence. Wen Tianqi slowly approached the edge of the mountain peak, gazing down at the scene below. Frieza was dead. The once supreme emperor of the universe had met his end in the desolate expanse of Namek, leaving no trace of his body behind. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi understood that this was merely the beginning. Frieza's lineage possessed even greater forces awaiting his challenge. The future harbored beings far more formidable than Frieza, humans, creatures, and extraterrestrials of immense power. Contemplating this, Wen Tianqi's gaze grew resolute. He lifted his head to behold the distant horizon. Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, Yuan Qingfeng, Yuan Lingyin, Son Goku, and Piccolo came rushing towards him, exuberantly leaping and embracing one another, filled with excitement. Tianqi, you are magnificent. You defeated the universe's greatest warrior, Frieza. The warmth of their touch filled Wen Tianqi with joy. Frieza hardly ranks as the universe's greatest. He still has a long way to go. However, for you all, he truly was an insurmountable adversary. Wen Tianqi surveyed the group as he spoke. At that moment, his gaze suddenly fixed on a distant figure. Look, what is that? Bulma pointed towards the horizon in astonishment. The group followed her finger and soon discerned an approaching silhouette, clad in battle attire. Oh, it appears to be Vegeta. Son Goku exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wukong, do you know Vegeta? Wen Tianqi inquired, taken aback. Indeed, Vegeta once assisted me. We are friends, Son Goku responded, scratching the back of his head with a smile. The revelation that Goku was acquainted with Vegeta and that they were friends was utterly bewildering. What a remarkable twist of fate. In the depths of his thoughts, Wen Tianqi pondered. It appears that Wukong and Vegeta are indeed friends. This implies that others, including Piccolo, must also be acquainted with Vegeta. With this realization, he recalled the plot of Dragon Ball, leading him to a bold conjecture that brought a joyful smile to his face. He called out to Wukong, Wukong, come here. Wukong looked at Wen Tianqi in confusion, unsure of why he was being summoned. Noticing Wukong's puzzled expression, Wen Tianqi felt compelled to articulate his hypothesis. Upon hearing it, Wukong was momentarily taken aback before soaring towards Vegeta. It was unclear what transpired between Wukong and Vegeta, but soon Vegeta appeared visibly agitated, engaging in a heated argument. However, in no time, Vegeta surprisingly followed Wukong back. Tianqi, Vegeta has agreed to join us. He is impressed by your strength. Wukong exclaimed loudly. Be quiet. Vegeta's face flushed crimson, resembling that of a liver, as he swiftly covered Wukong's mouth and pressed him to the ground, engaging in playful banter. Since that's the case, Vegeta, you might as well come along with us, Wukong declared. Very well, Wukong, I shall join you shortly. Vegeta responded with a haughty demeanor, rising from the ground and turning his face aside with feigned indifference. Wukong, I leave Vegeta in your care. Wen Tianqi said. Tianqi, is Vegeta truly your friend? Lei Chi inquired as they departed. Indeed, though both of you are Saiyans, he hails from the royal lineage of Saiyans. Yet, he is the proud prince of the Saiyans. Wen Tianqi lamented, alas, Vegeta's planet was utterly destroyed by Frieza. It seems that this Vegeta is quite a pitiable character. Wen Tianqi observed with amusement, noting that Vegeta was indeed a proud fellow, which explained why he had chosen to venture out alone. Having said that, Wen Tianqi led the group away from the site, making their way toward the location of the Grand Elder on Namek. Behind them, Son Wukong gazed at Vegeta's profile, feeling a twinge of pity. It seemed that he too was a being deserving of sympathy. Yet, before long, Son Wukong regained his composure, regardless of how pitiable one might be. It was essential to strive onward. He resolved to inspire Vegeta with unwavering determination, his heart brimming with fighting spirit. He must become stronger, powerful enough to safeguard Vegeta's life. Meanwhile, Vegeta was grappling with similar thoughts. Was he truly to follow Wen Tianqi? It felt utterly unsatisfactory. He must grow even more powerful and aspire to become a Super Saiyan. On another front, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch inquired, Tianqi, is what you say true? Is there truly a way for me to become stronger? Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Lingyin echoed their curiosity. Are you referring to the Grand Elder's potential awakening? We have already attempted that. While it indeed yielded some enhancement, it pales in comparison to your prowess as a Super Saiyan, Bulma remarked, pouting dismissively. The Grand Elder's method is merely one aspect. The Dragon Balls of Namek are far more potent than those of Earth. Have you forgotten about Frieza? His innate talent surpasses that of a Saiyan. Although Frieza may not appear to be able to defeat me, a Super Saiyan, it is solely because he has not trained since birth, relying entirely on natural growth to achieve a combat power exceeding 100,000. If only he had trained for 3 months. In the depths of Wen Tianqi's mind, the image of the spirited golden Frieza emerged, evoking a sense of dread. He pondered whether the Dragon Balls of Namek could replicate Frieza's extraordinary talents, though he surmised that the likelihood was rather slim. His arrival here was driven by a singular desire to grow stronger. Otherwise, amidst the perilous cosmos, he risked losing his life at any moment. In his Super Saiyan form, boasting a battle power of 150 million, he recognized that in the grand scheme of the universe, such strength was hardly significant. In a few years, even a mere android could easily overwhelm a Super Saiyan. The second Super Saiyan form, while an improvement over the first, was still not particularly remarkable, though within this time frame. It remained formidable, at least in Wen Tianqi's estimation. The third Super Saiyan transformation, however, unleashed an explosive surge in power, rendering its wielder a godlike entity to ordinary warriors. They could effortlessly obliterate planets, even annihilate entire galaxies. Father, we too wish to grow stronger. We aspire to be as powerful as you. Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingyin exclaimed, playfully clinging to Wen Tianqi's arm, their cherubic faces alight with innocence. Haha, very well. You shall become immensely powerful in due course. Wen Tianqi chuckled, affectionately tousling the hair of Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingyin. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a silent smile. It seems we have arrived, Lan Chi abruptly announced, addressing Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi stood before an eccentric house, within which resided the figure of the Grand Elder from Namek. Why do these extraterrestrial abodes all appear so similar? Wen Tianqi silently mused, reflecting on how the structures in Dragon Ball seemed to emerge from the same mold. You all wait for me outside, he instructed, observing Bulma and the others playing with 2 children. Certainly, Tianqi, you may proceed. We shall await your return outside, Chi-Chi responded, waving her hand in reassurance. With a bright smile, Wen Tianqi nodded in acknowledgement before turning around. With a gentle push, Wen Tianqi silently opened the door. The interior was shrouded in dim light, illuminated only by a few flickering fluorescent glows, creating an air of mystery. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the empty room. He sensed a subtle shift, as though an unseen force was quietly stirring. Suddenly, an ancient and commanding voice resonated through the air. Welcome, Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi raised his head and beheld an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, seated at the center of the room. His physique was remarkably large and corpulent, seemingly lacking vitality. However, his eyes sparkled like stars, and a smile imbued with wisdom and depth adorned his face. This was the Grand Elder of Namek, a figure of immense sagacity, belonging to the same era as the primordial Bic. Chapter 37. The Grand Elder, Awakening Potential Once More. In the Grand Elder's hands rested a small, luminous orb, emanating a warm glow akin to that of a miniature sun. Within the orb, the scene of Wen Tianqi engaged in battle with Frieza unfolded, appearing as if it were a replay of events. This was... Wen Tianqi inquired with a hint of astonishment, could it be a miniature camera? The Elder continued, this is the extraordinary ability of my memory stone. This stone, a manifestation of a unique plant from Namek, harbors the entirety of life's memories and energies. On Namek, every battle scene is meticulously recorded within this memory stone, known as the Sealing Stone. The name Sealing Stone was bestowed by my grandchildren, symbolizing the act of recording everything in existence, be it virtuous or vile. However, to shield the inhabitants of Namek from the clutches of darkness, and to ensure that each individual's heart retains its beautiful essence, we first consult the local residents whenever significant events occur, verifying whether their accounts align with mine before revealing them to the public. The Elder's voice resonated like thunder, yet his tone was remarkably gentle. Gazing intently at Wen Tianqi, the Elder's eyes sparkled with profound illumination as he remarked, I have witnessed your battle with Frieza. Your strength surpasses my expectations. I never anticipated the Super Saiyan to be so formidable. Wen Tianqi smiled gently, his profound eyes glimmering with the light of wisdom as he softly remarked, this is merely the tip of my iceberg. My true power remains poised. awaiting the opportune moment for its revelation. The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, seemingly absorbing the formidable aura emanating from Wen Tianqi, his gaze laden with astonishment and reverence. He was acutely aware that Wen Tianqi's capabilities far surpassed what he had thus far exhibited. Yet, he also understood that this young man must endure further trials to fully unleash his latent potential. "Your potential knows no bounds," the Grand Elder slowly proclaimed, "and I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors." With a subtle smile, Wen Tianqi expressed that he too was motivated by the desire to protect those he cherished. His gaze radiated confidence and resolve. The Grand Elder, upon hearing his words, nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, a gesture of appreciation and acknowledgement towards Wen Tianqi. "You are a true hero, Wen Tianqi," the Grand Elder proclaimed. "Your strength, your determination, your courage, each instills within me a profound sense of pride. You have unveiled the true might of the Super Saiyan, illuminating a beacon of hope." Wen Tianqi gently nodded, expressing his gratitude to the Grand Elder. He understood that his struggle was not solely for himself. It was also to safeguard the innocent lives and protect this planet. In that moment, warmth and hope filled the hearts of both individuals. Their gazes intertwined, silently proclaiming, "This is our mission, this is our duty. You know, I too was once a warrior." The Grand Elder's voice was somewhat somber, as if lost in reminiscence. Wen Tianqi nodded slightly, aware that in this moment, the Grand Elder was sharing his past and combat experiences with him. He listened intently, endeavoring to extract valuable insights from the narrative. "However, I am not a Super Saiyan. I am merely a Namekian." The Grand Elder's tone carried a hint of envy and regret as he confessed, "I do not possess your strength and talent. Yet I bear my own responsibilities and mission." Wen Tianqi silently nodded, comprehending the sentiments of the Elder. He recognized that each individual harbors their own mission and responsibilities, and that everyone can contribute meaningfully from their respective positions. "You are a formidable warrior and a leader imbued with a profound sense of duty." The Elder's tone resonated with respect. "I am confident that you will make judicious decisions to safeguard your people and your planet." The Elder of Namek fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi and spoke slowly. "I still possess some power that I can channel to awaken a glimmer of your innate talent." His voice was deep and resonant, leaving Wen Tianqi enveloped in a profound sense of awe. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light as he approached the Grand Elder, patiently awaiting his words. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, Grand Elder." He observed the Grand Elder slowly raising his hand, pointing towards him. The finger, though somewhat pale, emanated an aura of mysterious power. Suddenly, a formidable energy surged forth from the Grand Elder's fingertip, akin to an invisible tempest, rushing towards Wen Tianqi. He felt his body enveloped by this force. An unprecedented sensation, both warm and invigorating. His physique began to transform. His muscles tensed, his bones solidified, and his skin hardened to the texture of stone. He sensed a potent energy stirring within him, an ancient force that had lain dormant inside, now awakened. A muffled sound emanated from Wen Tianqi's body, as if he were engulfed in a vivid illusion. In an instant, his form seemed to be obliterated by an overwhelming force, flesh and blood scattering, bones strewn across the ground. Yet, this was merely a figment of imagination. In reality, Wen Tianqi remained unscathed, though a dazed expression lingered upon his face. The Grand Elder, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback and prepared to exert further energy, when suddenly a low grunt escaped him, revealing a fleeting expression of pain. His body appeared to be nearing its limits. What a terrifying talent! The Grand Elder marveled incessantly. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar erupted from within Wen Tianqi, as though an even greater power was awakening amidst that illusion. Wen Tianqi felt an extraordinary transformation as his body began to reassemble, flesh and bones swiftly knitted together, forging a stature that was both more imposing and majestic. Then, he regained consciousness, abruptly opening his eyes, a piercing brilliance illuminating the entire room. The Grand Elder, witnessing this spectacle, wore a smile of satisfaction. He understood that his power had successfully awakened Wen Tianqi's latent potential. Gazing upon this newly towering figure, he was filled with a profound sense of reverence and anticipation. Wen Tianqi stood motionless, enveloped in the formidable energy bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder of Namek. He sensed his strength ascending with each passing moment, a tremendous force erupting within him. His body began to radiate a resplendent glow, illuminating the entire hall like the sun. His muscles grew increasingly taut, as if harboring boundless power. Chapter 38. preparing to summon the dragon of Namek. Wen Tianqi sensed the transformation within his body, striving to transcend his limits and continually enhance his strength. His aura grew increasingly formidable, causing the very air around him to tremble in response. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed from his body, as though the power within him had reached its zenith. In an instant, he was enveloped by a surge of potent energy, which was swiftly followed by a breathtaking wave of force radiating outward, shattering everything in its vicinity. The aura of Wen Tianqi has ascended to an unprecedented height. He feels as though he has become an invincible entity. He slowly strides to the center of the hall, making his way towards the Grand Elder of Namek. As he approaches the Grand Elder, the Elder rises, a faint smile gracing his face as he regards him. "You have performed admirably, Wen Tianqi," the Grand Elder remarks. "You have awakened the latent potential within you and successfully surpassed your limits. However, your potential is exceedingly vast. With my strength alone, I am unable to fully unleash all that you are capable of. To achieve that, it would require the power of the Supreme Kai." The Grand Elder of Namek suddenly sighs, his expression somber. "The Supreme Kai," Wen Tianqi muses, raising an eyebrow as he recalls the moment in Dragon Ball when Gohan's abilities were awakened, culminating in the emergence of Mystic Gohan. "I understand. Thank you, Grand Elder. Additionally, I wish to utilize the Dragon Balls of Namek, as I have gathered them all." Wen Tianqi informs the Grand Elder. "Very well, that poses no issue." The Grand Elder replies with a smile. "Dandy, please accompany Wen Tianqi to summon the Eternal Dragon." "Yes, Grand Elder." A diminutive Namekian emerges, identified as Dandy. Previously, Dandy had been captured by Frieza's forces, nearly losing his life, but was rescued by Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others, for which he is immensely grateful to Wen Tianqi and his companions. "Thank you." Wen Tianqi nods, bidding farewell to the Grand Elder as he departs with Dandy. Once they have left, the Grand Elder suddenly coughs several times, his complexion turning pale. "Fortunately, at a critical moment, I halted. Otherwise, I would have risked my life without being able to activate all of Wen Tianqi's potential. He is indeed formidable," he chuckles softly. The Grand Elder of Namek chuckled to himself as he stepped outside. Wen Tianqi gazed at the verdant sky and the trio of suns, feeling a stirring within. Dandy seemed to sense something and proactively began to introduce Wen Tianqi to their world. "Our Namek." Dandy spoke enthusiastically for the better part of the day, recounting many tales, some of which Wen Tianqi was familiar with, yet not entirely comprehended. Namek is the fourth planet in the 27th main star system of the Lyra constellation. Its atmospheric composition and surface gravity are quite similar to that of Earth. Surrounding Namek are 3 stars, creating the illusion of 3 suns in a sky painted green, with no nightfall to be found. A year on Namek consists of merely 130 days, perpetually basking in daylight. This planet is a collection of hundreds of islands, with hills and continents entirely enveloped by peculiar, mushroom-like trees. Although the planet bears resemblance to Earth, it is extraordinarily bountiful. The inhabitants of Namek are characterized by their low birth rates and extended lifespans, residing in natural villages of approximately 100 individuals. The Grand Elder of Namek, for instance, has lived for countless years. Upon his arrival, Wen Tianqi thoroughly explored the architectural marvels of the village, characterized by their modest stature and circular or bubble-shaped windows, reminiscent of abalone or the spirals of a snail shell. The village is governed by the wisdom of its elders rather than by divine authority. This planet operates devoid of any conventional government, starkly contrasting with Earth. Minor regional issues are typically resolved through collective deliberation among the village elders, a practice that bears some resemblance to certain tribal customs on Earth. Dandy remarked that every individual born on Namek enjoys an optimal quality of life, a statement with which Wen Tianqi found himself in disagreement, for the surrounding environment was a far cry from that of a bustling metropolis. Moreover, Namek is devoid of a standing army. Each village boasts a single warrior tasked with the defense of their homeland and the Dragon Balls. Many young Namekian warriors possess combat capabilities averaging 3,000, while the older generation, despite physical decline, can still exceed 1,500, often hovering around 2,000. Such prowess would undoubtedly dominate the ranks of Earth's previous warriors. A Namekian warrior could effortlessly vanquish multiple fighters of Master Roshi's caliber in a single encounter. Despite their advanced technological achievements, the Namekians seemed disinclined to exploit these innovations excessively. Wen Tianqi observed this tendency and deemed it counterproductive. Technology could enhance combat effectiveness rather than hinder it, exemplified by devices such as power-level detectors and gravity training rooms. Nonetheless, the Namekians hold their own convictions, and Wen Tianqi chose not to press the matter further. Their focus in life leans more towards the spiritual rather than the material, reflecting a philosophical elevation above that of Earthlings. As for the Dragon Balls of Namek, they were crafted by the Grand Elder, comprising a total of 7 orbs, each safeguarded by one of the 7 elders. To acquire a Dragon Ball, one must demonstrate wisdom, strength, or simply articulate a wish, as only those warriors who earn the Elder's approval may lay claim to them. The likes of Frieza and his cohorts, however, would never gain such recognition, resorting instead to slaughter and coercion to seize the Dragon Balls. After an extensive conversation, Dandy suddenly remembered that he had yet to introduce himself. "I am Dandy," he said with a hint of embarrassment. "Lord Wen Tianqi, are you from Earth? I believe Piccolo is also on Earth, isn't he?" Wen Tianqi chuckled. "Indeed. It seems you have already encountered Bic." "That's correct." Dandy pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "In fact, I am quite intrigued by the Earth that Bic mentioned." "Splendid. You can accompany us back." "Let us be on our way, Dandy." Wen Tianqi said, "Let us summon the Divine Dragon." "Certainly, Master Wen Tianqi," Dandy exclaimed, filled with anticipation for their future journey to Earth. "This way, please, Master Wen Tianqi." After a brief stroll, Wen Tianqi and Dandy arrived beside Bulma and her companions. "Ah, Dandy, you have come as well," exclaimed Sun Wukong, leaping with joy. Chapter 39. Arise, Divine Dragon. Upon noticing Wen Tianqi's approach, Bulma inquired, "Why are you still here? Are you planning to spend the night?" "Namek does not experience nightfall," Dandy elaborated. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi exchanged glances, uncertain of Wen Tianqi's intentions. "No, we intend to summon the Divine Dragon here." Wen Tianqi chuckled. "The dragon?" Bulma and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. "Is it the dragon of Namek?" Chi-Chi's small face was filled with anticipation. "Is the dragon of Namek the same as the one on Earth?" Lanchi remarked, somewhat surprised. "It seems rather different. I just heard Piccolo mention it." Son Goku approached, accompanied by the haughty Vegeta. Although Vegeta feigned indifference, the mere mention of the dragon piqued his interest, yet he understood that the dragon was beyond his reach, as all the Dragon Balls were in Wen Tianqi's possession. Given Wen Tianqi's formidable strength, there was no one on Namek capable of challenging him. In fact, Vegeta harbored doubts that there existed anyone in the entire universe who surpassed Wen Tianqi. Had Wen Tianqi been aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would have taken the time to enlighten him. The Super Saiyan form, after all, truly held little significance in the vastness of the cosmos. It hardly ranked at all. "Come forth, dragon." On the visage of Wen Tianqi, there was no trace of fear, only unwavering resolve and determination. In his grasp, the 7 Dragon Balls pulsated as if they were sentient, radiating a brilliant luminescence. He inhaled deeply, then softly recited the familiar incantation directed at the Dragon Balls. Dandy, with utmost seriousness, translated the words, for Wen Tianqi was not versed in the tongue of Namek. Dandy spoke with reverence. As his voice faded, a formidable energy filled the air. The colossal stone door trembled amidst the light, as if on the verge of collapse. From within that brilliance, a magnificent dragon burst forth, majestically coiling in the sky. This was the legendary dragon, revered by generations, responding to Wen Tianqi's summons. A voice of authority resonated, followed by the descent of an enormous figure from the heavens. "What is this? How can such a grand dragon exist? This dragon dwarfs those of Earth, utterly unlike them." The onlookers were taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. "Look, the dragon's head is there." The immense creature was so colossal that it was incomparable to any dragon on Earth. Krillin swallowed hard. The dragon's eyes sparkled with wisdom and power, lowering its gaze upon Wen Tianqi as if inquiring about his wish. "I desire Frieza's abilities," Wen Tianqi declared to Dandy. Dandy was taken aback. Unable to fathom that Wen Tianqi's wish was such, he had anticipated a request for formidable powers instead. However, this wish was indeed the terrifying prowess of Frieza. It was uncertain whether the dragon could fulfill it. As for Bulma and the others, they seemed already aware, displaying no significant surprise, while Vegeta was drenched in cold sweat at Wen Tianqi's wish. If Wen Tianqi were to acquire Frieza's dreadfully potent abilities, he would forever remain unmatched. Vegeta clenched his fists, his heart brimming with resentment. He was a proud warrior, yet in that moment, he felt utterly helpless. He gazed up at Wen Tianqi. a foe infinitely stronger than himself. He understood that he must discover a means to overcome him. Otherwise, his honor and dignity would be irrevocably lost. How can the Prince of Saiyans concede defeat? In the sky, the dragon seemed to lapse into silence. This stillness enveloped the world in a profound quietude. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of birds, even the very act of breathing became achingly distinct. In this frozen moment, it felt as if everything had vanished. After what seemed like several minutes, the dragon finally addressed Wen Tianqi standing before him. This wish is beyond my power. Wen Tianqi gazed at the divine dragon, then at the radiance transformed into a dragon ball, before gently closing his eyes. He felt the rhythm of his heartbeat, each thump accompanied by a pang of pain. However, when he opened his eyes once more, the disappointment that had once resided within them had vanished, replaced instead by resoluteness and courage. Hee, I knew it wouldn't work. Then send me to a planet where I can learn instant teleportation, Wen Tianqi chuckled. Initially, he had intended to wish for Frieza's innate abilities from the dragon, but now, that seemed impossible. That poses no issue, the dragon proclaimed with an authoritative voice, and regardless of Wen Tianqi's protests. It enveloped him in a radiant glow and burst forth, illuminating his very being. Bulma, you all should return first. I shall come to Earth to find you shortly. Wen Tianqi waved farewell to Bulma and the others before vanishing. Tianqi, Bulma, Lanqi, and Chi-Chi softly called out to him. He smiled and waved, then transformed into a beam of light, disappearing into the cosmos. May I succeed. Wen Tianqi gazed up at the sky, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that he must cultivate greater strength to survive the impending great battles. Furthermore, he needed to enhance his combat prowess to safeguard those he cherished. The future conflict was on the verge of erupting, and time was not on his side. He had to accelerate his journey toward becoming more formidable. In a distant corner of the universe lies a celestial body known as Adrat Star, a realm steeped in mystery and legend. This planet is home to a unique superpower, instantaneous teleportation. This ability allows individuals to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, bridging even the most remote galaxies in mere moments. At this juncture, Wen Tianqi harnessed the power of the divine dragon to arrive at this extraordinary place. Upon recalling Adrat Star's remarkable capability for teleportation, he resolved to embark on a quest for greater adventures. As Wen Tianqi stepped onto Adrat Star, he was captivated by the breathtaking landscapes. He marveled at the peculiar architecture crafted by the inhabitants of Adrat Star and observed the verdant flora unique to this world. In Chapter 40, titled Instantaneous Teleportation, The Arrival of the Androids, Wen Tianqi encountered numerous awe-inspiring vistas, as the people of Adrat Star guided him through various intriguing locales, imparting knowledge about their rich culture and history. That day, Wen Tianqi arrived at the abode of the tribe's elder as promised. They found themselves atop a mountain peak, enveloped in swirling mists. Here, they would engage in a special training session focused on the art of instantaneous teleportation. The elder, aged yet benevolent, wore a gentle smile. He gradually conveyed to Wen Tianqi that instantaneous teleportation is a skill demanding immense self-control and concentration. Mastery over the forces of space is essential to move freely to any desired location. Upon finishing his words, the elder conjured a radiant gemstone from his grasp. This gem, known as the Stone of Time and Space, was a treasured heirloom of their tribe for millennia. The elder entrusted the Stone of Time and Space to Wen Tianqi, advising him that this artifact would aid him in swiftly mastering the ability of instantaneous teleportation. The Stone of Time and Space. Does one truly require this object to learn teleportation? Wen Tianqi's face reflected curiosity, yet he accepted it nonetheless, sensing an inexplicable energy emanating from within the stone. Wen Tianqi cautiously accepted the Stone of Time and Space, feeling a formidable power emanate from the gem. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the essence of space. Time seemed to freeze, his heartbeat gradually slowing, and the entire world appeared to revolve solely around him and the stone. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his fingertips. He opened his eyes to discover that the gem had cut into his skin. Just as he was about to scream, he found himself in an unfamiliar forest. The sight before him left him astonished. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was enveloped by a forest imbued with an aura of mystery. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, cascading upon him, while the distant sound of a babbling brook reached his ears. The air was thick with the scent of earth, enveloping him in an overwhelming sense of comfort and tranquility. A sudden realization struck him. He turned to gaze at the stone, which was now emitting a faint glow. At that moment, he understood that he had successfully mastered the art of teleportation. In a surge of excitement, he yearned to return to his tribe and share this joyous news with the elders. Thus, he closed his eyes once more, concentrating intently, attempting to invoke his newfound skill again. However, when he opened his eyes, he found himself still standing in the same spot. Furrowing his brow, he pondered whether he needed to continue utilizing the stone of time and space. Just then, a warm presence emerged from behind him. It was the elder. The elder spoke, "Tianqi, you have indeed mastered the skill of teleportation. Yet, you must now learn to control it. Once you gain proficiency, the stone will no longer be necessary." Upon hearing the elder's words, Wen Tianqi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Under the elder's guidance, he gradually learned to harness this skill more effectively. After numerous attempts and relentless effort, he finally attained the ability to traverse freely to any location he desired. He mastered the swift application of teleportation, allowing him to reach destinations with remarkable speed. However, challenges persisted on this planet. The immense power of teleportation had attracted nefarious individuals who exploited it for criminal endeavors. Wen Tianqi resolved to assist the inhabitants of Adversaries in addressing this issue. He and his friends embarked on an intense struggle, ultimately triumphing over the wrongdoers and restoring peace to the planet. "Elder, will you not leave?" Wen Tianqi inquired of a portly elder. "We, the Adversaries people, are not permitted to use teleportation to depart from this planet. We cannot leave. It is our mission to remain here. Tianqi, since you have acquired this skill, you may depart. Your world requires your protection." The elder replied warmly. "Thank you. It has been quite some time. I must return to Earth now," Wen Tianqi responded. Wen Tianqi bowed respectfully to the elder before turning to depart. As he watched Wen Tianqi's figure gradually fade into the distance, the elder murmured to himself, "Tianqi, you must become a valiant warrior and safeguard yourself. It is precisely due to the guardianship of such warriors that the inhabitants of the planet Yadalat are able to survive and thrive in this world." Wen Tianqi did not depart directly. Instead, he ventured into a mysterious cavern. "I wish to learn the art of forcible separation," Wen Tianqi declared to the enigmatic figure within the cave. "Hiki, very well. I shall impart this knowledge to you," came the raspy voice in response. Wen Tianqi revealed a perplexing smile. Inside Bulma's mansion on Earth, frustration brewed. Where on earth has that scoundrel Wen Tianqi gone? Why hasn't he returned yet? Is it because of you? Chi-Chi exclaimed with an angry expression. "Calm down, Chi-Chi. Perhaps he is preoccupied with some urgent matter," Lan Shi interjected gently. "By the way, Bulma, could you enlighten us on the method of utilizing instant transmission? I am at a loss as well. Moreover, instant transmission is an immensely potent skill, reputed to be quite challenging to master. We might as well continue waiting," Bulma sighed in resignation. "What? You dare to claim that this skill is difficult to learn? How outrageous!" Chi-Chi retorted in anger. "All right, let us all remain composed. It is possible that Tianqi has encountered some unforeseen delays," Lan Shi consoled. Bulma shook her head with a wry smile, stating, "Regardless, based on Tianqi's previous words, he should be here shortly." Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Upon hearing the commotion, the three turned their attention to the door. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" "I have been waiting for ages," exclaimed a boy clad in training attire, drenched in sweat. This boy was Yuan Qifeng, and the girl beside him was none other than Yuan Lingyi. "Qifeng, Lingyan, you should take a breather," Chi-Chi advised, placing her hand on her forehead. Apologies. We were rather anxious, hence our relentless training. We still need to head to the gravity room." Yuan Qifeng and Yuan Lingyin replied hurriedly as they dashed off. "These two children truly are relentless," Bulma remarked with an affectionate smile. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bulma answered. "Hello, this is Bulma." "Bulma, the androids have appeared." A voice, reminiscent of the legendary Sun Wukong, echoed through the phone, urgently calling for assistance. "I need your help. These androids are incredibly powerful. You must come quickly." The novel can be downloaded through the open source, complimentary star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through an alternative download method and the merchant has not provided the software's source code or open source address, please seek an immediate refund and report the merchant. The author's email is xingyuoutlook.com, QQ 201-759-3710, and the official QQ group is 149050832. The official Telegram group can be found at t.me/fqtool. In Chapter 41, concerning the androids numbered 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. It is astonishing to find that Sun Wukong had managed to make a phone call. The background was filled with the sounds of a fierce battle. A voice from Piccolo interjected, "Understood, we will head over immediately." Bulma hung up the phone and exchanged glances with Chi-Chi and Launch, ready to set off. Launch, brimming with combat spirit, declared, "I am eager to see whether these androids are truly as formidable as they say." Chi-Chi replied with exasperation, "Oh, you young lady. Don't complicate matters." The scene shifted to Earth, where, at the edge of its atmosphere, a dark gaping void appeared on the surface. From within emerged a figure, Wen Tianqi, his face smudged with ash, looking somewhat disheveled. "Oh dear, I've ended up in the wrong places multiple times. How absurd." Wen Tianqi, with a visage of embarrassment, remarked. Fortunately, there is no one else around. After a brief glance, he finally located his destination. "At last, I have arrived on Earth," he uttered with palpable excitement. Before him lay the Earth. Though marred by pollution, it retained an awe-inspiring grandeur, adorned with modern structures that, despite their dilapidation, still whispered tales of past opulence. "Oh, the sensation of returning home is truly delightful," he exclaimed, laughing heartily with hands placed on his hips, only to abruptly pause the next moment. Wen Tianqi gazed in astonishment towards a certain direction. "The androids have arrived already? I haven't been gone for long. How could they have come so swiftly? By this token, could it be that Trunks is no more?" He suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling something. "Never mind, I shall first investigate the androids." With that thought, Wen Tianqi's form flickered and vanished into the vastness of outer space, his presence undetectable to the naked eye, even at the speed of light. It was merely a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Earth, with a whoosh, a figure materialized from the air, a peculiar elderly man adorned with an odd hat. Clad in a bizarre outfit, his arms hanging limply, a cruel laugh etched across his face. "Ha ha ha, you lot, perish." Beside him stood a hefty figure, Android 19, and alongside him, Android 20. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch were engaged in a standoff with Android 20, while Piccolo hovered nearby. Vegeta was locked in a fierce battle with Android 19. "Be careful. His palms can absorb energy," Tien Shinhan shouted, anxiety etched on his face, as he clutched Goku, who had just suffered a heart attack and had absorbed a considerable amount of energy. Thankfully, Vegeta had appeared just in time to rescue Goku. "Haha," Vegeta sneered coldly, grounding himself. Then, with a furious roar, his voice echoed like chilling steel through the air. His body trembled, muscles bulging as if enduring immense agony. His eyes transformed into a golden hue, shimmering with a mysterious light. Subsequently, a formidable energy erupted from within him, enveloping his entire being in a blaze of golden flames. His hair and brows turned golden, his skin seemingly coated in a radiant sheen of gold. Vegeta's aura intensified, becoming both potent and perilous. As he moved gracefully within the energy, akin to a dancer showcasing his strength and elegance, his movements quickened and grew more ferocious, as if he intended to unleash every ounce of his power. Suddenly, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth to fissure and a resounding explosion to reverberate across the planet. Surrounding buildings and mountains trembled under the weight of his strike. As if on the brink of annihilation, Vegeta's form continued to quiver, seemingly harboring even more energy awaiting release. His eyes shimmered with an even brighter radiance, as if intent on illuminating the entire sky. Android 19 was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he retreated explosively, transforming into a fleeting shadow. "Ah!" Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, as Vegeta unexpectedly unleashed his Super Saiyan form, gritting his teeth and declaring, "So, you refuse to be surpassed by the likes of Goku and the others, do you?" The fact that Vegeta could also transform into a Super Saiyan was utterly astonishing. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tien's face. Why is the Super Saiyan so formidable? Come forth, I, the Prince of Saiyans, shall engage you." Vegeta coldly asserted, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear right before Android 19. With a resounding thud, Android 19 was propelled away like a kite severed from its string, carving a deep crimson mark into the ground, his body nearly disassembled. Simultaneously, his eyes returned to their normal hue. Easily defeated, Vegeta scoffed, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "Saiyans, how laughable! Is your power truly so feeble?" Android 19 slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, speaking indifferently. What did you say?" Vegeta furrowed his brow, while Piccolo and Tien exchanged anxious glances. Easily defeated? Who among you can match us androids? Android 19 proclaimed with arrogance. You. A thunderous roar erupted as Android 20 was forced back by Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. Humph, you possess some skill. But we androids are not limited to just this level of power. 16, 17, 18, come forth. Android 20 shouted, activating the control for the sleep chamber. What is he doing? Krillin questioned, furrowing his brow in confusion over the enemy's actions. Yet, merely seconds later, three figures, swift to the point of blurring, soared into view. With a swoosh, they landed on the ground. Three oddly shaped individuals emerged. Two men and a strikingly beautiful woman, all gazing in this direction. Who are these people? Tien and the others exchanged bewildered glances at the newly arrived androids. Meanwhile, Bulma seemed contemplative, sharing a knowing look with Chi-Chi and Launch, directing her attention toward the golden-haired girl. This must be the girl Tien spoke of. Humph. His judgment remains as astute as ever. Bulma pouted, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Chi-Chi and Launch exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Opposite them stood a gigantic figure clad in green armor and a form-fitting black suit, adorned with white socks and green short boots. Android 16. Beside him were a dark-haired man, Android 17, and a tall blonde girl, Android 18. What a disgrace, Androids 19 and 20. You are truly pathetic, Android 17 remarked with a light chuckle. Come quickly and help us defeat these foes. Android 20 shouted. Ha ha ha. Androids 17 and 18 possess infinite energy. You are utterly no match for them. Ha ha. Prepare to meet your demise. Is that so? Android 17 replied nonchalantly, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood before Android 19. A dull thud echoed as Android 19 was sent flying by a single punch, leaving a deep crimson mark on the ground, motionless for quite some time. Too fragile. Android 17 declared with pride. Android 17 is indeed formidable. Vegeta observed in mild astonishment. Androids 17 and 18, I shall lend you my strength. 18, 17. This one is ours. Android 20 shouted enthusiastically as he charged forward. Android 20, you are far too naive. Allow me to send you flying. Android 17 laughed heartily. In a flash, Android 20 vanished, reappearing before Androids 16 and 17. A pair of dull thuds rang out simultaneously. Both Android 16 and 17 staggered back, while Android 20 was pierced through the chest by a single blow. 20, you are too weak. You are unworthy to fight alongside us. Android 17 stated coldly. What? You were all created by me, and yet you intend to kill me? No, you cannot do this. Android 20 screamed in despair. But it was futile as Android 17 obliterated him in a single strike. On the ground, Android 19 lay still, having lost all movement. In a mere moment, both Androids 19 and 20 had been vanquished by Android 17 alone. You are quite powerful, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Only such formidable adversaries could truly bring forth his strength. He would surpass Son Goku, exceed Wen Tianqi, and become the strongest in the universe. Ha ha ha. Come forth, let me witness your power. Vegeta roared, his body erupting in a blazing golden aura, dazzling like the sun. His voice reverberated through the cosmos, instilling a profound sense of awe. He extended his finger towards Android 17, an unfathomable fury and determination gleaming in his eyes. Encased in an aura of power, Vegeta's physique grew more imposing and robust, with the contours of his muscles sharply defined. In a sudden burst, he charged at Android 17, his speed astonishing as he appeared before him in an instant. The clash of their battle reverberated throughout the cosmos, waves of energy surging and planets trembling. Each of Vegeta's strikes was imbued with tremendous force. Yet 17 seemed to withstand them effortlessly. His form flowed like liquid, capable of contorting to evade attacks, while simultaneously countering. Fear began to creep onto Vegeta's face. He sensed that his strength might not suffice to vanquish 17. Severely injured, blood trickled from his lips. I cannot lose. Vegeta gritted his teeth, asserting. He shut his eyes, concentrating intently, summoning every ounce of energy within him. A golden aura swirled around him, intensifying with each heartbeat. Suddenly, a formidable surge of energy erupted from Vegeta's body, even more potent than before. Enveloped in this energy, he grew even more formidable. Once again, he lunged at 17, this time with increased speed and strength. His assaults seemed capable of shaking the universe, threatening annihilation. Yet, 17 continued to evade Vegeta's blows with ease, retaliating in kind. His form morphed. ensnaring Vegeta's legs and sending him crashing to the ground. Vegeta coughed up blood, feeling his strength wane. He lifted his gaze towards 17, despair evident in his eyes. I cannot be defeated by you, Vegeta bellowed. Gathering his final reserves of energy, he unleashed a powerful golden aura that enveloped 17, rendering him immobile. Vegeta pointed decisively at 17's head, his gaze radiating a chilling intensity, as if he sought to consume 17's very essence. Suddenly, a tremendous energy shot from Vegeta's fingertip, striking 17's head directly. In an instant, 17's body stiffened, then slowly crumpled to the ground. Breathing heavily, Vegeta gradually rose to his feet, staring incredulously at his hand. Scarcely believing his triumph, he lifted his gaze towards the distant planets, releasing a victorious cry. However, when he turned back to face 17, a wave of terror washed over him as he realized his victory was not complete. 17's body gradually became translucent, ultimately vanishing into thin air. Vegeta stood frozen, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, where a mysterious figure slowly emerged into view. 17. Vegeta gasped, bewildered. The 17 he had just obliterated was merely a shadow, the true android 17 unscathed. So weak, utterly dull. Is this what Super Saiyans are? Hardly impressive, 17 remarked, tilting his head casually. You, android 17. How can you be unscathed? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips quivering incessantly. The android no. 17 approached him leisurely, an air of disdain evident in his gaze. Humph. With such feeble strength, do you really think you can defeat me? No. 17 halted in front of Vegeta, scrutinizing him. No, it's impossible. I obliterated you. How can you still be alive? Vegeta's heart brimmed with incredulity, feeling ensnared in an inescapable trap. Number 17 extended his hand, gently pressing it against Vegeta's head. Your current power is nothing but trivial in my eyes, weakling. Weakling. Number 17 incessantly reiterated, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied intensity. No, it can't be. Vegeta gazed at his own fallen form, unable to accept that his power was insufficient to vanquish android number 17 under such circumstances. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and his body began to tremble as a surge of immense energy erupted from within him, as if striving to rend the very fabric of space. Yet, he failed to anticipate that this power would appear so fragile before number 17. The latter regarded Vegeta coldly, akin to observing a feeble ant in its futile struggle. With a mere flick of his hand, an invisible force effortlessly knocked Vegeta to the ground. His body traced an arc through the air before crashing down, producing a dull thud. However, in the next moment, Chapter 43, provoking Android 18. Dust swirled in the air, and Vegeta's silhouette vanished amidst the haze. At this moment, a gust of wind arose, stirring the dust into a frenzy. The crowd shifted their gaze to another side, where a figure emerged from the smoke. Clad in a blue battle robe, with striking features and long hair flowing in the breeze, he approached Vegeta's fallen form, glancing at the downed warrior before looking up at number 17. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he assessed android number 17. Then abruptly turned his attention to the golden-haired android number 18 nearby. Hello, beautiful. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi brushed his hair back, revealing a self-satisfied smile. Humph. Boring. Android number 18 scoffed, turning away. Oh dear. Ha ha ha. Just as Wen Tianqi was about to continue, he suddenly felt a chill behind him and slowly turned around. Bulma, Chi-Chi launch, how are you all? Wen Tianqi offered an awkward smile, having forgotten his 3 wives. It was rather inappropriate to flirt in their presence. Isn't that the universe's strongest, Wen Tianqi? Flirting with a beautiful girl right here. How impressive, Bulma remarked, her tone laced with irritation, causing Wen Tianqi to sense a wave of jealousy. Tianqi, do you have some thoughts about that golden-haired beauty? Chi-Chi's face was filled with skepticism as she regarded this lecherous man, who seemed to have set his sights once more. Hee, Tianqi, you remain as fickle as ever. Well, I have no objections, but I must caution you. This synthetic being is quite formidable. Do not underestimate it, lest you fail to engage with the beauty and end up tarnishing your own reputation. Lanchi chuckled behind her hand. Ahem, that won't be the case. You can simply observe from the sidelines. Dealing with a synthetic being is a trivial matter. Wen Tianqi casually tossed his head, only to notice that everyone was staring at his long hair. Boss, why has your hair grown so long? Bick inquired, his expression marked by disbelief. as he found his leader's personal life perplexing. Women are the most troublesome. Why would anyone want a woman? Isn't it better to remain single for a lifetime? Oh, I forgot to get a haircut, Wen Tianqi chuckled softly, finding no fault in that reasoning. That is good. Clin sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, his esteemed brother Tianqi had not been lured away by a woman. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to deal with that artificial being. Clin, please attend to Wukong. I must see to his ailment. He requires his medication promptly. Administer the medicine developed by Bulma, Wen Tianqi instructed Clin. Several years prior, Wen Tianqi had conferred with Bulma to create a miraculous remedy for heart disease, all in anticipation of this very moment. Understood, boss. Clin exhaled in relief, swiftly darting to Wukong's side and carrying him away. With brother Tianqi here, there is nothing to fear. He is the strongest in the universe. Clin thought to himself, feeling as though the entire world had found its pillar of support as he soared towards Master Roshi's humble abode with Wukong in tow. Leave number 17 to me. And you three can handle number 18. How does that sound? Wen Tianqi stroked his chin, addressing Bulma and the others. He had a desire to engage in a fierce battle with number 18, yet recognizing Bulma's demeanor, he discerned that the time was not yet ripe. Thus, he opted for a strategic retreat, intending for Bulma, Chi-Chi, and the others to foster a rapport with number 18, which would ultimately benefit their burgeoning family. After all, it would not be long before they all became one family, he thought with a chuckle. With a sly smile, Wen Tianqi thought to himself, whatever. You may divide as you wish. I am entirely at your service. Android 17 stood firmly in place, arms crossed, grinning without any intention of making a move. After all, you cannot possibly be my adversaries. Android 17 brimmed with confidence. Android 16, do you intend to engage? Android 18 inquired, her brow furrowed, seeking to ascertain Android 16's stance on confronting three opponents simultaneously, a challenge she felt capable of surmounting. Android 16, with his imposing stature, remained utterly motionless, a faint smile gracing his face as he calmly replied, I apologize, but I do not intend to take action. Why not? Android 18 asked, perplexed. If you're not going to fight, then what brings you here? To show off? Or perhaps to flaunt your strength while traveling? Because I do not wish to harm them, Android 16 answered, his tone serene, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Are you afraid of upsetting them by causing injury? Android 18 queried, struggling to comprehend his reasoning. Not at all. They harbor no intention of harming me. I merely prefer not to inflict harm upon them, Android 16 clarified. Very well, Android 18 conceded with a hint of exasperation, still baffled by this individual. Then let the battle commence, Android 17 declared, his metallic joints glowing a vivid crimson as he activated his full potential, preparing for a final showdown, with his opponent being the tardy Wen Tianqi. Upon hearing the words of Android 16, Wen Tianqi could not help but smile benevolently. Unlike other androids, this particular creation was endowed with remarkable kindness, posing no threat to humans or flora and fauna. Indeed, it surpassed nearly all of humanity in its benevolence, embodying an elevated sense of amusement. However, recalling Android 16's declaration of nonviolence, a playful smirk crossed Wen Tianqi's face. While your intentions may be noble, to claim you wish no harm to me seems rather boastful. Prepare to be astonished, huh? A wicked grin curled at the corners of Wen Tianqi's lips. Witness what it means to be the strongest in the universe. Meanwhile, Android 16 stood still, his mechanical legs shifting slightly, arms crossed over his chest. A subtle smile gracing his features. Opting not to engage in the impending conflict, he chose restraint, unwilling to cause harm to anyone present. Very well. It's acceptable if 16 does not intervene. 18, you shall handle those three women over there, while I shall deal with this Wen Tianqi, declared Android 17, his face adorned with a confident smile. Humph. Then we shall make the first move. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, the trio of striking beauties, suddenly proclaimed in unison to Wen Tianqi. Excellent. I am indeed curious about your capabilities, Wen Tianqi exclaimed, his eyes widening in anticipation as he regarded the three enchanting figures. In the next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from them. This is Android 17, 18, and 16 exchanged astonished glances. Krillin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Chapter 44, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi transform into Super Saiyans with a delicate yet commanding shout. Bulma, Chi-Chi and Lan-Chi unleashed their transformation, a golden aura erupting around them as their flowing hair turned to shimmering gold. Their locks danced in the wind, resembling a radiant golden sun illuminating their forms. Their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination, the unmistakable gaze of Super Saiyans, brimming with confidence and strength. The golden aura swirled around the trio, akin to golden waves crashing in their midst. Their hair glistened brilliantly within the golden flames, appearing as if they were flames themselves, swirling in a mesmerizing dance. In this golden radiance, their bodies appeared more perfect, embodying the awe-inspiring power of Super Saiyans, a force that sent shivers down the spine. As they erupted with energy, a formidable surge emanated from their beings, temporarily leaving those around them in a state of shock. Enveloped by this overwhelming power, their forms became a blur, leaving only 3 golden silhouettes in their wake. This transformation rendered the entire scene utterly breathtaking. Can you also transform? The Android 17 inquired with astonishment. Similarly, Android 18 lowered her arms, her visage reflecting sheer surprise. The combined aura emanating from the 3 was such that even she might not stand a chance against it. Android 16, though somewhat taken aback, remained the most composed. His strength surpassed that of both 17 and 18, rendering him less astounded by Bulma and her companion's transformation. Piccolo and Tien were paralyzed with fear, unable to believe their eyes at the scene before them. Surrounding Bulma and her 2 companions, a golden aura blazed like the radiant sun, making their hair shimmer more brilliantly in its glow. The power they radiated caused the very air around them to tremble. In that instant, Piccolo, Tien, and the others sensed an overwhelming threat. The 3 Super Saiyans before them resembled deities descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of inviolability. Their hearts raced, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. Piccolo exchanged a glance with Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha, their expressions blank. Is the Super Saiyan transformation now so trivial? How could they all transform at once? If Frieza were to witness this, he would surely weep copiously. Has the Super Saiyan transformation become this effortless? To think that all 3 have achieved it simultaneously. One must understand that not everyone can become a Super Saiyan. It requires immense trials, and some may dedicate their entire lives without ever achieving it. Piccolo stared in disbelief at Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch, his astonishment leaving him speechless. Our leader is incredible. Akin to a deity, no, even beyond a deity. Kaiatsu and the others gazed at Bulma with admiration. This was their first glimpse of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch showcasing the power of Super Saiyans. Previously, they had believed Bulma incapable of transformation, as she had always been engrossed in scientific pursuits, rarely displaying her combat prowess. Yet just moments ago, Bulma had unveiled her formidable strength. Now, they were convinced. Leader, from now on, we shall follow you. Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha exclaimed excitedly. Piccolo interjected. You all are shouting. What should I say? He hurriedly joined in. Leader, I am your loyal subordinate. Piccolo waved his hand, calling out to Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi replied. Now that you've called me leader, how could I possibly reject you? That would be quite the embarrassment for me. Wen Tianqi, his face clouded with frustration, gazed speechlessly at the lively group before him. Shaking his head, he let out a wry smile and remarked, You all are truly beyond saving. Now, enough of this commotion. Baiku, you and the others may return for now. Wen Tianqi gazed at the lively group before him, a smile gracing his lips. Winking Feng and Wen Lingyan pouted and said, Daddy, we want to watch your battle here. Wen Tianqi smiled helplessly in response. Haha, no need to worry. It will be over soon. Android 17 smirked, stretching his body slightly. Give it your all. If it's just that so-called Super Saiyan, he has no match for me. Although those 3 women over there can match Android 18 blow for blow, my strength surpasses hers. You do realize that, don't you? Android 17 tossed his hair back with a mischievous grin. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at Android 17 and remarked, You are not the strongest. Android 16 surpasses you in strength. Moreover, your demeanor is somewhat. Demeanor? What does that imply? Android 17 paused, inquiring further. What I mean is, Android 16 possesses a far greater composure, and, I must add, he is quite handsome. Wen Tianqi silently nodded. The expression of Android 17 shifted to one of indignation as he processed the information. He glared at Wen Tianqi, his voice tinged with irritation. Are you suggesting that Android 16 surpasses me? That his combat prowess exceeds my own? Android 17 found it hard to believe. His eyes wide with disbelief, lips pressed tightly together, his heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. He had always considered himself the epitome of combat capability. The mightiest of all androids. Could this truly be the case? Android 16? Ignoring Wen Tianqi, Android 17 turned to question Android 16 directly. Android 16 wore a tranquil expression. Responding coolly, "This is merely the will of the doctor. I have not deceived you. I have never claimed to reveal my true strength." Android 17 fell silent, pondering the fact that Android 16 had seemingly never engaged in battle nor showcased his capabilities, leading 17 to believe that he was the strongest creation of the doctor. However, doubt began to creep in. I shall eliminate you first, and then I will defeat 16. I will make you all understand that I am the ultimate android." Android 17 was becoming increasingly unhinged. His eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, his body surging with an overwhelming energy. He charged towards Wen Tianqi, his muscles as unyielding as steel, his speed accelerating rapidly as he closed the distance to Wen Tianqi in an instant. Wen Tianqi gazed calmly at number 17, devoid of any trepidation, yet brimming with a fervent battle spirit. His muscles began to tense, and a formidable energy field enveloped him, causing the surrounding air to resonate with a low hum. A golden aura surged upwards, transforming his hair into a radiant gold, unlike the typical Super Saiyan state of others. Wen Tianqi's transformation exuded an ethereal quality, with an unparalleled intensity emanating from him. Chapter 45. Overwhelming number 17 was far beyond the realm of ordinary Super Saiyans, drawing the attention of those around him instinctively. However, the android number 17 remained unfazed. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a powerful punch at Wen Tianqi, the impact reverberating as if it could pierce through the very air. Wen Tianqi, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own, and the two tremendous energies collided in midair, producing a deafening roar. Wen Tianqi's body shuddered violently, as though struck by a speeding train. However, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed another punch. This strike was even more fierce and formidable than the last, as if it possessed the power to obliterate all in its path. Number 17 was forced to retreat repeatedly, his body tumbling through the air before he managed to steady himself. He was taken aback, never anticipating the sheer magnitude of Wen Tianqi's strength. Yet, he refused to concede, charging once more at Wen Tianqi, this time with greater speed and enhanced force. The intensity of their battle escalated, their bodies spiraling through the air as their fists rained down upon one another like a torrential storm. Each collision resonated with a deafening roar, and every strike inflicted severe damage upon the opponent. The conflict was brutal yet fleeting. Ultimately, Wen Tianqi landed a decisive blow to number 17's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. Number 17 spun through the air several times before crashing violently against the wall. With a resounding thud, the artificial being was propelled into the solid structure, his form deeply embedded within the sturdy masonry. The overwhelming force sent debris scattering, dust billowing forth, and the entire scene was instantly shrouded in a veil of smoke. Wen Tianqi, radiating a dazzling golden light, exuded an air of arrogance, refraining from launching an immediate assault. Instead, he leisurely awaited the unfolding events, displaying an air of nonchalance. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his gaze, as if he anticipated the spectacle to come. Android number 17 was forcefully slammed into the wall, his body pressed tightly against the surface, emitting a muffled sound. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury, his expression a tumult of rage. He was embedded so deeply that only his head and feet were barely visible. Suddenly, an energy wave emanated from him, causing his body to quiver slightly, sending debris scattering from the wall. Number 17 struggled to free himself from his confinement, his eyes ablaze with fierce defiance. The fury within him flickered like a raging inferno, as if he sought to reduce the world to ashes. "Impossible! It cannot be! I am invincible!" he bellowed, his voice deep yet brimming with strength. His body began to thrash violently, causing the entire wall to tremble. Abruptly, with a thunderous roar, android number 17 broke free from the wall. His form remained unscathed, yet his eyes glowed a menacing crimson. He raised his gaze towards Wen Tianqi, who stood with his arms crossed, his expression filled with resentment and fury. With a hoarse roar akin to that of a beast, he declared, You wretched fiend, I will surely kill you." His eyes grew increasingly red, a vivid shade of crimson, reminiscent of blood. "Oh, is that so?" Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, his expression as tranquil as a still pool of water. "Did you not claim that you could best me?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue. "I shall kill you." "Ah, how infuriating!" Number 17 bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Do you genuinely not know how to write the word death? As his words faded, Yuan Qingfeng's figure abruptly vanished, only to be replaced by a fleeting shadow before number 17's eyes. Rage filled number 17's gaze, his eyes glowing fiercely with crimson light. He raised his fist high, a tremendous surge of energy emanating from it. This wave of energy coalesced into a colossal sphere, hurtling toward him, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to tremble. Bang! The energy wave struck violently against number 17's chest, sending him hurtling away, shattering the wall with the force of the impact. He crashed deep into the floor, creating a vast crater. The entire building quaked, rocks splintered, and dust swirled through the air. Wen Tianqi stood a short distance away, a faint smile gracing his features. He gazed at number 17 and gently remarked, "Do you truly believe you can slay me? How naive you are. While your strength is indeed formidable, I have never once taken you seriously. You have merely engaged in a futile resistance. Before me, you are but an ant. All your battles are nothing more than meaningless struggles. Now, allow me to elucidate the chasm that lies between us." In Wen Tianqi's gaze, there brimmed a sense of pride. He raised his right hand and spoke with a hint of condescension. "This is an insurmountable chasm." Wen Tianqi stood there, his hand gently raised, akin to a deity wielding dominion over life and death. Within his grasp, a terrifying energy orb gradually took shape, vast and formidable, as if it harbored boundless power. The sheer aura emanating from it made even the android number 17 tremble slightly, as though confronted with an inescapable fate. The energy orb spun in Wen Tianqi's hand, each rotation reminiscent of planetary orbits, heavy yet natural. Its colors shifted unpredictably, resembling a vivacious gemstone that sparkled with captivating brilliance. Yet, the power contained within this gem was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. At that moment, number 17 furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with a complex array of emotions. Was it fear of the unknown, anxiety over potential failure, or astonishment at Wen Tianqi's might? His body leaned back slightly, as if trying to evade this invisible pressure. However, Wen Tianqi's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any tremor. His fingers tightened gently, as if constricting the very ropes that bound the energy. In that moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the eruption of the energy orb. In this tense instant, number 17 suddenly let out a piercing scream, his body seemingly propelled by an unseen force, hurtling backward in an instant. Concurrently, the energy orb erupted, its power instantaneously annihilating everything in its vicinity, plunging the entire space into chaos and turmoil. Yet, before this terrifying force, Wen Tianqi stood like an immovable mountain, unmoved, his gaze still deep and composed. He appeared as a mere spectator, observing the power birth from his own hand and its impact upon the world. "Your combat prowess is woefully inadequate," Wen Tianqi remarked with a slight smirk, his tone laced with indifference. Chapter 46. The Reluctance of Number 17. The three women unraveled Tianqi's intentions upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words. Number 17 abruptly coughed up blood, his eyes glazing over, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He had failed. Before Wen Tianqi, he felt like an insurmountable mountain, forever beyond his reach. He stood despondently, his eyes filled with resentment, yet he could not rise again. He resembled a deflated balloon, body quaking as his breath grew weaker. "Have I truly been defeated?" Number 17 lifted his gaze to Wen Tianqi, his face etched with unwillingness. As the strongest of the androids, could he truly not triumph over Wen Tianqi? Ultimately, the android number 17 had succumbed to Wen Tianqi's might. Observing the bloodied and battered number 17, Wen Tianqi wore a faint smile and softly remarked, "Now you understand the extent of my combat power. This outcome is a result of your arrogance and ignorance. It's not too late for you to comprehend. Ha ha ha." The battle led by Wen Tianqi left 18. Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanqi utterly astonished, causing them to pause and gaze in his direction. In stark contrast, Bulma, Lanqi, and Chi-Chi were elated, for Wen Tianqi's strength was unexpectedly formidable. However, within 18's heart, despair took root. If even 17 was no match for Wen Tianqi, how could she possibly prevail alone? The realization that 17 had been defeated, and that he too fell short against Wen Tianqi, left her feeling even more inadequate. Standing in the empty space after halting, Android 18 wore a melancholic expression. She had always believed that she and 17 were the most powerful forces in existence. Yet now she recognized that her strength paled in comparison to Wen Tianqi's. They were not as equals. A sense of bitterness filled her. Why? As the strongest of all androids, did she repeatedly succumb to Wen Tianqi's might, when victory should have been within her grasp? 17. You cannot give up. You are one of us androids. Failure is not an option. We still have 16. Android 18 shouted to 17. 16? 17 pondered upon hearing her words. Indeed, there was still Android 16, the one hailed by Wen Tianqi as the strongest combatant among androids, capable of defeating him. With this thought, 17 glanced toward 16, who stood quietly in the distance, his gaze calm and devoid of emotion. Unlike the other androids, 16's physique was immensely robust, resembling a small mountain as he stood there. 16, rise up. For the dignity of androids, for our future, you must conquer Wen Tianqi. 17 called out to him. Dignity, future? A faint smile graced 16's face as he listened to 17's plea. He then raised his head to look at Wen Tianqi in the distance and spoke softly. Even for those ideals, with my combat prowess, I cannot defeat him. I am an android. My existence is meant to serve humanity, not to engage in battle. With that, 16 closed his eyes, unwilling to fight at this moment, recognizing that he was not Wen Tianqi's match. No. 17 despaired, collapsing to the ground, his expression vacant as he struggled to accept the prospect of defeat. Humph. I refuse to believe you are that strong. Suddenly, 17 erupted in anger and fled in a particular direction. Wen Tianqi stood there, gazing in the direction where the artificial being number 17 had vanished, a hint of disdain gracing his countenance. With a gentle flick of his finger, it seemed as though he left a subtle trace in the air. Subsequently, a formidable surge of energy erupted from his fingertips, akin to a searing torrent, rushing forth into the distance. The atmosphere was instantaneously ignited, generating a colossal shockwave that threatened to consume everything in its vicinity. The onlookers, paralyzed with fear, hastily covered their ears, seeking to escape the terrifying force. At the epicenter of the explosion, the figure of the artificial being number 17 was swiftly engulfed. A scream pierced the air, echoing momentarily before tranquility enveloped the scene once more. Wen Tianqi gently inhaled, withdrawing his fingers from his lips as if to signal the crowd to quiet down. He gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. There, a figure staggered to its feet, its garments tattered and torn, its face marred with soot and blood. It was number 17. Wen Tianqi, I, a member of the artificial human race, shall never bow to you inferior beings. Though number 17 had lost his combat capability, his eyes still radiated an indomitable spirit. Perhaps the artificial beings would forever refuse to submit to the lowly humans. If that were the case, then let the battle commence. With this thought, an immense power erupted from number 17, propelling him forward like a swift arrow aimed at Wen Tianqi. Yet, in the next moment, his strength waned, and he wobbled before collapsing to the ground. With such feeble strength, you are nothing in my eyes. Wen Tianqi gazed at number 17 and remarked with a hint of disdain. In response to Wen Tianqi's scorn, number 17 roared in fury and charged at him once more. Such audacity! When faced with number 17's assault, Wen Tianqi merely smiled lightly and effortlessly kicked number 17 away. Feeling the impact on his body, number 17 coughed up blood and struggled to rise once again. Number 17, cease your futile struggle, it is of no use. We are no match for him, said Android 18, who had suddenly appeared by number 17's side. Meanwhile, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch had reverted from their Super Saiyan forms. Gathering together, they watched from a distance as Wen Tianqi confronted numbers 17 and 18. Bulma, I have a feeling that Tianqi is about to make a move on 18. Chi-Chi whispered to Bulma. Yes, I sense it too. Bulma nodded in agreement. Humph. That rascal Tianqi has had his eye on the blonde beauty that is 18 for quite some time. His gaze just now betrayed his intentions, Launch said with indignation. Indeed. We are all aware of Tianqi's character. It seems 18 is doomed this time. Chi-Chi, Launch, and Bulma expressed their frustration as they watched from afar. Isn't 18 an android? Although she is quite beautiful, could Tianqi truly harbor such intentions towards a robot? It seems rather peculiar and hard to believe, they pondered. Chapter 47. Inviting 18 home for surgery, Chi-Chi gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Could it be that Tianqi has some peculiar preference? Upon this thought, her mind wandered into unexpected territory. Isn't 18 an android? Chi-Chi, Launch, and Bulma exclaimed in unison. Aren't androids all robots? Bulma questioned, perplexed. Perhaps. Chi-Chi and Launch nodded in disbelief. Wen Tianqi, visibly irritated, cleared his throat twice and stated, "I do not possess any peculiar preferences. This is merely my speculation." Noticing the skepticism on their faces, he sighed and explained, "Not all androids are purely robotic. Take number 16, for instance. He is indeed a pure robot. However, numbers 17 and 18 are fundamentally human, modified based on human characteristics. The primary distinction is that they possess a permanent energy core, granting them unlimited energy and stamina, while significantly slowing cellular aging, allowing them to maintain their youthful appearance for an extended period. You need not worry, Bulma, Chi-Chi launch. Your bodies have transformed into Super Saiyan forms, which are highly resistant to aging, and you will retain your beauty for a long time." Upon noticing the peculiar expressions on Bulma and her companions' faces, Wen Tianqi swiftly offered an explanation. At least you are aware of that," Bulma huffed. Turning her head away, Chi-Chi stifled a laugh, casting a knowing glance at Wen Tianqi. "Ahem, allow me to continue. Although these two have undergone modifications, they still require hydration and can, through rigorous training, enhance their strength, much like other humans." Wen Tianqi revealed a startling piece of news. "What? We can actually become stronger through training?" Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, through diligent practice, they can significantly increase their power, age slowly, and most importantly, their combat abilities will also escalate. While we have yet to test this, it is unlikely that their strength will be feeble." Wen Tianqi inquired, "Does this imply that we, too, can attain greater strength?" Number 18 was taken aback. "Indeed, that is precisely the reason I sought you out today." Number 18, Number 17. "I trust you have arrived at your answers by now. Are you not eager to join us?" Wen Tianqi gazed at androids 17 and 18, his eyes brimming with anticipation. We also aspire to grow stronger, and indeed, we have been training. "I shall defeat you once more," declared android 17 with a fierce intensity. "Ahem, very well. And what of you, 18? Come, let us train together. You have only just awakened and have yet to commit any misdeeds. Join us in our training. My home is quite spacious, and there would be ample room for you." Wen Tianqi finally revealed his true intentions. I think I shall pass. I have no desire to stay at your house," replied 18, her cheeks flushing as she fidgeted. "Oh, do not be so stingy. Now that you are here, why not make yourself at home? You are already training, are you not? It is only through relentless practice that one can grow stronger and better protect oneself. Do you truly wish to remain weak for all eternity?" Wen Tianqi, with his gentle persuasion, prompted a thoughtful response. After some contemplation, the 18th nodded in agreement. She had never been particularly fond of conflict. Rather, she longed for tranquility. In her moments of leisure, she envisioned herself tending to her garden, nurturing flowers, or indulging in a soothing hot spring to unwind her spirit. To her, such a life, though simple, epitomized true happiness. Indeed, that is the spirit. Wen Tianqi exclaimed with a hearty laugh, hands on his hips. "No matter the threats of world destruction or vanquishing Sun Wukong, with my presence, your endeavors shall never come to fruition." However, he soon sensed a chilling aura behind him. "Bulma, please don't act rashly. Allow me to explain." Wen Tianqi was drenched in cold sweat. "Oh, is that so? I have heard everything, you great lecher," he retorted. Bulma's eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer. Observing the glint in Bulma's gaze, Wen Tianqi realized he had been outsmarted. This little girl was ready to divulge everything. Attempting to deceive him was futile. Once they returned home, he would ensure she faced the consequences. However, Bulma was not genuinely angry. She merely sought to tease him. On another note, the recent battle with Android 18 had fostered a sense of mutual understanding and recognition between them. "Hey, may I accompany you for training?" Android 17 suddenly inquired timidly. "Absolutely not. I only take an Android 18, Wen Tianqi responded curtly to 17. "As for you, Android 16, would you care to join? Bulma can deactivate the bomb within you." "What? Android 16 has a bomb inside?" Both Android 17 and 18 exclaimed in astonishment. Android 16's face reflected mild surprise, but quickly returned to composure as he stated, "In that case, I shall gladly accept Mr. Yuan's offer." He then bowed respectfully to Wen Tianqi. "There's no need for concern, Androids 17 and 18. Do not be alarmed. You two harbor terrifying bombs within you, capable of obliterating you entirely in an instant," Wen Tianqi revealed, dropping another bombshell. "What? We have bombs inside us as well." Androids 17 and 18 exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. "Indeed, you are fortunate," for not only am I exceptionally powerful, but I also possess various advanced technologies. If you choose to follow me, I can assist in disarming your bombs. So what do you say? Will you join me? Wen Tianqi seductively remarked. Is that truly the case? We are willing to accompany you, said number 17 and number 18 with excitement. Of course, number 18, there's no issue. Number 17, once I disarm the bomb for you, you may go wherever you please. Wen Tianqi wrinkled his nose in disdain. TCH, how dull. It seems you only desire the beautiful number 18. I wonder if Bulma would take it upon herself to eliminate you. Number 16 was rendered speechless. Eliminate me? Impossible. I am, after all, an ardent admirer of beauty. She wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Ha ha ha. Oh, my exquisite heiress. Wen Tianqi has developed a profound interest in the enchanting beauty known as Android 18. In the past, after watching Dragon Ball, he often perused illustrations featuring her. Yet this time, such distractions are unnecessary. Enough of the commotion, everyone. Bulma, let us hasten our return. Androids 16, 17, and 18, I shall deactivate the explosives within you. And you may accompany me now. Very well, we shall proceed with the operation. Chapter 48. It's just a surgery. Fear not. Bulma swiftly intervened to quell the ruckus, lest her jealousy flare up once more. Thank you, Bulma. The androids 16, 17, and 18 finally emerged from their earlier astonishment and expressed their gratitude towards her. Indeed, Bulma proved to be far more reliable than that lecherous fellow. Thus, when Son Goku healed his heart condition and regained his peak strength, he sought to challenge the androids in battle, only to be taken aback by their newfound civility. This left him in a perplexing predicament. In that case, have I endured all that punishment for naught? No, I must seek out 17 for another contest. With this resolve, Son Goku shouted into the ruins and soared into the sky, determined to find 17 for a rematch. The residence of Wen Tianqi, Dr. Brief was in the process of dismantling the internal bomb of Unit 17, having already neutralized that of Unit 16. Upon observing the two diminutive explosives, Dr. Brief was taken aback. This type of bomb was entirely unfamiliar to me, and its potential for devastation is so immense that it could conceivably obliterate the entire planet. However, before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt the bomb in his hands tremble. A wave of alarm washed over him. Good heavens! I must not inadvertently activate the bomb. I must act swiftly to neutralize it. With this notion in mind, Dr. Brief became even more cautious, treating the trembling bomb with utmost care, fearful of any unintended mishap. Oh, Dr. Brief, do not be anxious. I am familiar with this type of bomb. As I mentioned earlier, its power is indeed terrifying, but fret not. I will maintain control over it. Wen Tianqi casually remarked. How could you possibly comprehend such advanced technology? Upon hearing his words, Dr. Brief appeared somewhat perplexed, as it seemed he had previously shown little interest in this matter. Ahem. Of course, it is because, well, I have recently developed a keen interest in technology and am preparing to personally undertake the disarming procedure on bomb number 18. Wen Tianqi stated with an unflinching demeanor, projecting an air of a virtuous individual. Oh, is that so? Dr. Brief replied, a knowing expression crossing his face as he chuckled and nodded, then resumed his work. I assure you, Dr. Brief, I am speaking the truth. My actions should clearly demonstrate that I am a good person, truly a good person, without a doubt a good person. Just trust me. Wen Tianqi continued to deceive. Ahem. Well, since you say so, I shall trust you this once. Do take care of yourself. I shall take my leave now. Dr. Brief left a remark before swiftly departing, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would succumb to the temptation of confessing, resulting in an awkward confrontation between the two. Finally, that matter is settled. Now, it is time for me to prepare for the surgery on number 18. Ha ha ha. Wen Tianqi rubbed his hands together, readying some surgical instruments. Indeed, they are all legitimate tools, as the bomb must be dismantled. In the laboratory, the android number 18 crossed her arms, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded Wen Tianqi. At that moment, he donned a white lab coat and spectacles, truly resembling a scientist. I have heard about the surgery you have arranged. They assured me there would be no issues. However, are you certain you wish to perform the surgery to remove the bomb? Number 18 regarded Wen Tianqi with a hint of skepticism. Yes, trust me, number 18. I am a good person. Wen Tianqi chuckled and remarked, a good person? He claims to be a good person. Well, number 18 conceded. Perhaps this individual's mind is somewhat unhinged. However, that matter remains to be discussed later. At the very least, he has not resorted to the murder of artificial beings. Yet, observing the sly expression adorning his face, one must wonder, is he truly a good person? Gazing at Wen Tianqi, who wore a seemingly earnest smile. Number 18 felt an unsettling conviction that he did not appear to embody the qualities of goodness. His intentions were evidently ulterior. Moreover, these intentions were plainly discernible. Wen Tianqi, may I inquire about the procedure for surgically removing the bomb? What must I do? Number 18 asked. It is quite simple. All you need to do is lie on that examination table, and I shall personally extract the bomb, he replied. Wen Tianqi spoke with great seriousness. Is that all? The 18th expressed some confusion, as it seemed rather simplistic. Just like that. Wen Tianqi inquired, should I remove my clothing? The striking face of the 18th responded with a hint of peculiarity. Certainly, this is the most fundamental surgical procedure. Please proceed to the changing room over there, where you will disrobe and undergo a physical examination. Wen Tianqi pointed towards the adjacent changing room, his expression remarkably serious, devoid of any lewdness. Oh, no. 18 appeared somewhat bewildered, even a bit bashful. Is this really asking her to disrobe? The thought of being completely unclothed while this scientist personally undertakes the task of disarming a bomb to save humanity filled her with a wave of embarrassment. Wen Tianqi, are you doing this on purpose? Number 18 timidly inquired. Of course, this is merely a standard procedure. I need to assess your physical condition. Wen Tianqi remarked. So, you won't do anything to me, will you? Number 18 inquired, her voice dwindling until it was barely audible. Ahem. No, that is the most fundamental requirement of the procedure. I will conduct a thorough examination of your body, followed by the necessary surgery to remove the device capable of annihilating the entire planet, ensuring your safety, as well as that of the entire Earth. That is the essence of it, Wen Tianqi said, stroking his chin, feeling as though he was on the verge of being convinced. Oh, phew, that's a relief. I thought you might. Number 18 sighed with relief, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Of course, I am a scientist. This is my profession. Rest assured, I will not do anything to harm you. Wen Tianqi reassured once more, then turned to operate the experimental machinery. Hurry up and prepare. We shall commence shortly. After a moment's contemplation, number 18 blushed and made her way to the changing room. A few minutes later, she emerged, clad in a loose white lab coat, with Wen Tianqi's unwavering gaze upon her. The surgery begins. As number 18 stepped into the operating room, Wen Tianqi whispered a phrase, then activated the switch to initiate preparations. Number 18 felt somewhat disoriented, for at that moment, the operating room contained only herself and Wen Tianqi. With a simple declaration from him, her vision began to blur, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, her body had involuntarily reclined upon the operating table. What is happening? Chapter 49. The surgery was remarkably successful. You are all my wings. Number 18, in a state of mild panic, attempted to sit up, yet found herself utterly immobile, compelled to watch as Wen Tianqi began to disarm the bomb. The ensuing scene caused her cheeks to flush crimson. What are you doing? Number 18 exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency as she tried to halt Wen Tianqi's actions. Wen Tianqi gently removed the delicate hand of the one known as number 18, softly proclaiming, I shall perform the surgery for you. No. 18 gazed in a daze at Wen Tianqi's handsome visage, seemingly resigned to fate. You are truly a wicked one. The real operation is only just beginning. Within the confines of the operating room, the lights abruptly dimmed. The following day, Wen Tianqi opened the door to the operating room and emerged hand in hand with number 18. At this moment, night had already fallen, and the two walked together, engaged in conversation. Number 18's delicate face bore a faint blush, seemingly tinged with shyness. In any case, her emotions were a blend of nervousness and bashfulness. Subsequently, they arrived at the dining hall to indulge in a sumptuous meal. Thank you for your hospitality this morning. I truly enjoyed it. Number 18 expressed after they finished their meal. It's wonderful to hear that you liked it. Your gratitude, even during dinner, is truly commendable. You are indeed a delightful girl. With a playful smile, Wen Tianqi gazed upon the exquisite visage of number 18 and couldn't help but exclaim, I am certainly not a good girl. Number 18's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson, as if she felt a twinge of shyness. You are my girlfriend. Of course you are my girlfriend. Have you forgotten? Wen Tianqi gazed at the bashful visage of number 18 and chuckled heartily before deliberately uttering these words. What did you say? Number 18 was suddenly startled by Wen Tianqi's remark, her complexion deepening in hue as she trembled slightly while inquiring. I said, "You are my girlfriend. I have proclaimed this to you countless times. Have you truly forgotten?" Wen Tianqi gazed at the bashful countenance of number 18 and continued to chuckle. You already have 3 wives. Number 18 looked at Wen Tianqi in disbelief. They, like you, are my wings. I am a man of grand affection. Wen Tianqi displayed a smile he deemed manly. Number 18 forcefully pushed him away. Her face flushed even deeper and then hastily departed. Wen Tianqi gazed at the departing figure of number 18, a sly smile spreading across his face as he clenched his fists tightly. Number 18, you cannot escape my grasp. Meanwhile, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch sat together on the sofa in the living room, their arms crossed as they awaited Wen Tianqi's return. Wen Tianqi emerged, momentarily taken aback. Tianqi, why have you only just arrived? Chi-Chi inquired with delight. I dealt with the matter on the 18th, which caused me to be a bit delayed. Wen Tianqi gazed at Bulma, a sly smile playing on his lips, before he remarked, have you grown weary of us? With Android 18 in your life, have you forgotten all about us? Chi-Chi pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction as she replied, how could that be? You are my dearest. I could never forget you. Wen Tianqi gazed at Bulma and earnestly remarked, oh, please do not speak so insincerely. Surely, you long for the delights of Android 18, which is why you seem to have forgotten about us. Bulma pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. You've seen right through me. I must be quite foolish. You big dummy. Both Chi-Chi and Bulma chimed in unison. All right, let us cease this bickering. Tonight, I shall prepare a delicious feast for you. And I have also acquired a remarkable set of comics for us to enjoy together. Wen Tianqi gazed at the 2 girls and smiled. All right. As night descended in the bedroom, Bulma turned to Wen Tianqi and said, let us enjoy some marvelous comics together. He replied. Wen Tianqi nodded slightly and then remarked. So what do you think? Isn't it captivating? Well, this comic is somewhat irreverent, Chi-Chi replied, pouting adorably. Is that so? Allow me to enlighten the 3 of you on its indiscretions, Wen Tianqi said with a mischievous grin as he flopped onto the bed. The night passed in silence. As dawn broke, the sun outside rose gradually, casting golden rays into the room, illuminating the faces of Wen Tianqi and Bulma. Ah, Tianqi, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on our backs. Bulma exclaimed, rubbing her eyes and clutching the blanket as she spoke to Wen Tianqi. How delightful. Wen Tianqi stretched languidly before descending from the bed. You 3 are truly a disturbance to my peaceful slumber. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at the 3 girls and then spoke. Tianqi, we too wish to slumber, yet our alarm clock seems to have failed us. Bulma lamented, clutching her blanket. All right, enough of this nonsense. Rise and shine. Chi-Chi urged Bulma and Lanchi. The 2 girls replied in unison. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, carrying the fragrance of blooming flowers. Wen Tianqi felt a twinge of embarrassment for in the living room. The 4 stunning beauties, Bulma, Chi-Chi, Launch, and Android 18, sat silently upon the sofa, their lips sealed. Why is it that you are all so quiet? Wen Tianqi scratched his head and then quietly inquired. I warned you not to be so reckless last night. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences. Chi-Chi pouted, crossing her arms, expressing her discontent. Is that so? I wasn't reckless at all last night. Wen Tianqi felt utterly perplexed. He shrugged his shoulders and inquired. Are you not aware of your own actions? Chi-Chi shot Wen Tianqi a disdainful glance. All right, then, do tell me, what exactly have I done? Wen Tianqi blinked, and then spoke. Silence. The atmosphere was as still as death. I truly haven't done anything. Why are you all looking at me like that? Wen Tianqi felt as if his crown was ablaze, a sensation he could not dare to voice aloud. Do not presume that your actions will deter us from taking action against you. Chi-Chi remarked coolly, her arms crossed. Surely you jest. The 3 of you cannot even best me, yet you wish to confront me? Wen Tianqi felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Do not presume that our restraint implies your escape from peril, Chi-Chi remarked with a cold snort. Wen Tianqi found himself at a loss for words. Fine. With 3 women still in a tempest of emotions, rife with jealousy, it was prudent to remain silent. From this day forth, we shall be one family. Let us cease our internal strife. Coexistence and harmony is our shared aspiration, Bulma declared, crossing her arms. Indeed, both Chi-Chi and Lanchi echoed in unison. In the living room, the 4 enchanting women gathered, traversing the future. After a moment's hesitation, number 18 also nodded. She sensed that perhaps these three women were not as fierce as they appeared. Were they truly considering sparing her? Esteemed ladies, are you indeed contemplating my reprieve? Wen Tianqi inquired cautiously. Both Bulma and Launch responded simultaneously. Well, then I shall be at ease. Wen Tianqi felt that his spring had finally arrived. From now on, let us not be so ostentatious. We can still remain good friends. Bulma said, wrapping her arms around her shoulders. Understood. Chi-Chi and Lan Chi replied in unison. Number 18 remained silent throughout, yet she was aware that she had already been accepted here. Wen Tianqi felt that throughout the first half of his life, he had been embroiled in endless battles, never having the opportunity to converse meaningfully with a girl or experience the joys of love. Now, surrounded daily by four stunning beauties, he found himself utterly exhausted, caught in a tumultuous blend of pain and pleasure. Initially, Wen Tianqi had intended to seek out Shalu, but within a few days, Bulma had astonishingly constructed a time machine. Tianqi, I cannot articulate why, but I feel a sense of unrest. An idea for crafting a time machine has inexplicably surfaced in my mind. Bulma explained with a furrowed brow. Oh, a time machine. You conceived it suddenly? Wen Tianqi responded, surprised. Could it be that this time machine was a manifestation of a mental connection with Bulma from the future? Well, I'm not entirely sure. It's just that the feeling is incredibly strong, so Bulma shyly replied. All right, let us not dwell on it. After all, it's not you who created it at this moment. Wen Tianqi gazed at the uniquely designed time machine, stroking his chin as he spoke. After all, this contraption was remarkably advanced. Indeed, it resembled something from my dreams, seemingly crafted by a future version of myself, which is a fair assessment. Bulma clapped her hands and remarked. Suddenly, Wen Tianqi felt an impulsive urge to stir things up, contemplating a journey to the future. As he pondered this thought, a faint smile graced his lips, preparing himself for a grand undertaking, albeit with a sense of discretion. Tianqi, I sense that you harbor some thoughts. At that moment, Bulma grasped Wen Tianqi's hand and spoke. Wen Tianqi regained his composure, stroking his chin as he spoke. I have an inclination to journey to the world of the future. The three women paused for a moment, then simultaneously turned their gazes towards Wen Tianqi, seemingly awaiting his elaboration. The future world, I yearn to explore it. Wen Tianqi pondered for a while before continuing. I sense that your thoughts are quite intriguing. Tianqi, I too share this sentiment. Oh, could it be that you all feel the same way? Wen Tianqi wore a look of astonishment. Ah, I have it too. How marvelous. Just like that, I am off to the world of the future. Wen Tianqi leaped with joy. Tianqi, is it true what you said? The three women inquired simultaneously. Indeed, it is all true, thus I must take my leave. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, farewell. Farewell. Without hesitation, he activated the time machine and traversed into the future. The world he entered was engulfed in chaos, ravaged by the artificial beings. Androids 17 and 18. Only Trunks remained to uphold a semblance of hope, while Bulma busied herself in the laboratory. At last, the time machine had been successfully constructed. Bulma exclaimed with delight. Suddenly, as Bulma tinkered with the laboratory equipment, the entire space began to tremble violently. What is happening? She exclaimed, rising to her feet and rushing to the control panel, her eyes widening in shock. What is this? She beheld the time machine soaring toward the future version of Bulma. How can this be? The future Bulma gasped in alarm. Could there be an issue with the time machine? In a flurry, Bulma dashed over, preparing to activate the laboratory's equipment, when suddenly, with a deafening crash, the time machine barreled into the room. How is this possible? Bulma stared at the time machine in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? Trunks echoed her concern, equally perplexed. It seems some sort of reaction has occurred. Bulma picked up a device for inspection, her brow furrowing as she spoke. Just then, the time machine collided with the laboratory wall with a tremendous explosion, sending debris flying and enveloping the room in smoke. Both Trunks and Bulma struggled to regain their composure. What is happening? Trunks gasped, inhaling sharply. I have no idea. It just happened so suddenly, Bulma responded, equally flabbergasted. The laboratory continued to shake violently as the chaos unfolded around them. Wen Tianqi emerged from the time machine, uncertain of his surroundings. Who are you? Trunks exclaimed, staring at Wen Tianqi with a bewildered expression. I hail from an alternate universe, Wen Tianqi replied. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, Other universes, Wen Tianqi? Trunks was taken aback. Is it strange that you are all planning to create a time machine while there are other universes? Wen Tianqi gazed at Trunks and inquired, I. Well, it seems I can somewhat accept this. Trunks responded, feeling somewhat speechless. Are you two also travelers of the universe? Wen Tianqi gazed at the two individuals, as the time machine beside them inquired. Indeed, we shall embark on a journey to the past. Trunks hesitated momentarily, inexplicably trusting this stranger, and thus spoke earnestly. Trunks, do not place your faith in strangers, chimed in Bulma, emerging from the side with a furrowed brow. This version of Bulma was considerably older than her counterpart from the previous world, yet she still retained her charm, indicating that the timeline here had remained intact. Very well. Ms. Bulma. Wen Tianqi gazed at the alluring Bulma, his heart stirred, prompting him to steal a few more glances. Humph. Bulma let out a slight huff of displeasure. All right. It's time for you to leave, she declared, attempting to usher Wen Tianqi away as she prepared to depart. Wait, Wen Tianqi called out to the two of them. What is it? Trunks inquired, slightly puzzled. Don't you wish to vanquish the androids? Wen Tianqi chuckled. Defeat the androids? Both Trunks and Bulma were taken aback, gazing at Wen Tianqi in astonishment, thinking he had lost his mind, for the androids were deemed virtually invincible. Indeed, I have come here with the sole purpose of defeating the androids. Wen Tianqi smiled, a mysterious expression gracing his face as he spoke. Chapter 51. The Future of Bulma and Android 18. Defeating the androids is quite a challenging endeavor, Trunks instinctively remarked. Why do you say that? Wen Tianqi smiled and remarked, previously, you mentioned that in this world, no one can defeat the androids. So why have you come here? Trunks instinctively inquired. Because this world possesses something I require. Wen Tianqi chuckled softly. How do you know that? Trunks suddenly inquired. I hail from a very distant realm, where there exists a power known as time travel. Wen Tianqi remarked. Time and space. Bulma and Trunks exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was far from straightforward. Upon witnessing this, Wen Tianqi meticulously elucidated the situation to the two, leaving Bulma and Trunks utterly astonished. No wonder you mentioned that defeating the androids is a rather formidable task. It appears you were not jesting. Trunks lamented. As long as I can vanquish the malevolent consciousness of the androids, this endeavor shall be a mere trifle for me. Wen Tianqi confidently proclaimed, Trunks, this fellow is entrusted to you. Bulma turned to Trunks and said, Me? Trunks was taken aback. Indeed, combat is your forte. I shall refrain from intervening, Bulma chuckled. Why? Trunks inquired, bewildered. He murmured to himself, This, I cannot fathom. Perhaps it is simply the design of fate. Wen Tianqi remarked, In your world, did Dr. Gero also create androids 17 and 18? Trunks inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, I have bested both androids 17 and 18. In fact, 18 has even become my wife. Wen Tianqi confidently declared. What? 18 has become your wife? At that moment, upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words and observing his blissful smile, both Trunks and Bulma were utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Android 18 is an artificial being, exceedingly perilous, and is regarded as a formidable counterpart to Android 17. Yet now, 18 has surprisingly become Wen Tianqi's spouse, and judging by Wen Tianqi's demeanor, he seems quite fond of her. Who exactly is this Wen Tianqi? Very well, you may set off. I shall handle 18. Wen Tianqi glanced at the figure of this world's number 18, stroking his chin thoughtfully. But how can we trust you? Trunks inquired, perplexed. Trust me? It is quite simple. I have already mentioned that I hail from a distant realm, where there exists a force known as time travel. Wen Tianqi chuckled and inquired, traveling through time and space? You have traversed from another era? Trunks, bewildered, responded, Indeed. I have journeyed through time. Before my passage, I was, like you, an inhabitant of Earth. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, my path diverged from yours. Consequently, I have wandered through myriad challenges, ultimately arriving in this world. Wen Tianqi elucidated, I see. Trunks suddenly comprehended the situation. Very well, you should set off promptly. I shall handle Android 18. After the explanation was complete, Wen Tianqi addressed the two. However, Trunks inquired with confusion, how will you deal with Android 18? Although she is an android, to me, she is merely an ordinary girl. I am more than capable of managing her. Wen Tianqi confidently declared, I cannot be of assistance in this matter. I do not possess your level of strength. Trunks responded with a hint of helplessness. Enough of this talk. Let us set forth swiftly. I shall handle number 18, Bulma interjected, addressing Wen Tianqi. Since you do not have faith in me, allow me to demonstrate my true capabilities. Wen Tianqi remarked, "You must exercise caution. Number 18 is exceptionally formidable." Trunks advised earnestly, "Fear not, for number 18 is my wife, and I shall ensure she receives the proper guidance." Wen Tianqi confidently proclaimed, "This fellow truly enjoys boasting." Bulma responded with exasperation, "Let us set off. We must quickly find Android 18. At that moment, the trio resumed their journey towards the heart of the city. The thunderous sound of explosions reverberated, prompting Wen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks to exchange glances. The expressions on Bulma and Trunks' faces betrayed their tension and concern. This scene was all too familiar to them. However, this time, they appeared less apprehensive in the face of danger, for their savior, Wen Tianqi, was present. "It's androids 17 and 18. Trunks suddenly exclaimed, his voice laced with trepidation. Bulma's complexion instantly paled. Those two numbers, so well known to them, represented formidable adversaries. In this battle, they were opponents not to be underestimated. "Prepare for battle," Bulma declared, gripping her weapon cannon firmly, her voice resolute and powerful. Trunks had already readied his sword, his gaze sharp, clearly prepared for the confrontation. Taking a deep breath, Trunks clenched his fists tightly, ready to unleash his full power. He understood that in this fight, they must give it their all. "Relax, they are no match for me," Wen Tianqi casually remarked. At that moment, two figures emerged from the billowing smoke of the explosions. They possessed strikingly beautiful features, yet the energy radiating from them indicated that they were formidable foes. "UNTB is fortunate this time," Android 17 sneered, malice dripping from his words. Android 18 nodded, a hint of a smile gracing her stunning face. The two advanced step by step towards Wen Tianqi, Bulma, and Trunks, preparing for a life-and-death struggle. In that instant, the world seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the commencement of this epic battle. "For the sake of Earth, we must fight with all our might," Bulma shouted, her voice brimming with determination. Trunks, the future warrior, engaged in a fierce battle with Android 17. His movements were as swift as lightning, appearing behind Android 17 one moment, then instantaneously returning to his original position. With flames of gold enveloping him, his presence was awe-inspiring. Each of his attacks was infused with immense power and speed, rendering him elusive. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi faced an even more challenging confrontation with Android 18 from the future. Wen Tianqi exerted himself to the utmost, reluctant to leave the 18th in a state of utter disarray, for he knew a fierce battle awaited him. Thus, the strength he exhibited was only slightly superior to that of the 18th. Chapter 52. Are you also a Super Saiyan? His eyes widened as he focused intently on every movement of the 18th. This incarnation of the 18th was utterly distinct from the previous one. Her form appeared more voluptuous, emanating an enigmatic glow, as if she could dissolve into the very air and vanish at any moment. Wen Tianqi was acutely aware that this was a battle in which no mistakes could be tolerated. He needed to summon every ounce of his spirit to triumph over this formidable adversary. He was prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. Suddenly, with a swift motion of its arm, Android 18 unleashed a wave of energy that surged towards Wen Tianqi. He swiftly dodged, yet the energy wave struck the rock behind him, shattering it into countless fragments. Wen Tianqi could not help but marvel within. This version of Android 18 possessed significantly greater strength than the previous one. Meanwhile, the clash between Trunks and Android 17 escalated into a more fervent stage. Trunks suddenly leapt into the air, soaring like a bird, and landed directly before Android 17. He delivered a powerful punch to Android 17's chest, causing the artificial being to stagger backward. A fleeting smile of victory crossed Trunks' face, but it was quickly replaced by a grave expression. He understood that this confrontation was far from over. With a dismissive smirk, Android 17 taunted, "Is this all the strength you possess, Trunks? You've utterly disappointed me." Trunks remained silent, his gaze sharpening with intensity as energy began to coalesce around his arm, seemingly brewing a formidable attack. At that moment, Wen Tianqi sensed an ominous pressure emanating from directly ahead. He realized that the time had come. A formidable surge of energy suddenly erupted from the body of Wen Tianqi. This power was even more potent than that of Trunks. Wen Tianqi, enveloped in golden flames, exuded an overwhelming aura. He glared fiercely ahead, as if anticipating something momentous. Wen Tianqi took a deep breath, and his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The golden flames enveloping him blazed with increasing intensity, his physique expanding and muscles growing ever more formidable. His eyes turned to a brilliant gold, and a surge of immense energy erupted from within him, radiating an overwhelming presence that shook the very air around him. Transformed, Wen Tianqi resembled a colossal golden deity. With a thunderous roar, the golden flames coalesced into a streak of golden lightning, erupting in a dazzling display. "What is this aura?" Number 18 exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Wen Tianqi's form began to swell, swiftly morphing into a being of pure golden light. What? He has become a Super Saiyan. Trunks too. Sensed the profound shift in Wen Tianqi, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief, nearly causing his jaw to drop. "How can you also be a Super Saiyan?" Trunks stuttered, overwhelmed by the revelation. It was no surprise that Trunks reacted this way. The previous incarnation of Wen Tianqi had already instilled a sense of dread within him, and now, as a Super Saiyan, Wen Tianqi emanated an even more terrifying aura. Even the typically composed Trunks felt a flicker of panic, acutely aware that he was no match for this newly transformed Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi's transformation into a Super Saiyan has ascended to an unparalleled realm, far beyond that of Trunks. Humph, as expected, your strength remains formidable, which is rather exasperating. Even number 17 was taken aback by Wen Tianqi's metamorphosis, his expression shifting to one of astonishment, only to be quickly replaced by a derisive smirk. He held unwavering confidence in his own prowess, dismissing the notion that Wen Tianqi, in his transformed state, could rival him. Yet, barely had a smile graced his lips when it froze in place. For he beheld the golden flames dancing upon Wen Tianqi's form, swirling like magnificent golden dragons. This is troubling. The depth of his strength far exceeds his earlier display, rendering his Super Saiyan form vastly superior to that of Trunks. Witnessing this, even the typically composed number 18 felt a surge of panic. She understood that if Wen Tianqi truly possessed the strength they speculated, victory would be unattainable. In a state of dread, she contemplated fleeing, yet found herself paralyzed by the palpable aura of impending doom. In that instant, Wen Tianqi unleashed his power, striking with lightning speed, delivering a devastating blow to number 17's chest. Number 17 was sent sprawling, his body tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Number 18, filled with trepidation, watched helplessly, yearning to escape but rendered immobile by the overwhelming sense of mortality. In a heartbeat, Wen Tianqi stood before him, delivering a crushing punch to number 17's chest. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound. Blood spewed forth as number 17's body succumbed to devastation, flesh torn apart. He convulsed momentarily before falling silent. "Humph, worthless," Wen Tianqi scoffed, as she gazed at the fallen number 17 and then back at Wen Tianqi. An icy chill enveloped number 18. "This man is terrifying." She sensed the specter of death looming. "No, please don't kill me," number 18 pleaded, her voice trembling. Her once beautiful visage drained of color from fear. "Kneel," Wen Tianqi commanded, his gaze icy. With a resounding thud, number 18, without hesitation, knelt down, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Wen Tianqi's strength is formidable, so much so that number 18 lacks any inclination to resist. In his grasp, no. 17 could not withstand even a single exchange, meeting his demise instantaneously. Trunks, consumed by fury, clutched the hilt of his sword with unwavering determination, the blade gleaming with the potential to strike at number 18 at any moment. His anger had reached a crescendo, akin to a bomb poised to detonate. "Trunks, you must not act in this manner." Wen Tianqi interposed himself between Trunks and number 18, his voice calm yet imbued with an irresistible authority. A flicker of confusion and rage crossed Trunks' eyes as he shouted, "Wen Tianqi, why do you impede me? This wretch nearly took my life. He must be made to pay." Wen Tianqi did not flinch. He gazed intently into Trunks' eyes and spoke in a low voice. "I am aware of what Android 18 has done to you, and I equally comprehend the depth of your fury. However, this is not the means to resolve the issue at hand. You must take Bulma back with you, and I will deal with Android 18 appropriately. Indeed, she shall pay for her previous transgressions. I will not show her mercy." In his heart, Wen Tianqi contemplated this notion. Trunks' fury had somewhat subsided. He gazed at Wen Tianqi, his eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. Ultimately, he gradually nodded and sheathed his sword. Chapter 53, The Ripe Apple, Future Number 18. Wen Tianqi gazed upon Trunks, exhaling softly in relief. He understood that this young warrior had made the right decision. Turning his attention to the fallen android 18, his expression hardened, becoming steely and resolute. Wen Tianqi's palm subtly turned, releasing an invisible force from his fingertips. This power enveloped Android 18, and in an instant, he soared into the sky, vanishing into thin air with a swift motion. Trunks observed this scene, a flicker of astonishment and confusion crossing his eyes. He glanced towards Wen Tianqi, his lips parted slightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Bulma approached, gently patting Trunks on the shoulder, and said, "This is the best solution. I feel we can trust him, especially given his overwhelming strength," which leaves no room for doubt. Trunks remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. He turned and walked with Bulma toward the direction of their spacecraft. His anger had dissipated, replaced only by profound weariness and sorrow. Yet he understood that all of this was for the sake of a brighter future. Meanwhile, with a resounding crash, Wen Tianqi appeared alongside the golden-haired beauty, Android 18, within the confines of a dilapidated inn. The inn's ruin and desolation resembled a silent specter, seemingly bearing witness to countless secrets of the past. They traversed the corridor, passing by crumbling furniture, faded wallpaper, and layers of dust, each element a testament to the neglect and decay surrounding them. Eventually, they discovered a relatively clean room. The window was shattered, allowing the cold wind to howl through. Yet compared to the endless darkness outside, this space felt like a temporary sanctuary. Android 18 shivered, her golden hair billowing in the breeze, resembling the last glimmer of light consumed by darkness. She gazed at Wen Tianqi, her eyes shimmering with fear and reverence. What do you intend to do?" Her trembling voice echoed in the air, but Wen Tianqi merely regarded her with a calm demeanor. His gaze held no sympathy or pity, only unwavering determination and resolve. "I am here to educate you, to prevent you from committing further misdeeds." Wen Tianqi chuckled softly, his voice imbued with strength and conviction. He extended his hand, his firm fingers gripping her arm, and in that instant, Android 18 felt a warm power emanating from him, a manifestation of Wen Tianqi's formidable might. "Why?" Android 18's voice grew even weaker, a flicker of fear flashing in her eyes. Wen Tianqi did not respond. He simply gazed at her in silence, as if awaiting something. Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated through the air. Number 18's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes wide with astonishment, for Wen Tianqi's large hand had landed upon her backside. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, "For you have become mine. Now, kneel before me." Number 18 slowly knelt beside Wen Tianqi, her face still etched with fear and unease. Yet, as she began to speak, those emotions gradually faded into the background. "What do you want me to do?" Number 18's voice was delicate and trembling. But Wen Tianqi's grin widened unexpectedly as he gazed down at her kneeling form. Silence enveloped the night. The following day, Wen Tianqi awoke, invigorated, stretching languorously. Beside him, Number 18 bore traces of tears upon her visage, her expression one of profound sorrow. However, Wen Tianqi was not inclined to offer her gentle comfort. He understood that what he sought at that moment was an outlet, a release. As for Number 18's thoughts, she was no longer the same as the Number 18 from the previous world. Who would care? Her expression was somewhat dazed, and Wen Tianqi would not treat this version of Number 18 with kindness. Wen Tianqi cast a fleeting glance at Number 18, his visage adorned with unmistakable disdain and scorn. He shook his head and, in a tone laced with both resignation and mockery, remarked, "Is this truly all you are capable of?" The future world's Number 18 is rather underwhelming. Stung by his words, Number 18 was jolted into clarity. She wiped away the traces of her tears, and a glimmer of resolute determination flickered in her eyes. Drawing a deep breath, her voice imbued with a palpable sense of challenge, she declared, "Do not be too quick to judge, Wen Tianqi. If you do not end my life today, rest assured, there will come a day when I shall take yours." Wen Tianqi chuckled dismissively. "Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" The mocking smile on Wen Tianqi's face remained undiminished. The figure labeled 18 did not utter a word, yet her slightly trembling form revealed her profound fear. Utterly fragile." Wen Tianqi uttered a disdainful remark, his gaze imbued with palpable contempt. Number 18 bit her lip, her body trembling involuntarily. Yet, it was this very tremor that sparked a flicker of excitement in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Wen Tianqi suddenly let out a fierce roar, his body vanishing from its original position and reappearing beside Number 18. He seized her by the neck, lifting her off the bed, and forcefully pressed her down, thrusting her sideways. However, despite the exhilaration coursing through her, Number 18 defiantly displayed a scornful smile. A faint smile immediately graced Wen Tianqi's face. Yet his subsequent action rendered the disdain on the face of the woman known as Number 18 utterly frozen. Behold, the corners of Wen Tianqi's mouth curled upward, as his left hand rested upon Number 18's shoulder while his right grasped her right hand, a subtle current of electricity pulsating within his palm. The undulations of this electric energy coursed from his hand to her body, causing her to tremble slightly, her eyes filled with a profound sense of reluctance and humiliation. On Wen Tianqi's face, a distinct smile graced his features. Did you not claim that I lacked the courage to slay you? Behold, I do. With those words, the corners of his mouth curled upward, and an electric current silently coursed from his palm to Number 18. Number 18's body quivered slightly, uncertain whether it was due to pain or exhilaration. In her eyes, a glimmer sparkled, imbued with a primal ferocity. Wen Tianqi raised an eyebrow in astonishment, pondering the situation at hand. Could it be that some hidden attribute of Number 18 had been triggered? Realizing this, the flow of blood within Wen Tianqi surged, and his movements beneath became increasingly forceful. Number 18's complexion deepened in hue, her delicate brows knitting tightly together. The agony coursing through her made her body tremble slightly. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi showed no intention of relenting. Suddenly, Number 18 lifted her head, releasing a low, anguished growl, her face flushing ever more vibrantly. In that moment, she resembled a perfectly ripe apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Observing her expression, Wen Tianqi quickly comprehended that she was strenuously suppressing the flames igniting within her. Chapter 54. The surrender of Number 18 at that instant. The blood within him flowed with increasing speed, waves of heat washing over his body like a rising tide. Sensing the warmth surging within, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Number 18 was taking measures, unable to resist igniting her abilities at the very last moment. In that moment, a flash of determination crossed Number 18's gaze. She could not allow Wen Tianqi to triumph. Absolutely not. With a low growl, Wen Tianqi unleashed a surge of fervent energy within him, erupting like a volcano. The complexion of Number 18 became increasingly flushed, her hands weakly dancing before her, her body trembling slightly. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Finally, the battle had come to an end. In Bulma's cottage. Bulma, are your words truly sincere? Has Wen Tianqi's power surpassed that of his father? Trunks stared wide-eyed at the woman before him. But he is your father. How could I possibly deceive you? Bulma replied with a slight frown, a hint of exasperation in her voice. His combat prowess far exceeds that of Vegeta, and even surpasses that of Goku in his prime. Well, if even Goku is no match for him, does that not imply that Wen Tianqi's strength is unrivaled on this current earth? Trunks remarked helplessly. By the way, 18 has been following Wen Tianqi for a few days now, Bulma suddenly recalled. It seems to be the third day. Trunks pondered for a moment before responding. 3 days. What have they been doing all this time? Bulma furrowed her brow. As one of the former androids, 18 possessed unparalleled combat abilities. So why had she been in Wen Tianqi's company for 3 days without any news? What is the true purpose of Wen Tianqi bringing the 18th over? I am quite uncertain, Trunks pondered aloud. Never mind, Bulma waved her hand dismissively, a hint of resignation in her voice. We need not concern ourselves with it. As long as Wen Tianqi does not harm our family, that is sufficient. Beyond that, we are powerless to intervene, Trunks remarked with a smile. It appears that is the only course of action, Bulma sighed. I find myself quite curious about the warriors in the world where Wen Tianqi resides. Trunks mused with a smile. Surely, you wish to know as well? Indeed, our family and friends are in that world. Could it be that we... Well, let us refrain from such discussions. They should return shortly, and then we shall meet again, Bulma said, casting a glance at Trunks and offering a faint smile. I am rather looking forward to it, Trunks replied, gazing at his mother with a smile. In the room where Wen Tianqi resided, he was impeccably attired. Number 18. Her face flushed, nevertheless struck a defiant pose. Very well, let us seek out Bulma and Trunks, Wen Tianqi remarked nonchalantly, disregarding Number 18's reaction as he strode purposefully towards the door. Humph. Number 18 emitted a dissatisfied huff. She was well aware of Wen Tianqi's intentions regarding Bulma, clearly recognizing him as an insatiable lecher. However, intimidated by Wen Tianqi's formidable presence, she dared not voice her objections and hurriedly followed suit. Over an hour later, Wen Tianqi and number 18 finally arrived at Bulma's quaint abode. Bulma, are you at home? Wen Tianqi gazed at the tightly shut small house and softly uttered, I'm here. As the sound resonated, Bulma opened the door and stepped out from within. Bulma, haha, it has been quite a few days since we last met. Wen Tianqi gazed at Bulma and chuckled. It has been quite a few days since we last met. What brings you, an android 18 here? Bulma, regarding Wen Tianqi with a hint of indifference, replied, the android 18 in this world has killed Vegeta, and naturally, I harbor no fondness for her. I have come to seek you out, Bulma. Surely, you must be aware of my purpose here. I intend to train you in combat. For your innate fighting prowess is remarkable. Together, we shall engage in battles, undergo rigorous training, and grow stronger, Wen Tianqi stated earnestly. Combat? Training? Bulma responded, her expression one of bewilderment. Indeed, as for Android 18, I have resolved to keep her close, to torment her daily, compelling her to atone for the transgressions she has committed. She must not be allowed to continue down a path of moral decline. Rest assured, I shall impart a lesson upon her that she will never forget, Wen Tianqi declared solemnly, his face a mask of indignation, as he sought vengeance for Bulma and Trunks. Upon hearing this, Android 18 felt her cheeks flush, recalling Wen Tianqi's boorishness and his myriad peculiar postures. She turned her face away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Is that so? Bulma mused in silence for a moment before gently suggesting, let us not dwell on these matters any longer. Shall we retreat indoors to continue our conversation? Wen Tianqi cast a glance at Bulma, a sly smile gracing his lips as he strode straight into the house. This scene left Bulma and Trunks utterly speechless, pondering who truly was the master of this household. However, with circumstances outweighing personal will, Wen Tianqi's prowess rendered him unparalleled in this future world, leaving no room for rebellion. To safeguard their lives, Bulma and Trunks had no choice but to follow him. Wen Tianqi, accompanied by Android 18, skillfully misled Trunks, leaving him bewildered throughout their journey. Being merely a youth, Trunks, with his limited experience and naivety, fell for the ruse. Ultimately, he developed a keen interest in the path of a warrior-esque training, embarking on a quest to seek treasures that would enhance his skills, thereby departing from Bulma's abode. Trunks, do not return, murmured Bulma, gazing wistfully in the direction of his departure, sensing that Wen Tianqi was about to reveal his true intentions. The latter could not possibly be the paragon of virtue he appeared to be. Meanwhile, Android 18 was assigned by Wen Tianqi to the gravity chamber nearby for intensive training. As a cyborg engineered from human foundations, 18 possessed the ability to augment her combat prowess through rigorous practice. Despite having been bullied by Wen Tianqi for several days, she remained undeterred in her resolve. She was determined to train vigorously, enhance her fighting capabilities, and ultimately defeat Wen Tianqi, avenging the indignities she had suffered. Chapter 55. A refreshing rain after a long drought. Bulma in radiant splendor in the room. Only the elder Bulma and Wen Tianqi remained, exchanging scrutinizing glances. After a brief moment, Bulma suddenly broke the silence. Wen Tianqi, what is your true intention? Her tone was laced with skepticism. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi chuckled and replied, what ulterior motives could I possibly harbor? My sole ambition is to uphold justice in the world and eradicate evil. Such words, Trunks would likely not believe, let alone myself. I am considerably older than you, so spare me your attempts at deception. Bulma shook her head in disbelief. What if I told you that I came to this world for you? Wen Tianqi professed earnestly, noting Bulma's indifference. I merely speak from the heart, Bulma. If you doubt my sincerity, I assure you, I harbor no inappropriate desires towards you. With a serious expression, Wen Tianqi spoke earnestly. Bulma scrutinized him from head to toe, wearing an expression that conveyed disbelief, and remarked, you, my friend, though young, seem to possess quite the cunning mind. Surely, you must be contemplating something rather inappropriate. I am significantly older than you, and you seem quite well suited for someone like number 18. I have already aged. Bulma shook her head. I cannot bring myself to believe your words. If your intentions were genuine in seeking a partner, it would be more fitting for you to pursue someone of number 18's age, a youthful maiden, indeed. Why would you choose me? Not only am I older, but I also have children and a history of marriage. Or do you perhaps have ulterior motives? Bulma's expression was rife with skepticism. Wen Tianqi squinted his eyes, a wicked smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Bulma, inquiring, for in my world, Bulma, you are indeed my woman. Upon hearing this, Bulma rose to her feet, astonished as she exclaimed, "What? Am I not with Vegeta? Or have you perhaps slain him and the others? What are your intentions?" A chilling thought crossed Bulma's mind. Given Wen Tianqi's formidable strength, surpassing even that of androids 17 and 18, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that he could have eliminated Vegeta, Goku, and the rest. It's nothing of great consequence. Merely a question of whether your frail old bones can withstand my whims. With a wicked smile, Wen Tianqi gazed at Bulma and remarked, "You." Bulma, taken aback, rose in indignation. "How am I shameless? I speak nothing but the truth. Before you, I have had many women. You are neither the first nor the last." Wen Tianqi remarked, "You." Bulma was utterly infuriated, her complexion shifting dramatically. In a sudden burst of resolve, she produced a remote control, gripping it tightly in her hand, and declared indignantly, "Wen Tianqi, I have already implanted a super bomb within my own body, capable of obliterating a significant portion of the Earth. Trunks' departure was, in fact, part of my design. Should you attempt to impose your will, I shall detonate the bomb without hesitation. Do not entertain the notion of seizing this remote from my grasp. With but a mere thought, I can trigger the explosion, rendering the remote entirely unnecessary." With that, Bulma threw the remote directly to Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi grasped the remote control, a sly smile curving his lips as he laughed heartily. "You are quite right. Indeed, a bomb has been implanted within you. However, I harbor no fear, for I possess the ultimate programming code for this explosive device. Allow me to test it now and see if this bomb can be activated." As he spoke, Wen Tianqi pressed the activation button on the remote. "Don't!" Bulma exclaimed in horror, her voice echoing with alarm. Yet, Wen Tianqi merely chuckled ominously and did not immediately engage the bomb's control. Instead, with a swift movement, he approached Bulma before she could react, wrapping his arms around her waist. Unlike the slender frame of Android 18, Bulma's youthful figure retained a certain softness. Bulma froze momentarily, her expression becoming slightly dazed. Wen Tianqi embraced Bulma's waist and leaned in closer to her ear, softly murmuring, "Bulma, you surely do not wish for anything to befall Trunks, do you? He is your only son." A flicker of realization crossed Bulma's face, draining it of color once more. Indeed, she yearned to witness the truth of her son Trunks, for he was undeniably her Achilles heel. Overwhelmed by this thought, Bulma could no longer contain herself. Suppressing her urge to push Wen Tianqi away, she whispered, "Do not act recklessly, Trunks." With a devilishly charming smile, Wen Tianqi remarked, "Bulma, think of your son, and you will realize just how correct my actions are. Yield to me willingly." Bulma's face turned pale once more, her body trembling uncontrollably. She attempted to shake off Wen Tianqi, only to discover that she was utterly unable to command her own physical movements. What was happening? What on earth was going on? Bulma gazed at Wen Tianqi in terror, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. Wen Tianqi continued, "Bulma, please do not be so astonished. Your face has turned pale. In truth, the more surprised you appear, the more exhilarated I become. Your expressions are my greatest delight. Tell me, if I were to place something here, would it not be thrilling?" As he spoke, Wen Tianqi pressed his hand against Bulma, causing her to instantly relax and lose all strength. "Very well, as long as you promise me not to harm Trunks, I am willing to comply with any request." Bulma's complexion paled further, seemingly resigned to her fate. At this moment, she found herself utterly unable to resist. With a slight smile curving at the corners of his mouth, Wen Tianqi continued, "Bulma, deep down, you are indeed somewhat concerned about me, aren't you? Since that is the case, allow me to ease your worries entirely, enabling you to wholeheartedly and irrevocably fall in love with me. Shall I?" Bulma's complexion paled once more, her eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and terror. "Ah!" she exclaimed in alarm as Wen Tianqi swiftly lifted her into his arms, making his way toward the grandest of luxurious bedrooms. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and the enchanting rhythm of music began to resonate. 3 days passed. Wen Tianqi stepped out of the house, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Following closely behind was Bulma, her complexion rosy. Upon seeing Wen Tianqi and the waiting 18 outside, she couldn't help but silently criticize, yet she promptly exclaimed, "Master, you have finally emerged." Wen Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. As for Bulma, her complexion was flushed, trailing behind Wen Tianqi with an air of femininity. The stark contrast between her present demeanor and her previous fury was striking. After enduring a prolonged drought, her spirits had been rejuvenated. Having remained single for many years, The experiences of the past few days had left her radiant, an extraordinary transformation indeed. Chapter 56. Cell of the future world. Wen Tianqi reclined upon the sofa, his eyes ablaze with intensity, cradling Bulma in his arms while tenderly caressing her silken hair with one hand, the other firmly clasping the hand of number 18. The two exquisite women by his side emanated an enchanting fragrance. A fleeting glance at number 18 revealed her crystalline eyes sparkling with a gentle luminescence. Adorned in a form-fitting black leather attire, she accentuated the flawless contours of her figure. As their gazes intertwined, an ineffable sensation surged within him, as if the entire cosmos had frozen at that singular moment. Shifting his attention to Bulma, he observed her resplendent in a sumptuous red gown, poised gracefully upon the sofa. Her raven locks cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with her alabaster skin. Her beauty resembled a blooming red rose, both vibrant and regal. Drawing a deep breath, he gently enveloped Bulma in his embrace. Her smile radiated warmth akin to a spring breeze, while her poetic gaze captivated him utterly. Number 18, too, cast a soft laugh in his direction, as if savoring this exquisite tableau. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into a hushed silence, leaving only the three of them enveloped in this unique atmosphere. Their heartbeats harmonized like the most exquisite melody, resonating within the tranquil space. Indeed, both women had been utterly enthralled by Wen Tianqi's masculine allure. Number 18 and Bulma gazed at him with admiration, their expressions adorned with astonishment and reverence. They had grown accustomed to Wen Tianqi's strength and enigma, yet this time, his decision had undoubtedly ushered them into an entirely uncharted realm. Wen Tianqi gazed at them and calmly declared, "I must seek out Sheru." His voice resonated with unwavering determination and strength, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Number 18 and Bulma remained silent, their expressions reflecting neither doubt nor fear. They understood that the quest to find Sheru signified departing from this place to traverse broader realms. Wen Tianqi paid no heed to their reactions and continued, "I understand your reluctance to part ways with me. However, I have my own reasons. Shalu is indeed a formidable adversary, possessing immense potential. If I can harness it, I shall acquire unparalleled strength." Wen Tianqi prepared to take Shalu under his wing. His voice carried a hint of confidence and disdain, compelling one to believe in his resolve. "You shall remain here and await my favorable news," Wen Tianqi stated earnestly as he gazed upon them. Android 18 exchanged a glance with Bulma before finally speaking. "We shall certainly await you. We will be nothing but your women." Bulma nodded in agreement, a look of affection gracing her features. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, for he was aware that the 18th and Bulma would reach a compromise. Indeed, just after he uttered these words, both nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting a tender affection. Wen Tianqi gently caressed the heads of the two, a contented smile gracing his face. He glanced at them once more, his smile broadening, and finally said, "Wait for me here. I shall return swiftly." Rising to his feet, he beamed radiantly, embracing Bulma and Android 18 before turning to enter the opulent master bedroom. The trio, Android 18 and Bulma, exchanged knowing glances, their faces illuminated with joy. They both understood that tonight was a remarkable evening, brimming with passion. After ensuring the well-being of the two women, Wen Tianqi prepared to venture out in search of Shalu. Since the 18th and Bulma were willing to wait for him, he felt no obligation to squander their goodwill. Although he was destined to disappoint them this evening, he harbored no regrets regarding this decision. As the figure of Wen Tianqi vanished from the room, the two women caressed each other's delicate forms, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of affection. Wen Tianqi ascended abruptly, soaring into the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night sky. The speed of Wen Tianqi was astonishing. His figure resembled a shooting star, streaking across the sky, seemingly on the verge of vanishing into the horizon at any moment. His objective was crystal clear. He sought to locate Cell. Along his path, he left behind a series of fleeting shadows, as if perpetually in pursuit of something elusive. Rustle, rustle. Within the dense thicket of a jungle, a figure moved with remarkable swiftness, employing an unusual agility, seemingly using the trees to conceal his presence. His target lay not far ahead, within the depths of a cave. The location of this cave was easily discernible, as it sat at the very heart of the small grove. Yet, such a concealed cave was seldom known to passers-by, underscoring its secrecy. Before him was a bizarre humanoid creature, adorned with an array of black spots, and a large tail resembling a trumpet flower, complete with an inexplicable orifice. So, in his first form, what a terrifying entity he was, exhibiting such formidable prowess that even androids 17 and 18 had not emerged for quite some time. Had they been vanquished by this foe? How then could he transform into his perfect form? A sense of dread enveloped Cell as he fled in panic. Yet the aura trailing behind him clung tenaciously, refusing to be shaken off. Whoosh! Just as Cell passed by a towering tree, Wen Tianqi descended abruptly, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Startled, Cell turned to behold Wen Tianqi, suspended in midair. Who are you? Cell stammered in terror. He had not anticipated that anyone could approach him so stealthily in such a place. It was utterly chilling. The strength of his adversary was nothing short of terrifying. Ha! Remember my name, Wen Tianqi. You shall henceforth accompany me, he said with a sinister grin. Cell's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the formidable Wen Tianqi, a profound sense of crisis welling up within him. He knew all too well that his power paled in comparison to that of his opponent. His only chance of survival lay in seizing an opportunity to escape. A cold smile crept across Cell's face as he retorted, Wen Tianqi, do you not think your words are excessively verbose? Do you believe this will intimidate me? Let me assure you, Cell, fear you not. Wen Tianqi cast a cold gaze upon Xiaolu, remaining silent. His eyes radiated an aura of formidable confidence and authority, as if he had discerned Xiaolu's intentions with ease. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiaolu's heart. He felt as though his body had succumbed to an unseen force, rendered powerless by the intensity of his adversary's stare. Desperately, he struggled, striving to break free from the invisible chains that bound him. Yet, Wen Tianqi offered him no reprieve. In an instant, he launched an attack, propelling himself forward with agility to stand before Xiaolu. In the midst of Xiaolu's terror-stricken gaze, Wen Tianqi delivered a devastating punch squarely to Xiaolu's chest. Chapter 57. The Emergence of the Complete Xiaolu, Two Xiaolus with a Piercing Scream. Xiaolu felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his body soaring through the air in a parabolic arc before crashing violently to the ground. The sensations coursing through him were not merely those of pain, but also an overwhelming tide of fear and despair. Wen Tianqi slowly approached Xiaolu, casting his gaze upon the adversary who had once instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Within his heart, there resided not a trace of compassion, but rather an overwhelming intent to kill. In the midst of Xiaolu's terrified stare, Wen Tianqi raised his fist high. A cruel glimmer shone in his eyes, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce upon its prey. Xiaolu, fully aware of his inevitable fate, struggled in vain to rise. Yet the pain and weakness that enveloped him rendered him powerless, forcing him to lie there helplessly, watching Wen Tianqi approach. Wen Tianqi's fist traced an arc through the air before landing forcefully upon Xiaolu's face. Xiaolu let out a cry of anguish, his body convulsing as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Wen Tianqi cast a frigid gaze upon Xiaolu and spoke with an air of indifference. Xiaolu, I shall extend to you another opportunity. Should you choose to submit to me, I may grant you mercy. Submit to you? A look of disdain appeared on Xiaolu's face, as he declared, I shall never submit to someone as worthless as you. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes as he sneered. Since you are unwilling, I shall conquer you with my fists. With that, he charged forward once more, delivering a fierce blow to Xiaolu's head. Xiaolu's eyes brimmed with resentment as he shouted, I am willing to submit. I am willing to submit. Subsequently, a peculiar wave erupted from Xiaolu's body, gradually manifesting before Wen Tianqi in the form of a cerulean light curtain. Upon witnessing this ethereal display, Wen Tianqi's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, What is this? Xiaolu's form trembled slightly before slowly dissipating into the air, leaving behind nothing but a multitude of craters. Wen Tianqi raised an eyebrow, gazing at the spot where Xiaolu had vanished. He had not anticipated that, at this moment, another presence would emerge, and astonishingly, this individual just then. A voice echoed in Wen Tianqi's ear. Who are you? How dare you injure my contractual partner? I shall end your life. The voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xiaolu. Upon hearing it, a flicker of seriousness crossed Wen Tianqi's eyes. He refrained from responding, swiftly turning to face the source of the sound. Simultaneously, an unexpected figure appeared beside Xiaolu. The two individuals materialized almost in unison, causing Wen Tianqi to tremble slightly. No way! Wen Tianqi exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? The complete form of Xiaolu has emerged. Who are you? How dare you harm my companion? I will kill you. The speaker was none other than the complete form of Shalu, exuding an aura as profound as an abyss, overwhelmingly powerful. As for the ordinary Shalu who had been present moments ago, he stood beside his complete counterpart. The instant Wen Tianqi beheld the two, realization dawned upon him. No wonder Shalu had made such declarations. These two figures were indeed extraordinary. As Wen Tianqi suddenly came to a realization, he pondered the perplexing question of how these two individuals could possibly be together. It seemed improbable. How could a perfect cell exist in this world? A flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes at this thought. The perfect cell unexpectedly cast a glance at Wen Tianqi, exclaiming, "You actually know of my perfect form?" With arms crossed and a light-hearted smile, the perfect cell regarded Wen Tianqi with an air of nonchalance. "Ah, I see now. You must be from the future," Wen Tianqi exclaimed, pointing at the perfect cell in astonishment. The expression on the perfect cell's face shifted dramatically, as if he had recalled something significant. However, he could not ascertain it at the moment, so he merely nodded gently. "You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. I have only just arrived and discovered that this world's number 17 has already been vanquished by you. I was on my way to find you when I encountered another cell, and you followed closely behind." "Huh?" Upon uncovering the identity of the perfect cell, Wen Tianqi felt a sense of reassurance. As long as he was not a being from the future, then there would be no threat to him. Reflecting on this, Wen Tianqi remarked, "It is quite remarkable that you two have appeared at this moment. It seems you share a certain synergy, indeed. In that case, I shall endeavor to subdue both of you." Wen Tianqi let out a thunderous roar, his entire being engulfed in a golden aura. The fully formed cell's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted and charged forward. The battle between Wen Tianqi and the complete form of cell resembled a tempestuous storm raging across the heavens. Their figures intertwined, akin to lightning cleaving through the darkened sky, leaving the onlookers in awe. Their fists collided with the ferocity of a torrential downpour, each strike seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of space. The thunderous echoes reverberated like colossal drums, causing the entire world to tremble in response. Wen Tianqi donned a cerulean robe, his physique as agile as a dragon, each strike resonating like the roar of a dragon, imbued with formidable might. In stark contrast, the fully realized cell resembled an imposing mountain, his movements deliberate yet brimming with inexhaustible strength. His skin appeared as though weathered by time into rugged stone, exuding an aura of invincibility. In close combat, Wen Tianqi exhibited no trepidation. His eyes sparkled with an intensity reminiscent of boundless power. His motions were both swift and ferocious, each assault akin to a thunderous strike. Meanwhile, the fully realized cell remained undaunted, his gaze akin to two frigid moons, calm yet suffused with latent force. His hands, resembling iron hammers, wielded an aura of death with every swing. Shockwaves radiated outward, akin to a ferocious flood, distorting and tearing apart the surrounding landscape. The ordinary cell trembled in the wake of such overwhelming power, too fearful to approach. The entire battlefield transformed into a tempestuous ocean, waves surging violently, embodying unbridled chaos. This clash represented not merely a contest of strength, but also a battle of wills. The confrontation between Wen Tianqi and the complete cell resembled a spear of destiny, piercing through the fabric of time and space, leaving the ordinary cell in profound astonishment, gazing from a distance at the fierce battle unfolding before him. The ordinary cell felt a twinge of envy at their formidable might. His eyes glistened with longing, and a fire of jealousy burned fiercely within him. He murmured to himself, "I too shall transform into my complete form. I must grow stronger." His body trembled with an intense resolve, each cell pulsating with a wild yearning. In his eyes sparkled an indescribable light, a manifestation of his thirst for power, his pursuit of victory, and his determination to transcend his own limits. Chapter 58. Wen Tianqi transforms into Super Saiyan 2. Cell cast a glance at himself, noting the body that had yet to fully evolve, every cell clamoring for greater strength. He then lifted his gaze to the two combatants, the complete cell and Wen Tianqi. Each clash and collision between them resonated like heavy hammers striking at his heart. How infuriating! Why has my future self transformed into a complete form, while my present self is left wondering if there is still a chance? Rage swelled within Cell. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked into the arena. In that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, the air thick with tension, almost suffocating. At this moment, Wen Tianqi resembled a colossal beast poised to strike, emanating an indescribable aura of oppression. Beneath his skin, there seemed to be a mysterious force surging, radiating a golden luminescence, a fervent and resplendent glow, akin to the midday sun casting its brilliance upon gold, rendering it almost impossible to behold. This power roiled tumultuously within Wen Tianqi, incessantly battering against his form like the relentless waves of the ocean. Amidst the golden flames, lightning danced incessantly, intertwining to create a magnificent tableau, all the while accompanied by a chilling crackle that whispered of unfathomable dread. This sound reverberated through the air, akin to a symphony heralding the imminent arrival of death, each note imbued with violence and sanguinary undertones. At this moment, the aura of Wen Tianqi underwent a revolutionary transformation. Once an ordinary individual, he now resembled a deity, exuding an air of authority that transcended mere humanity. His gaze grew profound and indifferent, as if it contained boundless darkness and power. Opposite him, the complete form of Cell stood frozen in astonishment, bewildered by this sudden change. What manner of power is this? The complete Cell regarded Wen Tianqi's transformation with sheer disbelief. This is Super Saiyan, Stage 2. Wen Tianqi clenched his fists, a dazzling radiance illuminating the space around him, while a sinister smile graced his lips. Super Saiyan 2. The complete Cell was utterly astonished. At this moment, Wen Tianqi's transformation was undoubtedly astonishing. It is one thing to comprehend the Super Saiyan and the perfect Cell, but to undergo another transformation on top of the Super Saiyan foundation transcended his understanding entirely. Damn it, who on earth are you? Perfect Cell bellowed, stepping back while fixing his piercing gaze upon Wen Tianqi. His eyes were sharp and profound, with an energy surging tumultuously within him. The aura he exuded was beyond his capacity to rival. Humph, ignorant youth, truly overestimating your own abilities. With that, Perfect Cell charged once more at Wen Tianqi. His expression grave. The so-called Super Saiyan 2 was no match for him. He had transformed into his perfect form solely to retain a trump card. And now that he possessed it, he was ready for battle. Die, you insignificant insect. Perfect Cell roared, as the energy within him began to surge violently, rendering his skin a deep crimson and igniting a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Boom. An energy sphere rapidly coalesced in his hand, pulsating with dense energy. Cell's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed the energy within him. Perish. No one stands a chance against me, he shouted, as the energy sphere spun at high velocity, producing a deafening sound as it hurtled towards Wen Tianqi. Yet, in the face of this energy sphere, Wen Tianqi remained utterly composed. He exhaled softly, and a thin layer of energy shield formed before him. Bang! The energy sphere collided violently with the shield, producing a tremendous sound, but the shield merely trembled, showing no sign of damage. This is impossible. Perfect Cell's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack had failed to breach the opponent's defenses. He had evolved into his perfect form, yet the other remained unscathed, completely shattering his perceptions. With a gentle exhale, a more sinister glint appeared in Wen Tianqi's eyes. He clenched his fist and calmly stated, "My strength and stamina have reached the level of Super Saiyan 2. It is time to put an end to you. Damn you. Who are you really?" Perfect Cell roared in fury, once again brandishing the energy sphere, preparing for another assault. Bang! However, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, imbued with unfathomable destructive power, and struck the energy sphere with ferocity. The sphere was instantly obliterated, and Perfect Cell was caught in the backlash, hurtling through the air. Spitting blood, Perfect Cell was left stunned, gazing at Wen Tianqi in disbelief. "I actually lost. This is impossible." The ordinary Cell was equally paralyzed with fear. If even the Perfect Cell could not contend with Wen Tianqi, how could he, who had not even undergone evolution, dare to approach? The insignificant insect dared to dream of becoming stronger. Wen Tianqi let out a cold sneer as he approached the fully formed Cell. "You cannot kill me. I have returned from the future. If you slay me, it will alter the world to come." Fully formed Cell gazed at Wen Tianqi and could not help but exclaim, "The future world? Huh. I revel in reshaping destiny." Wen Tianqi laughed heartily, for the timeline of this Dragon Ball universe had long since descended into chaos. Why would he concern himself with altering the future? Understood. I shall send you on your way. A bolt of purple lightning erupted from fully formed Cell, crashing violently into Wen Tianqi's chest. How intriguing. You actually know how to set energy traps. A glimmer of light flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes. and the energy sphere in his hand had mysteriously vanished, replaced instead by a long spear. Whoosh! The spear was hurled forth at an intricate angle, piercing towards the fully formed cell with fierce intent. No! The fully formed cell cried out in terror, as if he had glimpsed the horrors of his impending fate. Bang! With a resounding crash, Cell was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Ants remain ants, daring to aspire for strength, perhaps in the next life. You should remain a humble ant, Wen Tianqi disdainfully remarked, for he possessed knowledge of future events. Altering destiny was, to him, a mere child's play. You can't kill me. I have participated in grand tournaments. I carry the bloodline of a Saiyan. A voice filled with terror emanated from Shalu, as he realized his inescapable fate. The Saiyan bloodline? What a farce. You are but a mere worker, able to awaken the Saiyan blood within you solely due to your combat energy. Who do you think you are? Wen Tianqi spoke with disdain, utterly unconvinced by Shalu's words. You. In Chapter 59, the complete annihilation of Shalu unfolds. Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's remarks, Shalu fell into utter despair, unable to fathom that he would be mocked in such a manner by Wen Tianqi in his final moments. The bloodline of the Saiyans. I am quite curious to discover just how potent your lineage truly is. Wen Tianqi let out a cold snort as he seized Cell by the collar, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon him. No, please don't kill me. I swear I won't dare again. Spare me. The air was filled with anguished cries. As one after another, the figures were mercilessly vanquished. When it came to combat prowess, these ordinary cells were utterly feeble in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Oh, please don't kill me. I promise I won't dare again. The cries echoed, their sounds akin to the buzzing of mosquitoes. No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. Time seemed to blur as the screams eventually ceased. At that moment, the entire square was left with a solitary figure, the complete form of Cell. Blood drenched him. His skin had turned a ghastly shade of purple, and it was evident that he was on the brink of collapse. Stop feigning death. You are in your complete form. Unless your core is destroyed, you should be able to recover swiftly. Get up. Wen Tianqi scoffed dismissively. Upon hearing this, the complete Cell ceased his charade and quickly restored his form, rising to his feet while casting a wary glance at Wen Tianqi. The recent brutality had made him acutely aware that the individual before him was even stronger, instilling a sense of caution that restrained him from making any rash moves. Aren't you the prodigious one? Why the hesitation? You were quite formidable moments ago. What has caused your cowardice? Wen Tianqi said disdainfully. That is because I too have my own unavoidable grievances. The complete form of Cell did not hesitate and candidly revealed that he too harbored unspoken troubles. In truth, his predicament stemmed from the fact that his body had reached its limits and could no longer sustain itself. Otherwise, Wen Tianqi would have already been defeated. Upon hearing the explanation from the complete form of Cell, Wen Tianqi was momentarily speechless, for he was no longer a child and understood the situation well. Enough boasting. From now on, you shall be my subordinate and follow me, Wen Tianqi declared with an air of arrogance, hands on his hips. Big brother, I will follow you from now on. You must look out for me, the complete form of Cell said, casting a deep glance at Wen Tianqi. He knew that Wen Tianqi would undoubtedly not refuse him, for Wen Tianqi was far too audacious to care about his own life. With a resounding smack, Wen Tianqi struck the complete form of Cell on the head. Ouch, that hurts, the complete form of Cell exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he crouched on the ground. You actually feel pain? Let me tell you, that slap was delivered with 70% of my strength. Just think about it. With your massive frame, I could easily end you with a single strike. Now, tell me, how utterly useless are you? Wen Tianqi cast a disdainful gaze upon Cell. The complete form of Cell, filled with grievance, implored, Brother, you are my elder brother. I was wrong. Please, do not strike me again. I promise I shall not dare to defy you in the future. The ordinary Cell, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. What was happening? The complete version of himself stood before Wen Tianqi, devoid of even the slightest inclination to resist. What hope could there be for the future? Would he be condemned to live perpetually in the shadow of Wen Tianqi? No, he must grow stronger. He must become formidable. Otherwise, he would be subjected to the bullying of prodigies like Wen Tianqi, a fate he could not bear to witness. You dare to think there will be a next time? I see you are courting death. Behave yourself, Wen Tianqi declared, raising his foot and delivering a kick to the posterior of the complete Cell. Ah, brother, I truly repent. Please, No. Both versions of Cell knelt on the ground, trembling as they pleaded, "Have mercy upon us. We shall never dare to cross you again." Wen Tianqi cast a fleeting glance at them, harboring no semblance of compassion for these two individuals who had once sought his life. However, he was inclined to make use of them, as they were undeniably formidable beings. "Rise," he commanded with a calm demeanor, "from this day forth. You shall accompany me as my subordinates." The two serialists could hardly believe their ears, yet they sensed that Wen Tianqi was not jesting. They hastily stood up, their expressions radiating respect as they gazed upon him. They understood that they were now bound to follow this human, and thus resolved to tread carefully, for their very lives could be at stake. Wen Tianqi walked towards Bulma's cottage, followed closely by two Cell juniors. Their hearts were filled with perplexity. They pondered the origins of this remarkable human and the source of his extraordinary abilities. However, they dared not inquire and could only trail silently behind him. Upon returning to Bulma's cottage, Wen Tianqi noticed Bulma, an android 18 busily engaged in preparations for something. Spotting Wen Tianqi's return, Bulma hurriedly approached him. "Are you all right?" she asked with genuine concern, her heart already tethered to his well-being, while Android 18 stood by, hesitant to voice her thoughts. Wen Tianqi offered a faint smile and shook his head, assuring, "It's nothing. I have returned." Upon seeing Wen Tianqi in good spirits, Bulma felt an immense joy within her heart. She understood that with Wen Tianqi's formidable strength, he would be unlikely to be harmed by ordinary matters. The woman known as Number 18, noticing the two individuals named Cell trailing behind Wen Tianqi, inquired with curiosity, "These two shall accompany me as my subordinates." Wen Tianqi replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, indeed." The two Cells responded hastily, nodding in agreement. Bulma exchanged glances with Number 18, finding the situation somewhat peculiar. Yet they chose not to delve deeper. Thus, after a month of tender moments shared with the two curvaceous women, Wen Tianqi finally resolved to return to his original world. After all, there were several women awaiting his presence there. As for Bulma and Number 18 in this world, Wen Tianqi could visit them at any time. For with the assistance of the system, he had unlocked a unique ability. System, special skill, cross-dimensional travel. Henceforth, Wen Tianqi would no longer require a time machine to traverse to this world. A mere instantaneous movement would suffice. With that, Wen Tianqi, accompanied by the two Cells, prepared to embark on his journey back. With a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Wen Tianqi commanded two sheriffs and arrived in the original world. "Where is this place?" the two sheriffs inquired, gazing at the utterly unfamiliar surroundings with perplexity. Wen Tianqi shrugged, declaring, "This is my realm. You are not inhabitants of this place. Hence you cannot fathom its essence." "Brother, is this truly it?" Shalu inquired, his expression one of astonishment. "Indeed, this is my world," Wen affirmed. Chapter 60. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. "Let us return," he suggested. Wen Tianqi spoke directly. "Wait, the environment here seems somewhat different from our world." Shalu inquired with a puzzled expression. "Indeed, the surroundings here are far superior to those of your world. Have you not noticed?" Wen Tianqi perceived that this Sheru was somewhat dim-witted, prompting him to offer a subtle reminder. Upon hearing his words, the two sheriffs attentively attuned themselves to their surroundings. And indeed, they discerned that the environment here bore some dissimilarities to that of their own world. Ignoring the others, Wen Tianqi soared directly to his opulent mansion. Just then, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch were engaged in their training. "It's Tianqi. Tianqi has returned." Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch exclaimed joyfully as they rushed to greet him. "Ah, my beloved wives, how I have missed you," Wen Tianqi said, enveloping the three beautiful women in a warm embrace, bestowing a kiss upon each of them. "Oh dear, we have guests," Bulma remarked, looking curiously at the two figures beside him. "Are these your friends?" The two beings, somewhat resembling monsters rather than humans, elicited thoughts of bewilderment from Chi-Chi and Launch. Clearing his throat, Wen Tianqi gestured for the two to introduce themselves. The two beings exchanged a glance, performed a deep bow, and proclaimed in unison, "We have the honor of meeting the elder sister-in-law. We are the younger brothers of the elder brother. Should you require assistance with cleaning or transportation, please do not hesitate to command us." "Younger brothers?" Bulma said, her eyes widening in surprise as she turned to Wen Tianqi. "Have you taken on two younger brothers as well? Surely, there are not more women involved?" Wen Tianqi momentarily stiffened, pondering how remarkably perceptive Bulma appeared to be. Although one of the women was a future version of himself, it was perhaps best left unspoken. No, no, that could never be. Absolutely impossible, he asserted with a grave shake of his head, firmly dismissing the notion. The two cell beings exchanged glances, silently bowing their heads in acquiescence. Oh, is that so? Chi-Chi queried, her skepticism evident as she scrutinized Wen Tianqi's attire. Your clothing, how has it changed? This is not the outfit you wore before. Quite normal, really, Wen Tianqi casually elucidated. I encountered a battle, and my previous attire was tattered beyond repair. Hence the need for a new set. Bulma regarded Wen Tianqi with a look of exasperation before inquiring, where did you find these two cells? In the New World. While passing through a small town, I asked them to assist me in tidying my abode, and I stumbled upon those two fools idly wandering about. Wen Tianqi reminisced, and spoke nonsensically. Ah, let us simply pretend to believe your tall tales. Chi-Chi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? I am a man, after all, and your gazes make me feel rather embarrassed. Wen Tianqi gazed at the three stunning beauties, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch, with a flutter of excitement in his heart. It had been quite a long time since their last encounter. Reminiscent of the sweet reunion after a long separation, Bulma stepped forward, saying, Tianqi, now that you have returned, we. Before she could finish her thought, Wen Tianqi lunged towards her. In a flash, Bulma's garment was torn asunder. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. In broad daylight. How can you behave so beastly? Please, refrain from such actions. Bulma shielded her chest with her hands, struggling fiercely. Bulma let out a soft moan, her complexion turning slightly flushed. Observing this scene, Chi-Chi's cheeks also turned red, though it was unclear whether it was from embarrassment or exhilaration. Meanwhile, Launch, surprisingly, stepped aside, unable to contain her anticipation. What a ravenous lecher. Chi-Chi, step aside. I shall handle him first. With a toss of her hair, Launch joined forces with Bulma to confront Wen Tianqi. 3 hours later, Wen Tianqi emerged with a tranquil countenance, exuding an air of serene indifference. What is the true essence of life? What lies at the core of the universe? From whence do I come, and to where am I destined to go? Wen Tianqi pondered and transcended, his thoughts drifting beyond the cosmos. Well then, I must hasten to see the children. Bulma, speechless, hurried out from behind, adjusting her clothing as she went. Where are those two little rascals? It was then that Wen Tianqi recalled the presence of two little ones. They had certain matters to attend to, which was why they had not arrived. Bulma elucidated. Oh, I see. In that case, let us proceed. Wen Tianqi nodded and followed Bulma as they walked outside. Behind the village, beneath a waterfall, two children, seemingly around 10 years of age, each wielded a wooden sword, continuously striking at one another. The wooden swords clashed against the stones, producing a series of resounding thuds. Despite their lack of strength, primarily evading each other's attacks, their fervor was palpable, causing the surrounding leaves to quiver slightly. These two were none other than Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingying. Haha, our skills have improved. I wonder if Father will commend us upon his return. He certainly will. Let us keep up the training. Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingying struck the waterfall with a resonant sound, sending forth towering waves of cascading water. Wen Tianqi gradually resumed his daily life. Yet, the sense of responsibility and profound love for martial arts that resided in his heart compelled him to commence training the likes of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. He aspired that through their diligent efforts, he could further enhance his own cultivation level in preparation for the formidable adversaries that might emerge in the future. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Wen Tianqi would lead Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta into the bamboo forest to engage in rigorous training. They began with a period of Qigong practice to elevate their sensory abilities. During these sessions, each individual was required to maintain tranquility of mind and body, tuning into their surroundings with utmost sincerity. Under Wen Tianqi's guidance, they gradually mastered the art of breath adjustment, bodily relaxation, and focused concentration. Although such training could be monotonous, it served as the fundamental cornerstone of their cultivation. After a time of foundational practice, Wen Tianqi commenced instructing them in more profound techniques. For instance, he taught them how to perceive the essence and movements of their opponents through their heightened senses, enabling them to react appropriately at critical moments. This constituted an essential strategy in combat, preventing enemies from concealing themselves and evading detection. Chapter 61. Special training these techniques demanded acute concentration and keen intuition. Yet Yuan Tianqi was confident that with earnest study, they would surely master them. As time passed, tangible progress became evident in the training of Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta. They gradually learned to better control their breath and accurately sense each other's every move. In the heat of battle, they also discovered how to leverage their strengths to vanquish their opponents. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. On one occasion, Tianjin Fan sustained severe injuries due to overconfidence. Yuan Tianqi rushed to his side, employing his medical knowledge to tend to the wounds. In the days that followed, Jiaozi remained by Tianjin Fan's side, assisting in his recovery. On this day, Yuan Tianqi initiated special training for Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, Yuan Tianqi chuckled softly, and a tremendous surge of energy erupted from his body. His muscles swelled like balloons, enveloped in a radiant golden glow. In an instant, his speed escalated to astonishing heights, rendering Vegeta and Son Goku nearly incapable of perceiving his movements. Incredible speed, Vegeta, keep pace, Kakarot, transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta bellowed, as he and Son Goku simultaneously commenced their transformations. Undeterred by Yuan Tianqi's formidable power, both Vegeta and Son Goku braced themselves for battle. Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, employing every ounce of his strength against Yuan Tianqi. Meanwhile, Vegeta summoned a vast reservoir of energy, generating a protective energy shield around him to withstand Yuan Tianqi's onslaught. Yuan Tianqi did not await their assault. He swiftly charged towards Vegeta and Son Goku. His fists were wielded with the swiftness of lightning, each strike infused with a potent tempest of energy. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Son Goku deftly maneuvered their bodies, evading Yuan Tianqi's fierce onslaught. Within mere minutes, the battle had escalated to a fervent intensity. The relentless onslaught of Yuan Tianqi surged forth like a tidal wave, while Vegeta and Son Goku exerted their utmost efforts to withstand it. Their combat styles were distinct, yet equally formidable. Suddenly, a surge of even greater energy erupted from Yuan Tianqi's being. A golden energy shield materialized around him, flickering with the brilliance of lightning. "Oh!" Yuan Tianqi roared, initiating his transformation, a hallmark of the Super Saiyan second stage. This was the Super Saiyan second stage. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. The shield reflected their attacks like a mirror, rendering their strikes utterly ineffective. Instead, the blue light within the shield grew increasingly radiant, amplifying Yuan Tianqi's power. Vegeta and Son Goku understood that they must unite to overcome Yuan Tianqi. They launched themselves at him simultaneously, unleashing their most potent assaults. The clash of golden light with the energy waves of Son Goku and Vegeta unleashed a formidable shockwave. This shockwave rampaged across the battlefield, devouring the surrounding structures and mountains. The entire world trembled at that moment, as if a cataclysmic storm were imminent. However, Yuan Tianqi's assault did not relent. He traversed the shockwave with astonishing speed, closing in on Son Goku and Vegeta. His fingers, sharp as blades, darted towards them in an instant. Son Goku and Vegeta were compelled to evade. And despite their best efforts, they found themselves retreating under Yuan Tianqi's relentless assault. Exchanging a glance, they both recognized that Yuan Tianqi had reached an insurmountable level of power. Yet, they were unwilling to concede defeat. With a fierce roar, a potent energy surged forth from their beings once more. Son Goku vanished in a flash, transforming into a beam of golden light as he charged towards Yuan Tianqi, wielding a golden staff that radiated blinding brilliance, as if to engulf the entire world. Vegeta followed closely behind, his hands clasped together, emanating a blue glow. The determination in his eyes shimmered with the conviction to seize control of the entire universe. Their speed was breathtaking, darting across the battlefield like lightning. Yuan Tianqi scoffed disdainfully, exhibiting neither tension nor fear. With a swift motion, he transformed into a shadowy figure, charging towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. His fists struck like cannonballs, mercilessly aimed at them. Son Wukong and Vegeta, undeterred, met his assault head-on. Their techniques unfolded like flowing clouds, each punch colliding fiercely with Yuan Tianqi. Despite their immense power, they appeared insignificant in his presence. Each contact reverberated with a surge of energy, causing the very space around them to tremble as if on the verge of rupture. Yet, no matter how valiantly Son Wukong and Vegeta fought, they could not overcome Yuan Tianqi. Ultimately, they found themselves once more cast to the ground. their bodies quaking as if on the brink of disintegration. They understood that no matter their efforts, defeating Wen Tianqi was beyond their reach. Their only recourse was to delay, awaiting a chance to arise. In this critical moment, with no option for retreat, Son Wukong and Vegeta resolved to transcend their current predicament. Both recognized the monumental challenge that lay ahead. Their breaths quickened, hearts raced, and muscles tensed, as if channeling all their strength into this singular instant. The air surrounding them became searingly hot, as if the sun had descended to scorch the earth. Waves of golden energy erupted from their forms, akin to meteors slicing through the darkened sky. Their bodies began to morph, muscles solidifying, and faces hardening with determination. Their eyes gleamed with a fierce light, reminiscent of the purest radiance drawn from the abyss. Fingers curled slightly, as if grasping an invisible power. Suddenly, they unleashed a primal roar, their voices echoing like howling winds and rolling thunder. Their hair danced wildly in the tempest, seemingly governed by an unseen force. Their garments billowed, propelled by the immense energy surging within, akin to tumultuous ocean waves. Behind them, bolts of lightning cleaved the darkened sky, converging upon their forms. These were no ordinary arcs of electricity. They were golden, leaping through the air like jubilant sprites. Each leap sent tremors through the surrounding atmosphere, as if celebrating their awakening. Chapter 62, Super Saiyan Third Stage Transformed. Son Wukong and Vegeta were no longer mere mortals, but rather the formidable Super Saiyan Second Stage, their physiques more robust, muscles denser, and countenances resolute. Their gazes possessed an incisive sharpness, as if capable of perceiving all truths. They advanced with powerful strides, each step resonating with a tremor beneath their feet. The air surrounding them seemed to tremble in awe, retreating to grant them space. With a mere gesture, golden flames erupted around them, as if they wielded the power to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Their transformation invoked tremors that shook the world, as if the universe itself rallied in their favor. In this moment, they transcended the realm of mortals, becoming beings of extraordinary stature. Their strength, speed, and reflexes reached unfathomable heights. This prince has attained such a form. I have become even more formidable. Vegeta laughed heartily. He had finally ascended to the second stage of Super Saiyan, possessing a combat prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary beings. What was Goku compared to this prince? Now I am the strongest. Prepare to witness the true extent of my power. Vegeta no longer concealed his might, but unleashed it with even greater ferocity. Both Goku and Vegeta were continually growing stronger, their immense energy causing the very fabric of reality to shift. Wherever they tread, mountains crumbled, and waves roared. Everything bowed before their power. Is this the strength of the second stage of Super Saiyan? Indeed, it is formidable. Goku felt the surge of his own power, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Once, he had yearned to transform into the second stage of Super Saiyan, yet was constrained by limitations that prevented him from fighting in this ultimate state. Now that he could finally transform, how could he not be thrilled? Kakarot, are you astonished? We have transformed so swiftly. Vegeta observed Goku's transformed figure, his own eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement. For the strong, time is but a fleeting whisper. Though this battle bestowed them with a tremendous increase in power, time raced on. Soon, Vegeta and Goku regained their composure amidst their exhilaration. They gazed skyward. Though the heavens still shone brightly, one figure emitted an even more resplendent glow. Wen Tianqi, the battle is drawing to a close, and now we shall witness the extent of our prowess. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Son Wukong's eyes. For them, this confrontation held immense significance, intertwined with their convictions and journey. Kakarot, let us commence. Vegeta called out to Son Wukong, and together they surged towards Wen Tianqi. Wukong, exercise caution. As Vegeta and Son Wukong's figures loomed larger in his vision, Vegeta's concern deepened. He was acutely aware of Wukong's strength. Presently, it seemed that overcoming Wen Tianqi would pose no challenge for him, perhaps even defeating him outright. Yet, this was merely his conjecture, particularly in light of Wen Tianqi's formidable battle prowess displayed moments ago. In that instant, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from Wen Tianqi. It was a chilling presence, akin to a bolt of lightning piercing through the darkness of night, inducing a sense of dread. His form suddenly towered like a mountain, exuding an imposing might, as though the very air in the hall had been siphoned away, rendering it difficult to breathe. His skin darkened, reminiscent of bronze scorched by the blazing sun. radiating an ancient and mysterious luster. His eyes, once calm and piercing, transformed into brilliant gold, deep and powerful like an ancient deity. His long golden hair astonishingly grew at an incredible pace, as if enchanted, cascading down to his lower back. The strands billowed in the air, resembling a golden waterfall in a frenzied rush, emanating a fiery glow. The lights in the hall appeared to dance around him, the golden tresses swirling in the currents, creating a breathtaking tableau. A trace of exhilaration crossed his visage, and his eyes sparkled with golden brilliance. Wen Tianqi bellowed. With a powerful thrust of his hands, a bolt of lightning erupted from his palms, slicing through the heavens. The lightning carved a dazzling arc through the air, transforming into a golden halo that gradually ascended. As the halo reached mid-air, it suddenly detonated, showering down upon him. In the radiance, Wen Tianqi's figure seemed to warp and blur, melding with the surrounding atmosphere. His garments rustled as if stirred by an unseen force. Son Wukong and Vegeta stood frozen in awe. "What is this, Kakarot?" "I have no idea, Vegeta. I've never witnessed anything like it." Son Wukong and Vegeta stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting a dreamy bewilderment. Within that ethereal golden radiance, Wen Tianqi's form appeared to emanate a suffocating aura, flowing in harmony with the shimmering light. Sharing a glance, Vegeta and Son Wukong instinctively stepped back, then lifted their gazes toward Wen Tianqi. A profound fear, arising from the depths of their souls, caused them to tremble. It was a quivering born of exhilaration. What was this? Could this individual truly be the fabled Super Saiyan God? Impossible, Vegeta, it cannot be. In contrast to Vegeta, Son Wukong's expression was one of greater shock. They had previously heard tales of the Super Saiyan God, for he understood that such an existence could only manifest in the realm of the divine. The Wen Tianqi before them did not quite resemble the legendary Super Saiyan God. "Brother Tianqi, is this truly your power?" Son Wukong inquired with palpable excitement. "Yes. This is the extent of my strength at present, Son Wukong, Vegeta," came the reply. With a smile gracing his lips, Wen Tianqi approached Vegeta and Son Goku. "Vegeta, Son Goku, have you felt it? This is the legendary power of the Super Saiyan third stage." Together, Vegeta and Son Goku took a step back, their gazes lifting to meet Wen Tianqi's. A tremor, emanating from the depths of their souls, compelled both to shiver involuntarily. Under the moonlight, the silhouette of Wen Tianqi appeared even more imposing and enigmatic. A distinctive glimmer shone in his eyes, embodying the unwavering resolve and confidence of a true warrior. With a bewitching smile, he revealed a set of pearly white teeth, reminiscent of a cunning fox in the dark of night. This was the third transformation of the Super Saiyan. His words resonated through the air, each syllable imbued with formidable power, as if awakening an ancient and potent force. His hands gradually spread before him, and in an instant, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to boil, erupting with violent waves of energy. He faced Son Goku and Vegeta, two warriors endowed with the abilities of Super Saiyans. Standing side by side, they exhibited no trace of trepidation in the face of Wen Tianqi's overwhelming aura. Their gazes were resolute and fierce, clearly prepared for battle. "Are you ready, Vegeta? Let's go together, Kakarot." Son Goku and Vegeta, their bodies enveloped in a golden blaze, crackled with lightning, presenting a fearsome sight. Son Goku's golden hair shimmered with an enchanting luster under the sunlight, his physique agile like that of a swift leopard. Vegeta appeared even taller and more formidable, his eyes reflecting an insatiable thirst for combat, akin to a wild tiger from the wilderness. Together, they roared in unison, an intense surge of energy emanating from their bodies. Blue arcs of electricity intertwined with red flames, starkly contrasting with Wen Tianqi's dark energy. The confrontation among the three was imminent, the air thick with tension and a sense of impending doom. The outcome of this decisive battle was unpredictable, yet one certainty remained. It would be a fierce struggle, a clash rivaling any natural disaster between heaven and earth. However, Wen Tianqi seemed unfazed by the impending conflict. His wicked smile grew ever brighter, revealing his passion and anticipation for the battle ahead. With a charming yet sinister smile, Wen Tianqi beckoned, "Come forth, Son Wukong and Vegeta. Face me together." Upon witnessing Wen Tianqi's audacity, Son Wukong and Vegeta were incensed, letting out furious roars as they charged forward without hesitation. Their forms moved as swiftly as lightning, reaching Wen Tianqi in an instant. However, they had gravely underestimated his prowess. With a cold smirk, Wen Tianqi unleashed a powerful punch, sending Son Wukong and Vegeta hurtling backward. They crashed to the ground, wincing in pain. How can this guy be so formidable? Son Wukong exclaimed, feeling a sharp throb in his nose. Vegeta echoed his frustration. Indeed, we must join forces. Otherwise, we stand no chance against him. With that, Son Wukong and Vegeta commenced their transformation into the second stage of Super Saiyan, their physiques swelling with might, muscles rippling, and strength surging. Their hair turned a brilliant gold, and their eyes glimmered a deep azure. With a unified battle cry, they launched themselves at Wen Tianqi. This time, Wen Tianqi did not underestimate them. He met their advance with a flurry of punches, each strike connecting with brutal force. The clash was intense and relentless, yet Wen Tianqi's strength seemed inexhaustible, each blow inflicting excruciating pain on Son Wukong and Vegeta. Is this truly the power of the third stage of Super Saiyan? Son Wukong gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Wen Tianqi's might transcended the boundaries of the second stage of Super Saiyan. With each attack, Son Wukong and Vegeta found themselves utterly defenseless. In their desperation, they could only strive to withstand Wen Tianqi's onslaught, awaiting the opportune moment to strike back. With a smile, Wen Tianqi faced Vegeta and Son Wukong, extending his arms before suddenly clenching his fists. In that moment, his power surged forth like a torrent, crashing directly into Vegeta and Son Wukong. They were instantaneously struck by this force, soaring through the air like kites severed from their strings, landing several meters away. As they fell to the ground, they could only groan in pain. Their bodies felt as though they had been crushed by an unseen force, each breath becoming an arduous struggle. They could not comprehend how Wen Tianqi could possess such immense power. They could only concede defeat, utterly and irrevocably. Wen Tianqi gazed at them in silence. His eyes seemed to convey that his power and status were rightfully his. Vegeta and Son Goku looked upon Wen Tianqi, their expressions brimming with admiration and reverence. They understood that they had encountered a true Super Saiyan, an entity beyond their reach. They could only quietly acknowledge their defeat while paying their respects to Wen Tianqi. "You have triumphed," Vegeta murmured, his voice laden with a sense of defeat, yet tinged with a feeling of release. Wen Tianqi did not impose further brutal strikes upon them. He stood there, quietly observing them, his gaze seemingly questioning. "Have you surrendered now?" "I concede," Prince Vegeta said, a look of resignation on his face. So do I." "I admit defeat," Son Wukong remarked, scratching the back of his head with a wry smile. Wen Tianqi was extraordinarily formidable. He was simply beyond comparison. Even the combined efforts of two opponents would prove futile. "Very well, you two may proceed with your training. I shall summon you again when time permits," he casually remarked, dismissing the two with a feeble excuse, before retreating to his opulent abode. Within this mansion, nestled in the heart of the city, Wen Tianqi shared a tranquil dinner with his three wives, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi. The atmosphere was harmonious, imbued with an almost serene comfort, occasionally punctuated by the gentle clinking of glasses and the melodic chime of plates meeting. At the center of the table, an array of meticulously prepared dishes emanated an enticing aroma, tantalizing the senses. The elegance and poise of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi revealed a profound intimacy and trust among them. As they sat gracefully on either side of Wen Tianqi, occasionally casting glances of admiration and reverence in his direction, these gazes were imbued with respect and admiration, as well as boundless gratitude for him. In one corner of the table, the two children, Yuan Xingfeng and Yuan Lingyin, were savoring their desserts with great delight. Their eyes sparkled with bright curiosity and innocent joy. Xingfeng, an intelligent and lively young boy, chewed his food while discreetly glancing at his father, his face radiating admiration and affection. Lingyin, a quiet and shy little girl, sat beside her brother, delicately scooping a piece of dessert with her small spoon before carefully placing it in her mouth, her face blossoming with a smile of contentment and joy. The table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, and every individual present was deeply captivated by the warm ambience. Chapter 63, Babidi. Everything here exuded such harmony and tranquility. Whether it was the exquisite dishes or the fine wine, they all released an intoxicating and alluring fragrance. Amidst this scene, the laughter and lively conversation of the Yuan family added a vibrant and vivid touch to the tableau. Wen Tianqi first raised his glass in a toast, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to you, my beloved, and my children. It is because of your presence that I am able to possess all of this. His gaze lingered on each person for a moment before he continued. May our love remain eternal. May our family always be harmonious. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became warm and inviting, as each soul was touched by Wen Tianqi's blessings. They exchanged glances and collectively raised their glasses in response. May our love remain eternal. Dinner commenced, with a delightful array of delectable dishes being served in succession, while Wen Tianqi, along with his 3 wives and children, engaged in joyous conversation. At this moment, Wen Qingfeng called out, Father, I have a question to ask you. Go ahead, he replied. Wen Tianqi responded with a smile, Father, how is it that your spaceship can soar through the cosmos? Wen Qingfeng blinked and inquired. That is because my spacecraft is equipped with a cosmic core, enabling me to navigate freely through the vastness of the universe. Wen Tianqi replied with pride, the core of the spacecraft? Wen Qingfeng inquired with a hint of confusion. Well, the core of the spaceship is my treasure. You must not disclose it to anyone. Wen Tianqi inquired. What exactly is the core of the spacecraft? Wen Qingfeng continued to inquire. At that moment, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch approached, casting stern gazes upon him. Perceiving the unified intensity of his wife's stares, Wen Tianqi realized that his words had sown seeds of confusion in the children. He promptly sought to clarify. The spaceship core is a type of energy crystal, brimming with immense power. By harnessing it, we can accomplish numerous feats. For instance, we can utilize it as an energy source, providing our vessel with an unceasing supply of power. Additionally, we can employ it as an energy weapon to strike at our foes. Undoubtedly, the primary function of the spaceship core is to serve as the propulsion for our cosmic vessel. The universe is replete with natural energy crystal cores, which we can gather and, through specialized processing, transform into energy to power our spacecraft. Given that our vessels possess the capability to soar through the cosmos, could we not also embark on interstellar journeys at any moment and from any location? Wen Qingfeng blinked his eyes and inquired with curiosity. Of course, that is possible, replied Bulma from the side. The spacecraft can soar through the stars because it harnesses crystal core energy, and the magnitude of this energy directly influences the size of the ship's core. The universe is replete with natural energy crystal cores. As our spacecraft soars through the cosmos, we can absorb these suitable energy crystals into our core, providing an inexhaustible source of power for our vessel. Given the remarkable capabilities of the spacecraft, why then do we not depart from Earth? Wen Qingfeng continued to inquire. At that moment, a smile graced Bulma's face. If the spacecraft is capable of soaring through the cosmos, then why should we remain on Earth? Why not venture into the universe and live among the stars? Would that not be a splendid endeavor? Wen Qingfeng approached Bulma, grasping one of her hands. He then lifted his gaze earnestly and inquired, Mother, why must we invent various forms of transportation? Bulma, however, did not respond to Wen Qingfeng's question. Instead, she looked at Wen Tianqi with a serious expression and said, Darling, could you demonstrate for the children? Wen Tianqi nodded thoughtfully before making his way towards his wives. Standing before them, he earnestly proclaimed, Now, I shall demonstrate to the children how the spacecraft provides us with propulsion. He then embarked on an array of explanations. While Wen Qingfeng, captivated by the spectacle, could not help but exclaim, Father, is that core of the spacecraft yours? Indeed, it is. Wen Tianqi responded affirmatively. Then, Father, let us swiftly absorb that spacecraft core into our own vessel. Wen Qingfeng urged, Very well, the core of my spaceship resides within the children. Wen Tianqi responded. He then bent down and gently pressed a few times on the bellies of several children with his fingers. A miracle occurred. Under Wen Qingfeng's control, the bodies of the children began to slowly rise into the air, while their bellies emitted a soft blue glow that intensified gradually. The brilliant azure light enveloped the children, making them appear like twinkling stars in the night sky from a distance. Witnessing this enchanting scene, Wen Tianqi's wives gasped in astonishment. Wen Lingyin, clearly witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, stared at her father in awe and exclaimed, Daddy, I want to see the performance. Very well, my dear. I shall perform for you at once. Wen Tianqi responded, then bent down to continue performing an array of spells and enchantments for Wen Lingyin. When Wen Qingfeng beheld this astonishing spectacle, his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never anticipated that his father could manipulate the bodies of several children, orchestrating them to execute a myriad of movements simultaneously. How marvelous it was! Wen Qingfeng rubbed his eyes, and then cast another glance at Bulma. This time his gaze was filled with fervor. At that moment, Bulma was looking at Wen Tianqi with a serious expression. She was aware that Bulma had certainly noticed Wen Qingfeng's reaction. Thus, she approached Wen Qifeng and said, Qingfeng, now that you have learned how to control your body, why don't you demonstrate it for your mother? Wen Qingfeng nodded thoughtfully. Then he too bent down and gently pressed a few times on his abdomen. Miraculously, a brilliant blue light vanished in an instant, and the bodies of several children simultaneously ceased to float, returning to the ground. Witnessing this enchanting spectacle, Wen Lingyin gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape as she stammered. How extraordinary! Truly remarkable! Wen Lingyin, there is no need for your amazement. All of this is knowledge imparted to you by your father. Wen Tianqi inquired, Father, could you perhaps demonstrate for me that wondrous sensation of controlling your body? Wen Lingyin blinked her eyes and inquired. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, All right. Father shall now demonstrate how I exert control over my body. Subsequently, he bent down, and under the watchful eyes of his wives, he extended his right hand. With a gentle nod, his entire being soared into the air. Wow! Exclaimed Wen Tianqi and Wen Lingyin, their faces alight with surprise as they clapped their hands in joyful delight. Wen Tianqi extended his right hand, suddenly grasping something, and a radiant light blossomed from it. Then, with a swift motion of his hand, a beam of golden light surged forth, striking a colossal boulder 100 meters away with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the boulder shattered into countless pieces. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Wen Lingyin and Wen Tianqi were filled with astonishment. How marvelous it was! Children, did you witness that? No matter the circumstances, as long as you diligently strive, you too can become a formidable cosmic warrior like your father. Wen Tianqi gazed at the group of children and said with a smile, Very well, my dear children, we shall certainly strive diligently. Wen Qifeng and Wen Lingyin. The two children shouted in unison, Father, shall we commence our training at this very moment? Wen Lingyin blinked her adorable big eyes and gazed at Wen Tianqi, inquiring, Yes. Children, let us commence our training now. Wen Tianqi spoke and then seated himself in a meditative position, commencing his cultivation. Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, both Wen Qingfeng and Wen Lingyin began their own practices. Under Wen Tianqi's guidance, Wen Lingyin and Wen Qingfeng entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Bulma approached the group of children and began to instruct them in their training. As time passed, a melodious bird song suddenly echoed through the sky. Upon hearing this enchanting melody, Wen Tianqi ceased his cultivation and the children followed suit. Wen Lingyin gazed up at the sky and inquired, Father, will there be birds visiting our home tonight? Certainly, there will be birds gracing our abode this evening, and in fact, a remarkably beautiful bird will come to spend the night with us. Wen Tianqi said with a smile, Is that true? Father, could you bring it down? I wish to behold the true beauty of that bird. Wen Lingyin pouted her little lips, her eyes brimming with innocence as she spoke. All right, Lingyin. I shall go and bring it down now, Wen Tianqi replied, before soaring into the sky. Shortly after Wen Tianqi ascended, Bulma approached his side and said, Children, let us commence our training. Okay, Mama, they responded in unison. Wen Lingyin spoke gently. Subsequently, Wen Tianqi began his cultivation, while Wen Lingyin and Wen Qingfeng engaged in one-on-one instruction. Time passed steadily, and before long, evening descended. The sun had entirely vanished from the sky, replaced by a myriad of twinkling stars. At that moment, Wen Tianqi approached the children, accompanied by a splendid bird. With a flourish, he unleashed a golden aura from his right hand. The bird, flapping its wings, gracefully landed on Wen Tianqi's arm. Father, this beautiful creature is called the celestial falling star bird. What a lovely name it has. Wen Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this bird is one I have nurtured. Its name is the celestial falling star bird, and it serves as my faithful companion. Wen Tianqi said with a smile, Thank you, Father. From now on, I shall diligently train it. Wen Lingyin exclaimed with excitement, All right, Father believes in you. Wen Tianqi said with a smile, Father, could you teach me to fly? I too wish to soar through the skies like you. Wen Lingyin blinked her charming eyes and said, All right, Lingyin, this evening, Father will teach you how to fly. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, That's wonderful. Thank you, Father. Wen Lingyin exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, Bulma smiled and said, Children, it is already time. We should retire for the night. Wen Tianqi gazed at the two children heading off to sleep, exchanging a knowing glance with Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lan Chi. Another laborious night lay ahead. Wen Tianqi sighed deeply, resigned to the burdens of his fate. After a period of tranquility lasting several years, the time had finally come for the emergence of the Demon Buu. In the grand mansion of Wen Tianqi, he was conducting a meeting with son Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien. Majin Buu is a creation of the sorcerer Babidi, Wen Tianqi explained while tapping the blackboard. Is this rotund figure really him? Son Wukong inquired, gazing curiously at the peculiar image of Majin Buu displayed on the screen. Vegeta, seemingly indifferent, scrutinized Majin Buu, for he had learned from Wen Tianqi that he was not a match for this formidable foe. Despite his immense pride, Vegeta held Wen Tianqi's words in high regard and began contemplating how to enhance his training, striving for another breakthrough. Indeed, Babidi is the creator of Majin Buu and the father of the current sorcerer Babidi, ultimately slain by the East Supreme Kai, Wen Tianqi affirmed, awarding son Wukong a small red flower. The others exchanged glances, bemused, as if he were treating them like children. Majin Buu has defeated 4 of the 5 Supreme Kais and absorbed 2 of them. He is exceedingly powerful, so you must exercise utmost caution, Wen Tianqi warned solemnly. Are you not going to confront him? Krillin asked, puzzled. As a trump card, I cannot reveal myself prematurely. You shall face him first, and once your numbers dwindle, I shall intervene, Wen Tianqi replied with a dismissive pout. This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned, taken aback by his audacity. Meanwhile, in the endless expanse of the desert, the sorcerer Babidi and his demon king Dabura were poised to unseal Majin Buu, standing at the center of the arid wasteland. Babidi's eyes glimmered with a sinister light as his fingers traced the air, seemingly searching for something elusive. He was an arrogant figure, with disheveled black hair and a cold, merciless gaze that exuded an irresistible authority. Dabura, though entirely under Babidi's control, retained an aura of darkness, his form blending into the shadows, with only his green eyes gleaming with malevolence. At this moment, a forgotten sorcerer named Babidi stood with an ancient rune in hand, the very artifact that granted him the opportunity to break Majin Buu's seal. The surrounding air began to shimmer, as if an invisible force were converging. A cunning glint flashed in Babidi's eyes. He had finally located the ancient seal. Extending a hand with his palm facing upward, he softly intoned an archaic incantation. With his voice, a black magic circle emerged in the desert, radiating an eerie glow. Dabura observed silently, his heart brimming with anticipation, aware that once this seal was broken, the entire world would descend into chaos. Yet, he also understood that he was powerless against Babidi's dominion. His gaze shifted towards the magical circle, eagerly anticipating the moment's arrival. Suddenly, a surge of potent energy erupted from the circle. The entire desert trembled, as if the very air were ablaze. A dazzling radiance ascended from the magical array, soaring towards the heavens. Within that brilliance, a colossal shadow began to materialize. It was the shadow of Majin Buu. Babidi smiled with satisfaction, turning to Dabura, and remarked, "Remember, this is your glory, but also your demise." Dabura remained silent, standing resolutely as he awaited the moment. However, at that instant, a brilliant light descended from the sky, striking Babidi directly. The light contained a formidable power that abruptly interrupted Babidi's incantation. Babidi staggered back in astonishment, the runes losing their luminosity in an instant. Who dares? Babidi glared furiously. Had Majin Buu emerged? To his shock, it was son Goku and Vegeta along with their companions. They stood firm, the air seemingly frozen in silence. Opposite them, Babidi and Dabura, with cruel smiles, fixed their gaze upon them, assessing their prey. A cunning glint sparkled in Babidi's eyes as he slowly spoke, his voice laced with malevolence. Do you believe you can escape my clutches? I shall awaken Majin Buu, and you self-righteous fools will be but my playthings. Son Goku and his allies sensed the encroaching threat, but did not flinch. Goku stepped forward, challenging Babidi. Bring it on. We will never surrender. His tone was resolute, his eyes gleaming with indomitable spirit. Babidi grinned wickedly, his fingers dancing through the air as a sinister power emanated from him. It was a dark and malevolent force, as if it sought to engulf the entire world. He charged towards Goku and the others, the sense of oppression mounting. They braced themselves, refusing to show any sign of weakness. The atmosphere grew tense, a great battle looming. Each heart understood that this clash would determine the fate of the universe. They had to give their utmost, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with the light of battle, ready to unleash his full might. Goku prepared himself as well, gathering his energy to execute his ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Vegeta also transformed, ready to confront Babidi and Dabura. Come forth, Majin Buu. Suddenly, the air seemed to tremble, the surrounding lights flickering erratically, as if an invisible malevolent force warped the very fabric of space. Babidi's gaze was piercing, his voice resonant and commanding, sending shivers down the spine. Come forth, Majin Buu. As Babidi's call echoed, a tremendous dark power coalesced in the air. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to be drawn toward an immense, unseen vortex, converging relentlessly upon a singular focal point. It was a presence both familiar and strange. Imbued with malevolence, the demon Majin Buu. He emerged from the dark fissure with an almost imperceptible swiftness, his eyes glimmering with cunning and wickedness. His form appeared to be composed of a translucent black substance, flowing like lava, exuding a sinister power. He extended a hand, which seemed to contain all the evil and terror imaginable, akin to a spectral claw reaching forth from the depths of hell. Babidi stood resolutely before this chilling demon. A determined smile etched upon his face. In that moment, he knew he had finally fulfilled his mission. He spread his arms wide, and a surge of pure energy poured forth from his palms, a force starkly contrasting with the malevolent power of Majin Buu. This is your challenge, Majin Buu. Babidi's voice resonated throughout the space. Use your power to annihilate these beings. Majin Buu let out a roar filled with rage and ferocity. Soon, the figure of a corpulent creature burst forth. Majin Buu. However, to everyone's astonishment, Majin Buu did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he confronted the Demon Realm King, Dabura. The atmosphere between them thickened with tension, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in their confrontation. Dabura's gaze was laden with vigilance and uncertainty. He attempted to penetrate Buu's thoughts, yet his telepathy seemed ineffective in this standoff. Buu's mind was a chaotic haze, shrouded in a heavy fog. After a lengthy standoff, the two finally commenced their battle. Their movements were swift and agile, their offense and defense meticulously coordinated, resembling a meticulously choreographed dance. Dabura wielded his wand, unleashing dark orbs of magical energy. These spheres whistled through the air, piercing it with a cacophony of shrill screams as they sped towards Buu. In response, Buu conjured mysterious protective barriers with his magic, deflecting Dabura's onslaught. His shields radiated a profound purple hue, suffused with a dense aura of magic. Each collision of the barriers resulted in violent energy shocks, as if the very fabric of the world threatened to tear apart. Their battle escalated in intensity and ferocity, each strike provoking waves of breathtaking turbulence. The scene of their conflict grew increasingly harrowing and perilous, as if the entire world quaked under the weight of their clash. However, this fierce struggle did not endure for long. Ultimately, Buu conjured a colossal energy sphere, launching it directly at Dabura. Dabura attempted to counter with his own magic, but he found himself devoid of sufficient strength. The immense energy sphere struck Dabura's body, instantly obliterating him into a chaotic mass of flesh and blood. Body parts scattered, and the entire scene descended into disarray. Even the Demon Realm King, seasoned by countless battles, could not withstand such an onslaught. Turn to candy. Suddenly, Majin Buu unleashed a laser beam, transforming the Demon King Dabura into a piece of candy. Crunch, crunch. Majin Buu promptly devoured Dabura. He actually consumed a person. Son Goku and Vegeta were drenched in sweat, utterly astonished. Majin Buu had not only turned a man into candy, but had also eaten him. What immense power! It was no wonder Dabura was defeated, and even after his defeat, he was transformed into candy by Majin Buu. However, to Majin Buu, this seemed to be no arduous task. Just moments ago, Majin Buu slowly extended his right hand, and a gentle force instantaneously froze the space around him. Dabura's body abruptly ceased trembling, transformed into a massive piece of candy, floating serenely in the air. Yet, at that moment, Majin Buu infused his magic into the candy. Then, with a delicate squeeze, the candy was crushed into syrup. A wondrous power surged from his hand, swiftly solidifying the syrup into candy blocks. Subsequently, Majin Buu consumed the candy in one bite. The entire process was completed in the blink of an eye. Just like that, Dabura was obliterated by Majin Buu. How could this be possible? Son Goku and Vegeta stood in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. The Demon King Dabura was a top-tier powerhouse in the demon realm, a ruler and a leader. Yet, he was effortlessly annihilated by Majin Buu. This was simply inconceivable. This is my power. Do you see it? Do you desire to possess such strength? Majin Buu glanced at the two, who were left speechless, then extended his right hand. A swirling mass of purple mist-like energy churning in his palm. Gently, he clenched his fist, and the energy transformed into pieces of candy, which he casually tossed into a trash bin. My friends, welcome to my world. Become my companions. I shall lead you to conquer the entire world. My companions, are you ready? Let us unite and fill our world with laughter and joy. The candy battle. Observing the exuberant Majin Buu, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, their hearts filled with shock. Goku's mouth watered in astonishment. Buu, who exactly are you? How did you accomplish this? Majin Buu, did you hear that? They are indeed calling you Majin Buu. Vegeta's eyes were also filled with incredulity. The denizens of the demon realm referred to him as Majin Buu. This was truly extraordinary. My world? A playful smile crept across Majin Buu's lips. He relished the title. Friends, let us unite to conquer our world. The candy battle awaits us. Together, let us embark on this adventure. Goku and Vegeta stood frozen, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. The impact of Majin Buu was indeed profound. Majin Buu, who exactly are you? Babidi inquired, his voice quivering with trepidation. I am Majin Buu. Majin Buu declared with formidable authority. Go forth and annihilate them. They are evil. They are invaders. Obliterate them. Cloaked in his dark robe, Babidi stood beneath the moonlight, his eyes gleaming with cunning. He shouted into the dark night sky, Go and destroy them, Majin Buu. His voice echoed through the air, laden with malice and dominion. However, Majin Buu remained unresponsive, standing motionless. Growing increasingly impatient, Babidi shouted once more, Do you hear me? Majin Buu? Go and exterminate them. At that moment, Majin Buu slowly turned his head, his hollow eyes locking onto Babidi. A surge of potent energy radiated from his being, causing the air around them to feel as though it had solidified. Suddenly, he extended a massive arm, pointing directly at Babidi. Instantly, Babidi was engulfed by a formidable force, his eyes widening in terror as his body became paralyzed. In the blink of an eye, he was transformed into a candy, floating in the air before descending into Majin Buu's enormous palm. Majin Buu sneered disdainfully, tossing Babidi's candy form into his mouth. A hint of derision curved his lips as he then vanished into the shadows, leaving behind only the candy and Babidi's echo. You dare turn me into candy? Majin Buu, with an indescribable malevolence, curled his lips into a mocking smile. He resembled an abyss, devouring all light and hope, leaving only an endless void. A wild delight burned in his eyes, as if he reveled in the impending feast. He glanced at the colorful, shimmering candy that was once Babidi, reminiscent of a forgotten sweet dream. Babidi's echo reverberated through the air. You dare turn me into candy. The voice faded into the darkness, growing ever more distant. Majin Buu's body quivered slightly, as if savoring this wicked pleasure. His eyes sparkled with sinister light, eagerly anticipating his next move. Indifferently, he tossed the candy form into his mouth, indulging in a malevolent feast, an appalling atrocity. Goku and Vegeta stood at the ready, vigilantly watching the unfolding scene. Before them, Majin Buu, with a wicked grin, slowly raised his head. His enigmatic visage, coupled with the terrifying aura that emanated from him, sent a shiver down their spines. Son Wukong and Vegeta faced Majin Buu for the umpteenth time, yet each encounter with this fearsome foe compelled them to remind themselves to remain composed. They were acutely aware of Majin Buu's formidable prowess and his penchant for employing cunning tactics and devious schemes. A moment's lapse in caution could lead them into his trap. Quietly bolstering their resolve, they gradually awakened the energy within them. Son Wukong shimmered with a golden glow, while Vegeta was enveloped in a resplendent blue radiance. They understood that the impending battle would be exceptionally brutal. Majin Buu seemed to sense the determination of Son Wukong and Vegeta, erupting into maniacal laughter, his surrounding aura growing increasingly menacing. With a guttural cry, he launched a ferocious assault against the two warriors. Chapter 65. Elisha and Bidalai's son Wukong and Vegeta were well prepared. As they evaded Majin Buu's onslaught, they counterattacked. However, Majin Buu appeared even more powerful than before, each strike forcing them to narrowly escape. The battle raged intensely, the very fabric of space seemingly on the verge of tearing apart. Son Wukong and Vegeta's garments were drenched in sweat, and they felt their stamina gradually depleting. The roars of Son Wukong and Vegeta reverberated through the air, soon followed by an overwhelming surge of energy erupting from within them, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Their hair elongated instantaneously, transforming from deep brown to a dazzling gold. Blue lightning flickered around their bodies, as if a miracle had descended from the heavens. Majin Buu gazed at the two before him, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the power possessed by these two Super Saiyans, especially after their transformation into the second stage. He began to gather energy, bracing himself for the impending assault. Exchanging a glance with one another, Son Wukong and Vegeta nodded in unison. They charged forward, blue lightning dancing beneath their feet as they propelled themselves into the fray. Majin Buu was not idle either. He unleashed a powerful energy wave, surging forward. The energy wave collided with the Super Saiyan's second stage attack, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The ground trembled violently, as if heralding a disastrous calamity. Yet, Son Wukong and Vegeta pressed on, undeterred by Buu's onslaught, steadfast in their advance. The fierce battle continued. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wen Tianqi was reveling in a life of leisure. "Elisha, it's been a while. How have you been?" Wen Tianqi inquired with a charming smile directed at the young woman across from him. They were seated in an upscale CAF in the city, savoring their coffee in blissful contentment. "Not too bad, big brother Wen Tianqi," she replied. Elisa spoke generously. She was a striking young woman with golden hair, adorned in a green strapless top and blue jeans. Her fair skin, exposed to the light, radiated a youthful exuberance. "You are truly a delightful young lady, Elisa," Wen Tianqi complimented. Seated in a cozy corner of the bustling CAF, Elisa and Wen Tianqi faced each other. The air was imbued with the subtle fragrance of coffee and the sweetness of matcha lattes, lending an atmosphere of leisure and tranquility to their conversation. Elisa, with her golden locks cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, had the softly curled ends brushing against her porcelain neck, captivating all who beheld her. A subtle smile graced the lips of Wen Tianqi, enhancing the allure of his visage. Clad in a traditional Han-style robe, the inky fabric adorned with silver cloud patterns resembled a shooting star in the night sky. Their conversation, accompanied by the ambient music of the CAF, resonated like a harmonious symphony, both melodious and enchanting. Eliza's smile radiated warmth, akin to the gentle sunlight of spring, while Wen Tianqi's unique sense of humor elicited delightful laughter from Eliza, her tinkling giggles echoing through the CAF like the sweetest of melodies. Their discourse was both light-hearted and profound, encompassing not only their personal lives, but also delving into their interpretations of art and existence. Eliza found herself intrigued by Wen Tianqi's Eastern culture, while he was equally captivated and enamored by the distant lands she described. Their exchanges flowed like pebbles in a brook, creating ripples of connection and understanding. In that moment, it was as if they had forgotten the passage of time and the turmoil of the world around them. Their universe seemed to consist solely of the unfinished cup of coffee, the exquisite pastries, and the warmth of each other's smiles and words. In this extraordinary instant, their dialogue took on a poetic cadence, weaving a beautiful tapestry of moments. However, as nightfall approached, the CAF's lights gradually dimmed. The conversation between Eliza and Wen Tianqi began to draw to a close. They spoke of future aspirations and their hopes for one another, their eyes glistening with anticipation, as if foreshadowing future encounters and reunions. "Oh, by the way, did Biddy not come to school today?" Wen Tianqi mused aloud, seemingly struck by a thought. "Hee, Tianqi, are you perhaps harboring feelings for Biddy again? You truly are a charming rogue," Eliza teased, covering her mouth with a playful smile. 2 hours later, their delightful sojourn in the CAF came to an end. Wen Tianqi and Irasa walked side by side along the streets of the night, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon Irasa's exquisite visage, enhancing her beauty and allure. She smiled, her eyes sparkling with the light of happiness, clearly brimming with anticipation for this unexpected rendezvous. Wen Tianqi gazed at Elisha, a surge of indescribable emotions flooding his heart. He was captivated by the youthful radiance of her smile, a true essence of springtime. Unable to restrain himself, he gently took her hand, feeling the slight chill of her delicate fingers, which stirred something profound within him. They traversed the bustling streets, arriving at a serene residential area. Wen Tianqi led Elisha to his private abode, opened the door, and illuminated the space. The warm glow of the lights enveloped them, bestowing a gentle warmth. The interior was adorned with simplicity and coziness, clearly a product of thoughtful arrangement. Elisha surveyed her surroundings, her eyes reflecting a blend of surprise and delight. She had not anticipated that Wen Tianqi would possess such a comforting home. Wen Tianqi escorted Alicia into the living room, where he ignited the fireplace. The flames danced gracefully, infusing the entire room with a comforting warmth. Alicia settled onto the sofa, gazing at Wen Tianqi, her heart brimming with joy. Wen Tianqi uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Alicia before filling one for himself. They raised their glasses in celebration, their gazes brimming with affection. At that moment, music began to play, a carefully curated selection by Wen Tianqi. He approached Alicia, softly inviting her to dance. With a smile, Alicia accepted his invitation, and they commenced to sway gracefully in the center of the living room. Their movements were harmonious and elegant, akin to two roses blooming in the night sky. Entwined and complementing each other, their bodies were closely pressed together, every gesture revealing the depth of their love. Their breaths intertwined, as if time itself had momentarily halted. As the music faded, they paused, gazing into each other's eyes. Alicia, I shall cherish you, Wen Tianqi murmured as he embraced her delicate form. Yes, brother Tianqi. I trust you, Alicia replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she nestled her head against his chest. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianqi was filled with joy and could no longer contain himself as he lifted Alicia into his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Soon, the bed within the chamber began to sway. A day later, Son Wukong and Vegeta continued their fierce battle against Majin Buu. Vegeta, we must hold on, Son Wukong said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kakarot, you can transform into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Yet you still choose to hide your strength. Do you think I am oblivious to it? Vegeta scoffed. Son Wukong exclaimed, taken aback. How did you know, Vegeta? Wen Tianqi told me long ago. You underestimate me, thinking I wouldn't notice? Vegeta roared. Son Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Oh dear, Vegeta. Majin Buu is attacking again. Let's go? Alicia, my little darling, do you think Videl will come here for the event today? Wen Tianqi inquired, wrapping his arms around Alicia's waist. Yes, Videl will be here shortly, so don't let her slip away, Alicia replied with a cheerful smile, her delicate, fair arms encircling Wen Tianqi's. Ding ding ding. Alicia's phone rang, and she answered. I understand, Mom, Alicia said with a hint of resignation before hanging up. Tianqi, I must leave now. My mother wants me to come home. Once you deal with Videl, I will join you both. Alicia bestowed a deep kiss upon Wen Tianqi before swaying her way out. Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and turned to stroll towards where Biddy Li was situated. In the dimly lit night, Wen Tianqi wandered through the winding, ancient streets, lost in a labyrinth of shadows. His heartbeat quickened like grains of sand slipping through an hourglass, hastening with the passage of time. The cacophony of the city seemed to fade into oblivion behind his footsteps, leaving only the weighty sound of his own breath and the rhythm of his steps in his solitary realm. He traversed street after street, akin to a solitary vessel adrift in an ocean of humanity, perpetually searching for the one who occupied his thoughts. In the dark alleyways, he roamed alone, loneliness clinging to him like a shadow. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a slender figure emerged within his line of sight. It was a young girl, her hair as dark as ink, pure and untainted. Her brows, delicately arched like willow branches, seemed to be crafted by a master artisan, exuding elegance and grace. The girl's pale blue irises shimmered with a crystalline brilliance under the moonlight, captivating him irresistibly. Clad in playful denim shorts, her long legs and fair skin made her appear as if she had stepped from the pages of a manga, a vision of beauty. Her twin ponytails added to her charm, embodying the very dreamlike image that resided in his heart. As Wen Tianqi gazed upon the maiden, a profound and ineffable sensation surged within him. It was as though he had glimpsed a radiant beam of light amidst the darkness, and this girl embodied his salvation, his beacon of hope. He approached her, and she met his gaze, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. At last, he had found the one he had been seeking, Biddy Li. In that moment, their eyes locked, and it felt as if the entire world had come to a standstill. There were only the two of them, standing in serene silence, engrossed in each other's gaze. Their proximity diminished, as if they could hear the rhythmic thrum of each other's hearts. You have finally arrived, Biddy Li's voice, soft and melodious, flowed like a crystal-clear spring, nourishing his very soul. Wen Tianqi gazed at her, an overwhelming tenderness and emotion surging within him. Indeed, I have arrived, Biddy Li. His deep voice resonated with assurance and comfort. Are you truly here to attend the comic convention? Biddy Li tilted her head playfully, inquiring. Of course not. I am well. I am here to safeguard you. Wen Tianqi, unable to restrain his emotions, extended his hand, yearning to touch her. Yet, he hesitated, fearful of startling her. Bitterly, please trust me. I shall protect you. Very well, but you must promise to safeguard me always, the young girl bitterly replied playfully, and then, like a rabbit, she bounded joyfully to Wen Tianqi's side. Wen Tianqi lowered his head, gazing at the enchanting young lady before him, his heart brimming with affection and excitement. He gently rested his hand upon Bitterly's shoulder and softly said, Bitterly, from this day forth, you shall be my girlfriend. Do you recall our first encounter at the comic exhibition? Bitterly, the daughter of the world champion Satan. Wen Tianqi leaned closer to Bitterly's ear, guiding her towards the comic convention. What? Boyfriend? The young Bitterly gazed at the boy before her with an expression of astonishment, her eyes filled with skepticism. Wen Tianqi gazed at the young maiden before him, his heart brimming with joy. He leaned down and softly whispered in her ear, Bitterly, please trust me. I will always protect you. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, the maiden bitterly embraced Wen Tianqi and fervently pressed her lips against his. Wen Tianqi's heart was brimming with happiness. Finding her and fulfilling their initial promise was truly wonderful. Now, let us hasten to join the queue. Wen Tianqi gently pushed the girl aside and spoke earnestly. The girl, shyer than Delia, nodded slightly before following in Wen Tianqi's footsteps toward the entrance of the comic convention. As dawn gradually broke, rays of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire earth. A steady stream of people arrived at the convention center, eagerly awaiting the imminent commencement of the event. At this moment, Delia, blushing and bashful, held Wen Tianqi's hand, her heart racing like that of an innocent maiden. The entrance to the convention was not far from the exhibition hall, and soon they reached the doorway. Delia wrapped her arms around Wen Tianqi's, her braids playfully swaying, exuding a charming cuteness. Shyly glancing around, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, lost in her thoughts. Wen Tianqi gazed at the adorable young girl and, unable to resist, playfully brushed his fingers across her nose, smiling as he inquired, Bitterly, would you like to see if there are any anime characters that you fancy? Perhaps there might be someone you adore. Absolutely. I want to see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Bitterly exclaimed with excitement. Then, her eyes caught sight of a poster affixed to the wall, showcasing several figures clad in green bodysuits, wielding weapons, alongside a green robot. Wow, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They are my favorite anime characters. Bitterly exclaimed in delight, her gaze fixated on the poster, oblivious to the gender of the characters depicted. Then let us go and take a closer look, he suggested. Wen Tianqi smiled and spoke. Chapter 66, A Date. Bitterly nodded, and like a little bird, she leaned against Wen Tianqi. He wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her tightly in his embrace, fearful that she might slip away. Together, they walked into the exhibition hall, where they encountered numerous characters from films such as Spider-Man, Iron Man, the Hulk, Captain America, Superman, and more. Filled with excitement at the sight of these heroic figures, Bitterly yearned to rush over and embrace them for a photograph, yet she restrained herself. Hand in hand, they explored the comic exhibition, and after a while, they departed from the stage and approached the counter. The attendant at the counter was a young man who, upon seeing them approach, greeted them warmly, asking, What would you like to see? I would like to see if there are any ninjas that I adore. Bitterly exclaimed with enthusiasm, as her favorite anime was Naruto, leading her to express her thoughts without hesitation. The attendant smiled and replied, Certainly, please follow me. Thus, the two left the counter and soon arrived at a table. The attendant picked up a magnifying glass and examined a poster laid out on the table, then turned to Bitterly and Wen Tianqi with a grin, saying, Yes, which ninja would you both like to choose? What options do we have? Wen Tianqi inquired of the server, who listed an array of ninjas, Kakashi Hitaki, Choji Akimichi, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and many more. Despite the server's extensive enumeration, he could not identify the ninja that Bitty desired. All right, I understand. Thank you, Bitty said with a smile. You're welcome, the server replied cheerfully. Which ninja would you like? The server asked. I wish for Sakura, Bitty exclaimed excitedly, as her favorite anime was Naruto, making Sakura her most coveted ninja. Very well, please follow me. The server responded with a smile. Thus, the two departed from the counter and soon arrived at the entrance of the comic convention, where a colossal poster of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno adorned either side of the doorway. Wow, this is the ninja I have longed for, Bitty exclaimed, her eyes fixated on the poster, oblivious to the gender of the characters depicted. Are you certain this is the ninja you desire? The server asked with a grin. Indeed. I am very eager for this, she affirmed. All right, please follow me, the server replied with a smile. The two left the entrance of the convention and soon came upon a flower bed. Wen Tianqi pointed out to Biddy, look over there, there's a poster of a ninja. Really? Biddy followed his gaze and saw a Naruto poster in the center of the flower bed, featuring Sasuke Uchiha on the left and Sakura Haruno on the right. Tianqi. I want this ninja, thank you, Biddy said with a smile, her hands flailing with excitement. Very well, please follow me, the server responded, grinning. They left the flower bed and returned to the counter. The server asked, which ninja do you wish to select? I want Sakura, Biddy replied eagerly. Her eyes fixated on the figurines within the counter. They departed from the counter and entered a room where the server opened a wooden cabinet and retrieved a figurine, saying, This is Sakura. She is quite adorable. Please see if you like her. Wow, Sakura is my favorite ninja, Biddy exclaimed joyfully as she embraced the figurine, planting a kiss on Wen Tianqi's cheek. Thank you for the gift, Tianqi. I love it dearly. Wen Tianqi chuckled, remarking, You two are truly amusing. Farewell. The waiter responded with a smile, goodbye. The two waved at the waiter and then exited the room. Where shall we head next? After leaving the ninja figurine display, Wen Tianqi glanced at Biddy Li and inquired, Let us go for a meal. I know a restaurant renowned for its delectable dishes, Biddy Li exclaimed enthusiastically. Sounds splendid. Wen Tianqi said with a smile, That's splendid. Let us hasten our departure. Biddy happily replied, Very well. Wen Tianqi chuckled as he spoke. Tianqi, look over there. There's a ninja, how adorable. Biddy Li exclaimed, pointing ahead. Her voice disrupted Wen Tianqi's contemplative reverie. He lifted his gaze to see Biddy Li pointing at something. And as he followed her finger, he beheld a poster of a ninja affixed to the glass door of a nearby exhibition stall. To the left of the poster stood Uchiha Sasuke, while to the right was Haruno Sakura. Is that so? He inquired. Wen Tianqi smiled as his gaze lingered upon Biddy Li's face. With her lustrous black hair, large expressive eyes, a prominent nose, and a delicate cherry-red mouth, she radiated an undeniable beauty. Wen Tianqi contemplated internally, reflecting on how remarkably lovely Biddy Li was. As this thought crossed his mind, a subtle smile graced his features. Together, Biddy Li and Wen Tianqi entered a distinctive Chinese restaurant, captivated by the rich ambience steeped in traditional culture. The walls were adorned with exquisite Chinese paintings, interspersed with red knots and the character for Fu, evoking a sense of warmth and tranquility. Following the waiter deeper into the restaurant, they were greeted by a spacious interior filled with numerous round tables, each set with pristine white napkins and elegant tableware. They settled at one of the tables, and the waiter presented the menu. Biddy Li and Wen Tianqi perused the selections, which featured an array of traditional Chinese dishes. After a brief discussion, they decided upon several popular items, including spicy hot pot, roasted duck, and fried rice. While awaiting their meal, they surveyed the restaurant, observing the diverse clientele comprising both locals and foreigners, all immersed in the culinary delights surrounding them. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted within the restaurant as a man burst in, brandishing a cleaver. His eyes were wild, filled with a murderous intent. Patrons were caught off guard by this sudden upheaval, shrieking and scattering in panic. Biddy Li and Wen Tianqi were equally startled, clinging tightly to one another in a state of confusion. The man wielded his cleaver menacingly, pursuing the terrified diners, casting a dark shadow of bloodshed and violence over the establishment. Upon witnessing the scene, Wen Tianqi, without a moment's hesitation, was poised to charge forward. However, upon catching a glimpse of Biddy Li's swift movements, he abruptly halted. How dare you cause chaos? Biddy Li exclaimed in anger, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man wielding a knife flying. Thud. The man collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Applause erupted from the crowd. Well, it is the daughter of Mr. Satan, Miss Biddy Li. Biddy Li. Biddy Li. My idol. With a gracious wave and a smile, Biddy Li returned to Wen Tianqi's side. Biddy Li, you are truly impressive, Wen Tianqi remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Hee, that's because my father is Satan, the world champion, the mightiest individual on the entire planet. Biddy Li spoke with admiration for her father, Satan. Wen Tianqi chuckled in agreement. Although Satan's strength was not formidable, his character was commendable. Sitting opposite each other, Biddy Li and Wen Tianqi's words wove together in the air. As Biddy Li reminisced about the memories of the prestigious martial arts tournament, those days filled with passion and perspiration. I recall that time when I participated in the children's division of the esteemed martial arts tournament, Biddy Li remarked, her eyes shimmering with the spark of nostalgia. It was one of the most exhilarating moments of my life. Though I was merely 8 years old, I vividly remember every detail. Wen Tianqi listened intently, refraining from interrupting her. I donned the combat suit meticulously crafted by my father, who urged me to bravely step onto the stage and confront those adversaries more formidable than myself. The resonance of Di Li's voice was imbued with a profound nostalgia for her father. Wen Tianqi could not help but develop an interest in Di Li's father. He sensed a deeper longing and reverence within Di Li for her progenitor. His name was Satan. Di Li smiled, her expression revealing a hint of pride. He is my pride and my role model. Wen Tian nodded in acknowledgement, urging her to continue. Satan is not only my father, but also my martial arts mentor. He has imparted to me the skills of combat and the means to defend myself. More importantly, he has taught me how to become a formidable individual. A resolute glimmer shone in Di Li's eyes. Wen Tianqi felt the power in her words, as if he could envision the scene of Di Li bravely fighting on stage. Unfortunately, Di Li let out a soft sigh, lamenting that her father was currently engrossed in filming various advertisements. Wen Tianqi gazed at Di Li, comprehending the helplessness that lay beneath the surface of this seemingly resilient girl. He remained silent, merely standing by her side, offering her solace and support. After a brief moment of silence, Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with the light of contemplation. He then turned his gaze towards Di Li, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Let us embark on a journey unlike any other, he proposed. We shall pay a visit to your father, the esteemed Mr. Satan, a world champion of great renown. Envision, if you will, our entrance into his illustrious abode. Surrounded by an atmosphere both exquisite and shrouded in mystery, the words of Wen Tianqi flowed like a painter's brush, vividly illustrating a series of enchanting scenes before the two individuals. Their objective, the legendary Mr. Satan, the magnificent achievement of becoming a world champion, and the unique ambience of his home, all came alive in Wen Tianqi's eloquent descriptions. Imagine, as we traverse that opulent bridge, beneath which crystal-clear streams meander, with small fish frolicking joyfully in the water. The lush trees provide ample shade, and blossoms are in full bloom. Everything is simply exquisite. Mr. Satan's residence nestles within this picturesque tableau. Wen Tianqi spoke softly, his voice imbued with an enchanting quality, transporting listeners to a world of yearning. Then, he cast a glance at Di Li, noticing her rapt attention, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. He realized he had successfully ignited her curiosity. A subtle smile crossed Wen Tianqi's face as he continued his narrative. Mr. Satan's abode resembled a grand castle, with guards in uniforms at the entrance, warmly welcoming our arrival. And there, the pinnacle of the world, Mr. Satan himself, awaited our presence. Are you not, Di Li, eager for my meeting with your father, Mr. Satan? Indeed, I am looking forward to it. Di Li nodded in agreement. That magnificent mansion, situated on the outskirts of the city, commands a unique space, exuding luxury and grandeur. The estate's rear garden, akin to a private training ground, is where the world champion, Mr. Satan, engages in rigorous training. His figure stands tall and powerful in every corner of the garden. Mr. Satan's skin, bronzed by the sun, showcases a physique that appears as formidable as iron forged through countless trials, instilling a sense of awe. At this moment, a young man, Wen Tianqi, walked hand in hand with the enchanting Di Li toward the garden. Di Li's home is nestled within this grand mansion, and Wen Tianqi is her close companion. Their arrival brought a refreshing hue to this realm of strength and discipline. Upon noticing them, Mr. Satan halted his training and approached. His strides were firm and commanding, as if every inch of the ground trembled beneath his feet. He gazed at Di Li, his eyes radiating love and pride. Then, he turned his attention to Wen Tianqi, his sharp gaze flickering with a hint of caution. Wen Tianqi compared Di Li's smile with a slight, not acknowledging her father's identity. A warm smile graced his face, yet the resolute determination in his eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, the atmosphere was taut, as if the very air had solidified. Mr. Satan glared at Wen Tianqi, his eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity. Then, with a wry smile, he remarked to Di Li, "Di Li, have you brought a friend home? Is he your boyfriend? How delightful." His words, lacking in exuberance, were nevertheless imbued with a profound paternal affection for his daughter. He then turned and strode back to the training ground, his silhouette appearing even more imposing under the sunlight, reminiscent of a moving mountain. His voice resonated throughout the garden. Training begins. At this command, the entire garden seemed to come alive, a fervent blend of adrenaline and perspiration intertwining. Chapter 67. Satan D. Lee gazed at her father's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Then, she turned to Wen Tianqi, offering him a smile that conveyed warmth and invitation. Wen Tianqi reciprocated with a deep, determined smile. In that moment, their gazes met, silently affirming each other's existence and their bond. You are Wen Tianqi? I am eager to train with you. Let us begin. The two ascended the dueling platform, surrounded by maids and attendants who cheered and shouted in excitement. Satan cast a glance at Wen Tianqi, noting his helpless look directed towards D. Lee. D. Lee, a stunning maiden with sparkling eyes and a sweet smile, encouraged Wen Tianqi, go for it, Tianqi. Upon hearing her words, an instant surge of motivation coursed through Wen Tianqi. He prepared to hold back, wishing to grant his future father-in-law some face. Assuming his stance, he launched an attack on Satan, who swiftly countered, blocking Wen Tianqi's assault while retaliating in kind. The contest between them was fiercely intense as they exchanged martial skills, each showcasing their formidable techniques. Wen Tianqi was exceedingly cautious, fearing that a momentary lapse could lead to inflicting grave injury upon Satan. Although Satan was a demon, he refrained from employing any dark sorcery. He merely sought to engage in a fair contest with Wen Tianqi. Time passed swiftly, and before long, evening descended. The duel between the two was nearing its conclusion. In a moment of carelessness, Wen Tianqi nearly found himself toppled by Satan. At that critical juncture, Bados shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Tianqi, go for it. Her uplifting words invigorated Wen Tianqi, prompting him to regain his stance and continue his confrontation with Satan. At last, through Wen Tianqi's relentless efforts, he and Satan reached a stalemate. Satan's gaze was filled with expectation and acknowledgement as he slowly approached Wen Tianqi, the immense black cloak billowing behind him, sending forth waves of warm air. With a tone imbued with paternal pride, he declared, Wen Tianqi, you are quite impressive. To match me in a draw, I entrust my daughter Bados to you. Upon hearing these words, Bados reacted like a bashful fawn, her cheeks aglow as she scurried away. Her silhouette paused in the distance, casting a furtive glance back at Wen Tianqi, an expression brimming with youthful longing and shyness. Wen Tianqi chuckled, his smile brimming with pride and composure. He mischievously winked at the silhouette of Bados before turning to flash a grin at Satan. I shall protect Bados with utmost diligence. Satan gazed into Wen Tianqi's eyes, nodding solemnly. His colossal form cast a shadow in the air, yet his gaze radiated warmth. He understood that this young man had earned his respect and trust. This contest bore no true victors or vanquished. Each participant discovered their own worth through the experience. Satan, Bados, and Wen Tianqi found their lives enriched and enlivened by this encounter. The trio gathered in a lavish dining hall, where the air was suffused with the aromas of delectable cuisine and the warmth of expertly prepared dishes. Bados, adorned in an elegant evening gown, exuded grace befitting her noble lineage, her beauty akin to a resplendent pearl, shimmering amid the surroundings. Satan, as ever, emanated his unique devilish aura, his dark presence starkly contrasting with the opulence of the mansion. The dining table was adorned with exquisite cutlery, and the flickering candlelight danced across their faces, creating a captivating tableau. Bados and Wen Tianqi sat across from one another, her eyes ablaze with warmth and admiration for him. Wen Tianqi, with his handsome visage, wore a gentle smile, his gaze revealing anticipation and contentment for the evening ahead. Dishes were unveiled one by one, featuring game personally selected by Satan, alongside culinary masterpieces crafted by his own hands. Bados was the first to serve Wen Tianqi, her movements poised and graceful, epitomizing the demeanor of a refined lady. She lifted a piece of roasted goose and, with a radiant smile reminiscent of spring sunshine, placed it onto Wen Tianqi's plate, a gesture both warm and bright. Observing Bados serve Wen Tianqi, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Satan's eyes. His deep, magnetic voice, tinged with amusement, remarked, Bados, our esteemed guest, Mr. Wen, is privileged to dine with you. I trust you will attend to him well. His tone carried an air of authority laced with a tender indulgence for his daughter. Bados playfully cast a glance at Satan before turning to Wen Tianqi, saying, Tianqi, I am truly delighted you could join us for dinner. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you enjoy it. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, enchanting and impossible to overlook. Wen Tianqi was profoundly astonished by such a warm reception. He found himself pleasantly surprised by Bados' fervor, which filled him with joy. He responded courteously. Thank you for your hospitality, Bidalai. I am truly delighted to dine with you. His gaze was imbued with sincerity and gratitude. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the garden where Wen Tianqi and Bidalai resided. Within the garden, vibrant lights reflected upon the blossoms, which vied for attention, while the dancing shadows of the trees cast deep silhouettes upon the gravel path. Wen Tianqi donned his favorite light blue shirt paired with black casual trousers, his hair meticulously styled, exuding a subtle fragrance. His gaze radiated an unparalleled tenderness and affection. In contrast, Dilly wore a charming red dress complemented by black leather shoes, her golden locks shimmering enchantingly under the moonlight. Her eyes brimmed with unwavering trust and love for Wen Tianqi. They settled upon a stone bench in the garden, embracing one another as they gazed at the resplendent night sky. In the heavens above, stars twinkled like brilliant pearls, adorning the infinite darkness. That vast expanse of starlit ocean mirrored their emotions, profound, expansive, and brimming with the unknown. Wen Tianqi gently caressed Bidalai's shoulder, his gaze filled with anticipation for the future and nostalgia for the past. Meanwhile, Bidalai leaned quietly against Wen Tianqi's chest, her eyes shimmering with profound love and admiration for him. They sat there in silence, gazing at the night sky, savoring this tranquil and beautiful moment. Their heartbeats intertwined, resembling the most exquisite melody, harmonious and powerful. A gentle night breeze swept by, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not rival the fervent emotions blossoming within their hearts. Enveloped in this romantic atmosphere, it felt as though the entire world had vanished, leaving only the two of them and their unwavering pursuit of love. Wen Tianqi took Bidalai's hand and walked towards the bed. That spacious mattress seemed to bear witness to their love, soon to embrace a pair of souls intertwined in affection. Their heartbeats resonated like a nocturnal symphony, rhythmically pulsing in harmony, as if the entire universe consisted solely of the two of them. Their bodies gently entwined upon the bed, the fabric of the sheets seemingly narrating the delicacy and sincerity of their bond. The essence of Wen Tianqi, the fragrance of Bidalai, and their shared warmth wove together, creating a beautiful and poignant tableau. Wen Tianqi gently caressed Bidalai's silky hair, his fingers akin to a skilled musician, weaving a melody of love. Bidalai closed her eyes, reveling in this baptism of affection, as her heartbeat harmoniously intertwined with Wen Tianqi's. Their breaths resonated in the stillness of the night, creating a sound that was tranquil, harmonious, and profoundly beautiful. Bidalai, Tianqi, the sun ascends to its zenith. Wen Tianqi and Bidalai have awakened. Initially, he yearned to linger in tender intimacy with her, but alas, his phone was besieged by an incessant barrage of notifications. Boss Tianqi, we cannot withstand any longer. Please come. We urgently request assistance. Vegeta and son Wukong found themselves utterly powerless against the relentless assault of Majin Buu. Sighing deeply, Wen Tianqi reluctantly ended the call, lamenting the fact that today's youth lack any understanding of the elder's plight. At that moment, Bidalai picked up a light blue jacket and draped it over Wen Tianqi's shoulders. Tianqi, your clothes are completely soaked. You might catch a cold. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, how could that be? Look, I am in excellent health. With that, Bidalai extended her right hand and gently tapped Wen Tianqi's forehead with her index finger. Wen Tianqi blinked and, seizing Bidalai's hand, drew her into his embrace. Bidalai, your lips are exquisite. With a gentle laugh, Wen Tianqi remarked, is that so? Well, I shall draw you a more exquisite one another day. Hee. Thank you, Tianqi, replied Bidalai. Bathed in the soft glow of the lights, Wen Tianqi and Bidalai nestled closely together, gazing quietly into each other's eyes. The warmth they shared had risen to a level capable of enveloping their very souls. Sighing in resignation, Wen Tianqi said, you youngsters truly are quite reckless. What troubles you, Tianqi? Bidalai inquired, looking at him with concern. Wen Tianqi glanced at the clock hanging on the wall and remarked, it is nearly 7 o'clock. The time you agreed upon with Wukong is approaching. I must bid them farewell. All right, brother Tianqi, goodbye. Junbai approached Wen Tianqi's side, inquiring, are you coming with us? Indeed, but you must heed Bidalai's words and avoid causing any trouble. I understand, brother Tianqi. You need not worry. Bidalai smiled, waved her hand, and added, I shall go find Sister Bulma now. I will ensure she speaks with you all. Very well, off you go. Farewell. Bidalai waved goodbye to Wen Tianqi and turned to leave. Sigh. Wen Tianqi watched as Junbai departed, softly exhaling a sigh. pondering whether Dilly would be able to get along harmoniously with Bulma and the others. A swift sound pierced the air. The body of Wen Tianqi transformed into a radiant beam of purple light, racing towards the location of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with unparalleled speed. That girl, Bidalai, continues to behave so recklessly. It is truly exasperating. Wen Tianqi let out a helpless sigh, hoping that before my arrival, Dilly could elucidate matters to them clearly. Wen Tianqi rushed towards the location of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with unparalleled speed. At last, he arrived at the battlefield. Wen Tianqi stepped forward, his eyes brimming with mockery. Boss Tianqi, this demon Buu is truly formidable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged awkward glances. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at the battered Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were diligently striving to regain their composure, preparing for the imminent battle ahead. Wen Tianqi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, filled with admiration for their efforts. These two individuals had indeed exerted themselves. He then turned his attention to the audacious Majin Buu. What a formidable entity he was, possessing nearly boundless magical power and deriving pleasure from annihilation. Buu's threat was undeniably formidable. However, Wen Tianqi felt no trepidation. Rather, a spark of combativeness ignited in his gaze. Is this truly your full strength? Wen Tianqi coldly addressed Buu, his tone laced with provocation. Majin Buu regarded Wen Tianqi, a flicker of surprise dancing in his cunning eyes. He had not anticipated that this ordinary individual from Earth would possess such audacity and resolve. With a chuckle, he remarked, "You seem quite different." Facing the formidable Majin Buu, Wen Tianqi smiled disdainfully. His gaze radiated not fear, but unwavering resolve and courage. He was acutely aware that although Majin Buu was powerful in his eyes, he was merely a paper tiger, insignificant and unworthy of concern. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed like a declaration of his determination. His body was taut, resembling a leopard poised to pounce, his heart brimming with a fervent desire for victory. One should never underestimate another. Wen Tianqi's voice flowed like a brisk mountain spring, his words evoking a sense of alertness. He felt no trepidation in the face of Majin Buu's threats, for he understood that true self-discovery could only emerge through challenge. Majin Buu's eyes sparkled with amusement. He seemed stirred by Wen Tianqi's words. He had not anticipated this earthling's steadfastness, and his resolve appeared mightier than he had imagined. Raising an eyebrow, he burst into a hearty laugh. "Well done, Wen Tianqi. I commend your bravery. But are you truly prepared to accept my challenge?" Before his words had fully settled, Buu launched an attack. His body sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Wen Tianqi. Yet, Wen Tianqi did not flinch. He stood his ground, fists clenched, facing Buu head-on. His form remained unwavering, eyes glinting with icy determination, and his tightly clenched fists emanated a chilling aura. Fearlessly, he met Buu's assault. Chapter 68. Confronting Majin Buu in an instant, the air erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the mingling of searing heat and frigid cold distorting the surrounding space. The clash of extremes sent debris flying as a tempest raged. This strike reverberated through the entire mountain range, causing the earth to tremble and rocks to cascade from the heights, as the entire peak shook violently. Then, a thunderous roar echoed through the night sky. Flames erupted, powerful energies scattered, painting the landscape in hues of crimson. The blood-red glow flickered ominously in the night, as if a calamity were imminent. Wen Tianqi's punch sent Majin Buu reeling back, his form a dark silhouette that streaked across the night, propelled far into the distance. His figure wavered in the air, releasing a haunting roar. A glint of ferocity flashed in Wen Tianqi's eyes, his tightly clenched fists revealing subtly protruding veins. A manifestation of suppressed murderous intent. Gradually, he lifted his gaze towards the distant Majin Buu. His hands remained firmly balled into fists, the veins subtly raised as if containing a burgeoning desire to kill. His body was taut, as if poised in anticipation. He slowly raised his head to regard the monstrous figure of Majin Buu, who writhed several hundred meters away, resembling a colossal mass of flesh, seemingly mocking his impotence. A surge of intense anger and helplessness welled up within Wen Tianqi. However, he understood that he must maintain his composure, lest he commit an irreparable mistake. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his emotions. He began to scrutinize Majin Buu's movements, seeking to discern its vulnerabilities. He recognized the necessity of focusing his mind and exerting every ounce of effort, for failure to do so could result in his inability to vanquish this formidable adversary. Wen Tianqi commenced his measured approach towards the formidable Majin Buu, his steps both light and resolute. He understood that he must draw as near to this adversary as possible to maximize the efficacy of his assault. He refrained from acting recklessly. Yet he was acutely aware that any delay in his offensive would jeopardize his chances of triumph in this confrontation. As Wen Tianqi drew closer, Majin Buu's excitement began to escalate. With a cavernous maw agape, it launched a ferocious attack upon him. Wen Tianqi deftly evaded the onslaught, simultaneously delivering a powerful punch that struck Majin Buu. Although the blow failed to inflict significant damage, it succeeded in inciting the creature's ire. In response, Majin Buu unleashed a barrage of even more savage strikes, yet each was skillfully dodged or parried by Wen Tianqi. He recognized that he must persistently assault this foe to endure its relentless offensive. Undaunted, he swung his fists with fervor, channeling his anger and helplessness into every blow directed at the monster. Enraged by Wen Tianqi's persistence, a crimson glimmer flickered in Majin Buu's eyes as its form abruptly vanished from sight. Wen Tianqi was taken aback, yet remained composed as he deftly leaped backward, narrowly evading Buu's assault. Almost instantaneously, Buu reappeared before Wen Tianqi, delivering a fierce blow aimed directly at his head. Wen Tianqi raised his arms, shielding himself before him. Veins bulged on his forearms, a testament to the imminent eruption of his power. An overwhelming aura emanated from his entire being, akin to a nuclear explosion. As he surged fiercely towards the demon Buu, between his fists, a nebulous dark energy pulsated, continuously expanding. He roared with fervor, charging recklessly at the demon Buu. His fists, resembling missiles, carried a terrifying force as they descended upon Buu with ferocity. That punch seemed truly akin to a nuclear bomb, imbued with catastrophic might. Aiming directly at the demon Buu, sensing Wen Tianqi's wrath, the demon Buu opened its eyes once more. Its gaze transformed into a blood-red hue, with crimson light flickering ominously within, reminiscent of a frenzied inferno. The battle between Wen Tianqi and Majin Buu has reached an intense climax. Their figures intertwine in the air, and with each collision, a violent surge of energy ripples through the atmosphere, as if threatening to tear apart the very fabric of space itself. The power of Wen Tianqi surged endlessly, his figure akin to a swimming dragon, weaving through the assaults of the demon Majin Buu. His hands deftly formed intricate seals, while ancient incantations flowed from his lips. Suddenly, a formidable energy erupted from his body, transforming into a resplendent golden beam that soared towards the heavens. This beam resembled a colossal wave in a tempestuous sea, crashing forcefully against Majin Buu. The demon emitted a wild roar as dark energy surged from his form, colliding with Wen Tianqi's radiant column. In an instant, a shockwave radiated outward, toppling everything in its vicinity. The very ground trembled violently, as though it were on the brink of being torn apart by this unparalleled clash of might. With a flash, Wen Tianqi appeared behind the malevolent Majin Buu. In an instant, he summoned a dazzling golden sword of light, wielding it with fierce intent as it sliced toward Majin Buu. The sword clashed against Buu's back, producing a thunderous sound. Waves of power surged forth from the impact, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Majin Buu let out a piercing roar, instantly retreating. A deep wound marred his back, blood gushing forth. He glared at Wen Tianqi with a fierce intensity, his eyes gleaming with vengeful fury. Wen Tianqi let out a cold, disdainful laugh, and once again propelled himself towards the demon Majin Buu. Their figures intertwined in the air once more, as an array of lasers and shockwaves erupted from their fierce collision. This battle had transcended the realms of imagination, with each strike capable of obliterating a mountain. Yet, Wen Tianqi exhibited not a trace of fear. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination, as if no assault could ever vanquish him. His hands swiftly traced intricate patterns in the void, drawing upon the energy that surrounded him. Waves of formidable power surged forth from his palms, hurtling towards the demon Majin Buu. Wen Tianqi did not transform into the third stage of Super Saiyan. Instead, he engaged in battle with Majin Buu, relying solely on his physical form, which came as quite a surprise to many. However, he appeared unaffected, exhibiting an even greater display of power. His body seemed forged from the most indestructible metal, rendering Majin Buu's assaults nearly inconsequential. With each strike, he evaded with astonishing speed, countering Buu's attacks and repelling him with his formidable strength. The sinewy muscles of Wen Tianqi's arms were distinctly visible, veins prominently bulging, as if harboring boundless strength. With a single punch, The air resonated with a buzzing sound. This formidable power instilled a sense of dread, as though he had transcended the realm of human comprehension. Wen Tianqi's movements are both agile and multifaceted. He appears devoid of any fixed attack patterns, consistently executing the most suitable offensive maneuvers at any given moment. Each of his actions radiates strength and confidence, as if he has completely mastered the art of combat. Although the formidable Majin Buu possesses immense power and malicious schemes, he seemingly stands no chance against Wen Tianqi. Each of his attacks is effortlessly neutralized by Wen Tianqi, and every counter is repelled with even greater ferocity. In the depths of Wen Tianqi's gaze flickered a resolute brilliance, as if no force could ever shake his unwavering conviction. His countenance bore a chilling and steadfast demeanor, suggesting he had fully mastered the course of the battle. Throughout the confrontation, Wen Tianqi uttered not a single word. His silence instilled a sense of dread. Yet, his actions spoke volumes as he engaged in combat with the fiend Majin Buu, gaining the upper hand and showcasing extraordinary prowess and indomitable will. Ultimately, with a powerful strike, Wen Tianqi sent Buu crashing to the ground. He stood there, coldly observing Buu in silence. Upon Buu's chest lay a substantial wound, gradually mending, a testament to Wen Tianqi's overwhelming dominance in their earlier clash. Gazing upon the disheveled form of Majin Buu, a smile crept across Wen Tianqi's face. He gently stretched his limbs, feeling the full extent of his power coalesce. "What now, Majin Buu? Is this all you are capable of? Your actions only elicit revulsion and disdain within me. Yet, in my eyes, you are but a trivial insect. Even so, I shall not permit you to escape so easily." Wen Tianqi smiled, his expression radiating confidence, as if mocking Buu's overestimation of his own abilities. "You must be curious as to why I possess such formidable strength, correct? In truth, my ultimate form transcends this physical embodiment. It is born from an incessant fusion with the anguish of combat and the extremes of suffering throughout the battle. Thus, I continuously surpass my own limitations, growing ever more powerful. During the course of each confrontation, I am perpetually strengthened, perpetually transcending the bounds of my own capabilities." Wen Tianqi spoke, his gaze imbued with an icy demeanor. However, the words that escaped his lips were nothing but utter nonsense. "Who exactly are you?" Majin Buu widened his eyes, fixating on Wen Tianqi, his face a canvas of disbelief. He had initially believed he had triumphed over Wen Tianqi, yet in truth, the reality was entirely different. The ultimate form of Wen Tianqi transcends this mere corporeal existence. It is a continuous evolution and enhancement forged through relentless battles and the surpassing of limits. Even Buu has only recently come to comprehend this truth. "My affairs do not require your intervention. Your continued existence is solely a consequence of my mercy. Should you dare to act recklessly again, you shall pay dearly for your folly." Wen Tianqi spoke in a frigid tone, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. He had no intention of taking the life of the demon Buu, yet this creature was exceedingly bothersome, incessantly chattering in his ear and causing great annoyance. How infuriating. "Your arrogance knows no bounds." The demon Buu, seething with rage, let out a thunderous roar, and a thick cloud of smoke suddenly erupted from his body. Wen Tianqi's eyes glimmered with intrigue, revealing a sense of fascination. Amidst his astonished gaze, a gaunt figure emerged from the heart of the smoke, a seemingly malnourished demon. "What on earth are you?" Wen Tianqi inquired with astonishment. Could it be that the demon Buu has resurfaced? This was his immediate reaction. However, his countenance remained serene, devoid of any sign of panic. In this predatory world where the weak are devoured by the strong, a feeble being like Buu was not worthy of his anxiety. "I am Buu. Who dares to show me such disrespect?" Upon hearing Wen Tianqi's words, Buu's expression grew exceedingly grim. He roared, the smoke emanating from him thickening, and he began to undergo a transformation. With a resounding bang, an explosion erupted from within Buu, unleashing a torrent of smoke that instantaneously coalesced into a shroud of darkness. His form was completely enveloped in this dense mist, obscuring his true state, yet his eyes gleamed with fury, fixated on Wen Tianqi, as if he intended to devour him whole. How intriguing. Witnessing this scene, Wen Tianqi's expression shifted, deeming it fascinating. Initially, he had anticipated that this first manifestation of the demon would starkly contrast with the previous Buu, who had been significantly different. However, it now appeared that this so-called Buu bore little distinction from his predecessor. The Buu before him resembled a malnourished, frail youth, his physique so emaciated that a mere breeze could whisk him away. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions reverberated from a distance. Another demon emerged from within Buu's form. Yet, this new entity was vastly different from the earlier one. Towering at nearly 3 meters, it bore a resemblance to a bear, albeit with a visage marred by grotesque spots. Bloodstains adorned its body, and its eyes glowed a furious red, fixated on Wen Tianqi, emitting a hissing sound as if to challenge him. Could there truly be such a mutated variety? A look of unexpected surprise flickered across Wen Tianqi's face. He took a slight step back, granting himself a moment of respite. He felt no overwhelming fear towards the newly emerged Majin Buu. In this merciless world of hunters, myriad formidable species existed. Even though this Majin Buu appeared exceedingly powerful, he was not invincible. With a muffled thud, another explosion resonated. Within Buu's form, yet another Majin materialized. However, this one bore significant differences from the previous incarnation. His stature was diminutive, barely reaching 2 meters, rendering him strikingly petite, adorned with peculiar black spots resembling intricate patterns. He seemed frail, as though a mere whisper of wind could sweep him away. What is this? Observing the newly manifested Majin, Wen Tianqi's expression shifted, revealing his perplexity. He retreated slightly, allowing space for this newcomer, sensing that this Majin was considerably more fragile than the earlier version of Buu. So fragile. He seemed as if a gust of wind could carry him off. The new Majin was undeniably feeble. Perhaps sensing Wen Tianqi's disdain, he let out a furious roar, his body abruptly swelling into a colossal mass, forcefully displacing the slender Majin beside him. Subsequently, another Majin emerged from within him, one vastly different from the previous petite Buu. How can this be? Wen Tianqi found himself at a loss for words, his astonishment beyond articulation. The sight before him defied all expectations. An overwhelming multitude of Majin Buu. This was inconsistent with the original narrative. Could it be that some form of mutation had occurred? Wen Tianqi stroked his chin, pondering with a sense of curiosity. After all, the alteration he represented in the world of Dragon Ball deviated entirely from the original narrative, and it was not entirely implausible. Never mind, it seemed too troublesome. It would suffice to eradicate all the other Majin Buu, leaving only the final, rotund Majin Buu. Wen Tianqi murmured to himself, having reached a resolution. In the original tale, the portly Majin Buu was relatively benign. The rest of those malevolent Buus could be obliterated without hesitation. Wen Tianqi stood silently in the shadowy corner, his gaze as profound as the ocean, shimmering with an uncommon resolve. A faint beam of light cascaded from his snow-white visage, enveloping his figure in a delicate halo. He murmured, "Enough. It is too troublesome. We shall obliterate all the other Majin Buu, leaving only the final, corpulent Majin Buu." His words reverberated through the air, as if stirring invisible ripples within the confined space. Each utterance was imbued with unwavering determination and chilling ruthlessness, as though his very heart were bleeding. His eyes gradually hardened, resembling the coldest stars in the night sky, devoid of any trace of emotion. Wen Tianqi emerged from the shadows, his stride resolute and powerful, akin to ancient rocks weathered by the passage of time, unwavering against the tempests. An intense aura emanated from him, a scent of slaughter, a fragrance of blood. His gaze pierced the horizon, as if to see through all illusions and confront the essence of life itself. He brandished his sword, its blade glinting coldly under the light. With each swing, it seemed to cleave the darkened night sky, and with each descent, it appeared to rend the very fabric of the world. His sword danced with increasing fervor, as if to unleash his resolve, his fury, and his sorrow in one sweeping motion. His blade pierced the body of the first Majin Buu, the weakest of his foes. The tip glided through as if traversing a sheet of ice, encountering no resistance. Blood gushed forth, vivid and terrifying in its hue. In that instant, the entire space was saturated with the metallic scent of blood, yet Wen Tianqi remained seemingly unfazed, quietly observing the collapse of his former adversary. He did not pause, nor did he show mercy. His sword was akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, incessantly reaping lives. His steps bore no hesitation, as though he were fulfilling a sacred mission. Each Majin Buu he vanquished was an outpouring of his past anguish, a testament to his unwavering resolve for the future. Several Majin Buu howled in madness, yet they were powerless to resist. This was the true might of Wen Tianqi. Vegeta trembled, disbelief coursing through him, his pupils dilated. Such strength, an unimaginable power. Just moments ago, the Majin Buu that had rendered him and Son Goku defenseless could not endure even a single exchange against Wen Tianqi, being obliterated into nothingness. In mere minutes, only the last Majin Buu remained, the most primordial and rotund of them all. Wen Tianqi stood silently, his gaze profound as the ocean. He regarded the rotund demon Buu, his eyes seemingly shimmering with an ineffable emotion. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, forming a faint smile. He then turned his head to face son Wukong and Vegeta. "It is all over," he spoke softly. His voice was calm and indifferent, as if he were remarking on a trivial matter. Yet, his words fell like a stone into the still waters of a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, a nameless feeling rising within their hearts. They understood that Wen Tianqi spoke the truth. It was indeed finished. They looked at Wen Tianqi, their hearts brimming with respect and gratitude. This man, with his wisdom and courage, had confronted the formidable demon Buu alone. Rather than retreating, he chose to strike with initiative. His bravery and determination filled them with pride. Now, he stood there, smiling at them, his eyes radiating confidence and resolve, as if to convey, "What I have accomplished, you too can achieve." His figure, illuminated by the setting sun, appeared grand and steadfast. Then, they too smiled, their expressions infused with relief and solace. It was all over. They had triumphed, safeguarding all that they held dear. They exchanged another glance before turning to Wen Tianqi, fully aware that this chapter had truly concluded. They believed that under Wen Tianqi's guidance, their future would shine even brighter. The darkness would inevitably dissipate. The light was on the horizon. The final curtain had fallen. Wen Tianqi gazed at the rotund demon Buu and spoke softly. His voice was calm and serene, as if he were merely engaging in soliloquy. Yet, it was precisely this tranquility and composure that captured the attention of everyone present. They all stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, and their widened eyes filled with shock. At last, only one remained. Indeed, just the plump demon Buu. "Wait a moment. This fellow seems quite suitable for training with me." Suddenly, someone dashed forth. Wen Tianqi stumbled, nearly losing his balance. It was him, the devil, the one who revels in wearing a tight red suit. "Hey, you, what are you saying?" Wen Tianqi gazed at Satan with a look of astonishment. Simultaneously, he pondered inwardly, how did this fellow arrive? Satan offered no response to Wen Tianqi's inquiry. Instead, he chuckled mischievously and sauntered over to the rotund Majin Buu. "Hey there, you are Majin Buu, right? Do you see that? Wen Tianqi is my son-in-law, and you stand no chance against him. From now on, learn from me," Satan proclaimed, abruptly seizing Majin Buu. With a resounding crash, debris was sent flying as a figure darted away from the ground, swiftly grasping Majin Buu and vanishing from sight. Vegeta and Goku were left dumbfounded. The figure was none other than Satan. However, just moments ago, Satan had declared Wen Tianqi to be his son-in-law. What of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch? Ahem, what are you staring at? It's time to wrap things up. Wen Tianqi clenched his fist and coughed, immediately teleporting away from the scene. "Well, Goku, it seems it's just the two of us now," Vegeta remarked, gazing in the direction Wen Tianqi and Satan had departed. "What, just the two of us?" Goku inquired with confusion. "Indeed, the only one who would say such a thing is Satan," Vegeta observed, equally perplexed by Satan's words. He couldn't fathom why Satan would make such a statement, as everything had already transpired. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, suddenly breaking into smiles and pointing at each other. Grinning foolishly. "Are you suggesting that the reason we are left behind is due to your earlier comment?" That seems to be the case. Then let's train." "Kakarot, I believe I can still enhance my strength," Vegeta replied with a grin. "All right, then let us depart," Goku responded, equally cheerful. The two of them vanished in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. Yet, their smiles remained etched on their faces. They had rekindled their fighting spirit. No longer would they be governed by others, for they sought to seize their own destinies. They would no longer be mere pawns. They aspired to become the masters of this world, and it all would commence from this training ground. After Vegeta and Goku's departure, those remaining stood in a daze. The recent battle had been so exhilarating that they were still processing it. Who were those two, and why did they have the esteemed Wen Tianqi aiding them? I don't know. Something significant must be about to unfold. However, it is indeed an honor for us to receive Wen Tianqi's assistance. Yes, indeed. The remaining individuals engaged in hushed discussions, their eyes betraying an unmistakable excitement and joy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Satan returned home with the creature Majin Buu, whom he unceremoniously tossed into the training room. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, Majin Buu, this is where we shall conclude for today. Practice on your own for now. And should any questions arise, I shall be here to assist you. With that, Satan departed, leaving Majin Buu alone. Ouch, my head hurts, Majin Buu mumbled, pressing a hand against his forehead. The rotund creature was bewildered by the events that had unfolded, yet found the man named Satan to be quite intriguing. Ahem, Tianqi. You have done remarkably well in discovering such a promising talent. I shall take it upon myself to nurture him, guiding him to become a world champion. Ha! Satan exclaimed, bursting into laughter, while the nearby Videl offered an awkward chuckle in response. With a face clouded in discontent, Wen Tianqi lowered his gaze. The following day, in the gentle embrace of the morning sun, he encountered the fiend known as Majin Buu. It was an extraordinary moment. He stood amidst the vast expanse of the field, resembling a solitary mountain peak. Majin Buu was no longer the frenzied demon of yesteryear, but rather a docile creature, his eyes shimmering with a gentle radiance. Wen Tianqi slowly approached Buu, his emotions a complex tapestry of solemnity and introspection. Gazing into Buu's clear eyes, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable sentiment that surged within him. He extended his hand, gently resting it upon Buu's shoulder. In that moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, as if time itself had paused. Only a gentle breeze whispered across the fields, carrying with it the fragrant essence of green grass and blooming flowers. Wen Tianqi could distinctly sense Buu's presence, an aura both unfamiliar and familiar, imbued with kindness and tranquility. Wen Tianqi smiled gently, perceiving the innate goodness and innocence residing within Buu's heart. He took a deep breath and softly articulated, You have shed the desire for malevolence. I believe you can transform into a benevolent being, coexisting with us on this land. Buu listened intently, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He felt the warmth of Wen Tianqi's kindness and acceptance, a profound appreciation welling up within him. Observing Buu's docile demeanor, Wen Tianqi was overcome by an inexplicable emotion. He recognized that this once dreaded demon had metamorphosed into a harmless entity, one deserving of human society's embrace and tolerance. In that moment, Wen Tianqi's heart brimmed with hope and anticipation. He understood that the world craved more kindness and acceptance. Only through such virtues could true harmony be achieved. He clasped Buu's hand firmly and began to walk into the distance, aware that this marked the inception of a new chapter. On the expansive horizon, the sun cast its rays at an angle, and Satan stood there, his gaze filled with aspirations for the future. His voice resonated through the air, vibrating with an unbearable intensity as he bellowed, Majin Buu. That name etched an invisible mark in the atmosphere, its echo reverberating as if emanating from all directions. Not far away, Wen Tianqi observed this scene in quiet contemplation. His eyes reflected a deep sense of satisfaction, the joy of a long-held expectation finally fulfilled. He witnessed the interaction between Satan and Majin Buu, their energies intertwining, creating a colossal aura that seemed poised to rend the very sky asunder. Though they inhabited disparate realms, in that fleeting moment, they appeared to have forged a bond akin to that of close friends. Their exchange seemed to unveil to Wen Tianqi a power he had never encountered before, one so formidable and exquisite that it felt like the very essence of the universe itself. Wen Tianqi stood there, a warm smile gracing his face. In his eyes sparkled a profound hope for the future and a deep reverence for Satan and the Majin Buu. He gazed upon them, as if beholding his children, his friends, his aspirations. In that fleeting moment, the entire world fell into silence, with only the sound of their breaths and heartbeats echoing through the air. The essence of Satan and Majin Buu intertwined, creating a powerful current, as if it sought to overturn the very cosmos. Chapter 70. The Supreme Kai. Wen Tianqi stood there, gazing at the two before him, a look of serene satisfaction gracing his features. He understood that this was the answer he had long sought. This was the future he envisioned. As he looked upon them, it felt as though he beheld the very hope of the universe. Suddenly, a wave of sensation washed over him, as if he were being observed. In an instant of surprise, he vanished in a flash of movement. In the realm of the Kaioshin, a short man with a shock of white hair stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of Wen Tianqi. Ah, greetings, Kaioshin Xian. And to you as well, Wen Tianqi said, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Have you been spying on me? Do you harbor some intentions? Kaioshin Xian, taken aback, incredulously inquired, How could you possibly be here? You are Wen Tianqi. Beside him, Jebite shared the same disbelief, for this was indeed the Kaioshin realm. a place where entrance was not so easily granted. Wen Tianqi smiled with a sinister charm as he addressed the Kaishin, Xian, my strength far surpasses your wildest imagination. Yet, Xian, as a Kaishin, you still exhibit the same penchant for peering into matters as the former Kaishin did. Though his voice was not loud, terror consumed Xian's countenance. He could hardly fathom that Wen Tianqi's power had ascended to such heights. At that moment, Wen Tianqi emanated an aura that was nothing short of intimidating, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Incredible, your power exceeds that of a Kaishin, exclaimed Jebit in disbelief. For Wen Tianqi's presence was now more formidable than that of the Kaishin. Not only are you superior to Kaishin Xian, but you are also beyond the reach of Majin Buu. How could you possibly consider them your equals? Wen Tianqi remarked dismissively, a smirk playing upon his lips. He chuckled condescendingly, his eyes glimmering with profound intensity. Fixing his gaze upon Xian, the Kaishin, he spoke with an unspoken confidence and power that seemed to resonate with his formidable might. Xian, you have always been mistaken. You have underestimated me. My strength transcends your comprehension, surpassing the very limits of this universe. You, along with all your divine counterparts, have grossly misjudged my capabilities. As Wen Tianqi's words lingered in the air, an indescribable tension enveloped the surroundings. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions to directly perceive the essence of all things. He slightly lifted his eyes, coldly fixing his stare upon Xian. Within those eyes resided a formidable power, as if intent on unraveling all of Xian's secrets. Yet, Xian, as the god of the realm, do you not, much like the former god of the realm, indulge in the art of prying into others' affairs? Wen Tianqi's words dripped with derision and mockery. Xian's expression shifted slightly, a hint of discomfort flickering across his features. The sting of Wen Tianqi's words struck deep, like a sharp sword piercing into the depths of his soul. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, a nameless dread welling up within him. The words of Wen Tianqi reverberate in the air, conjuring an image of him standing at the pinnacle of the world, surveying all living beings below. His demeanor, imbued with pride and arrogance, renders his presence utterly undeniable. Wen Tianqi smirked wickedly, a grin that seemed to encapsulate all malice and cunning. He cast another challenging glance at Xian, his eyes glinting with provocation. Xian clenched his teeth in silence, acutely aware that the chasm between him and Wen Tianqi was widening endlessly. In this moment, Wen Tianqi stood as the sovereign of the universe, his words beyond reproach. Humph. Wen Tianqi let out a cold snort, choosing silence as he turned his head aside. Xian gently exhaled, and in that moment, the words of Wen Tianqi echoed involuntarily in his mind. Humph. Wen Tianqi let out a cold snort, redirecting his gaze towards Jebit. At that moment, Jebit was also studying Wen Tianqi with a curious glint in his eyes, involuntarily voicing his thoughts. Is this truly the legendary Wen Tianqi? He certainly exudes an air of dominance, Xian quietly remarked to Jebit. Jebit nodded slightly, turning his head away. He felt he was not yet worthy of understanding Wen Tianqi. And what about the sword of the Realm King? Wen Tianqi inquired with great curiosity. In the eastern reaches of this world lies a mysterious valley, known as the Valley of the Deities. The air here is imbued with enigmatic energies, endowing the beings that inhabit it with extraordinary abilities. Deep within the Valley of the Deities stands a magnificent palace, the abode of the King of Worlds, Sun Exin, and a symbol of his power. Wen Tianqi narrowed his eyes, a profound impulse stirring within him, indescribable in its essence. He clenched his fists, feeling the formidable power of the King of Worlds' sword surging through his limbs. With each step he took towards Sun Exin, it was as if he traversed a span of history, a tapestry of vicissitudes. The King of Worlds' sword is in my grasp, and its name is Tianqi. With my strength, I shall cleave through the void and reshape order. Wen Tianqi's voice resonated like thunder, his words seemingly infused with boundless magic. Sun Exin gazed at Wen Tianqi, their eyes clashing in the void, igniting sparks. The resolute gaze of Wen Tianqi shone like brilliant stars, preventing Sun Exin from averting his gaze. He sensed the powerful aura emanating from Wen Tianqi, a force of confidence and determination, akin to a blazing inferno and the surging of titanic waves. Wen Tianqi's figure moved incessantly, his fingers delicately gliding over the hilt of the Kaiwang divine sword. The frigid metallic sensation seemed to transcend the confines of time and space, piercing directly into the depths of his soul. He could sense the formidable power contained within the Kai Wang divine sword, a force potent enough to shatter the void and sever the chains of fate. Tianqi, have you made your decision? The voice of Kai Wang Shinshin bore a profound sense of resignation. Yes, I have made my decision, Wen Tianqi replied, his voice as crisp and resolute as the frost-kissed dew at dawn. Kai Wang Shinshin gazed deeply at Wen Tianqi for a moment, then slowly released his grip on the sword. His hand made one final embrace around the hilt. Then, with a vigorous twist, the sword seemed to come alive, transforming into a streak of luminous light that soared directly into Wen Tianqi's grasp. As Wen Tianqi gripped the hilt of the sword, he was enveloped by a formidable force emanating from it, a power that embodied both destruction and rebirth. Within him, a peculiar connection seemed to forge with the blade, allowing him to perceive the boundless energy it harbored with remarkable clarity. He lifted the King of Realms' sword high above his head, and in that moment, the void shattered like a mirror. The crisp sound of breaking resonated, leaving the King of Realms and Jebet stunned in place. In the hands of Wen Tianqi, the King of Realms' sword shattered. This sword, the King of Realms' sword, proved to be surprisingly fragile. The King of Realms' Saiyan and Jebet stood frozen in place. What have you done? The King of Realms' sword has broken? Saiyan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A faint silver light enveloped the blade, as if it whispered untold secrets. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the tip of the sword, he noticed something peculiar. The silver glow seemed to quiver slightly. Furrowing his brow, Wen Tianqi tightened his grip on the hilt and twisted it forcefully. Suddenly, an extraordinary force surged from the sword, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a step. He stared in astonishment at the weapon in his grasp, which had begun to show cracks. Almost immediately, a subtle sound of breaking filled the air as the blade split from its center, resembling a silver flower in bloom. He gazed at the fissure with uncertainty, sensing that it concealed some unspeakable secret. At that moment, a figure tumbled forth from the crack, an old man, tattered and with a repulsive visage. Upon his appearance, the entire space seemed to freeze. He exuded a chilling aura, as if he had devoured all light. Wen Tianqi's eyes widened. The old man emanated an eerie presence. His instincts warned him that this man was no ordinary being, and the sword's fracture appeared intricately linked to him. The old man lifted his dull, lifeless eyes and met Wen Tianqi's gaze. He then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Trembling, he extended a hand, seemingly attempting to grasp something, yet the surroundings were devoid of any substance. The King of Realms. The old man murmured, his voice saturated with insatiable greed and madness. A chill ran down Wen Tianqi's spine as he instinctively took a step back, creating distance between himself and the old man. Could he be a lecherous old ghost? In the original tale, he was a lecher, though it remains uncertain whether he has an interest in handsome young men. Are you the old King of Realms? Jebet inquired. The old King of Realms? Wasn't that fellow long dead? Xian replied, bewildered. What did you say? The old King of Realms bellowed. Wen Tianqi felt the very air around him freeze. Was this old King of Realms the current one, or a former? If he was a former one, his power seemed rather mediocre. You are the present King of Realms? Wen Tianqi then realized that the old man stood behind Jebet, which is why his voice had been entirely suppressed. How do you know? The King of Realms Xian asked in astonishment. How could I not know? The current old King of Realms is said to be a decrepit old man, and you? Are you not just such an old man? Wen Tianqi cast a glance at him. This scoundrel. How dare he call him an old fogey? You are the real old fogey. Your entire family consists of old fogies. How could you possibly know these things? The god of destruction inquired with great difficulty. Is it truly so? Why is he not a complete old fogey, but rather a living, breathing lecher? How could I know this? Is it not obvious? You. How did you manage to do that? What is so difficult about it? You must have known long ago, right? Wen Tianqi rolled his eyes, wondering who had been proclaiming early in the morning that the god of destruction was an old fogey, emphasizing it repeatedly. If not for my pressing matters, I would certainly give him a good thrashing. You are already dead. After a prolonged silence, the god of destruction finally spoke. Yes, I am indeed dead. The old god of destruction nodded. You scoundrel. I once thought you were a commendable junior, but alas, you are nothing but a rogue. Your entire family comprises rogues. How could you? Do not be so astonished. In truth, my soul has perished, and I now exist merely as a soul entity. The old god of destruction sighed. Thus, in the quiet atmosphere, the god of destruction and Jebet exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Before them stood an apparently ordinary old man, yet this old man was the god of destruction from 15 generations ago. His gaze was as profound as the sea, seemingly transcending the boundaries of time and space. Though his face was lined with wrinkles, it bore an indescribable majesty and solemnity. The aura he emanated, though steady, instilled a sense of reverence. Jebet widened his eyes, staring at the old man, his heart brimming with confusion and wonder. He could not help but inquire, "Are you truly the god of destruction from 15 generations ago?" The old man smiled faintly and nodded, his gaze lingering on Jebet for a moment, as if recalling something, before turning to the god of destruction. "Saiyan, how long has it been since we last met?" The old man's voice carried a hint of desolation, yet was filled with warmth. The god of destruction was momentarily taken aback before slowly responding, "It has likely been 15 generations." The old man chuckled softly, saying, "How swiftly time passes. In the blink of an eye, we have been apart for so long." His words were tinged with nostalgia and a touch of melancholy. He gazed at the god of destruction, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi watched with curiosity from the side. Wen Tianqi sat upright in the center, his gaze drifting between the two kings of the realm. Their visages, illuminated by starlight, exuded an air of solemnity and mystery, reminiscent of ancient deities. He first directed his attention to the elder king of the realm, whose wise and profound eyes seemed capable of penetrating the secrets of the universe, rendering any deceit and hypocrisy powerless against their scrutiny. The elder king's face was etched with wrinkles, each line a testament to his experiences and wisdom, demanding one's undivided attention. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the king of the realm, Saiyan, whose youthful and vibrant eyes resembled the rising sun, illuminating the earth and brightening his innermost thoughts. Wen Tianqi let out a profound sigh within his heart. These two Caitians, one a witness to time and the other a beacon of future hope, possessed powers and wisdom that Wen Tianqi was well aware of. He pondered, was this the aspiration he sought? Did he wish to embody such an existence? Chapter 71. Restoration of the Divine Sword. His gaze shifted once more to the old Caitian. This seemingly ordinary elder concealed an immense reservoir of strength. He recalled the old Caitian's words, "The power of a Caitian is not meant for conflict and destruction, but rather for guardianship and protection." Memories of his own vow flooded back to him. He aspired to be the guardian of the cosmos, safeguarding all forms of life. Then, his attention turned to Caitian Saiyan. This youthful Caitian, though endowed with formidable power, still harbored a profound love for life and a deep reverence for existence. He reminisced about his own youthful passion and ideals, as well as his commitment to becoming a warrior of the universe, devoted to the protection of all life. Wen Tianqi fell into a moment of silence, grasping the shattered King of Realms sword, which once boasted a majestic golden blade, but now resembled nothing more than a heap of worthless scrap metal, emitting a faint glow. The expression in his eyes was profound and grave, as if he were scrutinizing every crack and imperfection on the sword's surface. Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet that of the great King of Realms, Saiyan. Their eyes locked, and a wordless dialogue reverberated through the air. "I can no longer wield it," came Saiyan's voice, somber and sorrowful. "This sword is irreparably broken." Wen Tianqi nodded silently, feeling the weight of anguish and loss. Yet, he understood that surrender was not an option. He turned to gaze at the old Kai, whose eyes shimmered with the light of contemplation. They communicated in silence, exchanging glances and subtle expressions that conveyed their unspoken thoughts. Wen Tianqi observed them, aware that they were in search of a solution, a means to restore the divine sword. At last, their discourse reached a conclusion. The old Kai fixed his gaze upon Wen Tianqi, as if peering deep into his soul. "You must seek a rare mineral," he intoned, "for only it possesses the power to reforge the divine blade." Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, fully aware that this undertaking would present him with his most formidable challenge yet. Yet, he did not falter, for he recognized that this was his sole glimmer of hope. He accepted the ore sample handed to him by the old Caitian. It was a pale yellow crystal, emanating a warm glow. He sensed its presence. The energy of the mineral seemed to beckon him. He understood that his journey had only just begun. With this hope in his heart, he would seek the path to restore the shattered divine sword. The old Caitian gazed at him, a flicker of comprehension illuminating his eyes. To mend the divine sword, one must discover a new source of energy, new materials. Only then could the powerful sword be reforged. Old Caitian, the divine sword lies in ruins. How shall we proceed with its restoration? The Kaioshin inquired earnestly. Wen Tianqi is equally proud and inquisitive. The old king of the world spoke in a deep voice, saying, "The first method is to seek a spiritual object forged from the same material as the king of the world's sword. This spiritual object must originate from a sea of laws of equal standing. Only then can the divine sword be restored. However, even I have not fully grasped the entirety of this sea of laws." Wen Tianqi nodded slightly, acknowledging the feasibility of this approach. However, he pondered, could the sea of laws truly be so easily accessed? The old king god seemed to perceive Wen Tianqi's uncertainty and continued. The second method involves seeking out divine artifacts imbued with the power of the heavenly Tao. While these artifacts may not compare to the sea of laws, acquiring their law-infused essence could also facilitate restoration. A glimmer of light flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes. Although this method pales in comparison to the first, it still offers a glimmer of hope. The old Kai sighed softly and said, "The third method involves you, upon achieving sanctity, bestowing your own power of laws upon the divine sword. In doing so, the sword will be able to absorb your power of laws, thereby completing its self-repair." Wen Tianqi wore an expression devoid of emotion, as none of the three methods were within his capabilities. The old king god gazed at Wen Tianqi and remarked, "There is no need for despair. Having received the legacy of the king god's sword, you are already more fortunate than many." Wen Tianqi gently shook his head. Attaining sanctity was an inevitable path for him, yet none of these three methods could yield swift results. He informed Elder Xie, the king of the realm. Wen Tianqi bowed respectfully to the old Supreme Kai before turning to depart. "Since it was I who shattered the Supreme Kai's sword, it is only natural that I shall undertake its repair." As he observed Wen Tianqi's figure receding into the distance, the old Supreme Kai let out a deep sigh. He is still too young. Wen Tianqi's figure flickered as he traversed the boundless sea of stars, arriving at a peculiar planet. This celestial body teemed with extraordinary creatures and vegetation, overwhelming him with an unprecedented sense of pressure. He understood that he must locate a treasure composed of materials equivalent to those of the King of World Sword in order to mend the shattered divine blade. Cautiously, he embarked on an exploration of the planet, meticulously searching every nook and cranny that might harbor the coveted artifact. Suddenly, he beheld a valley enveloped in a mysterious radiance, stirring his heart with intrigue as he swiftly soared in that direction. The closer he drew to the valley, the more he sensed a potent force emanating from it. He could distinctly perceive that it was a mysterious power unlike anything he had ever encountered. Perhaps this was the very treasure he had long sought. As he gradually entered the valley, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Within this sanctuary, there thrived a singular plant that emanated a resplendent purple glow. The leaves of this extraordinary flora exhibited an unusual metallic sheen, as though forged from the very materials of the King of World Sword. Wen Tianqi felt a surge of delight in his heart and immediately soared towards the magnificent plant. However, before he could approach, he was repelled by a formidable force. It turned out that a powerful energy shield enveloped the mysterious plant, safeguarding it from external intrusions. Wen Tianqi did not relinquish his resolve. He inhaled deeply, calibrating his strength to its utmost potential. Subsequently, he launched another assault on the enigmatic plant. This time, he refrained from his earlier recklessness, opting instead to first gauge the shield's strength and positioning with his power. After several tentative strikes, Wen Tianqi discerned a vulnerable point. With a swift movement, he penetrated this weak spot, finally drawing near to the mysterious flora. Wen Tianqi cautiously extended his hand towards the blossom of the plant, silently reciting his mental incantation. A formidable force surged forth from his palm, enveloping the flower in a gentle embrace. Initially, the bloom thrashed violently in resistance. But as Wen Tianqi continued to channel his energy, the overwhelming power gradually subdued the vitality of the blossom. Alas, the process of restoration proved to be fraught with perilous chances of failure. Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow and sighed in resignation. On another planet, adorned with diamonds, a peculiar substance known as star sand was rumored to possess miraculous properties. This star sand, according to legend, could mend any fractured object, even the very planet itself. However, the star sand on this celestial body was exceedingly rare and concealed in perilously treacherous locales. Determined to restore the sword of the god of the realm, Wen Tianqi resolved to seek out this elusive star sand. He departed from his home planet, traversing countless star systems, and arrived at an unfamiliar world teeming with bizarre creatures and formidable obstacles. On this planet, Yuan Tianqi stumbled upon an ancient temple, rumored to conceal the secrets of Stardust. With unwavering courage, he ventured into the temple, enduring numerous trials. He battled colossal stone statues and unraveled intricate riddles, ultimately discovering the Stardust in the innermost depths of the temple. Yuan Tianqi returned the Star Sand to its original planet and employed it to restore the God King's sword. As he brought the Star Sand close to the divine blade, it began to radiate a brilliant light. With the dissipating glow, the fissures on the sword vanished, and it was once again as pristine as before. However, while its appearance had been restored, its power remained insufficient, necessitating further enhancement. Yuan Tianqi, feeling the sword's hardness, murmured to himself. Through this restoration, he realized a profound truth. To fully mend the God King's sword, one must utilize the same materials and methods. Little did he know that by doing so, he would ultimately acquire an unparalleled divine sword. Yuan Tianqi gazed intently at the divine sword of the Realm King before him, silently vowing to seek out more star sand to restore the sword and return to his home planet. Subsequently, he set his sights on other weapons. Yuan Tianqi departed from the Grand Hall, making his way toward the depths of the temple. Along the path, flashes of white light danced in the air. It was the radiance emitted by the Stardust, which had mended the sword of the Realm King, enabling it to continue its battle within the realm of the king. Yuan Tianqi gripped the divine king's sword firmly. He took a deep breath and began to concentrate his divine energy to mend the sword. The shards of the sword slowly floated upwards, gradually coalescing in midair. Radiant beams of light emanated from Yuan Tianqi's hands, as if alive, guiding each fragment until they gradually formed a new divine blade. As the sword took shape, Yuan Tianqi's expression grew solemn. He continuously infused his divine power into the sword, enhancing its might. After several hours, the sword was finally restored to its entirety. Satisfied, Yuan Tianqi gazed at the weapon in his hand, which once again emanated a powerful radiance, seemingly expressing gratitude towards him. Suddenly, the entire realm of the gods trembled. A formidable force surged from all directions, enveloping Yuan Tianqi in an overwhelming pressure. Alarmed, he swiftly retrieved the sword and soared towards the source of the disturbance. It was the divine king Saiyan, the old divine king, endowed. In a certain part of the divine king realm, Yuan Tianqi stood before divine king Saiyan, holding the resplendent sword, which appeared to possess a life of its own, its brilliance shimmering in the night like falling stars. Yuan Tianqi gazed intently at the god of the universe, Saiyan, his eyes brimming with resolute determination. He raised the sword in his hand high above his head and plunged it fiercely into the ground. The sword's tip shattered the air, tracing a brilliant arc that reverberated through the surroundings. As the divine sword of the universe embedded itself into the earth, ripples of energy surged forth, lifting the surrounding dust into the atmosphere. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire cosmos trembled in response to the arrival of this sword. The god of the universe, Saiyan, was profoundly shaken by the spectacle before him. He fixed his gaze upon Yuan Tianqi, his heart overwhelmed with an inexpressible astonishment. Gradually, he approached Yuan Tianqi, his steps quavering, yet his eyes remained unwaveringly steadfast. Bowing his head, he humbly paid his respects to Yuan Tianqi, his voice imbued with reverence and gratitude. Yuan Tianqi, I thank you for bestowing upon me the divine sword of the universe. I shall wield it to safeguard this cosmos and live up to your expectations. Yuan Tianqi offered a faint smile as he gazed at the supreme Kai of time, filled with unwavering trust. He extended his hand and gently patted the supreme Kai's head, as if comforting a frightened child. I have faith in you, Saiyan. You are the most fitting guardian. Saiyan's expression darkened. Though he could not contend with Yuan Tianqi, it felt as though he was being grossly underestimated. He managed an awkward smile. Soon after, the two exchanged knowing smiles, a shared anticipation for the future and mutual trust illuminating their faces. Their laughter resonated through the realm of the Supreme Kai, embodying an indescribable bond and sense of duty. Then, Yuan Tianqi turned to depart, his silhouette appearing majestic and resolute under the starlight. His journey was far from over. He still needed to seek the clues that would lead him to the existence capable of halting the destructive god of the universe. After Yuan Tianqi's departure, the Supreme Kai Saiyan stood alone beside the sword, lowering his gaze to the Supreme Kai, sword embedded in the ground, a blade symbolizing power, hope, and protection. He felt the potent energy it contained, a force stemming from the very essence of the universe, both formidable and enigmatic. The Supreme Kai Saiyan sat face to face with the Elder Supreme Kai, Their presence seemed to transcend time and space, eternal and mysterious. A fervent light sparkled in Xian's eyes, as if harboring boundless wisdom and strength. He spoke slowly, "Elder, your understanding of our Supreme Kai sword must surely be profound." The Elder Supreme Kai fell silent for a moment, his gaze seemingly traversing endless starry rivers, uncovering ancient secrets. His tone was deep and solemn as he responded. "The Supreme Kai sword is indeed our emblem and the source of our power. Its history is vast and enduring, accompanying our race through countless triumphs and tribulations." A flicker of anticipation crossed Xian's face as he pressed further. "So, do you know all its secrets?" The Elder Supreme Kai shook his head. "No. The secrets concealed within that sword are unfathomable. While I possess some understanding, I cannot grasp them all. It is said that only a true Supreme Kai can wield the sword's full power." A spark of determination glinted in Xian's eyes as he replied, "I understand. I shall seek the true secrets of the Supreme Kai sword and strive to master its power." The Elder Supreme Kai regarded Xian with a hint of satisfaction. He recognized that this young Supreme Kai had matured, ready to shoulder the monumental responsibility. He nodded, saying, "Very well, go forth in your quest. I believe you will uncover the true secrets of the Supreme Kai sword." Chapter 72, Super Saiyan God. In the next moment, a figure reappeared. The Supreme Kai Xian and the Elder Supreme Kai were taken aback. "Wen Tianqi, why have you returned?" "Ah, I merely wish to pose a few questions to you." Wen Tianqi gently touched the back of his head and smiled as he spoke. "Could you elaborate on the secrets that lie between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction?" The Supreme Kai Shin and the old Supreme Kai were taken aback, astonished that Wen Tianqi was privy to such clandestine knowledge. "Not only am I aware of this, but I am also cognizant of more than one universe. I am familiar with the angels, and furthermore." Wen Tianqi chuckled mischievously. "Great Priest, Omni King." He fixed his gaze upon the God of Destruction Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai. With a sudden thud, both the God of Destruction Shin and the Elder Supreme Kai collapsed to the ground in fright. "Hee, do carry on. I shall interject momentarily. By the way, I believe I have heard some whispers previously. Why is it that the Omni King, and the Great Priest, these two figures stand as titans atop the pinnacle of the multiverse, their powers having ascended to the eternal realm, making them the strongest entities within the multiverse? Yet, to the cosmos at large, they remain mere legends, elusive and unattainable. It is said that both have attained a level of higher dimensionality, their existence surpassing the very boundaries of time and space. Only those who are truly the strongest may possess knowledge of their secrets. Ahem, this is beyond what I can disclose. Omni King, Great Priest." A hint of embarrassment flickered across the Elder Supreme Kai's countenance. "Cannot speak?" Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow. "It is indeed possible, yet I dare not proclaim it." The expression of the old Supreme Kai shifted erratically. "Why?" Wen Tianqi was filled with confusion. For the King of all and the High Priest were the true rulers of the multiverse. In this realm, they were the genuine sovereigns. We are but inferior beings, and the profound secrets remain utterly inaccessible to us. Therefore, we must refrain from excessive discourse. Having listened to the words of the Kaishin, Wen Tianqi began to grasp the situation. Indeed, this world is their dominion, and they are the true arbiters. Even the Kaishin and the Elder Kaishin are merely subordinates in their employ. When compared to them, their status is undeniably insignificant. Well, I do not wish to intrude upon your refined enjoyment. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Wen Tianqi remarked nonchalantly. He had gleaned considerable insights regarding the affairs of the sovereign and the high priest from the narrative of his previous life. Although he remained oblivious to the deepest secrets, it mattered little to him. With a swift whoosh, Wen Tianqi instantaneously departed from the realm of the Kaishin. Both Kaishin Shin and the Elder Kaishin sighed in relief, for this harbinger of misfortune had finally taken his leave. "Senior," Wen Tianqi inquired about the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Kaishin Shin hesitated before responding. Such matters are beyond our purview. Though Wen Tianqi is formidable, he pales in comparison to the Omni King and the Grand Minister, akin to the sun beside a firefly. Moreover, with the God of Destruction interposed, it is inconceivable that Wen Tianqi could ever vanquish him. The Elder Kaishin turned away and departed. Meanwhile, on Earth, upon the return of Wen Tianqi, he first engaged in deep discussions with Bidalai and Iratia several times, followed by offering comfort to Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Launch. He then took the two children on a delightful outing to the amusement park. Subsequently, he seized the opportunity to instruct son Wukong and Vegeta in their training, leading a life rich in experiences. Nevertheless, Wen Tianqi did not neglect his own cultivation, leveraging the enhancements of the system alongside his formidable innate talent. His strength ascended rapidly. On this particular day, Wen Tianqi, along with son Wukong and Vegeta, was engaged in training. However, unlike the others, son Wukong and Vegeta had already merged, thus becoming Gogeta. A robust figure stood before them, exuding an aura of immense power. Gogeta tightened his fists and unleashed a thunderous roar, his body crackling with energy, transforming into a Super Saiyan. This is quite impressive. In your current state, defeating the Majin Buu of yesteryear should be a relatively effortless task, Wen Tianqi remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Gogeta's eyes widened, his laughter still lingering in the air as an overwhelming force surged forth from him. Like a bolt of lightning, he swiftly charged at Wen Tianqi. Yet, Wen Tianqi remained unfazed. With a mere flicker of his body, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. His hair turned a deep azure, radiating an intimidating presence that was evidently far more formidable than before. Gogeta, taken aback by this transformation, sensed that the power emanating from Wen Tianqi exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he did not falter, continuing to launch fierce assaults against him, though a hint of gravity now marked his expression. However, Wen Tianqi offered Gogeta no respite. With a mere shift of his form, he effortlessly evaded Gogeta's onslaught. Then, with a powerful punch, he sent Gogeta staggering back several paces. Witnessing this, Gogeta's face reflected astonishment, as he had never anticipated Wen Tianqi's strength to have ascended to such heights. Wen Tianqi did not relent. He charged once more at Vegeta, delivering punch after punch. Vegeta could only retreat repeatedly, feeling utterly incapable of matching Wen Tianqi's formidable strength. As he gazed upon Wen Tianqi's azure locks, a glimmer of resignation flickered in Vegeta's eyes. The outcome of this battle was unmistakable, with Wen Tianqi triumphing with overwhelming superiority. Standing there, Vegeta's face was adorned with admiration, as he finally comprehended the extent of his own limitations. This confrontation ignited within him a fervor and excitement, as he eagerly anticipated the next encounter with Wen Tianqi. As Vegeta beheld Wen Tianqi's graceful silhouette, a yearning expression emerged upon his countenance. Wen Tianqi felt a slight headache. This fellow was indeed quite impolite, directly challenging him. Had he not concealed all his strength, Vegeta would have already been lying on the ground. Vegeta gazed at Wen Tianqi's retreating figure and softly remarked, having grown this powerful, "Are you truly still the same person?" Without turning his head, Wen Tianqi spoke calmly. "I am who I am, a distinct version of myself." Vegeta let out a soft sigh. He had heard others speak of Wen Tianqi on numerous occasions, yet only now did he truly comprehend. The former Wen Tianqi had indeed been feeble, but the present incarnation was a formidable opponent, even for him. A bittersweet smile crossed Vegeta's face as he realized this was the genuine Wen Tianqi. However, he lamented his own aging, knowing he could no longer grow stronger, which left him with a heavy heart. Vegeta's hair had reverted entirely to black, returning to its natural state, and he gently remarked, "The title of Super Saiyan God rightfully belongs to you." Upon uttering these words, Vegeta's form split into two, becoming Goku and himself. Super Saiyan God. Wen Tianqi chuckled, his previously tranquil aura surging dramatically. With a powerful shout, crimson flames enveloped him, and his hair transformed into a vibrant red. This was the state of a Super Saiyan God. Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. Indeed, the two of you still have a considerable distance to cover before mastering Super Saiyan Blue. However, attaining Super Saiyan God should be more accessible for you, Wen Tianqi explained to them. Goku and Vegeta exchanged resolute glances, their determination evident, as they prepared for the challenge ahead. Standing beside them, Wen Tianqi brought his hands together, murmuring an enigmatic incantation. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with fierce resolve as his physique began to transform. He grew taller, his muscles becoming more robust. Soon after, his hair shifted to gold and then to red. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if it were about to burst forth from him. Goku sensed Vegeta's transformation and was inwardly astonished. Simultaneously, he felt his own metamorphosis. His body grew stronger, and he too gained height. His hair turned golden before shifting to red. As they both embraced the form of Super Saiyan God, a red aura enveloped them, resembling flames, intense and fervent. They sensed their strength amplifying, their bodies becoming more agile. A shared glance revealed their mutual transformations. They felt reborn, ready to confront any challenge that lay ahead. After a period of time, they triumphed. Their transformation was complete, and their battle prowess surged. They felt an unprecedented level of strength coursing through them. At that moment, Wen Tianqi completed his incantation. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light emanated from him, enveloping Goku and Vegeta. Their forms were surrounded by this luminous aura, akin to being consumed by gentle crimson flames. Shortly thereafter, Goku and Vegeta experienced a warm surge emanating from the depths of their beings, flowing through their limbs and into their very cores. Their skin radiated with an exquisite sheen, as if cloaked in a delicate layer of golden brilliance. At that moment, the voice of Wen Tianqi resonated in their ears. You have successfully transformed into Super Saiyan gods. Now, you may unleash your powers at will. Under the rigorous training of Wen Tianqi, Son Wukong and Vegeta transcended their limits, achieving the formidable transformation into Super Saiyan gods. They felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through them, as if they could obliterate anything in their path. Positioned at the center of the arena, they prepared to challenge Wen Tianqi once more. Wen Tianqi accepted their challenge with a smile. In a flash, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, radiating a brilliant azure aura. His visage became profound and enigmatic, seemingly harboring boundless power. As the battle commenced, Son Wukong and Vegeta launched a ferocious assault upon Wen Tianqi. Their fists descended upon him like iron hammers, yet they could not even graze him. Wen Tianqi merely smiled lightly, evading their strikes with the swiftness of lightning, before countering with a sweeping motion that unleashed a tremendous wave of energy toward them. Son Wukong and Vegeta felt the formidable force of this energy wave and were taken aback. They hastily summoned all their strength. Vegeta formed his hands into claws, while Son Wukong raised his golden staff high. However, the energy wave appeared insurmountable, effortlessly breaching their defenses and sending them crashing to the ground. Struggling to rise, Son Wukong and Vegeta felt their strength rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi stood unfazed, his azure aura intensifying. He advanced step by step, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "You are still too weak," Wen Tianqi remarked coldly, delivering a powerful punch that struck Son Wukong. Son Wukong let out a pained cry, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Vegeta roared in fury, attempting to charge at Wen Tianqi in a desperate bid, only to be restrained by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Wen Tianqi let out a chilling laugh once more, then vanished from his position, reappearing behind Vegeta. A shiver coursed down Vegeta's spine as he sensed an ominous presence looming behind him. Just as he was about to turn and defend himself, Wen Tianqi struck him with a powerful punch to the back of his chest. Crumpling to the ground in agony, Vegeta found himself rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he let out a pained cry and collapsed. Witnessing Vegeta's torment, Son Goku roared and charged towards Wen Tianqi with fervor. Yet at that moment, Wen Tianqi vanished, only for Vegeta to reappear behind him and deliver a crushing blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. Wen Tianqi scoffed, "You are exceedingly naive to believe that transforming will enable you to defeat me. Both of you still require further training. Without transcending into the Super Saiyan Blue form, you are simply no match for me." "Very well, we understand." Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of resignation. Wen Tianqi smiled contentedly and departed. From that moment on, for several years, both Son Wukong and Vegeta, having continuously been defeated by Wen Tianqi, engaged in fervent training. At this moment, Wen Tianqi embarked on a new journey. He cast his gaze toward other universes, those engulfed in the chaos of war. The god of destruction, Bados, the angel Whis, and the other gods of destruction and angels from various realms. Additionally, he envisioned the supreme beings, the Omni King and the Grand Priest. All of them, countless formidable entities flashed through Wen Tianqi's mind. Yet, these were merely the whetstones on his path forward. He resolutely clenched his fists and muttered to himself, "My ambition is the universe. All of the universes." Wen Tianqi aspires to become the supreme being of all universes, surpassing both the omnipotent king and the grand high priest. Wen Tianqi sat quietly upon the rocky terrain of a distant planet. He understood that he was destined to become the mightiest being across all universes, surpassing both the sovereign and the high priest. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if it could pierce through all obstacles and directly behold the edges of the cosmos. Chapter 73. The Angel of the Sixth Universe with a sudden, thunderous shout. Wen Tianqi unleashed the power he had accumulated over the years, which surged forth like a tempest, coalescing behind him into an extraordinarily brilliant golden pillar of light. This radiant column seemed to possess the very force of creation, soaring into the heavens and shattering the heavy barriers of the universe. The cosmic barrier shattered under the tremendous strike of Wen Tianqi, splintering like glass and revealing the enigmatic sixth universe. The celestial expanse here differed slightly from the universe Wen Tianqi was accustomed to. The stars twinkled and radiated vibrant hues, as if narrating the tales of this realm. Wen Tianqi felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new world. The atmosphere, the starry sky, and every intricate detail evoked a sense of both strangeness and wonder within him. He understood that he had departed from the familiar cosmos and entered an uncharted domain. He gathered his focus, observing everything around him. The night sky was breathtakingly beautiful and steeped in mystery. He sensed that this universe was more vast and profound than his original one. Wen Tianqi cautiously set foot upon this land, feeling as though each step he took was an exploration of the unknown. He recognized that this new universe would present him with boundless challenges and opportunities. He paused, quietly absorbing the essence of this new cosmos, aware that his new journey commenced at this very moment. Wen Tianqi traversed the vast expanse of the universe, landing upon a planet strikingly similar to Earth. His gaze was immediately captivated by the breathtaking scenery of this world, a sprawling meadow where the grass grew tall, swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of the undulating waves of the ocean. Standing amidst the verdant blades, he looked up to find the sky an exquisite shade of blue, so pure and clear, resembling an artist's palette, yet it was the magnificent handiwork of nature itself. Wen Tianqi knelt down, cradling a handful of soil, the texture both familiar and endearing. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, savoring the earthy aroma, the very essence of life. It felt as though he could perceive the vitality of this planet, as if he were resonating with it. Rising to his feet, he strode forward with purpose. The sights before him evoked memories of Earth, a once familiar landscape. He traversed a forest where the leaves of the trees shimmered in the sunlight, as if adorned with gilded edges. He passed by a brook, its crystal-clear waters revealing darting fish, seemingly welcoming his presence. This is the sixth universe. Wen Tianqi mused to himself. The angel of the sixth universe is Bados. A mysterious smile played upon his lips. Bados is it? The name lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Perhaps this was what one might call destiny. Wen Tianqi smiled softly. I have arrived. Before him lay a vibrant forest, where towering trees reached for the heavens, their lush foliage forming a verdant curtain that shielded the sky from the sun. Above the forest, a tumultuous river flowed, its waters creating a symphony that resonated with the essence of nature, enchanting and melodious. A flock of birds perched upon the branches, curiously observing Wen Tianqi as he made his way below. The flora of the forest emitted a subtle fragrance, invigorating the senses and uplifting the spirit. Wen Tianqi inhaled deeply, savoring the crisp, refreshing air, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. He stood still, quietly absorbing the surroundings. Everything here felt simultaneously familiar and alien. What, indeed, was this place? Wen Tianqi pondered this question. The air is crisp, the grass is a lush green, and the cheerful chirping of birds fills the atmosphere. Everything is so beautiful, so enchanting. But what exactly is this place? Wen Tianqi gazed towards the setting sun, the very direction he had traversed. He cast his eyes upon the distant horizon, where an endless expanse of desert lay before him, its secrets unknown. A wave of uncertainty washed over him as he contemplated whether to forge ahead towards the beckoning light. Yet, confusion enveloped him, leaving him unsure of the path he should take. Even if the road ahead were fraught with peril and hardship, he resolved to brave it nonetheless. Wen Tianqi's heart was in turmoil. He found himself at a crossroads, engulfed in confusion. Ultimately, his inner resolve prevailed, and he chose to advance towards the illuminating light. He lifted his foot and continued onward. Time became irrelevant as he traversed an unknown distance, until he arrived at the entrance of a mysterious palace. This enigmatic structure lay concealed within a veil of mist, obscuring its contours and revealing only its formidable presence. Suddenly, a voice resonated, a melodious tone responded, "Welcome, my master." Wen Tianqi was taken aback, instinctively stepping back a pace. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. The melodious voice resonated once more. Wen Tianqi slowly retreated, his heart entangled in a web of contradictions, uncertain whether he should proceed. At that moment, the enigmatic palace began to shift, advancing toward him with an imposing presence until it loomed directly before him. The palace was colossal and magnificent, a sight to behold. In its forefront stood a grand door, above which hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Bados. This was. Wen Tianqi was somewhat taken aback. Is this the palace of Bados? Indeed. I am Bados, came the crisp reply. Are you the angel of the sixth universe? Wen Tianqi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of angels in this world. Indeed, I am Bados from the sixth universe. How should I address you? Wen Tianqi was filled with excitement. He longed to engage in a meaningful conversation with the angelic being before him, yet he found himself at a loss for words regarding how to address her. You may call me Bados, came the melodious reply. Very well, Your Excellency Bados. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, My master, please do come in. The voice of Bados resonated once more. Wen Tianqi lifted his foot, preparing to stride towards the enigmatic entrance of the palace. Wen Tianqi and Bados stood in silent opposition, their conversation lingering in the air. Excitement sparkled in Wen Tianqi's eyes as his body began to transform, emanating an unprecedented power from within. Suddenly, his form trembled, and his skin shifted from black to a brilliant blue. This marked the transition into the legendary Super Saiyan Blue, a mythical Saiyan state. His hair elongated, and his blue eyes brimmed with boundless courage and determination. The aura of Wen Tianqi surged instantaneously, as he sensed his strength ascending at an astonishing rate, seemingly boundless. His heart raced with increasing fervor, each beat resonating with formidable power. Drawing in a deep breath, he boldly challenged Bados. Now, let us settle this once and for all. Bados accepted Wen Tianqi's challenge with a calm demeanor. She remained motionless, standing there in serene composure, yet her presence completely overshadowed that of Wen Tianqi. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Tianqi launched his assault. His fist shot forth like a bolt of lightning, tracing arcs of blue light through the air. Yet, Bados remained utterly unmoved. She merely waved her hand gently, and an invisible force effortlessly neutralized Wen Tianqi's attack. Wen Tianqi immediately sensed that his attack struck an invisible barrier, propelling his body backward. He tumbled through the air several times before crashing forcefully to the ground. Struggling to rise, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In the presence of Bados, he felt his strength diminish to insignificance. Yet, he stood once more, his gaze resolute. He understood that his power was insufficient. He needed to grow stronger. Bados regarded Wen Tianqi, her eyes shimmering with light. She slowly approached him, her hands gently caressing his cheeks, before softly placing a kiss upon his lips. This kiss seemed to embody the essence of the heavens and the earth, igniting a wondrous transformation within him. He felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his being, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. Bados softly urged, Come, let us engage deeply, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. Alone in the tranquil meditation chamber, illuminated by the soft glow of ambient light, they were enveloped in a scene reminiscent of poetry. Bados possessed a tall and elegant figure, her beauty imbued with an air of mystery. The glimmer of wisdom sparkled in her emerald eyes, as if concealing boundless secrets and enigmas. With a gentle smile, reminiscent of a blooming flower, she extended a slender hand toward Wen Tianqi, a radiant light blossoming from her fair palm. She softly reiterated, Come, let us engage deeply, and I shall guide you in your cultivation. Wen Tianqi felt a jolt within his heart, as if an invisible force was compelling him to step forward involuntarily. He sensed his pulse quickening, blood surging fervently through his veins. His gaze fixated on Bados, whose profound eyes radiated a blend of yearning and anticipation. Bados gently caressed the light, a warm energy flowing into Wen Tianqi's being. He experienced an indescribable sensation, as though every cell in his body was vibrating with life. Their communion commenced. Bados, with her unique language and graceful demeanor, guided Wen Tianqi into the realm of cultivation. Her voice resonated like a melodious symphony, dancing in Wen Tianqi's ears. Her narrative unfolded like the golden rays of dawn, both warm and luminous. Wen Tianqi was immersed in this exquisite sensation, continually seeking comprehension and exploration. Their communication transcended mere words, evolving into a profound exchange of souls. Every gesture, Every glance conveyed deep emotions and unspoken hopes. Time flowed serenely within the tranquil meditation room, and their connection deepened with each passing moment. With her wisdom and experience, Bados guided Wen Tianqi step by step to transcend his limits and delve into the mysteries of cultivation. In that moment, Wen Tianqi felt as though he were enveloped in a wondrous universe, where he could sense the vastness of the cosmos and the infinite possibilities of life. Wen Tianqi and the angel Bados of the sixth universe spent several days enveloped in a tender embrace, immersed in each other's affection and relishing this unique emotional exchange. Their intimacy transcended mere physical union. It was a profound alignment of spirit and soul. This deep connection allowed Wen Tianqi to temporarily forget his mission, fully surrendering to the bliss of love. Yet, he understood that he could not linger forever in this enchanting sanctuary. He had a greater purpose to fulfill. Thus, summoning his courage, he bid farewell to Bados, preparing to leave this intoxicating realm and continue his journey of cultivation. Bados, gazing into Wen Tianqi's eyes, perceived his resolute determination and unwavering commitment. Though her heart ached with reluctance, she respected his decision, knowing that he bore a more significant mission, and all she could offer was her unwavering support to aid him in achieving it. Accompanied by Bados, Wen Tianqi embarked on his journey of cultivation. They traversed the farthest reaches of the universe, exploring various extraordinary realms of spiritual practice. Together, they confronted challenges and provided mutual support, with each triumph further deepening their bond. With the aid of Bados, Wen Tianqi not only made remarkable strides in his cultivation, but also experienced a continuous expansion of his understanding of the universe. The bond between them deepened throughout their journey, with each parting intensifying their longing for one another. However, the path of cultivation was fraught with challenges. During one of his practices, Wen Tianqi inadvertently sustained a grievous injury, exposing the bone beneath. Witnessing his agony, Bados was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Yet, Wen Tianqi bore the pain stoically, offering a comforting smile to reassure Bados not to worry. As Bados tended to his wound, their souls once again resonated in harmony. In the celestial realms of the universe, countless angels exist, each possessing their own domains and powers. Among these divine beings is Bados, the elder sister of the angel Vis, renowned as the most formidable of all angels, representing the seventh universe. Bados' appearance is strikingly unique. She is tall and exquisitely beautiful, resembling a masterpiece crafted by a master artist. Her skin is a mesmerizing shade of teal, complemented by flowing white hair. She wields a long staff, capable of swiftly traversing and observing the cosmos, with sections of the staff colored in vibrant red and deep blue. A large, light blue halo encircles her neck. Her gaze is profound and luminous, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Her attire is both elegant and enigmatic, consisting of numerous special garments that appear to possess a life of their own, swirling gracefully with her movements. Bados' prowess is justly celebrated as unparalleled among all cosmic angels, a claim not made lightly. Within the realm of angels, every conflict and battle is marked by extreme brutality and bloodshed. Bados, however, stands as the undefeated general in these wars, capable of vanquishing even the most formidable foes single-handedly. Her strength is akin to an endless abyss, perpetually unfillable. Chapter 74. Bados in Love. During a confrontation with demons from other universes, Bados demonstrated her astonishing abilities. The demon she faced wielded terrifying magic and power. Yet Bados stood undaunted, unfurling her wings and charging at the fiend. Amidst a cacophony of flames and explosions, Bados' might shattered the demon into fragments, ultimately dispersing it into a cloud of black smoke. Despite her formidable strength, Bados remains humble and grounded, exhibiting a keen sense of balance and treating her companions and subordinates with great kindness. Under her leadership, the angels of the seventh universe have united time and again to repel threats from other realms. However, despite her immense power, Bados grapples with her own inner turmoil. Deep within her heart, she feels a profound absence, an emotion known as love. Although endowed with extraordinary strength and boundless wisdom, she struggles to comprehend the significance and value of this elusive sentiment. This has become a yearning and pursuit deep within her heart. The angel Bados from the sixth universe quietly hovers in the starlit void, her soul like a pristine mirror, reflecting the boundless mysteries of the cosmos and the ineffable solitude. Yet, when her gaze first falls upon Wen Tianqi, The surging waves within her heart ripple like the surface of a tranquil lake. It is an extraordinary sensation, akin to a melody long familiar, suddenly resonating in her ears, strange yet comforting. His presence is akin to a distant star, flickering yet illuminating the entire universe. In her eyes, Wen Tianqi sees his own reflection, a profound feeling that is both subtle and intense. It is a fated encounter in her life. Bados gazes at him, her emotions surging like a torrential flood, yet gentle as a lamb. She envisions Wen Tianqi wielding a sword in the endless cosmos to sever the darkness, dancing amidst the sea of stars, resembling a magnificent poem. She perceives an indomitable light gleaming in his eyes, the light of a hero, a beacon of hope for the future. In that moment, Bados comprehends everything. Her heart pounds fervently within her chest, a sensation long forgotten. She realizes that this man named Wen Tianqi, will alter her destiny and the fate of the entire universe. At that moment, Wen Tianqi also senses Bados's gaze. He lifts his head, their eyes intersecting. He seems to behold an ocean of stars, an infinite, profound sea. He is deeply captivated by the vastness and depth of that ocean, as if the entire universe resides within those eyes. He cannot articulate this feeling. He only knows he is profoundly drawn to her. He gazes at Bados, looking into her eyes, as if glimpsing his own destiny. He understands that this woman named Bados, is destined to change his fate and the fate of the cosmos. Two hearts collide in the depths of the universe, an indescribable sensation. It embodies the power of the cosmos, the force of destiny. They gaze at one another, as if the entire universe revolves around the point where their eyes meet. Bados's self-extreme intent and free extreme intent are among the most mysterious and formidable skills in the universe. These techniques possess boundless power, capable of transforming all energy into that which she requires, rendering her enemies defenseless. Bados's gaze is as deep as the ocean, shimmering with the light of wisdom. Her visage is exquisite, with a high nose and tightly sealed lips, as if striving to suppress the emotions buried deep within. Her form is graceful, akin to a willow swaying in the breeze, beautiful yet resilient. Bados stands there like a poised kingfisher, awaiting the challenge that is about to unfold. Wen Tianqi sat quietly at the opposite end of the dojo, his gaze resolute and clear, as if he were fully prepared to confront whatever lay ahead. He sensed the formidable aura radiating from Bados, filling him with a mixture of reverence and excitement. He understood that he was about to face a daunting challenge, yet he felt no fear. Instead, he was brimming with anticipation. Bados took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to channel her inner energy. Her form gradually became indistinct, as if enveloped in a mysterious halo. Her breath quickened, each inhalation accompanied by a powerful gust of air that billowed her garments. She ascended, soaring like a fluttering leaf above the dojo. Then, with a sudden and resounding cry, she released a clear, melodic wail that resonated with the souls of all present. She extended her arms and forcefully thrust them forward, unleashing two torrents of energy from her palms that surged directly toward Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi sensed the formidable power, a chill running through his heart, yet he remained composed. He summoned the essence of freedom technique, his form darting through the tempestuous currents like a bolt of lightning. Although his figure swayed precariously under the onslaught of the winds, he steadfastly regained his balance at each critical moment. He felt the force of Bados flowing towards him like an overwhelming tide, each impact seemingly intent on engulfing him. Nevertheless, he harbored no panic, striving instead to maintain an inner tranquility and clarity. Bados and Wen Tianqi sat facing each other upon a floating feather, a realm conjured by Wen Tianqi's mental prowess. Surrounding them was an infinite void, speckled with starlight, resembling a vast celestial ocean. Clad in a white angelic robe, Bados exuded a serene beauty. Behind her, a pair of translucent wings fluttered gently, each feather shimmering with an enigmatic glow. My transformation into an angel was fraught with challenges, Bados began, her voice reflective. First, I had to seek a rare substance known as tears of purity within the fifth universe. This substance is pivotal for angelic evolution. She paused, her gaze drifting through the void, as if reminiscing about that perilous journey. I encountered innumerable dangers and trials before finally discovering the tears of purity in the Valley of Tears. I then merged it with my own power, at the cost of my vitality, to initiate the angelic evolution ceremony. Her tone carried a hint of nostalgia. as if savoring the memory of that transformative experience. The ceremony commenced, enveloping my body in a searing light. I felt an immense force surging within me, incessantly reshaping my essence. I screamed and struggled, yet that power intensified, nearly tearing my body asunder. A fleeting expression of pain crossed Bados's face, but was swiftly replaced by serenity. Then, I heard a voice, the voice of the cosmos. It proclaimed, "You have passed the trial and become an angel of the sixth universe." Following that, an unparalleled power flooded into my being, a sensation I had never before encountered. She opened her arms wide, her wings radiating even more brilliantly, emanating a sacred luminescence. My body was transformed by that force. I felt lighter and purer. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld a new world. Everything appeared so beautiful, so divine. At this juncture, Bados suddenly burst into laughter, her smile warm as the sun. "And what of the high priest?" Wen Tianqi inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "The high priest," Bados replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration and respect, "is the father of all angelic beings across the universes. His might is beyond the scope of words. Even a mere fingertip contains a power that far surpasses my own." Wen Tianqi found himself entranced, a profound surge of combat fervor swelling within him. He could vividly envision the might of that high priest. Undoubtedly formidable to the point of inducing trepidation, surpassing even the representation in the original Dragon Ball narrative. His very existence resembled an immovable edifice within the cosmos, evoking an instinctive desire for reverence. Bados continued, stating that his wisdom and strength rendered all of us angels acutely aware of our own inadequacies. Every word and gesture he displayed exuded an ineffable grace and profundity that was nothing short of transcendent. Wen Tianqi could perceive that Bados's admiration and respect for the high priest emanated from the depths of her being. This high priest was not merely her leader, but also her mentor and friend. His existence held immeasurable influence not only among the celestial angels, but throughout the entire cosmos. As Bados continued her discourse, Wen Tianqi found himself sinking into deeper contemplation. He envisioned the enigmatic high priest, imagining his power, wisdom, and grace. He understood that the tale of this high priest would inevitably become a part of his creative endeavors, serving as an archetype for his characters. At that moment, Wen Tianqi's heart surged with not only admiration and respect, but also an impetus to create. He yearned to encapsulate the essence of this high priest through his words, allowing more individuals to grasp his greatness and allure. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. In his mind, he had already begun to conceive the narrative of the high priest. "Ah, you are indeed clever," Bados remarked with a smile. "Very well. Allow me to impart to you the self-extreme intent technique. This practice is among the pinnacle of martial arts in our universe, renowned for its arduous cultivation and the formidable power it bestows. Its most distinctive aspect lies in its ability to harmonize consciousness with the physical form, unleashing the body's potential to its utmost. Furthermore, it possesses a remarkable ability to enable one to remain alert at all times, impervious to external distractions." Bados cleared her throat and continued, "However, such a state is not easily attained. You must engage in relentless practice, continuously adjusting your consciousness and physicality until they gradually merge. Throughout this process, you must also challenge yourself continually, transcending your limits. Only then can you truly grasp the essence of the self-extreme intent technique." "I see," Wen Tianqi nodded. Then Bados, "Might you demonstrate the cultivation method of the self-extreme intent technique for me?" "Certainly," Bados replied with a gentle smile. "I shall now demonstrate it for you. Observe my movements and follow along." With that, Bados began to illustrate the cultivation method of the self-extreme intent technique. Her movements appeared uncomplicated, yet they demanded a keen focus on bodily coordination and balance. Each action required Wen Tianqi to observe and mimic with precision. "Now follow my lead," Bados instructed as she continued her demonstration. Wen Tianqi nodded thoughtfully, commencing to earnestly emulate the movements of Bados. Although his physique did not completely harmonize with each motion as Bados did, he could nonetheless perceive the effects of every gesture on his body. "Excellent, just like that." Observing Wen Tianqi's actions becoming increasingly proficient, a satisfied smile graced Bados's face. "As long as you persist in your practice and continuously refine both your body and consciousness, you shall gradually grasp the essence of the self-extreme intent technique." Wen Tianqi sat cross-legged upon his bed, enveloped in a profound tranquility. He had been immersed in the practice of his self-extreme intent for an extended duration. In this state, his thoughts soared like brilliant meteors traversing the dark expanse of the night sky, seeking the essence of his inner self. His physical form seemed to dissolve, leaving only a formidable will directing his every action. This will manifested as an unseen hand, guiding every inch of his skin and every organ, allowing him to traverse the void with grace. His spirit felt as though a window had been flung open, permitting him to perceive the entirety of the surrounding world with clarity. He heard the distant calls of birds, inhaled the freshness of the air, and even sensed the pulsations of the earth beneath his feet. Suddenly, a powerful force surged forth from his dantian, an ineffable energy akin to the primal essence of the cosmos. This force rapidly spread throughout his being, invigorating every part of him with vibrant life. His skin became as transparent as crystal, revealing the flow of blood beneath. His eyes sparkled like stars, seemingly able to discern the very nature of existence. His hair flowed like a cascading waterfall, dancing in harmony with his thoughts. The energy within his dantian continued to surge and expand. It felt as if his body was no longer bound by any limitations, as though he could traverse the fabric of time and space at will. His mind grew ever clearer, granting him the insight to unveil the secrets of the universe. He sensed the tremors of the world around him, heard the whispers of the wind, and witnessed the gentle flow of water. At last, the power within him reached its zenith. He felt as if he had transcended into a divine being of this world, capable of wielding dominion over all. His body radiated a formidable aura, blazing with the intensity of the sun. His skin burned with a fiery heat, as if the very air around him ignited in response to his presence. His eyes gleamed with a golden light, piercing through all illusions. His hair danced in the wind, resembling flames in their fervent movement. Chapter 75, Love. With a resounding clap of his palm against the ground, the earth trembled beneath him. Rising to his feet, he took a step forward, a stride that seemed to traverse countless mountains and rivers. Extending his hand, he gently pressed toward the distant peaks, and in that moment, the colossal mountain crumbled into a cloud of dust. His form began to blur, transforming into an ethereal shadow. As he opened his mouth, a searing golden light erupted forth, embodying all of Wen Tianqi's strength and will. This radiant beam surged toward the horizon, leaving destruction in its wake. Just then, Wen Tianqi sensed a cataclysmic shift within him, his momentum faltering. This is not good. At that critical moment, Bados intervened, saving Wen Tianqi from impending disaster. Wen Tianqi obediently rose to his feet, trailing behind Bados as they exited the chamber designated for cultivation. Their steps were light, as if they feared to disrupt the surrounding tranquility. Bados' shadow elongated in the dim corridor, while Wen Tianqi silently followed, feeling an emptiness within, a void left by the interruption of his practice. After traversing a short distance, they arrived at a brightly lit dining hall, the only place within the monastery that brimmed with the vitality of life, perpetually infused with the aroma of food and the laughter of people. Bados arranged a seat for Wen Tianqi, then gently said, "Please sit for a moment. I shall fetch you something to eat." Wen Tianqi numbly nodded, his gaze lingering on a distant corner of the monastery, a place that had once been his sanctuary for practice. Shortly thereafter, Bados returned, carrying 2 plates brimming with food. She placed the dishes before Wen Tianqi and softly urged, "Eat. This is your favorite." It was only then that Wen Tianqi gradually regained his senses. Beginning to eat slowly with chopsticks, Bados watched him in silence, her eyes filled with a tender affection. A wondrous sensation surged within Wen Tianqi. He found the feeling of being cared for and cherished to be profoundly beautiful. He could not help but set down his chopsticks and gaze intently at Bados. "What is it?" she inquired with concern. "Nothing," Wen Tianqi replied with a faint smile, resuming his meal. Yet, a resolution had formed in his heart. He would become strong, not only for his own vengeance, but also to protect those he loved. He continued to eat, while Bados remained quietly by his side. Their eyes met in a silent exchange, as if they were sharing an unspoken promise. In the stillness of the night, their hearts were tightly intertwined, their emotions surging within them like a powerful current. Observing Wen Tianqi savoring his meal across the table, a soft smile graced Bados' face. After a while, she asked him, "Have you had enough to eat?" Wen Tianqi nodded, then wiped his mouth and replied, "I am quite full. Can you still hold on?" Bados inquired. Wen Tianqi smiled and replied, "Of course I can. I am quite capable. Observing the unwavering determination sparkling in Wen Tianqi's youthful visage, Bados let out a soft chuckle and said to him, "Come, I shall teach you the art of self-extremity." "The art of self-extremity?" With a hint of confusion, Wen Tianqi inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed," replied Bados, her smile radiant. "This is a unique secret art of our angelic lineage, reserved solely for the direct descendants." Wen Tianqi nodded, his understanding wavering. "Then please, teach me." Upon hearing his request, a glimmer of satisfaction graced Bados's expression. She turned to him once more and asked, "Are you prepared?" "I am ready," he affirmed. Wen Tianqi nodded. "Then let us begin." As Bados spoke, he gently patted Wen Tianqi's back. Feeling the fabric of his clothing shift beneath the touch, Wen Tianqi was instantly enveloped by a warm sensation, dispelling the earlier weakness that had pervaded his being. Instinctively, he commenced the practice of his self-ultimate technique, channeling his energy. He could distinctly sense a burgeoning power within him. Was this the essence of the self-ultimate technique? Wen Tianqi was somewhat astonished. After a brief moment, he ceased his cultivation. Slowly, he opened his eyes, realizing that the self-extreme intent technique had entirely vanished from his mind, replaced instead by the angelic secret codex. To his surprise, an extraordinary power had emerged within his being. Indeed, the self-extreme intent technique was truly remarkable. As he attuned himself to the newfound strength coursing through him, a satisfied smile graced Wen Tianqi's face. Suddenly, a jarring voice pierced the air. "Oh, is that not our little Tianqi? What brings you here?" A frivolous tone echoed from a distance. The expression on Wen Tianqi's face suddenly darkened, for he could never forget that voice. He knew precisely to whom it belonged, the god of destruction from the sixth universe, Xiangpa. This individual had not spared him from torment during their previous encounter. Contemplating this, Wen Tianqi's fists clenched involuntarily. At that moment, a gentle voice reached his ears. "Little Tianqi, what troubles you? Why do you appear so enraged?" A beautiful figure emerged within Wen Tianqi's line of sight. Wen Tianqi lifted his gaze towards the figure before him. He recognized that the owner of this silhouette was none other than Bados. As he beheld the beautiful and gentle Bados, a warmth surged within his heart. In an instant, however, his expression deepened, revealing a profound intensity. His body seemed to be enveloped in a radiant glow, a manifestation of power intertwined with the enigmatic runes that emanated from within. He understood that he had finally unlocked the legendary self-ultimate technique. At this moment, his heart brimmed with unwavering resolve and conviction. It felt as if his being had transformed into an unfathomable black hole, relentlessly absorbing the energy around him. This extraordinary sensation, this ineffable strength, led him to believe he could command all that surrounded him. Simultaneously, a voice resonated within him, akin to a symphony of sounds, akin to the first rays of dawn. It was the voice of the ultimate freedom technique. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of life, wielding an unprecedented power. His body trembled gently, as if in the throes of releasing an even greater energy. At that instant, his strength surged forth like a waterfall, an unstoppable force, an unpredictable power. Just then, the god of destruction, Xiangpa, appeared before him with a mocking sneer. His eyes shimmered with derision and malice, prepared to confront Wen Tianqi and obliterate this insignificant human. However, upon witnessing the powerful gaze of Wen Tianqi, his smile faded. This human, whom he had presumed could be easily destroyed, radiated a strength that matched his own. Xiangpa was taken aback, unable to fathom the power possessed by this human. Yet, Wen Tianqi merely smiled calmly, unafraid of Xiangpa's destructive prowess, for he had awakened both the self-ultimate and ultimate freedom techniques. The collision of their forces in the air resembled silent fireworks, yet it was profoundly stirring. The god of destruction, Xiangpa, and Wen Tianqi engaged in battle across this realm, with no one anticipating that this human could contend with a deity of destruction. In this moment, Wen Tianqi was no longer an ordinary individual. He had metamorphosed into an unparalleled warrior, challenging Xiangpa with indomitable will and formidable power. Bados drove Xiangpa away and then turned to Wen Tianqi, smiling as she spoke. "You harbor doubts, fears, and expectations within your heart. These are grave hindrances on the path of cultivation. You must first learn to relinquish these futile emotions in order to focus on your training." Wen Tianqi nodded silently, his heart brimming with confusion and trepidation. Yet, he recognized that such emotions were of no assistance to him. Thus, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his spirit. Teacher Bados smiled at him, extending her hand, from which a gentle aura emanated, softly caressing Wen Tianqi's being. It was a warmth he had never experienced before, akin to a mother's tender touch, or the sun's gentle rays enveloping him. You must first cultivate your heart, Bados stated. Only when your spirit is truly serene can you receive the essence of cultivation I impart to you. For now, your task is to relax your body and mind, allowing me to assist you in opening your heart. Her voice resonated with an enchanting quality that Wen Tianqi found irresistible. He closed his eyes, emptying his thoughts, surrendering to the soothing energy that danced within him. Gradually, he became immersed in this unparalleled sensation. Not far away, a lush meadow came into view, bathed in sunlight. The verdant grass was adorned with a myriad of colorful blossoms. Butterflies flitted gracefully among the flowers, while birds sang joyfully from the branches above. In the distance, a tranquil stream flowed, reflecting the brilliance of the sun. Here, Bados paused. Standing in the center of the meadow is our place of cultivation. Wen Tianqi raised his head, gazing upon the resplendent meadow before him. He could feel the essence of nature and the vibrant pulse of life emanating from the grass. This experience was entirely distinct from the theoretical teachings he had encountered in books. It was a novel sensation. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, yearning to touch the blossoms, only to be thwarted by an unseen force. Momentarily taken aback, he noticed that the flowers appeared tantalizingly close, yet simultaneously distant. Just as his hand was about to brush against a petal, an invisible force abruptly repelled him, leaving him astonished. He stood there, entranced. For the flowers seemed within arm's reach, yet felt as though they were separated by countless mountains and rivers, forever beyond his grasp. Wen Tianqi turned to Bados with a look of perplexity in his eyes. At that moment, Bados wore a sly smile on her face, resembling a mischievous little girl who had successfully pulled off a prank. She playfully winked at Wen Tianqi, yet chose to remain silent thereafter. Wen Tianqi found himself in a state of helplessness, fully aware that this was yet another trap laid by Bados. He silently admonished himself to exercise greater caution in the future, vowing not to allow her to manipulate him any longer. However, as he turned once more, the sight before him left him utterly astounded. The originally resplendent blossoms had transformed into fiery red roses, each exuding a radiant warmth. Wen Tianqi stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the nature of this phenomenon. Bados approached him with an air of triumph, softly remarking, "Do you understand now? These flowers are not so easily approached." Wen Tianqi shook his head in resignation. This enigmatic woman never failed to astonish him. He felt a surge of caution within, vowing to exercise heightened vigilance in the days to come, determined not to be toyed with in the palm of her hand any longer. Bados, as the angel of the sixth universe, possessed a formidable strength that could be deemed unparalleled among all angels across the cosmos. Despite being ensnared in the whirlwind of romance with her, Wen Tianqi remained unyielding in his resolve. He was acutely aware that this radiant angel, adorned with a brilliance akin to countless stars and endowed with supreme power, was a force he could not easily contend with. Each encounter, each embrace, felt to him as though he were touching upon an uncharted realm, a world brimming with vitality and strength. In this world, Bados reigned as its queen, exuding elegance and power that rendered her utterly irresistible. In Wen Tianqi's gaze, there resided an overwhelming admiration and reverence for Bados. He was acutely aware that, despite the fervor of their passionate romance, Bados's prowess was an undeniable force that he could not afford to overlook. He must tread carefully, for a moment's negligence could plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Their love affair resembled a magnificent symphony, its melodies brimming with fervor and intensity. Yet amidst this enchanting harmony, Wen Tianqi remained ever vigilant. He understood that even the slightest misstep could precipitate unforeseen consequences. Bados regarded Wen Tianqi, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve and determination. She comprehended that this man was not one to be easily swept away by the tides of emotion. He possessed the wisdom to love, coupled with the discernment to maintain his individuality within that love. This maturity and rationality only deepened Bados's admiration for him. The love that Wen Tianqi harbors for Bados is akin to a poem, both exquisite and profound. He comprehends that Bados's strength transcends mere surface power. It is a testament to an inner fortitude. This formidable essence evokes in him a deep reverence for her. Simultaneously, he recognizes that only through relentless effort and self-improvement can he hope to be worthy of such a powerful angel. in the throes of their passionate romance. They are irresistibly drawn to one another, yet they maintain an appropriate distance. Their relationship is founded on mutual respect and understanding. Wen Tianqi is acutely aware that it is through this dynamic that they can forge ahead more effectively, better equipped to confront the challenges that lie ahead. Contemplating this, a faint smile graces his lips as he softly remarks, "Bados, do you know? I, too, am eagerly anticipating our next rendezvous. Yet, you must understand that I will not easily agree to such an engagement." Bados, with a serene expression, replies, "Because my time is exceedingly precious." Chapter 76, The 10th Universe, Kex. Wen Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Ha, is that so? It seems I have misjudged. If you have always held that belief, then there is little I can do." Bados gazed at Wen Tianqi, her expression remaining serene. "However, I shall not allow this to trouble me. That may not necessarily be the case." Wen Tianqi smiled and said, "I am confident that one day I shall make you my woman." "That day is still far off," responded Bados with a charming demeanor. "My feelings for you at present are merely love, and that is still insufficient. I shall strive for more." Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and remarked, "Trust me, I will undoubtedly make you my woman." "I shall await that day with bated breath," replied Bados, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Well then, it is getting late. Let us embark together." Wen Tianqi remarked, "Very well." Bados nodded, and the two of them walked together towards the horizon. As the angel of the 6th universe, Bados possessed an extraordinary beauty and wisdom that transcended the ordinary. Her eyes perpetually sparkled with the light of insight, and her smile radiated warmth and brightness, akin to the gentle sun of dawn. However, this seemingly flawless being encountered a man one ordinary evening who would irrevocably alter the course of her life. Indeed, Bados had overestimated herself, for she swiftly found herself ensnared in the throes of love. Henceforth, her universe revolved around two pursuits, teasing the young Tianqi and nurturing her infatuation with Wen Tianqi. For him, she would relinquish her celestial identity and even forsake the caress of her wings. One can only imagine the profound sensation of a woman willingly sacrificing everything to remain by a man's side. Once, Wen Tianqi expressed a sentiment that encapsulated his view of Bados, a reflection of the aspirations of all angels. "What an enchanting creature! I can feel the warmth of her heart, a warmth that only I can provide." Wen Tianqi spoke with deep affection. "If true love exists in this world, then this woman shall undoubtedly be mine." Upon hearing his words, a hint of shyness graced Bados's face, and she nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Wen Tianqi unveiled his essence. Noble and elegant, these two exquisite adjectives seemed tailor-made for him. He radiated like a flame, perpetually emanating his brilliance. Witnessing this scene, Bados's face once again flushed with a charming shyness, akin to a young girl whose heart has been captured. "I always knew you would be fond of it." Wen Tianqi smiled faintly and then said, "Let us depart." With that, he strode out. Bados responded softly, closely following in Wen Tianqi's wake. Along the way, they exchanged glances and smiles, their bond gradually deepening into an intimate connection. Perhaps this is the essence of a beautiful romance. When love arrives, everything transforms. As Wen Tianqi and Bados reached their destination, twilight began to envelop the sky. The 6th universe, the very core of this cosmos, around which everything revolves. "Where's this?" Wen Tianqi inquired, astonished. "This is the center of the 6th universe. From here, one can traverse to other universes," Bados elucidated. "Oh, then where are we headed?" "To meet my sister, the eldest," Bados exclaimed, embracing Wen Tianqi, and in a moment of surprise from him, they transcended time and space. In that fleeting instant, a resplendent light enveloped Bados and Wen Tianqi. They felt the surrounding space warp, as if an unseen hand was tightening its grip on them. Their vision blurred. The sounds around them faded, leaving only that radiant light, dazzling enough to take one's breath away. Then, they found themselves in an unfamiliar realm. It was a colossal palace, its architectural style unlike anything they had ever encountered. Every stone of the palace shimmered with the light of life, as though it were a living entity. A refreshing fragrance filled the air, invigorating their spirits. "Is this the 10th universe?" Wen Tianqi asked, astonished. Bados nodded, her face reflecting equal wonder. She understood that this universe was their destination, yet she had not anticipated its breathtaking beauty. "Will Kasai be here?" Wen Tianqi inquired. Bados nodded once more and began to walk forward. The life forms in this universe respectfully made way for her, a testament to her stature as the archangel within the cosmos. In their quest, they discovered Keisai. She was an adorable little girl, her delicate features illuminated with a spark of wisdom in her eyes. Upon seeing Bados and Wen Tianqi, she broke into a radiant smile. Bados, Wen Tianqi, you have arrived. Keisai's voice was as enchanting as a clear spring. She was an exceptionally beautiful young girl, her silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, her pale eyes gleaming like emeralds, and her tender skin resembling that of a perfectly ripe peach. Adorned in a long dress of deep blue and black, mysterious symbols were imprinted upon it. Are you the angel of the 10th universe, Keisai? Wen Tianqi inquired with astonishment, finding Keisai far more enchanting than he had anticipated. With a beaming smile, Keisai turned to Bados and remarked, "Is this Wen Tianqi your little boyfriend? He is indeed quite charming." Her tone brimmed with envy and curiosity, revealing her keen interest in the bond shared by the couple. Hearing Keisai's words, Bados felt a blush creep across her cheeks. Shyly averting her gaze, she softly replied, "Yes, he is indeed my boyfriend." Keisai continued to inquire, "How did you two meet?" In this vast universe, Wen Tianqi traversed the cosmos alongside two celestial beings, Bados and Keisai. They journeyed through myriad star systems, marveling at the splendid astronomical phenomena that unfolded before their eyes. One fateful day, they stumbled upon a vibrant planet, adorned with lush forests, bustling cities, and a plethora of diverse life forms. Intrigued by this world, Wen Tianqi resolved to explore the civilization it harbored alongside Bados and Keisai. They arrived in a lively city, where a kaleidoscope of colorful beings thrived amidst the bustling streets, immersing themselves in the vitality of the planet. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, emanating from a nearby restaurant. Wen Tianqi eagerly led Bados and Keisai into the establishment. Inside the restaurant, the decor was exquisitely lavish, with each table laden with an array of culinary delights. Wen Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he beheld the sumptuous dishes, his mouth watering in anticipation. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he promptly seated himself and began to place his orders. He requested a variety of delicacies, including roasted meats, pizza, hamburgers, sushi, grilled fish, fried rice, and more. With each dish that arrived, he eagerly grasped his chopsticks or cutlery, indulging in the flavors with delightful abandon. His charmingly animated eating style elicited laughter from both Bados and Keisai. After their meal, Wen Tianqi contentedly let out a satisfied burp, feeling as though his belly was brimming with energy, ready to face any challenges that lay ahead. Bados and Keisai were equally delighted to share this delightful experience with him. They continued to explore the planet, absorbing the essence of its civilization, and discovering that the beings of this world possessed an endless allure and wisdom akin to that of humanity. Keisai, petite and graceful, slightly swayed as she settled into a chair in an elegant estate, exchanging glances with Bados, while Wen Tianqi sat beside her. The three of them commenced their enjoyment of a variety of delectable dishes. Wen Tianqi gazed at the figure of Keisai before him. Though diminutive in stature, the young girl exuded an air of tenacity that stirred his thoughts. The tantalizing aroma of gourmet delicacies wafted through the air. With a meticulously prepared dish of foie gras before Keisai, its golden hue glistening enticingly on the silver platter, she delicately traced the rim of her glass, the ruby-red wine within sparkling like precious gemstones. Meanwhile, Wen Tianqi savored a rich cheese with a look of contentment, while Bados elegantly sampled her lemon cake. On the estate's lush lawn, several attendants busily arranged for the upcoming festivities. A lively melody began to weave through the atmosphere, prompting Keisai to lift her gaze to the sky, where the pristine clouds seemed to dance in harmony with the notes. A splendid banquet was poised to commence, and Keisai, Bados, and Wen Tianqi reveled in this fleeting moment of tranquility. Keisai gently set down her utensils, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Rising to her feet, Wen Tianqi and Bados followed suit. She approached them, a look of perplexity adorning her face, and inquired, "How can you still find the leisure to indulge in food at a time like this?" Wen Tianqi and Bados exchanged a glance, followed by a hesitant smile as they turned their attention to Kes, uncertain of how to respond to her inquiry. Kes's gaze shifted to the bottle of red wine resting on the table. She gently grasped the bottle, giving it a slight shake before. With a look of curiosity adorning her face, she inquired, "What kind of wine is this? Its aroma is so peculiar. Where did you acquire it?" We brought this back from that planet. Would you like to have some? Wen Tianqi inquired. It is merely a bottle of wine. There is no need for such elaborate preparations and to bring so many items. Keisai responded with curiosity. It is precisely because this bottle of wine is extraordinary that we chose to bring back a few additional items. Wen Tianqi smiled and said, Is that so? Kishio displayed a look of astonishment, then curiously inquired, If this bottle of wine is so extraordinary, why did you not consume it yourselves, but instead brought it back? To which he replied, Because I aspire to surpass both angels and deities of destruction. Wen Tianqi spoke softly, surpassing both angels and destroyers? Kishio exhibited a look of confusion, which soon transformed into a moment of understanding. She gently clapped her hands and exclaimed, I see it now. You must be aspiring to become the new destroyer. No. Wen Tianqi shook his head and said, I aspire to surpass the angels and become a true deity. A true deity? Keisai revealed a look of surprise, which was soon replaced by a disdainful expression. She lightly clapped her hands and remarked, I dare say it is utterly impossible for anyone to surpass the angels. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at Kes and, with a subtle tone, proposed, Let us engage in a wager. Kes gently set down her cutlery and, with a smile, inquired, What shall we bet on? Wen Tianqi cast a glance at Chris and said casually, I wager that I will ultimately surpass the angel. Chris gently set down her cutlery and smiled as she inquired, I would like to place a bet as well. You cannot defeat the angel. Very well. Let us await the outcome. Wen Tianqi said with a smile, while inwardly exclaiming, System, grant me an enhancement. The voice of the system echoed in Wen Tianqi's mind. This time, I must triumph over the angel. Wen Tianqi gazed at Kes with unwavering resolve and proclaimed, I shall await your transformation into a true deity before we wager. Kes gently set down her utensils, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I dare say. You shall never triumph over me. Victory is assuredly mine. You cannot escape my grasp. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wen Tianqi engaged in light-hearted banter with both Bados and Kes. At the edge of this universe, he floated in the void, his eyes ablaze with determination and fervor. The recent training had bestowed upon him an unprecedented strength, as if an invisible hand propelled him forward. Suddenly, a figure gradually materialized. It was Bados, her eyes, deep as the cosmos, shimmering with anticipation. She extended her slender, jade-like fingers towards Wen Tianqi and inquired, Yuan, the forthcoming trials will be even more arduous. Are you prepared? Wen Tianqi remained silent, merely nodding resolutely. He understood that this was the essential path to becoming a true powerhouse, a journey he must unwaveringly pursue. Under the guidance of Bados, he resumed his practice of the supreme intent and the ultimate freedom techniques. His body danced through the void, each movement infused with strength and grace. Within him, a formidable power was gradually coalescing. During his cultivation, Wen Tianqi continually relied on the strength granted by the system to transcend his limits. Each breakthrough resembled a daunting obstacle, yet he persevered time and time again. As he trained, it felt as though he had entered an entirely new realm. He could sense every particle in the surrounding void and hear the distant stars calling to him. His heart brimmed with joy and tranquility. Time flew by in his practice. Wen Tianqi felt as though his body were on the verge of being consumed by the void, yet his spirit grew ever more resolute. He recognized this as an inevitable step on his journey toward greater strength. At last, in a moment of total exertion, Wen Tianqi broke through once more. He felt an unprecedented surge of power swirling within him, as if enveloped by an invisible halo of strength radiating from the depths of his soul. After this breakthrough, Wen Tianqi's heart became as tranquil as a still lake, seemingly capable of discerning the truths of the universe. He understood that this was the fruit of his cultivation and a step toward a higher realm. Chapter 77. Continued training to conquer Kes on that stormy night. Wen Tianqi's system finally surpassed its critical threshold. His heart thundered, akin to the mighty hammer of Thor echoing within his chest. As a torrent of energy surged through him, threatening to burst forth. Clenching his fists, he felt the power coursing through his fingertips, capable of tearing through the air and shaking the very soul. His body trembled gently, not from fear, but because the power within had transcended his control. A vision of Bados flashed in his mind, the beautiful angel who fought alongside him, eternally standing proudly by his side. In their encounters, Bados' unmatched elegance and Wen Tianqi's steadfast determination intertwined, creating a breathtaking tableau. Her golden hair danced in the wind like waves under the moonlight, while his eyes shone with a resolute light, seemingly holding the weight of the entire cosmos. Each clash between them was as intense as a meteor colliding with the earth. Blood and sweat intermingled, forming a brilliant tapestry, while an overwhelming fervor filled the air. Wen Tianqi's power surged forth like a raging torrent, countering Bados's graceful strength. A month later, subtle changes began to unfold. Bados's expression grew increasingly grave. She was no longer the ever-composed goddess, but had transformed into a warrior willing to risk everything for victory. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she could not suppress the oceanic depth of Wen Tianqi's power. Each of his assaults surged upon her like a colossal wave, pushing her to her very limits. This state of affairs could not persist. A wave of anxiety surged within her, leaving her somewhat disoriented by the force of his onslaught. The power of Wen Tianqi continues to ascend, showing no signs of abating. Sensing this, Bados suddenly conceived a wild thought. She absolutely could not allow herself to be outdone by this man. It was imperative. With this resolve, her gaze grew resolute. Since you were so eager to witness my humiliation, I shall break the mold today and let you experience the taste of despair. With this determination, a confident smile graced Bados' lips, curving them into an elegant arc. She slowly closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and raised her right hand, charged with energy, high above before bringing it down forcefully upon Wen Tianqi's shoulder. The sound echoed like a strike against a sturdy wall, causing him to stagger back a few steps. He felt as though his shoulder might burst, and with a furrowed brow, he steadied himself and glanced back. There stood Bados, motionless, her gaze fixed upon him. Her cerulean eyes sparkled with mirth, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting, as if mocking Wen Tianqi's overestimation of himself. Overwhelmed by this, a surge of fury ignited within Wen Tianqi. He roared, disregarding the pain in his shoulder, and charged forward with clenched fists. His heavy footsteps echoed with such speed that only a fleeting shadow remained. He struck Bados squarely in the chest, only to be met with an unexpected softness. A chuckle escaped Wen Tianqi's lips, while Bados felt a mix of shame and indignation, her spirit soaring. However, his seemingly assured punch was deftly evaded by Bados, who sidestepped gracefully like a nimble butterfly, maneuvering behind him, her delicate hand grasping his arm as she twisted at her waist. With a swift motion, Wen Tianqi drew Bados into his embrace. Her heart raced with fervor, a wave of warmth surged within her, causing a delicate blush to grace her cheeks. The spark of passion flickered in Wen Tianqi's gaze as he held Bados tightly, rendering her immobile. His hands encircled her waist, his fingertips lightly caressing her skin. This sensation sent shivers through Bados' body, leaving her feeling electrified, utterly enervated, and incapable of resistance. Wen Tianqi buried his head in the shoulder of Bados, his lips slightly parted as he gently exhaled warm breath against her ear. This tantalizing gesture sent an unprecedented thrill coursing through Bados, prompting her to struggle, yet Wen Tianqi's hands tightened their grip around her form. His gaze exuded a primal beauty that rendered Bados utterly helpless. A wicked smile played upon his lips, revealing a charm that was both alluring and mischievous. He embraced Bados with fervor, pressing her body firmly against his chest, their heartbeats synchronizing as if composing the most exquisite symphony in existence. Bados closed her eyes, surrendering to the fervent kisses that fell upon her shoulder. She felt her body ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her unable to act freely. "You little rascal. How could you do this to an angel?" Bados murmured softly. Bados, you will find out soon enough," came his teasing reply. With a mischievous smile, Wen Tianqi effortlessly lifted Bados and rushed into the room. 3 days later, Bados and Wen Tianqi were seated together, embracing one another, facing Keisai. Keisai wore an expression of astonishment, incredulous at the sight before her. "Bados, you are actually with him." "Indeed, Keisai," Bados replied, a mixture of surprise and delight evident in her voice. "Tianqi is no ordinary person. He possesses extraordinary abilities. When I merged with him, he even acquired the powers of an angel." Wen Tianqi smiled faintly, expressing his own astonishment. "In this manner, after I bestow upon you my energy, you too shall acquire a pure essence of power, allowing both of us to grow substantially stronger. Of course, given your already formidable strength, the enhancement for you may be minimal." Kusi swallowed hard and inquired, "What, precisely, is this power?" Wen Tianqi chuckled softly, his gaze mischievously fixed on the little girl. Kishi, before him. It seemed as though he could see right through the curiosity and bewilderment that stirred within her heart, prompting him to indulge her inquisitiveness. "Kishi, are you intrigued?" he said with a playful grin, his laughter resonating with an almost enchanting allure that compelled Kashi to turn her eyes toward him. Then allow me to offer you an experience of your own. Before his words had fully echoed, Kashi felt an invisible force envelop her, and in an instant, she found herself transported to an unfamiliar room. Where's this place? Did you just wield the power of an angel? Little Kashi marveled, her astonishment palpable. Wen Tianqi approached, gently grasping Kashi's delicate hand, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. You will surely enjoy this, he said. Kashi's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Wen Tianqi, then opened her arms to embrace herself. 5 days later, Kashi, Bados, and Wen Tianqi sat together for breakfast. This time, Tianqi should accompany me. Kashi pouted slightly. I clearly arrived first. How did you manage to monopolize him for so long? Bados expressed her dissatisfaction. All right. Wen Tianqi chuckled. My strength has increased after absorbing Kashi's power. Dealing with both of you simultaneously is no challenge. Kashi and Bados exchanged glances, their eyes communicating a complex array of emotions. A subtle tension permeated the air, as if it were poised to erupt into a fierce conflict at any moment. Wen Tianqi, adorned in a traditional Eastern robe, wore a sword embedded with enigmatic runes at his waist. His presence evoked subtle shifts in the hearts of the two angels, though they maintained their haughty demeanor. The glimmer in their eyes betrayed a burgeoning curiosity drawn to him. This is the new power I have acquired, crafted in accordance with the abilities of angels. Wen Tianqi remarked, gently caressing the hilt of his sword. No sooner had he spoken than a disturbance rippled through the space beside him. Makarita, what brings you here? Kess and Bados questioned in astonishment. Makarita? The angel of Universe 11? Wen Tianqi inadvertently glanced over. Before him stood a young lady who embodied a unique blend of maturity and youthful charm, possessing both the attributes of a graceful woman and a playful girl. Her distinctive appearance featured twin ponytails, and she was tall in stature. Although her ensemble bore a resemblance to that of a jester, her demeanor was marked by politeness and courtesy. Kashi and Bados, greetings to you both. Makalita performed a polite gesture before turning her gaze toward Wen Tianqi. I sense the transformation within you two due to the celestial powers I possess. You see, we were once the trio of sisters, she continued, her tone revealing a keen sensitivity to the changes in their bodies. A hint of enigmatic amusement graced Makalita's face. Kashi and Bados stood before her, their youthful faces tinged with a subtle blush, their eyes flickering with indignation. They clenched their fists, seemingly striving to contain their rising anger. Yet their accusatory words could not be suppressed. How dare you? You are merely here to compete with us for a man, aren't you? Kashi's voice quivered slightly, her gaze fixated on Makalita as if attempting to pierce through her very essence. Makalita was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. This accusation caught her off guard, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Her gaze darted back and forth between Kashi and Bados, her mind racing with the question, why would they think this way? Turning her attention toward Wen Tianqi, a realization dawned upon her. Indeed, was it not he? Makalita's proposal ignited a spark in Wen Tianqi's eyes, and he exclaimed with excitement, is that true? How splendid. Thank you, Makalita. With an air of anticipation, Wen Tianqi followed Makalita towards their camp. Kusi and Ba duos remained behind, their faces etched with disappointment and discontent. Honestly, that Wen Tianqi is utterly useless, Ba duos lamented, frustrated that he had so easily succumbed to Makalita's allure. I never expected him to be so easily deceived. Kusi furrowed her brow, though she added, I doubt Makalita harbors any malicious intent. Malicious intent? It is merely a case of pure appreciation for male beauty, Ba duos retorted. Their conversation continued. Yet the lightness of their spirits had waned. An unsettling feeling began to creep in, as if foreboding events were on the horizon. At the camp, Makalita led Wen Tianqi to a secluded spot, smiling as she proclaimed, Now, let me guide you in harnessing the divine power. First, you must meditate to awaken the strength within your heart. Wen Tianqi listened attentively to Makalita's words, and soon he began to meditate. Before long, a brilliant radiance emanated from his body, signifying the awakening of his soul's power. Observing this spectacle, Makalita could not help but smile, aware that her plan had succeeded halfway. She mused inwardly. This young man possesses remarkable potential. Should he master the divine power, boundless possibilities await him. On the other side of the camp, Kex and Bados also witnessed the unfolding scene, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is this the divine power? Has Wen Tianqi truly awakened? Bados found it hard to believe his eyes. It certainly appeared so. Kex responded uncertainly, yet I still find it rather peculiar. Shouldn't we also awaken the divine power? Why is it only Wen Tianqi who can? Perhaps he possesses a greater affinity for divine power than we do. Bados chuckled softly, suggesting, let us give it a try as well. With that, she closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. For some unknown reason, a peculiar force within her seemed to stir restlessly, instilling a sense of inexplicable exhilaration. She felt an overwhelming strength, as if she could effortlessly obliterate anything in her path. Is it due to Wen Tianqi's influence? Makalita pondered. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Wen Tianqi, her surprise reaching unprecedented heights. This man, he possesses the power of an angel, something she had never envisioned. His gaze was as profound as the ocean, a harmonious blend of endless tenderness and serene calmness. An ethereal aura radiated from him, causing Makalita's heart to race and her cheeks to flush with warmth. In the luminous eyes of Wen Tianqi, there seemed to emanate a formidable force, one capable of illuminating the darkness and dispelling the shadows. When his gaze settled upon Makalita, she felt as though she were ensnared by the depth of his stare. Unable to divert her gaze, Wen Tianqi's fingers gently caressed Makalita's hand, his touch warm and resolute. A wondrous sensation surged within Makalita, akin to being safeguarded by a powerful angel, bestowing upon her an unparalleled sense of comfort and warmth. Affections blossomed in her heart, deepening her curiosity and admiration for this man. She yearned to delve further into his essence, to uncover the thoughts and emotions that resided within him. She desired to be with him, to remain together for eternity. Wen Tianqi seemed to sense the thoughts that dwelled within Makalita's heart. He smiled gently, his expression radiating warmth akin to sunlight illuminating the earth. He extended his hand, softly caressing Makalita's cheek, his fingers as delicate as feathers, causing her skin to tingle ever so slightly. Chapter 78. Capturing Makalita, once more their gazes intertwined, and the air around them appeared to be infused with the sweet essence of love. The rhythmic sound of their heartbeats echoed within the tranquil room, as if narrating the profound affection and emotions that resided deep within them. A novel sensation surged within Makalita, akin to being guided by destiny, leading her step by step towards Wen Tianqi. In turn, he opened his arms wide, enveloping her in a tight embrace, their bodies pressed closely together, their heartbeats seemingly synchronizing into a single rhythm. Makalita stood by the window, her hand resting on the sill, her gaze penetrating the landscape outside. Her heart brimmed with uncertainty, that extraordinary feeling rendering her somewhat at a loss for words. Makalita? Wen Tianqi's voice interrupted her reverie, his eyes filled with tenderness and concern. What a peculiar sensation. Makalita murmured softly, her tone laced with confusion yet tinged with a hint of delight. Is this love? Wen Tianqi smiled gently, shaking his head. For it was not merely love that existed between them, but an array of extraordinary wonders. His voice, deep and resonant, sent a shiver down Makalita's spine. She lifted her gaze to meet Wen Tianqi's eyes, her heart racing, a delicate flush gracing her cheeks. The ambience between them grew increasingly intricate, as an enchanting understanding blossomed in the space they shared. As Wen Tianqi drew near to Makalita, his gaze sparkled with an enchanting brilliance, a more wondrous sensation awaiting her, promising an experience of unparalleled beauty. Makalita's heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. She was unaware of the extraordinary feeling Wen Tianqi spoke of. Yet, she was eager to explore and to embrace it. They exchanged smiles, the air around them infused with the essence of happiness. Their proximity diminished, each heartbeat seemingly synchronized in resonance with the other. In this exquisite moment, time appeared to stand still. Their eyes intertwined, crafting a breathtaking tableau. Even more marvelous experiences await us, Wen Tianqi murmured, his voice imbued with tenderness and resolve. Makalita's heart filled with hope and anticipation. She understood that regardless of what the future held, as long as Wen Tianqi was by her side, she possessed the courage to confront any challenge, for he was the harbinger of her dreams. In the next instant, Wen Tianqi embraced Makalita, and everything felt so naturally destined. A sublime elevation of life, a continuation, and a transmission of joy. 7 days later, Makalita languidly reclined upon her bed, her cat-like eyes gently closed, as if savoring the most exquisite tranquility the world could offer. Her body was enveloped in a soft blanket, a sensation found only within the finest silk. Beside her, Wen Tianqi sat quietly, his gaze filled with adoration and reverence for Makalita. Wen Tianqi whispered sweet nothings, his voice akin to a gentle spring cascading over stones, evoking a sense of tranquility and profound affection. His words resembled a melodious poem, each syllable imbued with fervor and warmth, flowing gracefully into Makalita's ears. He caressed her hand, encasing it in his warmth, as if cradling a heart comforted by the softest silk. With the sound of Wen Tianqi's tender declarations, a smile gradually blossomed upon Makalita's face. It was a smile that surged from the depths of her being, a manifestation of joy and the feeling of being cherished. Her eyes fluttered open slightly, those feline orbs glimmering with the radiance of happiness. She gently clasped Wen Tianqi's hand, their connection and acceptance painting a beautiful tableau. The words of Wen Tianqi enveloped Makalita like warm sunlight, illuminating the chambers of her heart. Her heartbeat quickened in response to his utterances, the sensation of emotion and joy resonating like a splendid melody. Their gazes intertwined, the affection and profundity shared between them felt akin to a cherished gift, exclusive to their two souls. This scene seemed to be suspended in that fleeting moment, their smiles, their glances, their happiness indelibly etched into the languid afternoon. In that realm, it appeared as though they were the only two inhabitants, all worries and anxieties dissipating in the warmth of their love. This was their world, a domain brimming with love and bliss, until the arrival of Saiyans and Bados. You two have been cooped up for a whole week, indulging in this nonsense every day. Come on, get up, Makalita. Hurry back to your own universe, Saiyans and Bados exclaimed in exasperation. Makalita merely curled her lips into a smirk, provocatively leaning against Wen Tianqi's chest, which incited Saiyans and Bados to the brink of fury. Tianqi, why do I feel as though your power surpasses that of our angels? Bados suddenly remarked in astonishment, directing her gaze toward Wen Tianqi. Saiyans quickly registered the implication as well. As for Makalita, she had discerned this truth several days prior and now remained silent, a smile playing upon her lips. Wen Tianqi elucidated, my strength is a fusion of the powers bestowed by the three of you, rendering me extraordinarily formidable, experiencing an unprecedented surge. I can sense an unimaginable force within me, as if it is on the verge of breaking free from my corporeal form and cascading into this universe. This power has transcended any strength I previously possessed. I shall challenge the High Priest. A resolute gleam flickered in Wen Tianqi's eyes, for I understood that this endeavor might demand an immense toll, perhaps even my very life. Yet, I also recognized that this was my destiny. I must confront him. I must unveil his true nature. Wen Tianqi felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He could sense each cell pulsating and rejoicing within him. It was as though his body no longer belonged to him, but rather to this formidable and boundless force. Gradually, he rose to his feet, the energy within him seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. He sensed that he might explode from the intensity, yet he understood that he must master this power. I shall elevate myself through battle. Wen Tianqi stood resolutely, his visage adorned with an unwavering expression, akin to an indomitable mountain peak. His eyes sparkled with the flames of determination, as if to transform every obstacle into possibility. This steadfast resolve radiated like a beacon, illuminating not only his spirit but also the entirety of his surroundings. You three, advanced together. As the words of Wen Tianqi faded, three formidable angels, Kishi, Bajuosi, and Makalita, materialized before him in an instant. Their sudden appearance enveloped the previously tranquil atmosphere with an air of palpable tension. Well, let us ascertain the extent of your power after absorbing the essence of the angels, Wen Tianqi declared. Bajuosi, Kishi, and Makalita exchanged glances and with fierce determination charged toward him. They emanated an overwhelming aura, as if they could rend the very fabric of space itself. Wen Tianqi's gaze was resolute, devoid of fear. With a thunderous shout, he moved with remarkable speed, his hands weaving through the air. Streams of potent energy surged forth from his palms, coalescing into three colossal beams of light that hurtled toward Bajuosi, Kishi, and Makalita. The air erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds as nearby trees, stones, and soil were swept up by the powerful shockwaves, forming a massive vortex. Undeterred, Bajuosi, Kishi, and Makalita retaliated, their hands glowing with formidable energy as they surged forward to meet Wen Tianqi's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions resonated, as the surrounding landscape morphed incessantly, as if it had undergone countless cycles of life and death in the blink of an eye. Wen Tianqi's body was propelled backward by a formidable force, yet his gaze burned with an even fiercer intensity, as if he sought to consume everything in his path. With a misstep, he charged forward once more. This time, his assault was even more ferocious. Bados, Keisai, and Makalita were equally unrelenting, their forms radiating waves of potent energy as they surged towards Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi moved like the wind, appearing intermittently to the left and then to the right, each of his strikes accompanied by a fierce gust that obscured the vision of his opponents. Bados, Kes, and Makalita exhibited a similarly agile grace, evading with ease. Their assaults descended like thunder, creating immense craters in the ground around them. In that moment, the entire space resonated with the sounds of intense combat and the splatter of energy. Suddenly, Wen Tianqi's figure sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning. His hands clenched tightly, as if searching for a point of breakthrough. His gaze was intently fixed on Kes, Bados, and Makalita. The air thickened, and time seemed to freeze at that instant. Then, with a swift motion, Wen Tianqi surged toward Kes and the others like a tornado. His fist struck with the swiftness of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously as Kes, Bados, and Makalita were sent flying. Their bodies, akin to balls propelled by immense force, crashed violently against the distant wall. In disbelief, they exclaimed, "You actually defeated us." Yet, in an instant, Kes, Bados, and Makalita recovered and approached Wen Tianqi, their expressions filled with astonishment. "This is not even a fraction of my true power. After harnessing the strength of the angel, my enhancement can only be described as monumental." Wen Tianqi stood leisurely in place, his gaze shimmering with the brilliance of triumph after a series of contests. Wen Tianqi, along with Keisai, Makalita, and Bados, floated in a weightless environment, embarking towards an enigmatic planet in the 10th universe. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Wen Tianqi as he could hardly contain his excitement, for this was his inaugural journey beyond his own universe. Stepping into this vast and uncharted realm, the group eventually arrived at their first planet, which showcased extraordinary celestial phenomena. The atmosphere of the planet radiated peculiar hues, ever-changing and elusive. As they descended onto an expansive meadow, they found themselves enveloped by a resplendent sea of colors. The wildflowers scattered across the prairie sparkled like stars in the night sky, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Wen Tianqi and his companions reveled in the picturesque scenery that unfolded before them. They strolled along a gentle hill, where the brook at its base babbled melodiously, producing a crisp and delightful sound. A myriad of butterflies, adorned with translucent wings, danced gracefully in the air, their wings shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Upon reaching the brook at the foot of the hill, they observed a school of small fish joyfully darting about in the water. Wen Tianqi, captivated by the scene, could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Each universe possesses its own unique beauty, and the 10th universe is truly enchanting." Meanwhile, Kes and Makalita endeavored to communicate in a new tongue. Despite hailing from different universes, the barriers of language had been dismantled, allowing them to understand one another effortlessly. They laughed and discussed the myriad wonders of the 10th universe, their faces radiating excitement and curiosity. Standing apart, Bados gazed around with her bright, observant eyes, seemingly attuned to every subtle detail of her surroundings. She felt the allure of the 10th universe, where everything intrigued and fascinated her. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing, before turning to Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Lanchi, and remarked, "It seems that there is something quite unusual about this place, don't you think?" Bulma met his gaze and smiled. "Indeed, the aura here feels somewhat familiar, yet simultaneously foreign." Chi-Chi and Lanchi nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed inside," Wen Tianqi suggested. The group acquiesced, and they made their way toward the castle. Upon entering, a wave of familiarity washed over them, leaving everyone astonished. "This aura is perplexing," Bulma mused. "Indeed, it is," both Chi-Chi and Lanchi echoed in unison. Wen Tianqi furrowed his brow and spoke. "This aura is that of the Dragon Balls." As soon as the words left his lips, the gazes of everyone present converged upon Bulma. Taking a deep breath, Bulma affirmed, "Indeed, this aura is intricately linked to the Dragon Balls." At this point, she hesitated, seemingly torn about whether to continue her revelation. With a raised eyebrow, Wen Tianqi remarked, "Bulma, please speak your mind." After a moment's contemplation, Bulma finally articulated, "I sense that the energy of the Dragon Balls seems to have intensified compared to before." Bados stroked his smooth chin and replied, "It is likely the power of the Super Dragon Balls that has enhanced the other Dragon Balls." Indeed, Bados is correct. Both Kusu and Margarita nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was engulfed in confusion, pondering Wen Tianqi's presence and his intentions, he spoke up. The Super Dragon Balls, he succinctly elucidated. The crowd was taken aback. What were Super Dragon Balls? They had never heard of such a thing. Observing their puzzled expressions, Wen Tianqi continued. The Super Dragon Balls are a transcendent existence beyond the ordinary Dragon Balls, possessing unimaginable power. It is said that by gathering all 7 Super Dragon Balls, one can summon the eternal dragon and fulfill a wish. A collective gasp escaped the group. It turned out that Wen Tianqi was well-versed in the matter of the Super Dragon Balls. However, were the Dragon Balls already so extraordinary? Was it truly possible to find the Super Dragon Balls? Chapter 79. I am the system, final chapter. How do you know about the Super Dragon Balls? Suddenly inquired Sun Wukong, who had been silent until now, his expression one of bewilderment. Wen Tianqi cast a glance at Sun Wukong, contemplated for a moment, and then remarked, I stumbled upon it in an ancient tome. It contains everything about the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this explanation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged knowing glances, their expressions illuminating with sudden realization. Surely, you do not believe that only the 7th universe possesses Dragon Balls, do you? Wen Tianqi gazed at the 2 individuals and inquired, Are you not? The crowd expressed their astonishment in unison. Sighing, Wen Tianqi shook his head in resignation. The Dragon Balls do not merely exist within the 7th universe. They may also manifest in the 8th, 9th, 10th, and even the 11th universes, as well as in other realms. Naturally, the likelihood of their appearance increases with the strength of the universe. The Dragon Balls possess an array of extraordinary powers. After explaining this to the multitude for some time, Wen Tianqi rested on Earth for an entire year. During that year, he engaged in meditation and physical training, refining his body to a state of utmost satisfaction. At last, Wen Tianqi resolved to challenge the Grand Priest. With the company of Bados and others, he made his way to the abode of the Grand Priest, where the presence of the Omni King was also felt. Wen Tianqi gazed intently. The High Priest, regarded by all as the most formidable being across the entire universe. Wen Tianqi's gaze brimmed with resolute determination. He traversed the vast expanse of stars and seas, advancing towards a palace that shimmered with an enigmatic glow. With each step, it felt as though he were crossing a century. With every stride, he carried his resolve and courage. The palace of the Grand High Priest appeared to congregate all the light and the essence of mystery into one place. As Wen Tianqi entered this grand edifice, he felt the intricate intertwining of infinite time and space, the very breath of all life, and the rhythm of the cosmos. Seated upon a lofty throne, the Grand High Priest regarded Wen Tianqi with a serene smile. His eyes, profound as the ocean, seemed capable of perceiving every thought and emotion that coursed through Wen Tianqi's mind. Undeterred, Wen Tianqi met the Grand High Priest's gaze head-on, his own eyes suffused with defiance and determination. Why do you challenge me, Wen Tianqi? Inquired the Grand High Priest, his voice echoing as if it had transcended the boundaries of time and space. For freedom, for truth, and for the peace of the entire universe. Wen Tianqi replied succinctly yet with unwavering conviction. The Grand High Priest smiled faintly, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the atmosphere within the palace grew tense in an instant. Countless stars began to swirl within the hall, as if forming a colossal galaxy. And there, at the very heart of this celestial assembly, stood Wen Tianqi. Wen Tianqi understood that this was a challenge from the High Priest. He dared not to be the slightest bit negligent and immediately entered a state of combat. His hands danced gracefully, forming a colossal sphere of energy within his palms. Each rotation of the energy sphere symbolized Wen Tianqi's strength and wisdom. The High Priest observed Wen Tianqi's performance with quiet contemplation, a smile perpetually gracing his features. Then, he rose to his feet, and with a flourish of his staff, the stars began to revolve around Wen Tianqi as the focal point. Wen Tianqi felt himself enveloped by the myriad forces of the stars, and within his heart, there resided no fear, only unwavering resolve. He comprehended that this was his battle, his challenge. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he endeavored to break free from the encircling grasp of the celestial energies. The clash between the High Priest and Wen Tianqi resembled a cataclysmic earthquake reverberating through the heavens and the earth, as invisible forces quaked the air, stirring the elemental powers of the universe. Their figures collided like towering peaks amidst a sea of clouds, akin to two majestic eagles soaring through the sky. And in that moment, the entire space seemed to descend into chaos. The enigmatic system attire worn by Wen Tianqi radiated a resplendent glow, as if it were composed of starlight plucked from the profound cosmos, coalescing into the colossal sword of light he wielded. His form danced amidst the luminescence, reminiscent of a soaring phoenix. Each sword swing resembled the majestic flight of this mythical creature. In contrast, the high priest conjured lethal assaults, his figure akin to a specter darting through the shadows. Each flourish of his staff echoed the grim pronouncement of the harbinger of death. The clash between the two was fierce and frenzied, resembling the struggle of two maddened behemoths vying for supremacy. Each strike and every defense appeared to declare their respective might. Their movements were so swift that they eluded capture, leaving only trails of brilliance flickering in the darkness, accompanied by the resounding booms that reverberated in the air. This confrontation transcended mere rivalry. It symbolized the collision of two formidable forces, the power of the system against the shadows of darkness. Each attack probed the limits of the other, while every defense amassed strength for a counterstrike. The very fabric of space trembled, as if on the brink of an unprecedented explosion. The king beamed with delight, his eyes glimmering with acknowledgement and admiration as he clapped his small hands together, exclaiming, "Wonderful, splendid. You are truly remarkable." His voice brimmed with joy. Wen Tianqi resembled a colossal volcano, erupting silently, as a tremendous force surged forth from within him, instantaneously rending the surrounding void asunder. His eyes gleamed with an incandescent brilliance, seemingly capable of melting all that lay before him. His hands stood like towering peaks in the darkness, ceaselessly absorbing that formidable energy and transforming it into pure power, which he then unleashed. The king stared in astonishment at Wen Tianqi, a look of unexpected surprise gracing his features for the first time. "This is the power of the system," he remarked. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, Wen Tianqi had already commenced his assault. Each of his strikes bore the enhancement of the system, embodying a strength beyond mortal comprehension. With a single, thunderous punch, he struck forth as if the god of thunder himself had descended, unleashing a furious energy that traced a brilliant arc through the void, aimed directly at the high priest. The high priest, taken aback, felt genuine peril for the first time. He clasped his hands together, a potent force radiating from within him, his chi, his divinity, his very essence. He resisted Wen Tianqi's onslaught with all his might, but the sheer magnitude of that power rendered him nearly incapable of defense. "I never anticipated the existence of such a wondrous force named the system," the high priest mused. "No, it is not the system," Wen Tianqi replied with a subtle smile, retracting his overwhelming aura. "From our battle, I have come to understand that my strength does not derive from the system, but from within myself." Upon hearing this, both the high priest and the king displayed expressions of astonishment. "So it turns out that Wen Tianqi slowly raised his hands, his expression exuding a sense of the divine. "The system is me, and I am the system." The end. Synopsis. Wen Tianqi has traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, awakening a point allocation system from the very beginning. Ding. Physique 1. His physical talent is unparalleled, possessing extraordinary regenerative abilities and an immortal body. He fiercely defeats Frieza, annihilates Cell, and crushes Majin Buu. Goku and Vegeta are left utterly convinced by his might. "Wen Tianqi, you are truly remarkable. This prince is in awe. Is this truly the extent of your power?" Wen Tianqi smirked disdainfully. Achieving sainthood through physical prowess, he dominates all.